In the yokai world, where strength was valued above all else, only the powerful had the right to exist. For the main character, it was a common thing. Surviving here was not a problem. He was born a great yokai, the strongest of his kind, and that determined his place. Again, stopping in front of the enemy, he repeated to him for the third time, so that he realized the threat. Standing with his foot in the face of the tiger enemy, Ho ordered them not to threaten the foxes with their fangs. Ho considered him a criminal without honor, someone who betrays his own promises, and he saw no reason why this enemy should remain alive. But suddenly the tiger turned on a huge angry beast with burning red eyes. Ho only saw this giant body as a huge pile of meat. He hit the enemy in the face with just one accurate blow. Throwing his hand forward, Ho sent a powerful energy charge that tore the tiger apart. He was Yingho's elder, wise among yokai, leader of the yokai foxes and king of the demonic realm. However, he never aspired to become king. It was not his goal. Over the course of 500 years, he defeated many of the strong who pursued his fox clan. Later, he was elected king, although he did not aspire to this role. For the king, there were many worries. Everything had to be solved, a complete nightmare. He always came to these matters with a displeased expression on his face. One day, a Buddhist monk who followed the path of Dharma and righteousness appeared before him. He came with the conviction that foxes cause great harm to sentient beings. The line between the human and demonic worlds was so blurred that some yokai entered the human world and wreaked havoc there. However, it would be wrong to call Inho irresponsible. Such matters did not bother him much. He remained indifferent. The monk was physically strong and fast like a monster. Yingho remained completely calm and coolly met all the attacks. This martial art used by the monk seemed to be nothing more than a trick. Realizing this, Ho took each blow and fought them off with ease. In the human world, this might have been an outstanding skill, but to him, they were just toys. Lightly touching the monk's chest, he pushed him far into the sky. It was difficult to hit so that he would remain alive. Servant Ho approached the monk, saw that he was unconscious, and asked his master if he should be killed. Ho remarked that there was no need to crush an ant that was scurrying underfoot. He left the monk alive, generously giving him the opportunity to return home. But this fool seems to have gone mad because he came back after 15 days. And this time, he brought a friend and classmate named Tang Sampan, who proposed to attack the demon with yin-yang harmony. Their martial arts did not impress Ho, and he easily parried all of their attacks. At the same time, Ho thought that the monk would return with an even larger army if he was left alive. Not intending to allow this, he crushed the monk's neck with one of his tails. He did the same to his friend who came with him. Only the cracking of bones and screams filled the space. Perhaps they should study the enemy better before contacting them. Laughing at their corpses, Ho turned and walked in the other direction. But behind him he heard a woman's voice saying the word, "Brother." He turned his head to see who was there. A girl was sitting in front of him over one of the corpses, calling him brother and asking how she could continue living alone. Ho had always thought of himself as a rather cold-blooded yokai. Tears continued to flow from his sister's eyes like an inexhaustible stream. Ho wondered what had broken her heart so deeply. A whole week had already passed, and she was still sitting without eating or drinking a drop of water. Ho asked his servants if they had found out why she was not returning to the human world. One of the servants explained that they were gathering rumors that the girl was dependent on her brother, who had many enemies in the human world. It became clear that this girl would die as soon as she returned to the human world. But it will also be difficult for her to survive in the demonic world, the servant added. Ho thought that she was more likely to starve to death than fall victim to others. Her face was incredibly innocent and radiated kindness towards people. In front of her was the human food that Ho had brought. He explained that her brother's soul would find peace in the underworld if she ate well and took care of herself. He decided to keep this child by his side for the rest of her life. After all, it would be difficult for her to survive in another place. Fortunately, the girl understood his intentions and accepted the situation. Perhaps it was for this reason that she accepted his proposal without resistance and remained living in the demonic world. She got used to life among yokai more and more quickly, adapting to the new world every day. Ho felt helpless and confused as he looked at this child, although she allowed him to get close. One look at her was enough to make him feel a peace he had never felt before in his life as a yokai. But suddenly a terrible picture appeared before his eyes. The girl was hanging with a noose around her neck. She was tied to a giant pillar. Her body was covered in blood, and Ho watched this horrible scene with pain in his chest. His servant was kneeling before him, asking for forgiveness for the sin he had committed. He apologized for not being considerate enough of the yokai who came to honor Ho. He believed that it was his safety that caused this misfortune to the young lady. The girl was lying dead, and she had no more chances to save herself. With pain in his chest, Ho looked at her, because he really loved this child. Later, a rat appeared, which also apologized for not fulfilling the order. As soon as he started to say that he had nothing to do with it, Ho instantly dealt with him, the one who knew everything but closed his eyes to it, one who participated without really understanding anything. Without a shadow of fear, the big man stood before Ho, declaring that he could not be king by taking the girl into the Fox clan. But his life ended at the same moment. Everyone who had anything to do with the child's death, even those who were close to Ho, could not escape his wrath. The fresh blood from their bodies flooded the entire demonic world. However, the pain in the chest did not disappear. Killing all those yokai brought Ho only a little bit of comfort. He returned home with a wounded heart and bitter pain. But he no longer wanted such a life. And so, in the middle of the pool of blood, something began to shine. This caught Ho's attention. The bright beam of light grew larger and larger. A beautiful flower began to grow in this place. At the same moment, a lotus blossomed in the pool of blood. Only celestials can perform such divine actions. Ho did not understand whether it was Liu Dongbin or Nata, the deities worshipped in Taoism. He turned to the flower, saying that he was too late to play his part, for he no longer wished to shed other people's blood. And he asked the flower to disappear from his eyes. That flower only became bigger and brighter. In a moment, the glow became so strong that nothing could be seen around but this bright light. Unfamiliar, strange sounds filled the space. Suddenly, a celestial appeared to help Yingho. He was in despair, having lost all will to live. This creature was the one who helped all beings not to get lost in the web of fate. It was the Tathagata who approached Ho with a proposal to give up his yokai essence and start living as a human. At first, Inho thought it was some kind of nonsense, but after thinking about it, he realized that he had no reason to refuse the chance for a new life, far from the world of yokai. He was going to kill himself anyway, so he decided it would be better to try to live as a human, and proudly said to the Tathagata, "Turn me into a human!" It wasn't free. He would only be able to gain human life by accumulating merit over 1,000 years. He realized that he must live for 1,000 years as a servant of the Celestials. But he agreed to this offer without hesitation and accepted it. Since yokai were immortal, time seemed to them to be nothing more than a cloud floating across the sky. However, when he thought about it after a year of service, 1,000 years seemed too long and unattainable to him. The thought of giving up had crossed his mind so many times that Ho began to doubt it. Is it worth doing this for millennia to become a creature with such a short life? But reflecting on the treaty with the Tathagata as his pride, he was able to survive all difficulties, overcome doubts, and accumulate the necessary merit. The Tathagata saw how much merit he had accumulated so far. The time had come. Now he had to give up what was not necessary to human nature, and the Tathagata would allow him to live a human life. The Tathagata stretched out a giant hand 10 times his own size. A blue layer of light began to light up in Ho's stomach. This layer slowly moved to his chest, and later it rose to the neck, radiating warmth inside. In an instant, it came out of Ho's mouth like a radiant energy. It was a bald bead that contained all of his spiritual power accumulated over millennia of training. Of course, it was a pity to part with her, but there was no other way. The Tathagata once again asked him if he regretted his choice. "Do I look like someone who regrets something?" he answered proudly. After these words, Ho smiled, and the Tathagata said, "Yes, may the immeasurable light of the Buddha be with us." Yingho's life as a yokai weighed on him every moment, but now he felt light and happy, leaving this life behind. The lotus petal that grew in the pool of blood slowly descended to the ground. He was falling in an amazing place. A petal fell right next to an incredibly beautiful house. Then he flew inside and went down to the boy who was lying unconscious. The petal came closer and closer to his head, and in a moment he touched his soft black hair. With the help of the Tathagata, Yingho became a human and will now live as a human. His story is just beginning. The woman, carrying a bowl in her hands, walked around the house, thinking that the young owner was only 15 years old. But even with the best medicines and famous healers, his condition did not improve. She opened the door of his room and entered, still wondering if the heavens cared about his fate. What she saw made her eyes open wide. The young master was sitting on the bed directly in front of her. She was so frightened that she dropped the bowl from her hands and fell. The young master sat looking weak and colorless. The news of his awakening quickly reached the head of the family. He was informed that his son had finally come to his senses. The nanny, with a blue face from shock, barely uttered a request to immediately notify the chapter about this. The head, not paying attention to the important scroll in his hand, threw it at the man standing next to him, and he immediately rushed to the room of his son, who at that moment was there alone. He, still not fully understanding what happened, got up from the bed. He thought he heard a woman scream. After taking a few steps, he saw a mirror in front of him and looked into it. He couldn't believe what he saw in the mirror. Meanwhile, screams rang out throughout the house, which could be heard even outside. The first question that arose in his mind: was he not supposed to be reincarnated in the body of an infant or a newborn? Various voices suddenly began to sound in his mind. Images of different people appeared before his eyes. These were scraps of memories that flashed through his head. Later he understood. This is the memory of the person to whom this body belonged. He was the eldest son of the ruler of the great trading district of Cheonghajang, and his name was Ha Yingho. Not only his physical condition was weak, but also his mind. So the death of his mother, which happened a year ago, so shook him that he stopped eating and drinking. After fainting, the healers discovered he had a chronic disease and tried to cure it. But the boy eventually died. The former king of the yokai kingdom was placed in the body of what he believed to be a worthless weakling, who died of disease after a miserable life. Ho was extremely indignant with the Tathagata for this choice. But he didn't even have the strength to get angry. He immediately began to feel nauseous. He did not understand the owner of this body. If you want to die, then just die. Why torture yourself to such an extent? Rising to one knee and exhaling heavily, he realized that he had made a mistake by not discussing his terms in advance and not foreseeing such a situation. The Tathagata also asked him if he was really sure of his decision. Now it became clear what a difficult situation he got into. But it was necessary to calm down because now he is the owner of this body. This body can be made strong with natural defenses, so there should be no problem. Isn't this the greatness of natural protection? To turn the sick into healthy and the healthy into strong? But first it was necessary to fill a hungry stomach. He walked over to the shelves, checking to see if there was anything edible. Suddenly, a man called his name behind him. His father could not hold back his tears when he saw that his son was on his feet. "What happened? Did you get over the disease?" asked his father excitedly, coming closer and taking his hands. Ho tried to remember who the man was, trying to make sense of it all. In the fragments of his memory, he saw this man telling him, "Even if it seems like it's too late, it's important to keep moving forward, Yingho." The little one then answered, "Yes, Dad." His father asked him if he recognized him, introducing himself as the ruler of this land, Ha Jin-yu, his father. The boy only mumbled in response, and his father waited patiently for him to say something. Jean asked the nanny to go and get his son something to eat. Meanwhile, people gathered outside their house, waiting for news. Nanny quickly brought the food and put it on the table. Jean asked his son to take his time and eat slowly. Ho stared at the food, wondering if it was a good idea to try it. When he was a yokai, he tasted human food a few times out of curiosity, but it tasted terribly bitter. He carefully brought the spoon to his mouth, thinking that he was human now and would have to get used to it. He licked the spoon as he took his first sip. His eyes almost fell out of their sockets. He opened them so wide. "Maybe he's sick again?" panicked father, looking at his expression. Ho, filled with astonishment, asked them again, "What is this?" The nanny explained that it was porridge that had been simmered for a long time with finely chopped vegetables and meat. She did not add any spices, worried that the rich dish might harm his stomach after a long hunger strike. But Ho, smiling from ear to ear, called this porridge wonderful. He quickly emptied the bowl and even asked for more toppings. Has human food always tasted so good? He thought with surprise. A good start. Soon, Jean arranged a real feast. Raising his glass, he invited everyone to rejoice, because his son had risen from his hospital bed. In front of everyone present, the ruler of this land raised a glass in honor of their shared joy. The gathered people, and there were quite a few of them, shouted in unison, "Long live Master Ho! Long live Master Ho!" At that time, a young man was sitting nearby in a summer gazebo near a pond and trees. It was too noisy for him, so he asked the girl opposite what was going on. She replied that the young master got out of bed. The young man was so surprised that the book in his hands fell to the ground. The next day, Ho was running around the yard. After a few laps, he got very tired and bent down to rest. He felt irritated, but he could not understand what was the matter. Meanwhile, several men were watching him. They were going about their business and noticed him trip again while running in the courtyard. While cleaning up the library, they discussed that he had been acting strangely since he had woken up, as if something had taken over him. The servant said that after a meal he always runs with his master, and then sits down on a bench and immerses himself in his thoughts. One of them remarked that he probably had something to think about, and the other just laughed. But what? We are his servants. Others can learn the classic treatise, the 1,000 characters in a few months, but it took him more than a year. He does this not because of any special considerations, although outwardly he looks silent. but those who know him better share similar opinions. "I think the young master has turned into an idiot," said the librarian, and everyone froze. They froze as the higher-ranked Master Zhang appeared behind them, and they immediately bit their tongues. In a calm tone, he asked if it was appropriate to say such things behind someone's back, and advised them to watch their behavior, especially when it comes to those who give them income. After explaining this, Zhang went outside. Turning his head to the right, Zhang noticed Ho running around the yard. After his run, In-ho crouched down in a meditation pose, lost in his thoughts. He reflected that even after absorbing natural qi for 2 weeks, he was unable to accumulate enough energy due to this body's weakness. The flow of natural qi was blocked by various external factors. The thought of wasted time did not make him smile. Approaching the gate, the guard reminded him that he was not allowed to leave the house until he recovered. As he listened to these restrictions, he thought, if I was still a yukai, they would all be dead by now. He couldn't help himself anymore. But a small stream of energy did appear. He had only to concentrate even more strongly on her acceptance. Closing his eyes, he completely immersed himself in meditation. But suddenly he felt someone's presence in front of him and began to slowly open his eyes. "Elder brother, what are you doing?" asked a cute girl with big eyes. He plunged into his memories, trying to figure out who it was, and after searching a little, he remembered a little girl who was crying. She complained about all the bad guys and hugged him. It was Somi, his sister. Somi is the younger sister who loves In-ho very much. On the day he woke up, she clung to him in tears and visits him constantly when she has time. It is also one of the reasons that prevent him from absorbing natural qi. This time she did not come empty-handed. She took out a few pieces of food and offered to eat it together. These were sweets that the servant had bought in the market especially for her. Although she interfered with his qi training, he decided to forgive her because she brought sweets. As soon as he tasted one piece, he immediately lost his head from the taste. At that moment, Somi noticed that he had changed a lot. Before, he did not like sweets, and said that they were too sweet. In response, he said that now she will see other sides of him that she did not know before. After all, he perfectly understood that he was only outwardly similar to her older brother. Somi smiled and replied that she liked all sides of him. She only asked that he not be sick anymore. It was getting dark outside. The day was coming to an end. That meant it was time for dinner. A sumptuous table was set before Ying-ho with everything one could wish for, combining the gifts of land, sea, and sky. If any of the yokai saw this table, they would cry bloody tears. But what can he do now? Because now he is a man. His appetite was evident on his face, and his sister noticed it immediately. Meanwhile, their father joined them. Picking up chopsticks, he motioned to begin. However, before he could finish, Ying-ho had already thrown a huge piece of fish into his mouth which could barely fit. Before, father always ate first, and Ho could wait thousands or even tens of thousands of years before starting a meal. When his sister turned to him, he was already chewing on a large piece of rib. The father asked the sister not to distract him, and said that they should also start eating. Later, father and son sat across from each other, sipping tea. The father noted that he noticed how much his inner strength had recovered. Ying-ho replied that there was still a long way to go, but it was enough to survive. "By the way, maybe it's just your father's greed," he joked. "You were bedridden for a whole year and had to drop out. Why don't you go back to the academy?" suggested the father. On the other hand, he wanted his son to live the way he wanted, and said he could leave when he felt better. "Is the academy outside the main palace?" asked Ho. He had already started making plans in his head. He immediately replied that he would go there tomorrow. The father smiled, noting that this was exactly what he expected from his son, feeling joy at his determination. It was a happy coincidence for In-ho, as he was just thinking about what excuse he could use to get out of here. It turned out to be perfect. He picked up the cup of tea and gulped it down, not realizing that the tea was hot. Feeling as if fire were speaking, he immediately spat out the tea in the other direction. The next morning, the father saw his son off, wishing him to be careful. As he set off, Ho understood very well that studying in the academy was already outdated, because life naturally teaches such things, and the academy only allows poor scholars to make money from rich children. He had several memories of the past owner of this body, about the academy and his studies there. In any case, the academy served only as an excuse to go outside the main courtyard. Passing through the gate, he inhaled the fresh scent of the trees. It was the smell of freedom. Taking a step forward, he breathed in a natural flow of qi that was much more powerful outside than in the courtyard, and he was able to accumulate it in his body. Already in this short time, his body seemed lighter and his strength increased. Closing his eyes and concentrating, he decided to check it out. Pushing off the ground, he began to run upwards. Then, pushing back even harder, he jumped. At the very top of the jump, he tore off several leaves. The success of this trick caused him to smile sincerely. The natural flow was really impressive from the outside. The young master has decided to study at the academy again? Zhang turned to the head, and his father explained that he only suggested that he return to the academy when he saw that he had woken up and was feeling well. Still, it would be nice if he got some rest. Zhang noted that being on the verge of death and being reborn again was not a common occurrence. He added that Ha Jinyu raised the young master perfectly, and when he grows up, he will become a great heir. However, Jin doubted whether his son could truly lead the family as the heir. Undoubtedly, In-ho is a wonderful child with a kind heart, but his kindness can make it difficult for him to make difficult decisions. Zhang believed in him, believing that so far it was difficult for him to make decisions simply because of his youth. Jin agreed with his words, but their conversation ended there, because they turned to the owner. The man reported that the young master had returned. The father was immediately afraid of what could happen. Before long, he was standing across from Ying-ho, who was all scratched and dirty. He asked his son why he was here, since he should be at the academy now, and why he came back so quickly in dirty clothes. Had someone offended him? I was kicked out of the academy, Ying-ho replied. It was the most unexpected answer he could hear. Afterwards, Ha Jinyu was already talking to the teacher. The teacher said that his son immediately started a fight in the academy. Although the word fight does not quite fit here, it was a duel by mutual consent of the parties. It was hard for the father to believe, because his son had just started walking after a long rest, and now there was a duel. It was even more difficult for the teacher to believe his father's words. Rather, he wanted to know if his son had studied martial arts considering the number of opponents he had defeated. Ying-ho meanwhile just sat and listened to their conversation. His father asked him if the teacher was telling the truth. Yes, that's true, Ho answered, not wanting to lie. He explained that he was harassed and bullied for wanting to do well in school, but at first he ignored it. At first he held back so as not to cause trouble because he had just returned. But when they insulted his late mother and father, he couldn't take it anymore. He also mentioned that not only today but also in the past, these guys show no respect for his family and make fun of them. Turning to the teacher, he said that he was sure. He knew about it, but did nothing. Everyone's patience has a limit, no doubt. But patience in this body has already ended. Ha Jinyu looked at the teacher with a displeased expression. The teacher just lowered his head, unable to find anything to answer. Suddenly, Ho's father burst out laughing. Afterwards, he walked next to his son, explaining to him what happened. The teacher admitted his mistake. His father praised him for behaving so dignified in front of the teacher that he was speechless. And he added, "True knowledge does not necessarily live only in four walls." "Then I will study on my own from now on," replied Ho. He apologized to his father for his words. With a faint, sly smile, turning his back to his father and the others, he started forward. Ha Jinyu turned to Jiang Nim and asked him what he thought about this. He fought for justice, for the honor of his family. Unlike his peers, who don't even think about such things, he proved himself worthy. During all this time, he demonstrated his true intentions. That was Zhang's answer, to which Ha Jinyu responded with a smile. The stern, mustachioed face of the guard appeared before him, and Ho's no less serious face met his gaze. Now the young master has the right to enter and leave the main yard at any time, even in the morning. It was the chairman's order, and you can't argue with it. After leaving the courtyard, Ho enjoyed the pleasant aroma of nature while sitting in meditation on a large boulder. He was completely immersed in meditation, listening to the stream that flowed nearby. In the evening, the sky began to darken, acquiring yellow-hot shades. Ho had no intention of returning home, and continued to train on this mountain. He deftly ran, pushing off tall trees, climbing them, and even climbing giant trees. Pushing away from one of the trees, he ran along a steep rock. He could even swim to a huge mountain, climbing almost vertically up the rock. It was really impressive, and his face remained completely unmoved. His breathing was calm and controlled. Whether he was running on a rock or meditating, his breathing, though faster as he ran, was still under control. He enjoyed the fact that his legs did not tremble, and his body evenly absorbed the natural flow of qi. Finally, he achieved some success. Some time passed, and Ho was in the gazebo talking to his father, who asked him, "What do you think is the most important thing for a man?" Ho's answer was simple: money, for he felt the value of it every time he enjoyed a meal. The father just smiled, because that was exactly what he expected from his perceptive son, and asked the following question: "And what is the next big thing?" The answer was just as simple: power to protect your money. Father was very surprised at first. Then he repeated his son's words, and admitted that this could also be the answer to his question. However, the father added that the most accurate answer is the ability to protect one's body. After all, even if you lose everything while you are healthy, You can always start from the beginning. At first, Ho did not understand what his father was leading to. Then, standing in the courtyard, he asked in surprise, "Do you want me to learn martial arts?" The father asked if there was any reason why he did not want it. At that moment, Ho remembered his past life and the martial arts used by that foolish Buddhist monk 1,000 years ago. He thought it was a little funny that now he would have to learn something he already knew for a long time. But it even promised to be interesting, so he did not object and answered that he would like to learn. "Great," said his father, and suggested that he create his dantian first. Ho did not quite understand the meaning of the word. Then my father explained that martial arts use Qi energy, and the place where it accumulates and spreads throughout the body is called dantian. So, in order to delve into the study and practice of martial arts, one must first create a dantian. Ho remembered that it looked like his bald bead. He asked his father if it would be possible to remove her from the body at will. Zhang, who was standing next to him, answered for his father that, once appearing, a dantian never leaves the body. It was slightly different from the properties of a bald bead. Father and Zhang offered to start, and asked Ho to sit in the lotus position. As he sat in the center, his father positioned himself opposite him and Zhang behind him, asking Ho to close his eyes and follow his father's instructions. The blocked meridians needed to be broken through first, and he was asked to take a deep breath, which he did. Meanwhile, an old man was riding a donkey. A long gray mustache and beard hung from under his visor. The donkey was slowly walking forward, and the old man was sitting on it. And at that time, blood was dripping on the ground. It flowed from Ho's mouth while his father held him in his arms and begged him to come to his senses. Father frankly panicked, asking Mistress Zhang when the doctor would come. Soon, the doctor arrived and checked the boy's pulse. The father explained what had happened. His son's body became hot, like a ball of fire, after which he vomited blood and he fainted. Father was sure that he did not make a mistake, so he did not understand what went wrong. The doctor examined Ho, analyzing the situation. After the examination, he said that no injuries were found. In fact, you can say that it is in excellent condition. Father did not understand what the doctor meant by excellent condition. The doctor explained that he had already encountered a similar effect when a large amount of internal qi accumulates in the dantian. It sounded strange to Jin, because his son had never studied the technique of developing inner qi. And how could he cultivate qi if he didn't have a dantian? The doctor pointed out that the cultivation technique could be performed even without the dantian. But in that case, the energy would accumulate in the veins throughout the body, not in the dantian. He added that his internal Qi level must be quite high as all the blocked meridians opened without any hindrance. He seems to have reached the highest level of yin-yang meridian harmony. Hearing this, Father and Zhang wondered how much inner qi he really had. They asked the doctor about it, and he suggested that the father put his hands on his son's dantian and check for himself. Father approached Ho, realizing that if his yin and yang meridians had reached harmony, then the level of internal qi was beyond peak values. By touching the dantian's son, the father was able to estimate the amount of his internal qi. What he saw, to put it mildly, stunned him. He felt that this son would be enough for 120 years of life. This was twice as much as his own supply of qi, collected in 40 years of life, and which would have been equal to 60 years. How could someone who had never studied cultivation methods and spent a year confined to bed have such a large internal qi? Their thoughts were interrupted by the words. Perhaps his body left the world and returned after meeting the soul of some wise hermit. These words were spoken by the old grandfather, who had just arrived on a donkey and was now standing at the gate. He also addressed Jin, saying that his son had grown a lot since their last meeting. Ho suddenly opened his eyes while lying in the middle of the green grass and stood up abruptly. The landscape was completely unfamiliar, and he did not understand where he was. Trying to remember, he remembered that he was in the process of creating his dantian in the training hall of the main courtyard. Suddenly, an old man's voice came from behind him. "So you want to learn martial arts?" Ho slowly began to turn his head back. He saw an old man sitting on a rock and asked who he was. In response, the old man called him a scumbag and asked why he was looking at him so stupidly. "When you meet your master, you should show respect," remarked the old man. Ho didn't quite believe that this man could be a master. Standing before him was a frail old man who looked like he would fall from one blow, and Ho doubted that he would be the one to teach him martial arts. Ho asked him, "Who are you to be called my master whenever you want? And where the hell am I now?" The old man once again warned him about the need for respect. "Old man, my father may have told you something, but I myself will decide who will be my master," Ho replied defiantly. He continued, intending to lay out his terms to avoid being beaten half to death. Like lightning, the old man suddenly jumped from the stone. With only a hand touching Ho's chest, he sent him flying. Ho's body flew back so fast that the grass beneath him was torn from the ground by the airflow. He flew several meters before hitting the ground with his back. After that, he rolled several times on the ground and landed on his back. Breathing heavily, he felt pain in his chest from the impact with the ground. Ho lay like this for some time. Then he opened his eyes and stood up abruptly. The master was sitting in front of him, completely calm. The old man said in a low voice that his body was even weaker than he expected. Ying Ho continued to get angry and questioned what exactly the old man was talking about. The master added, "And you have no manners at all." Indignantly asking who he thought he was, Ho got up and rushed at the old man. He tried to hit him, but the hand only flew away as the master placed a block. The old man redirected Ho's energy against himself, and he flew back again. I wonder how many times today he has already seen the sky above him. Rising again, he held his head. Approaching him, the master offered to finally begin. He asked Ho to grab him by the collar, and if he could do it, he would just let him go. But if he cannot, then he will have to become his student and accept him as his teacher without hesitation. To Ho, the match seemed childish, and he didn't see why it should be made at all, even if the old man insisted. The master only raised the hem of his clothes as if provoking him. He then questioned whether Ho was really confident enough to just give up. Various thoughts began to appear in Ho's mind. He remembered that even without a teacher, he had become the king of the yokai world. And couldn't he handle some old man? But at the first attempt to touch it, the master easily jumped up. The grass around them rose up and began to pull away from the ground. The master was a little surprised that such an inexperienced hand could cause a whirlwind. In Ho's eyes, the old man looked like a rabbit trying to escape. He wasn't about to back down and sprung into action, trying to grab him by the collar, determined to flay him. With all his strength, he hit the stone on which the master was standing, shattering it into small fragments. The master easily jumped aside. He was pleased to observe how even with age his skin remained as firm, though rough and dry. She was as hard as the rock Ho picked up, and now he prepared to throw this stone at the master. The master easily dodged the stone thrown by Ho, but looking to the side, he noticed that the boy was already standing right next to him. Just look at this kid, thought the master. With a smooth but lightning-quick movement, he stepped aside. Ho began to look at him quite differently. He realized that this opponent required a more serious approach and more effort. He increased his speed, which did not go unnoticed by the master. And so finally there was a clash between Ho and the master. Ho's hand touched the old man's chest. A wide and sly smile appeared on the boy's face. The master just gritted his teeth. At first he was silent, and then he just laughed. He called Ho an interesting little one. But immediately after that, he decided to teach the boy one more time and simply hit him. While flying in the air, Ho thought again, "Who the hell is this old man?" As the evening shadow began to cover the land, the master came to Ho's father's house. The father wanted to know if his son had the potential to become a martial artist. It was with this request that he used to turn to the old man. After spending time with Ho, the master could now describe him with complete confidence. "He is a bit stubborn and rude, but your son was born with the spirit of a warrior. Even my younger brother, who was considered a natural-born warrior, is not as talented as Ying Ho." After hearing this, Ha Jinyu froze, trying to understand the truth of what he heard, because he knew very well who his younger brother was. The former head of the Nam Gun family and leader of the Murim Alliance, he proudly bore the name of the 24 martial arts masters, Sword Lord Nam Gun Jin. He couldn't hold back and asked the master if he was really sure of what he said about Ho. "You, more than anyone else, should know that I speak sincerely," replied the master. He then offered an unexpected suggestion. "Maybe it's just the old man's greed, but I want to raise Ying Ho as an outstanding warrior with my own hands and show him to the world." Ha Jinyu couldn't deny the master's wishes if he wanted to personally teach his son martial arts. However, the master had something else he wanted to say. He remembered that Ho had surprised him. At this time, Ho was sitting in his room on the bed. Ho could not sleep. The same thoughts were running through his head. He firmly decided to go outside. In the yard, Jin escorted the master, who said, "A man should guard every promise as carefully as 1,000 gold pieces." Jin also asked the master to take his son as an apprentice. Suddenly, the master froze. He stopped because he saw Ho standing at the gate. Ho's face was bruised and he looked far from his best. His father turned to him with a question. "Why are you here?" But Ho only answered with his why. He asked the master why his whirlwind punch didn't work. Then he immediately asked the master to teach him. His knees hit the ground with a thud. He repeated his request, addressing the master. He begged him once more to teach him. He asked to be taught martial arts with his head down and just waited for an answer. "Now I like you," said the old man. That same day, Yingho went to Zhang and asked about Master Nam Gun Chong. Zhang explained that this old man was a great martial artist. He has vast knowledge, much wider than others. Although he does not always stand out among the great masters, as he often leaves the Namgong family due to his passion for travel, the other masters recognize that he has reached the highest level of skill worthy of a place among the 24 great masters, alongside his younger brother, the former leader of the alliance. It was a great honor for Zhang that Nam Gongjong took Ho as his apprentice. But what is honor for Ho? He boldly met even the Tathagata, so he considered it rather a great honor for the old man to have him as his disciple. And he asked himself why he bowed so big to this old man. He reasoned that he would become a laughingstock among the Yukai if this news reached the monster world. But does he have the right to worry about it now? Ho realized that he only bowed to the master because he wanted to become stronger, that was all. Time passed quickly, and 2 years have already passed. It was winter outside, but the clanking of swords was heard among the trees. Master and Ho practiced by jumping trees and deflecting each other's blows in the air. They trained for a long time without knowing fatigue. Their shots were crisp and polished. In this duel, they gave their all. Sometimes a sword alone was not enough. Both began to use the technique simultaneously, gathering energy in their hand. In an instant, they put their hands on each other's chests. An explosion rang out, and they were thrown in different directions. The snow scattered around. The blows were so strong that they left traces even in the snowy forest. Both understood that only after passing the thorny path can one become a master of martial arts. "Are you out of your mind? Try not to kill your master. I said enough," said the old man. In response, Ho reminded him of his words that the teacher was ready to go to the end and be the first. The master showed his hand, asking to look at it, because it had a protective shield on it. He admitted that he couldn't compete with Ho now, but put it down to just getting old. To rest and have an important conversation, they sat down by the fire. Beside the master lay an object wrapped in a red cloth, and he told Hos that his desire to give the gift had now diminished. However, not caring about it, he threw the scroll straight into Ho's hands. Ho began to unfold it and saw that a sword was wrapped in the cloth. The old man explained that, in a strange way, this sword always fell into his hands, as if wanting to meet its true master. Ho examined the sword and asked the old man if he could return it if he was not going to use it. The master replied that in that case, he could just throw it away. Ho decided to unsheath his sword. He lifted it up, holding it firmly in his hand. Then he made several sharp movements, cutting the air. The master carefully watched these movements. He had the idea that when he reached his peak, Ho would be able to form even more powerful ki by concentrating it inside the blade, surpassing the power of the sword itself. He continued to watch as the snow rose into the air with each swing of Ho's sword. The master remembered that he only gained the sword's true power when his hair turned gray, but Ho achieved this just 2 years after taking up the sword. With a sharp swing of his sword, Ho cut down a huge boulder. This testing of the sword made him say, "Pretty good sword." At that moment, the master turned to him. He said, "I know how strong you are." Then he added, "You reached your peak by learning from me, and I learned from Nam Gong, the best swordsman clan. This is not just skill. It is the technique of the boundless heaven sword. Now you are strong enough to easily defeat the elders of the great clans." All of Master Ho's serious words were answered with only a short understood. The master threw wood into the fire and continued his explanation. Suddenly, Ho said that he did not want to become stronger in this way. He explained that he did not want to be limited by any technique. Nam Gong clan's fencing technique is undoubtedly one of the strongest, and it is because of it that he has become stronger. But the Nam Gong clan's sword art, which he thought was exceptional, at a certain point began to feel like a limitation to him, preventing him from using his power to the fullest extent. The master asked him to explain in more detail. "You bastard, what do you mean?" asked the master. Ho heard his question and thought. He looked at the giant tree behind the master. Instead of explanations, he decided to demonstrate his words. He began to draw his sword, looking piercingly at the tree. His eyes lit up with a blue glow, as did the blade aimed straight at the tree. Using his power, he punched a hole right in the center of the tree. The energy was so powerful that the master even closed his eyes. At that moment, Ho changed the position of his sword. This created a vortex of wind that began to destroy the tree from the created hole into small pieces. The whirlwind became bigger and stronger. The master even stood up, not understanding what was happening. Ho had to use even more force. He clenched his teeth, and then he swung his sword, raising it high up. The energy became so much that a powerful explosion rang out. Ho calmly sheathed his sword and looked towards the remaining funnel. He estimated the size of the sinkhole, which could become the basis for a giant lake. It was then that the master realized that the power of the Ho sword could not be described in ordinary terms. It was both emptiness and the essence of the martial art itself. "When did it start?" asked the master, to which Ho replied, "I'm just getting started." The master knew that the student would surpass the teacher, but he did not expect it to be so great. "It's all right now that you know," Ho said with a swagger he didn't lack. It was clear, if this is only the beginning, then the process is not yet complete. Master only wanted to see how far Ho's power could go. He decided to help him, to share his deep knowledge acquired while traveling around the world in search of martial arts outside his native country. Master Ho was not going to refuse the offer, but he defiantly declared that he would consider himself humiliated if he could not repay him. This impudence angered the master so much that he almost wanted to kill this brat. Climbing up, the master explained to the student that the Dharma master created martial arts. Together with the Zen master Tang Sampan and the heavenly demon, the martial art was brought to perfection. Ho began to remember who exactly the master was telling him about. And who is this Tan Sampan, the bastard he mentioned? Just remembered the name. Remembered that he was the one who fought him with the stupid monk, talking about yin and yang. At that moment, the image of a girl appeared before his eyes. It was the girl he had loved in his past life, and whom he had almost forgotten. That child. I wonder if she is doing well now in the afterlife with her older brother. Master, meanwhile, continued. If Ho had lived in that era, he would have been able to fight those people to become the strongest in history. The strongest thing ever. It sounded really exciting. Thinking about the master's words, Ho laughed. The master even stopped and asked what he was laughing about, to which he replied, "Yes, nothing." At first, the sword was just a means for Ho to become stronger, and now the sword itself became his target. He took a deep breath, closed and opened his eyes as he looked at the master standing 20 meters ahead, holding his sword in his hands. Ho warned that if he could not block his sword, he would either be crippled for life or die. The master once again asked if he was ready. Ho nodded his agreement several times. The master closed his eyes and opened them again, determination in his eyes. He pushed himself off the ground and lunged forward, his eyes shining and his sword tightly clenched in his hand. Now he needed to use all the strength he had accumulated during his life. He put all that power into one blow. The sword flew straight towards Ho's head, and 2 blue dots glowed from under Ho's eyebrows, his eyes. This radiance gave rise to incredible power. With this power, he smashed the master's sword into small fragments. The blue glow spread in all directions. The master swooped past, the shards of the sword hanging in the air. Ho exhaled and steam came out of his mouth. Behind him stood the master, laughing quietly. He looked at the part of the sword that remained in his hand. The fusion of the body and the sword, the power of the sword, everything he thought was important in his life now seemed useless. Returning to the student, the master said that this was the end of the training. Ho was unhappy that his sword didn't even have a name. Although he exists on Earth, his pride is so great that it even reaches the heavens. This sword can compete with the heavens, making them tremble in fear. That is why the master gave his blade the name, Destroyer of Heavens. A sword capable of shattering the heavens. The master called him that after sensing his true power. And Ho liked this sword name immensely. 5 years have passed since he met his master and picked up the sword. Now his blade has become the strongest in history, the breaker of heaven. After completing his studies, Ho went home. He walked across the palace yard, stretching. He was on his way to his father, having just woken up. He explained that he had overslept because he had been repeating everything his teacher had taught him until late at night. Anyway, the father was glad that Ho had come and asked him to go to school to pick up his sister. Ho considered it a task for Mr. Zhang, but his father asked to replace him as he would be gone for several days due to his mother's deteriorating condition. Ho tried to find an excuse not to go and begged someone else to be sent, but his father insisted. He asked Ho to leave when told. Ho shrugged and reluctantly agreed. On the way to see his sister, he admitted that he was indeed so busy training that he hardly saw Sami, but something still infuriated him. Since when did he start obeying his father's orders and taking care of someone? It felt as if he had truly become In-ho. He reminded himself, "I am In-ho, not the late Ha-In-ho," and ran forward. Soon he was already standing under the gate with the inscription, Academy of the Golden Teachings. He leaned against a tree and began to watch, looking at the carriages that came to collect the students. Ho thought that only talented children from rich families attended this academy. Just look at how they throw money even at the carriages. All for show. He was even ashamed to think that Mr. Zhang was taking Somi away in such a carriage. A man was standing next to the horse, waiting. The man noticed the boy under the tree and asked where he was staring. He addressed Yingho directly. Seeing that Ho ignored him, the man became even more angry. He lunged at him, asking if Ho was looking for trouble, and asking if he knew who the crew belonged to. Ho reached for his sword first. He did this because the man was also reaching for his sword. However, Ho decided to do otherwise. He held the token right in front of the man's face. It was a golden token engraved with the character Heaven against a background of clouds. The man realized that in front of him was someone from a prestigious family living in the capital city of Cheonghajin. Ho, looking at his frightened face, calmly asked him to tell whose crew it was. The girl with a beaming smile on her face quickly ran straight to him, filling the space around with joy. Seeing him, she couldn't hold back. She jumped into his arms, hugging him tightly, as if she missed every cell. "You're already 16? When will you stop hitting on me, will you see?" he asked jokingly. In response, she only smiled and said that she was doing this because she loved him very much. She laughed merrily, and he thought that perhaps her sincere demeanor reminded her of her late mother. Although his face seemed displeased, he could see this girl blossoming, becoming more beautiful every day. On the way back, she offered to take a look at the market and have something tasty to eat. And at that time, one scoundrel looked suspiciously after them, turned to Guju, who was standing nearby, and asked if he knew that young man. Guju explained that he was a young master from Cheonghaj, and it was clear even from his posture and confident gaze. The sky was beginning to darken. The sun was slowly hiding behind the mountains, enveloping the street in evening light. In the house, Master Jin sat thoughtfully. His gaze was heavy. Next to his hand was an envelope with the words, "Namgung Family" on it. His face expressed deep sadness. Suddenly he heard the joyful voices of his children outside the door. Opening the door, he saw In Ho and his little sister entering the house. But at home, their father was waiting for them with very terrible news, which seemed to change the whole world. With sadness in his voice, quietly, he began to address them, trying to gather his strength. Father told what happened 2 days ago at dawn, and his words sounded like a blow. Yingho didn't know what to say in response. His mind froze at what he heard. After some time, they were already in the carriage, which slowly set off. There was a deep silence in the carriage, as if it absorbed all emotions. Each of them sat with their heads bowed, speechless at the gravity of the situation. In-ho closed his eyes and sank into his memories, seeking solace in the past. He remembered walking through the meadows with the master, sharing the dream of a normal life. The master replied that it was a difficult but worthy path, especially for the strongest in history. He watched with interest to see how far In-ho could advance along this path. He said that he himself did not have much time left, and it sounded sad. He asked the student to avoid shedding blood, even if circumstances force him to try to the last, and once asked him, "How many in this world do you think will go exactly as you want?" He sincerely hoped that the words blood or demon would never stick to Yingho's name. That was all he cared about. The 5 years spent together were like an inexorable but momentary rain that passed, leaving a mark in the heart. Yingho slowly opened his eyes, returning from his memories to reality. He thought that death was not the end, but rather a real beginning, and he reassured himself with that. They drove all night, and by morning they were already approaching the majestic gate. On the gate was an inscription, "Namgung Family." A lot of people gathered at the entrance, eagerly waiting for the arrivals. When the people turned around, they saw 2 carriages surrounded by numerous guards. They immediately recognized this guard as Cheonghajin's heavenly guard. The guards were known as the best defenders of Cheonghajin, each of them worthy of praise. One of the guards hurried over, called his name, and announced that the heavenly leader and his children had arrived. In a few minutes, they were already entering the courtyard, where they were met by the head of the Namgun clan. He greeted them with a smile, saying that it was a great honor for them. In-ho carefully assessed the situation, realizing that such a famous family did not take merchants seriously. However, the head of the family, Namgun himself, went out to meet his father. Just like the boy who tried to pick on him at the academy, now he must be scared of Jin's financial power. The head of the clan postponed all matters because his teacher had recently passed away. Ho's words slightly surprised the people standing behind. "Even if no one reported it, my uncle would probably be happy to have you come," said the chief. After these words, Jin introduced his daughter and son. Somi bowed and said that it was a great honor for her to meet the distinguished head of such a great family. Uncle Ho often mentioned Somi, and always dreamed of having her as his granddaughter. After that, the head turned his gaze to the boy. He called his name, showing that he knew who was in front of him. The chief then asked if it was true that his uncle taught the boy martial arts. Ho replied that he had only learned a little about the Namgung clan's martial arts. The other members of the clan were surprised that the uncle could teach martial arts to a foreigner. Their violent emotions were stopped by the head only by raising his hand. Silence came instantly. "How can you even allow yourself to be disrespectful in the presence of honored guests?" he asked sternly. His look quickly put everyone at ease, bringing order. Yingho had the same serious and stern look as the clan head. The head himself apologized, explaining that young people do not have enough knowledge to understand what to say. Jean understood him perfectly and had no complaints. In addition, because of their long journey, the head decided to see them personally. Meanwhile, a strange figure with a mocking expression was wandering in the forest. It was a young guy with dark hair who sniffed as if sensing something unusual. He looked around intently, looking up. "Is that the smell of yukai?" he whispered to himself, warily surveying the surroundings. His gaze was directed forward to where the grand palace of the Namgong family could be seen. Inho, immersed in the memories of the master, looked at his photo framed by a black ribbon. Sadness came over him as he contemplated the fact that such a person was no more. He thought it would be quiet here, but the place was surprisingly crowded. Not only representatives of 9 factions and 5 great clans came, but also people from other currents and sects. All this information was reported by a sister who had repeatedly seen many of these people at father's meetings. Her knowledge impressed Yingho, and he was interested to listen to his sister. They approached the father, who asked them to go get something to eat, because he needed to talk to those present. Inho decided to go out for some fresh air, asking his sister to leave him more meat. A strong hand placed a small cup of tea on the table. "I must be going crazy," he said to himself. He was disgusted by these boring and gloomy funerals. The tablemates pointed to the 4th empty seat that the girl was supposed to occupy, after which the atmosphere would perhaps be a little better. One of them pointed to the little girl at the table. He looked at that girl and realized that it was Inho's little sister, Somi. She calmly went about her business at the table. He smiled broadly and told his friends that the matter had already been resolved. Suddenly, there were loud screams of a fragile girl. Somi begged to let go of her hand, which he gripped tightly, causing pain. She did not understand at all what was wrong with this boy. "Why are you so prickly? All I want is for you to sit next to me and share the sadness of the passing of the deceased," he said. "Please don't make me a bad boy," he continued with feigned sincerity. But despite his words, her hand was already red and she was writhing in pain. Inho suddenly appeared behind him, called him a lustful beast, and advised him to get away and sit mournfully in his hole. The girl exclaimed in alarm, "Brother Yingho!" when she saw him. Hearing the name, the big man asked if this was really the owner of the Heavenly Blade. Yingho had no desire to answer that question. He only warned him that he was inviting trouble when he asked such questions. Those around them have already begun to pay attention, because they were creating a real commotion. Zdrovan introduced himself as Pak Jake, son of the northern tribe. He spoke proudly, explaining that he just wanted to talk to the girl for a bit, and nothing else. Park believed that Inho had simply misunderstood his sister's reaction. And even if he did, he couldn't believe that Inho had called him a lustful beast, feeling insulted. Park loudly declared that Inho should apologize to him. Pak's friends at the table were only amused by this, thinking that Inho would now be in serious trouble. But Yingho himself did not think so at all. He warned the big man that if he did not want to humiliate himself in front of everyone present, he should calmly and politely apologize to his sister. "Just look at him. A simple merchant with money in his pocket thinks he's untouchable," Puck said mockingly. In response, Inho threw, "And you just look at this angry beast!" After these words, Puck couldn't stand it and decided to take a swing, intending, if not to kill, at least to seriously hit him. Sister Somi closed her eyes, not wanting to see this horror. But without taking a single step, Yingho deftly dodged the huge hand that flew straight for his head. "Well, you can do something," Puck admitted, but he didn't need to talk, because Inho unexpectedly kicked him. Puck fell on the tile so hard that it vibrated. Inho decided to show something else and grabbed his ankle, showing off his strength. One movement of the hand base, and his ligaments are torn. Pain permeates the whole body. There is such a loud scream that the ears of those around are covered. Park grabbed his ankle, crawling on the ground and calling Inho a crazy bastard. At that moment, the sister was very worried about her brother. Behind him, 2 brats pounced, trying to grab Yingho. But he, playing with them, jumped up, and these 2 began to fight with their own shadow. The shadow looming above turned out to be Yingho himself. He let each of them feel his soul on their face, and then, by chance, they fell right on the guest's table. Food and their blood flew in different directions, causing astonishment in those present. At this moment, Puck was shaking with anger, watching everything, ready for anything. But suddenly, he felt a pressure on the back of his head. Inho's foot pressed his face into the ground. In-ho himself calmly asked if he still wanted to repeat his words. However, Ying-ho remembered one important piece of advice from his late teacher, and if it weren't for this advice, he would have taught this brat a long time ago. Puck, pressed to the ground, only screamed, as if kissing her in pain and humiliation. Suddenly a man appeared who decided to intervene and calm them down. He watched the scene in amazement, a look of genuine confusion on his face. His surprise increased when he saw Mo Yongsu with a bruise on his cheek. He also noticed the head of the family, Seok Horiil, with blood coming from his nose. And the most interesting sight was Park Jeek, who was literally kissing the floor. Standing next to her was Somi, a small 16-year-old girl who was shaking from what she had experienced. She could barely hold back the tears that welled up in her eyes. The man was amazed that these warriors could not even appreciate the difference in strength. Ying-ho turned to him and said that given the situation, an explanation was hardly necessary. At first, the man didn't know what to say, but quietly said Ying-ho's name. He then introduced himself as Han, Hyodan's deputy chief in charge of maintaining order in Shoga, and announced that the situation was now under their control. Ying-ho then stated that he couldn't believe that these scoundrels would brazenly cling to the daughter of the head of one of the 3 great houses during mourning, insulting the clan head himself and his son. He hinted that the rules in Namgung's house don't seem to be followed properly. After that, he asked not to close the case just because Pa belongs to one of the 5 great clans. That would be extremely unfair. Meanwhile, behind their backs, someone was quietly sipping tea, watching everything. On his belt hung a talisman woven from a thick thread. This man was stunned that 3 high-ranking warriors had been defeated so easily by the heir of a large merchant guild. After a while, In-ho was tending to his sister's hand. She explained that she politely refused Puck, but he grabbed her anyway. Thanks to the medicine Ying-ho used, the hand will heal in a few days. Suddenly, a slight cough was heard behind him. The old man asked if there would be a free place for an old man like him. Ying-ho immediately looked at him carefully, scanning him from head to toe. The old man was wearing worn clothes, but with 8 knots on his belt. Among the various types of views, there is one that is particularly troubling. It was the insightful look of the old man from the Kaban. After that, the old man just laughed. Sitting next to him, he called himself Chuange and told about his life, which is spent under the open sky where he begs for food. The old man came to talk about the rumor that In-ho had studied under the late master, and immediately offered to get down to business. Chuange admitted that the late master, despite living on alms, had a unique ability to find talented people. Chuange came here because he saw great potential in Ying-ho, and invited him to join the Sea Battle Union. After all, his late master gifted Ying-ho with wings that can open up great opportunities for him. Ying-ho knew about the Murim Martial Union. It was one of the strongest unions in the world of martial arts. Those who were near their table noticed that an elder from the Kaban was sitting across from young In-ho. They considered it a great honor for Ying-ho, as all those chosen by the elder follow the righteous path in the Murim Martial Union. After listening to the elder's suggestion, Ying-ho thought for a few minutes, and then calmly answered that he was not going to agree. Such an answer was completely unexpected for Chuang. In-ho refused so quickly and categorically that it caused genuine surprise. The old man decided to ask about the reason for the refusal. "Do you need a reason for reluctance?" Ying-ho replied. He offered to just leave it at that, because he was not interested in it. The elder decided to change the topic of conversation and move on to the next question. He said that Ying-ho will face a serious challenge in the near future. Quan Wan Pichin, known as the Bloodthirsty Lord, is the name he earned in Hapukpeng Province, where he holds the title of 24th Lord. Those who know him well enough know that he flies into a berserk rage and sows chaos when pushed to the limit. And it is this bloodthirsty lord who cares the most for that pathetic bastard that In-ho just beat up. Chuange assured young Ying-ho that he believed in his strength and ability to endure this ordeal. The Peng clan would not stand by and fold their hands when their authority was questioned. After this story, Chuange asked Ying-ho what he thought about it. Even though Ying-ho is a young master, Chuange was sure that he would not want to put up with such people, and suggested that he inform Master Mensch to resolve the situation with his younger brother. Of course, if his brother showed even the slightest interest in joining the battle union. The little sister was very worried about her little brother. Ying-ho turned to Chuange and said that his unnecessary talk only makes his sister worry, and if Chuange had nothing more to say, he asked him to refrain from interrupting their meal. "Just look at him!" flashed through the old man's thoughts. Rising from his chair, he left them, saying that he was sure of their meeting soon. The sister asked her brother if it was normal to drive him away like that, but In-ho asked her not to worry, assuring her that nothing bad would happen. Chewonge thought as he walked away that even if In-ho didn't know anything about him, how can he remain so calm in front of Elder Kiban? Besides, when he heard about the threat, there was not a drop of fear in his eyes. He asked himself if he had seen anyone like that among his students lately. It was definitely not blind faith in others, but true confidence in one's own abilities. This annoyed him beyond belief, igniting anger in his soul. After a while, 2 guards stood by the high stairs. It was a cold room with cells where the punished were kept. A man approached one of the cells and said, "I warned you to watch your tongue and act carefully, but you didn't listen." A voice begged from behind the bars, "Please forgive me." Next to the man stood Hyun, who explained that he was acting in accordance with the disciplinary regulations. However, the man warned that if Lord Hapukpenga found out about this, he would not just let it go. Taehyun emphasized once again that no one in the Nam-gun clan was above the clan's rules, and the man had to accept his words. A voice filled with fury rang out in this huge house. Kwon Won-pichin was outraged to hear that his son was now imprisoned in a dungeon. The man explained that he tried to free him, but the elders were too stubborn. Kwon Won-pichin crushed the iron bowl in his hand, indignant at these haughty people. He immediately turned to his best warrior. He ordered him to go and break both legs of this merchant's son. Hopyeong asked if it was Lord Cheonhajan's son. Another man explained that Cheonhajan's master had been conducting a mutually beneficial trade with them for generations, and if the situation escalated, it would jeopardize future relations. The heavy iron bowl fell to the floor with a thud from Kwon's anger. He explained to his men that as a father, he was not going to stand by and watch his son be humiliated and thrown into prison. Seeing their reaction, he said that he was ready to go himself and wring the neck of this brat. Warrior Hopyeon tried to stop the master, asking him to hold back. He offered to go alone like a warrior and stayed with the other man, discussing that there was nothing they could do about Kwon Won-pichin valuing this scoundrel so much. The bearded man promised to approach the situation carefully and asked the warrior to do the same. Everything had to happen quietly, so that no one would find out tonight. It was already night in Namgong's courtyard. One of Namgung's family members approached In-ho to inform him that his father had asked to convey that the negotiations might go late into the night. He recommended that In-ho go back to the guest suite and rest. In-ho agreed to go with his sister as they wanted something to eat, and he was getting tired of the constant stares directed at them. He offered to accompany them to the room. Meanwhile, a warrior sent by Kwon Won-pichin appeared on one of the rooftops. The warrior watched them and wondered in his mind. He was instructed to worry about fighting a child who did not pose a serious threat, and all this is just for the sake of earning a living. In-ho asked his sister to go inside first and rest. He himself decided to take a walk since he had eaten a lot, and it was simply necessary. "You're out of breath," the sister joked. She also asked him not to stay outside for long and to come back soon. But the desire to go for a walk was not due to overeating. He felt the presence of an uninvited guest. Even someone thrown overboard in the middle of the ocean would feel that hard look from miles away. Ying-ho walked down the street, occasionally looking back. He carefully examined different sides, trying to find something. Ying-ho noticed that piercing gaze peeking out from somewhere in the darkness. Then he simply asked aloud how much longer the warrior would wait, choosing the right moment. "It would be polite to at least show up before getting into trouble," he added. The warrior was very surprised as he had completely erased all traces of his presence using the turtle breath technique to perfection. However, even being about 20 meters away from Ying-ho, he could hear Ying-ho's confused breathing. The warrior covered his mouth with his hand, thinking it must be some trick. He believed that the young man was simply provoking him. "Why are you hesitating? Do you realize you are about to do something bad?" Ying-ho threw 2 questions that only increased his doubts, and then he said that the warrior simply lacked confidence. The warrior's eyes turned red with rage as thoughts began to fill his head. Thoughts that it was true that he wasn't quite pure and noble as befits a Hopyeon leader, but that was exactly what he couldn't afford. If no one finds out, then there is nothing to prove, he thought. Because only In-ho and him were here, he decided to do it so that the boy could not even walk on his own for at least a month. The warrior planned to sneak off the roof and approach Ying-ho from behind. But turning his head, In-ho told him that he had wasted all his training. The kick was so strong that the warrior barely managed to block. However, even the block did not save him, and he flew straight into the wall. "You dared to attack from behind, showing your desire to kill from all sides. What did you want to achieve with that?" "Looks like you mistook me for a piece of dirt," Ying-ho said calmly. These words seemed arrogant to the soldier, as from a person who overestimates himself. Calling Ying-ho a scoundrel, he pushed off the wall and lunged at him again. He grabbed the boy with both hands, trying to strangle him with force. In these 2 strikes, the warrior put all his effort into knocking Yingho down. But from the calm smile on Yingho's face, it was clear that he was not in pain at all, and even asked with sarcasm, "Is that all you're capable of?" Yingho easily deflected his blow, which stunned the warrior even more. He noted that he owes his skills to a good teacher who taught him this. Then asked to convey the following message. "Next time, send someone stronger, if you don't plan to stay here." He asked to convey this message to the father of that lustful scoundrel. The warrior became even more angry, shouting, "Shut up!" and with indignation uttered, "How dare you, the son of an ordinary merchant!" There was no continuation. The attack from Inho silenced him. For a few more minutes, he would certainly not be able to utter a single word. Yingho didn't attack him physically, but he pointed his hand out and released a stream of energy that was enough to put the scoundrel in his place. He stood quietly, listening to the warrior cough as he recovered from the blow. Then there was the sound of an old man who seemed to be nearby and watching everything by chance. It was Chuange who asked if Inho was okay. "Not even a hair has fallen," Yingho replied calmly. Despite this, the old man continued to express doubt in his words. Suddenly he turned his head to the side, looking intently. He looked at the warrior who seemed to be experienced and asked, "So is he?" Approaching, Chuanga realized who was standing before him. But now this state clearly did not resemble the ordinary warrior Hopyong Tanju. Chuangi asked Yingho if he knew him, standing behind him. Yingho replied that he was one of the exceptional martial artists and the head of the Pakpeng clan's elite division. After hearing this, Yingho just calmly said, "Well, okay." Calling Yingho a younger brother, the old man explained that this was not a situation to be taken lightly. The very fact that the head of the Penga clan had sent this warrior to him meant that he had no intention of simply leaving the situation. "Well, you already talked about it during the day," Yingho reminded him. Although the old man had only guesses and a bit of exaggeration then. But if the head of the Penga clan finds out that even his warrior was unable to eliminate you, he will definitely pay close attention to you and come personally. Because of this, Chuangi asked Yingho to listen carefully to his advice. Inho pretended not to notice, but the old man insisted, explaining that he was really worried this time. If Clan Chief Penga himself intervenes, even the ruler of Cheonghajan will not be able to protect you, Chuange continued. He spoke these words after Inho, who was walking with his fingers covering his ears, not listening to the old man at all. In fact, Yingho acted far beyond Chuange's expectations, and it would even be possible that it is the head of the Penga clan who will have coals burning under his feet, hinting at his inevitable failure. As Yingho walked away, Chuange approached the wounded warrior and asked if he was all right. Meanwhile, at Quan Wanpie Chin's house, late at night, the soldier was found unconscious at the entrance to the main headquarters and immediately brought here. There were no serious injuries, but he was still unconscious. The bearded man regarded this situation as a complete failure. In the same house, but already in the morning, the warrior felt the weight of a hand on his neck. It was the hand of Quan Wanpie Chin, who was very angry. "I sent you to break his legs, but instead you returned to me defeated." The warrior excused himself by explaining that Yingho could see right through him despite the shadow techniques and even used a protective shield. He tried to explain that Inho is a very unusual guy, but Quan just threw him against the wall. He believed that the warrior had simply underestimated Yingho and approached him safely, and now he was making up an excuse. Quan then stated that he would have to see this young man himself. But the bearded warrior apologized and reported that everyone had just been informed of the ruler's imminent arrival. Quan Wanpie Chin breathed through his teeth silently, holding back his anger. Namgun Jin stood in front of his warriors. They were burly men, armed and disciplined. They lined up on either side, making way for him to pass. The dignified person walked slowly and confidently. The head of the Namgong clan was with him, discussing with him the return to the citadel. They had hoped that he would stay until the funeral, but Namgun Jin begged to understand that as the leader, he had many matters that needed to be dealt with immediately. Namgun Jin explained that he didn't have free time to mourn his brother like the other members of the Namgun clan. Walking down the street, he commanded respect from everyone. People bowed before him and shouted in chorus, "Glory to the Lord!" Standing behind these people was Yingho, who could clearly feel the energy emanating from the Lord. He remembered the teacher's words and admitted that he was right. His majesty was astounding. He easily suppressed the auras of others with just a slight smile. Sword King Namgun Jin is a true lord who fought with the leader of the demonic sect for supremacy. At that moment, Inho said, "I want to fight him one day." He was overcome with emotion, and even his sister noticed it, asking what happened. However, as soon as she asked the question, Inho noticed another person of interest. He was a stocky man with two scythes who stood out from the crowd. It was Quan Wanpie Chin himself. Ying-ho guessed that before him was the same scoundrel from Peng, Lord Hapuk of Peng. In appearance, Quan reminded him of a small but extremely strong bear. Might be worth trying to fight him as well. Chairman Nam Gong met the head of the Peng clan and asked why he was causing such inconvenience. Considering that their distinguished guests were preparing for a long journey, he emphasized once again that everything that happens in their clan's territory must be decided according to the clan's laws, without any exceptions. Quan turned to head Nam Gung and sarcastically asked if he was going to disappoint him until the very end. The clan head emphasized once again that according to the rules, their misdeeds should have been publicly announced and punished in front of everyone, considering the honor and dignity of the trio. He personally carried out the punishment and sent them to prison. In response, he only said, "What a shame." He started to get angry and said whatever he wanted. Beside him stood a smiling old man, Chuange. Quan Wampiejan, exasperated, shouted at him, demanding that he say something instead of just being silent. But the old man replied that if they were punished according to the rules, he had nothing to add. Zdrovan called him absolutely useless. Others advised him to keep his cool, reminding him that there are things you can do and things you can't. This is when Namgun Jin intervened, asking that even if Quan apologized, what made him think they would be accepted? After all, the eldest son of the head of the Penga clan attacked his daughter and left bruises on her tender body. Also, it was Jin who was able to extinguish the conflict, while Quan reignites it, adding fuel to the fire. He asked Quan not to underestimate the merchant. If the situation escalated, Jin was ready to show him what he was capable of using all the resources of the Cheongajang clan. The tension between them grew with each passing moment. They looked at each other, wanting to say more, but the presence of the others made them hold back. Standing outside, Inho was talking to his sister, just discussing Quan. All he's capable of is fighting, while our father was unbeatable, Yingho remarked. Suddenly there was the sound of a broken door, and through it, Quan Wanpiechan ran out into the street. He stood directly in front of Inho, who instinctively shielded his sister by covering her with his hand. Quan was so gigantic that even the massive door behind him seemed tiny. As he breathed in and out, steam rose from his nose like an animal preparing for battle. He slowly took a few steps forward. After walking a little further than necessary, he stopped behind Inho. "Consider yourself lucky I didn't break your neck right now," he said quietly. A slight smile appeared on Yingho's lips. He then sneered at Quan. "Hey, you stubborn little bear!" Quan froze, not realizing what had just happened. Slowly, very slowly, he turned his head back, even asked twice what exactly Inho said. "I thought you had a bad hearing, since you have such a hard time understanding words, but it seems you heard everything perfectly." "Yes, I called you a stubborn little teddy bear. That's what you look like in my eyes." Inho's words made Quan pant like an angry demon, and every muscle on his face tensed up with anger. At this time, clan head Namgun and Jin were walking down the street, discussing the situation. Hajin was expressing his gratitude that the head had handled the matter so wisely. Suddenly Jin noticed that his daughter was standing all alone. She turned to the side and noticed her father. Approaching her, he asked where her brother was and why she was here alone. Looking at the gigantic silhouette in front of him, Minho thought that Quan should be called the unruly monster, one who always put battles first and crushed his opponents with his fierce rage. He was already fed up with this and decided to stay for a few days to teach him a lesson in obedience. Unfortunately, it looks like this guy has grown up a bit and become less hot-tempered. Looking at this giant, Yingho remembered his past life and found it rather amusing. Glancing at Quan, the name Unruly Bear immediately came to his mind. But how many times will it be necessary to beat this stubborn beast so that he finally wises up? He wondered if he should start with a few cuts, though it seemed like it would be too boring. They were already standing on the battlefield, and Quan Wanpiechan thought his arrogance was so great that even Cheonhajang meant nothing to him. In response, Inho just laughed out loud, calling him a stubborn little teddy bear again. In fact, he really disliked haughty people who knew nothing of true power, and warned Quan that he would be struck by lightning if he continued to spout such nonsense. Hearing this, Quan only got angrier and angrier. His rage had reached such a strength that the grass around him was blown into tiny particles. He was indeed one of the 24 great martial artists. Despite everything, Yingho could feel his powerful energy, which truly seemed outstanding. However, there is no joy for him in ordinary battles. Quan took on an even more menacing look, stating that he originally planned to appease his anger by only breaking Inho's legs, but now that wasn't enough. However, if he really wanted to dig his claws into the boy, he should have tried to do it with all his might. Inho smiled, inviting him to try, mocking the giant. He joked, provoking his opponent, As soon as Quan pushed off the ground shook beneath him. He flew at Ying Ho at such a speed as if he only weighed 60 kilograms. Ying Ho met him confidently and calmly. He dodged Quan's hand by making a quick move to the left. Quan, along with his hand, flew further without hitting the target. He turned, blowing hot air from under his nose, angry and surprised. Quan admitted that it wasn't bad for a young man who made the earth and grass rise into the air around his giant body. He also recognized that In Ho had learned his teacher's lessons well, and with these words he rushed at him to deliver a second blow. It looked like his big fist was about to hit Ying Ho right in the face, but instead of his face, a firm fist met with a small hand, which unexpectedly stopped the healthy opponent. She restrained him firmly, not allowing him to take a step forward. He froze in place. "And who do you think I studied martial arts with to get to this level?" Ho asked. He asked this question without taking his eyes off the bloodthirsty eyes of his opponent. He silently assessed the situation, preparing the next step to escape and continue the fight. He suddenly turned 180-degree, throwing Ho into the air. Zdravilo thought that he wanted to run away, and shouted that he would not allow it. He instantly rushed after him as Ho just landed on the ground. "You're making too much noise. You're starting to annoy me. A little more and I'll start yawning," Ho added sarcastically. These words ignited the fury of Quan Wan Pekin, who was now even more eager to finish off this insolent young man. Slamming his fist on the ground with all his might, he was convinced that he had finally caught him. He raised his hands and the earth fell from his fists, but there was a sound behind him that prevented him from feeling the victory. "Heard that those who rank among the 24 great martial artists have reached the peak of their skill and perfected their skills," the voice said. "But looking at you, I don't see you as a master from that list," Ho continued frankly. These words sounded just behind him, causing the enemy to think. They even reminded him of how the trio of Nogwan Chin Sachok, Sawan Cholmusong, and Kwanwan Pechina had been discussed in the main hall, doubting their skill. Everyone was unanimous that this trio did not reach the top of their schools, unlike the rest. Some even suggested renaming the list to 21 Great Masters, and calling these three Divine Masters. And all that time, it was Quan Wan Pechin who was eavesdropping on all this from the corner. Gradually, the fog of memories dissipated, revealing the clarity of the mind. "It's a shame to end such a short life," Quan said with a hint of regret. His energy changed dramatically, becoming more powerful. Even his appearance became different. His eyes glowed with yellow light, as did the two spheres that formed in his fists. But Ho just sighed. "You better show it earlier. The strength of the Juggernaut has reached a new level, showing true power." He decided to resort to unshakable determination. His next strike, known as the Harmony Pillar, fired dozens of golden orbs towards the boy. These dozens turned into hundreds, and as soon as the balls touched something, they exploded with such force that even the mountains trembled. It was something incredible, and it was difficult for Quan to control such power. Even at a distance of several kilometers, you could see the explosions taking place there. The martial art of the Peng family has its origins in military traditions, as it arose under the burden of war. This art is a deadly technique, the greatest blow created to destroy enemies on the battlefield. After using this attack, looking at the huge funnel in front of him, he thought that the boy was just a poor fool. "If you had begged me, maybe I would have spared your life," Quan said quietly. Something blue began to flicker in the thick cloud of dust. With this blue streak, a silhouette began to appear, which the big man immediately noticed. It was Ho, and a sword was shining in his hand. Quan Wan Pekin couldn't believe it. "Damn it! It's impossible!" Ho survived the barrage of bursts of unstoppable determination that rained down on him, and that blue sword in his hand was overflowing with energy. Seeing this sword, Quan couldn't hide his surprise. None of his techniques hit this young man. Quan couldn't understand how he blocked all of his attacks with just one sword. He remembered the warrior's words, said with a hand on his neck, about the fact that this young man is far from an ordinary boy. Now he finally realized that these words were not just refusals. Quan's gaze settled on the sword, and he assumed that it was all about the power of this artifact. Because if he was able to suppress his final technique, it must be because of the sword. But a question popped into Quan's mind. What kind of sorcery allowed the son of an ordinary merchant to reach the rank of a martial artist? He began to blame Ho for hiding his power. "What difference does it make?" muttered the big man, still confused. Even he had to admit that the young man was really impressive, and it exceeded all his expectations. He involuntarily exposed his blade under the impression. But once the blade is exposed, it would be wrong to return it to the scabbard, especially in front of the enemy. Instead, Ho decided to show his opponent something special. Quan Wan Pekin was still convinced that even after reaching the heights of martial arts, a boy remains a boy. He decided to go to his maximum, and assumed an even more terrifying form. However, the Heavenly Blade dance consists of 3 different techniques, each with its own unique style. Today, this technique will be shown to the world for the first time. This is Master Ho's favorite blade technique. It is simple, short and clean, without unnecessary movements or decorations. It was also the first technique he mastered. Standing in a fighting stance in front of the enemy, Ho could only think that this was the very technique that his teacher loved the most. As the Heavenly Blade dance began, the grass around him began to rise up. Hearing the name of the technique, the enemy mockingly called it a stupid and useless art. He responded with Heaven's Earth Palm. The spheres flew straight in Ho's direction. The first strike that Ho performed was called the Cloud Splitting Strike. The big man's eyes lit up yellow, and he was almost speechless at what he saw. He didn't even blink before Ho was right in front of him. Behind him, the young man left a trace of an extremely strong line, dissecting even the sky. Only echoes could be heard behind them, the remnants of the attack that Kwanwan Pekin had used. All that remained was to move the sword a little further, because even the earring on the big man's ear had already been cut. He didn't even have time to see the moment when the deadly cold pierced his body. He now recognized that this fast and powerful blade was unmatched even among the 24 grandmasters. He also realized that this novice's martial arts had reached the pinnacle of mastery. The grass was still hanging in the air, and the boy was already sheathing his sword. He gave life to the big man, recognizing him as the first person other than his teacher to witness his mastery. "Why didn't you kill me?" asked the big man, holding on to his neck, which was dripping with blood. Ho explained that his teacher forbade killing without good reason, and he added that if he had to choose whether Kwanwan Pekin was a villain or a good man, he would say that he was more of a fool than a scoundrel. Kwan began begging Ho to kill him, because it was too humiliating to admit defeat to the boy and live with the shame. "Are you serious?" Bending down, Ho asked if he knew how painful death is. "Then why are you defending your dear son who humiliated and insulted my younger sister?" He continued. "If you had apologized right away, it wouldn't have come to this," Ho added, calling him a naive bear cub. Of course he slapped him kindly. This blow threw the healthy man aside. Having landed, he again began to crawl on his knees, coughing and spitting blood. These were the consequences of Kwan's son insulting Ho's sister and tarnishing the honor of the Cheonghajang clan. If he doesn't want to suffer further punishment for the contempt of his father and the disgrace that Kwan himself covered him with, he should think again why his head is still on his shoulders. Later, Ho himself was reprimanded by his father for leaving his sister unattended. Father asked what he was doing all this time. The sister calmly replied to the father that Ho had a stomach ache, and he just went to relieve himself. "Well, are you better now?" asked the father. Ho replied with a smile that he felt great, especially after such relief. Of course, these words seemed a little suspicious, but Ho's face was always unmoved. The guard behind the father announced that they were ready to leave. The owner, with an unmoved face, went forward, followed by his sister and brother, who asked if everything was all right with him. How could anything be wrong with him? Before leaving, a note was left from Kwan in which he explained the reason for his disappearance. "We accept full responsibility for all the misdeeds committed by Mr. Juk. I request that the son be punished according to the laws of the Namgun clan, and that he be delivered to Hapuk safe and sound." Head Namgun suggested that the owner of such an explosive character must have gotten into trouble and found himself in a situation with no choice. Could there be another reason why he changed his mind? Hyun remembered the words of the guards on the way out, saying that the young master and the head of the Pung clan had gone to the forest together. The young master returned within half an hour, and the clan head only appeared after the Cheonghajan ruler's family left. However, while the young master looked unscathed, the clan head looked like he had survived a brutal battle, if rumors were to be believed. Of course, he understood that it sounded incredible, but he still assumed that perhaps the young master defeated the head, teaching him a good lesson. That could be the explanation. He remembered the words of the master who had once said that there was a creature in the Cheonghajan clan that should not be provoked. The master advised to stay away from this monster. Is he really a monster? His father often used mysterious stories to explain the complexities of the world. He understood the monster as a warning about Cheonghajan's financial power. But now he began to think differently. Remembering the meeting with In-ho, his gaze, which was definitely not that of an ordinary student. And if it is true that he defeated Lord Peng, maybe the monster the father was talking about was actually the young master and Ho. Several colorful wooden rectangles flew up. Then they fell on the red cloth, and on each of them were painted hieroglyphs. The child who threw them said quietly, "You can go crazy. If I trip and fall, I'll break my nose and cut my hands. Even silk leaves deep scars. After that, he plucked a leaf hanging from a tree and said, "Let this letter take away all my failures for today. Amitabha." He blew on the leaf and released it into the air. Let him fly to where he finds peace, he thought. But suddenly something went wrong. The leaf fell directly on his hair. He realized that even just breathing could lead to a very dangerous path. Meanwhile, in the Cheonghajan clan, holding in his hands a fragment of an earring worn by the big man, Ho pointed it at the sunbeam. The reflections looked surprisingly beautiful. He thought about cutting off his ear, but for some reason he doubted it. It was a thought that wouldn't even have crossed his mind if he had remained a yukai. What a mercy, I would just tear him in half, he thought to himself. He couldn't believe that he had shown mercy, and it made him think that he was finally turning into a human. The quietly spoken words about the transformation were heard by Zhang, who questioned who he had become. Ho asked to be ignored and threw a piece of gold earring to Zhang, asking her to accept it as part of the payment for his mother's treatment. He caught her on the fly, although he did not understand what it was. Ho calmly explained that it was a gold earring that once adorned the ear of the head of the Penga clan of Hapuk. There were many people on the street, each busy with his own business. Ho found himself in the market, where he went to have a bite to eat. The food was freshly prepared and very tasty, but his pleasure was suddenly cut short. He noticed a crowd gathered around something interesting. It was obvious that something there had caught their attention. Multicolored wooden rectangles fell on the red fabric. A dark-haired boy sat above them, predicting the fate of people, and asked them not to focus only on making money, because all their fortunes could be stolen. The man in green joined to also learn about his financial prospects. The boy only answered with 2 words, 100 nyangs. He sold his services to others for 5 or 10 nyang, and the man was indignant that the price for him had jumped to 100. It all depends on the buyer, said the boy. But suddenly his attention shifted to something else. He began to sniff the air as if he sensed something. His eyes quickly darted in different directions. Meanwhile, the man in green insulted him, calling him a fraud who sells fake amulets. The boy jumped up in alarm and began to scream loudly. He turned and ran, shouting, "It's a yokai! The yokai has come!" The man just looked and thought that this is how an ordinary swindler runs away. Others, who were nearby, also began to think that the boy was a fraud and left. Ho stood still, listening to an old man say that he ought to catch this boy and teach him a lesson. Ho himself froze in place, not understanding what was happening. He only asked himself what just happened. He realized that this boy had definitely noticed him and called him a yokai. Meanwhile, the black-haired man was already running through the forest, muttering under his breath that he knew this would definitely happen. He was certain that the scent he smelled belonged to a yukai, and today he encountered one which only made things worse. Run so fast, saying that yukai should hide high in the mountains when the harbinger appears, but there was a stick flying in his direction. Stopped him, hitting him right between the legs. He tripped and fell face down on the ground. Ho was approaching him from behind, asking if he was tired of running. "I've been looking for you, little snotty herald." Hearing these words, he began to wave his hands, not knowing what to do. He pointed his red staff at Ho and asked how a yukai dared to walk the human world without fear. Then he took out a piece of paper with hieroglyphs drawn on it. He threw it into the air, and the paper flew extremely fast, eventually attaching itself to Ho's clothing. "Is this a talisman?" Ho asked in surprise, looking down at the piece of paper. "Does this jerk really think I'm a yukai?" At this point, the boy exclaimed, "Well, I told you, you dirty yukai. You should have been petrified. Now you can't move, can you?" But Ho's hand just went up and he calmly continued to move. In an instant, dozens of talismans flew at him. They even stuck to his face. Ho shook them off his body, calling it a futile attempt. After that, he approached the little one, lifting him by the collar. And the boy still continued to call Ho a dirty yokai. "Let's sit down and talk," Ho suggested. He met the Tathagata, and the Celestial allowed him to live a human life, shedding his yokai essence. He is now a human, not a yukai. But how did it happen? This stubborn soothsayer sees him as a yukai, not a human. It is impossible for the Tathagata to be mistaken. Placing the black-haired man on the edge of the cliff, Ho asked him why he stubbornly saw him as a yukai instead of a human. "Because you're a yokai. It doesn't matter which way I look at it. You can fool people, but you won't fool me," the boy answered confidently. And immediately after these words, the talisman stuck on his head again. It looked pretty funny from the side. Ho came over and slapped him on the head with his hand several times, repeating that he was not a yokai. The little one asked in surprise, "Are you really not a yokai?" Ho once again asked why he saw him as a yokai instead of a human. The boy explained that he had an intuition that even his teacher acknowledged, and she yells at him that Ho is a yukai. The word intuition sounded funny to Ho. Intuition is something that is half right and half wrong, he thought, suspecting that there was another reason. But the boy was absolutely sure that his intuition never let him down. Ho then asked the following: why didn't the talisman work on him? The black-haired boy couldn't find the words to answer. He tried several times to explain, but to no avail. It seems that Ho managed to prove that he is not a yukai. The guy sat down on the ground, started gathering his things, and said that he understood. He called himself ill-mannered, said goodbye, and started jumping off the cliff. But Ho grabbed him by the collar. Picking it up, he asked, how dare he accuse an ordinary man of being a yukai and then try to run away? You say you can see the heavenly spirit? Said Ho unexpectedly, which greatly surprised the boy, and asked him how he knew that the heavenly spirit could see. Without waiting for an answer, Ho threw him to the ground. Tired of holding his hand, Ho simply let go. Then he answered, calling it his intuition. He called his name and waited for the boy to answer. He turned around with a displeased expression on his face. Scratching the back of his head, the boy called himself Li Rian. After that, Ho asked him to follow him. Li didn't understand why he needed to follow Ho. He only offered Ho something to eat, guessing that he was hungry after escaping. The kid held his breath, finding no reason to refuse. They soon left for Cheonkajang. Li raised his head, staring in admiration at the incredibly beautiful sign above the entrance. He had no idea why Ho had brought him here, thinking that they should have gone to a restaurant or tavern if the purpose was to feed him. A man met them at the entrance, calling Ho the young master. Ho then turned to him and asked why he was standing there. The guard asked who Li was, and Ho replied that he was a traveling soothsayer. Li immediately realized that his companion was the young master of Cheonghajan. When they entered the house, the table was already covered with a variety of delicious food. Li could not take his eyes off this incredible delicacy and beauty. I hope you don't have any preconceptions about dining with yukai? Ho asked, thus admitting his true nature. Ho's father was outside. He was approaching the house where Ho was, and the nanny explained that he was now with a guest. Jin was surprised to hear that his son was with a guest. Sitting at the table, Li predicted for Ho that after failure, luck usually comes in the most unexpected way. He gave his name, Li Rian, and explained that he was traveling the country studying in the hope of mastering the way of the Tao. This is how he introduced himself to Ho's father, Jin. Jin turned to his son, asking permission to distract him for a moment. He asked Ho to go outside to ask a question. The question was whether he had been dealing with the head of the Namgun clan for a long time. Ho said that the chief was rudely pestering him with some contrived reason, believing him to be a martial artist, and that he did not give him the answer he expected. Did the boss say I was rude? Ho asked, to which his father replied, not really. Meanwhile, Li was eavesdropping on their conversation. Since nothing serious happened, the father saw no reason to detain his son. However, Ho found it strange that Jin had only come to ask about this. Would you like to go on an escort mission with me this time? Asked Jin. It was unexpected, an escort task to the possessions of the Shaman clan. Li also overheard this conversation and was interested in the mention of the Shaman clan. Ho tried to find a way to refuse, but his father asked him to take it as a useful experience of interacting with people. Ho was ready to go anywhere but the Shaman clan. However, the father's look said everything without words. With just one look, he made his son agree. At that moment, Li peeked around the corner, enthusiastically echoing Jin's words about being escorted to Shaman territory. It was strange why the little one was so excited. At first, Li asked Ho not to look at him like that, and he said that in any case he would go with him on this task. Ho and Li, like two true adventurers, sat on top of the chariot, surveying the endless spaces around. Ho looked completely disappointed, as if everything around him had lost all meaning to him. Li, unlike him, was glowing with joy, because for him the Shaman faction was the embodiment of true Taoism and power. He looked enthusiastically at the city, because for him this day was not just an event but a whole holiday, which he will remember for a long time. And what is so great about these shamans? Ho asked with a look of disbelief on his face. Li, not holding back his admiration, explained that the Shaman clan was sometimes called the Earth Heaven, because it was full of potential immortals. Who could not stand such conversations and believed that ordinary heaven was much better than these eternal fanatics. The great fox, the commander in the spirit world, entered the heavenly world, having done all the dirty work. His hands looked really scary. Perhaps it would be easier for you to sweep with your tails instead of a broom, one of the elders joked, alluding to his giant tails. Because of this, Ho couldn't stand all these immortals who don't die even when they are torn to pieces. Li continued to wave his arms, excitedly exclaiming that he was finally riding in the land of shamans. Ho became so exasperated that he threatened Li, saying, "If you don't shut up, I'll tie you to the cart." They drove for a long time until they found themselves in the middle of a dense forest where every bush whispered secrets. Little Lee had already fallen asleep, embracing his dreams of great shamans. Looking at him, Ho sighed, realizing that he was just one big problem he was bringing with him. All in all, Little Lee was a funny guy, and Ho seems to have put all doubts about him to rest, just as he stopped throwing talismans at him. However, in the bushes along the path they were traveling, there were burly big men hiding in their eyes with a menace in their eyes, who felt the presence of some idiots nearby. His intuition told him that they were not alone. He immediately turned to one of the guards, whose name was Chan, and pointed out suspicious movements behind the trees. "Someone is watching our wagons over there behind the trees," he explained briefly to Chan. At first, Ho only noticed 3 or 4 pursuers, so he didn't worry too much. But now their number had increased to about 25, and the situation had become much more serious. Chan stood up and looked out onto the roof of the wagon and noted that they might be members of the Asso gang, from one of the 10 forest gangs. Since their estate had already paid the toll, he thought they should leave them alone after the inspection. For this reason, Chan asked the young master not to worry or pay attention. However, Ho asked Chan again if he was really sure of what he said. At that moment, a man with an axe appeared in their path, right in the middle of the road. He stood in front of the caravan and, threateningly raising his hand, ordered them to stop. Chan asked the young master to stay put, not to engage in conflict, and wait for his return. He himself went to negotiate with this insolent bandit, ready to deal with him if necessary. Chan asked their leader if he was really from the Asso gang, and after introducing himself, added that they were from Cheonghajan, to show the seriousness of his intentions. He also said that they have already paid the toll, and now he is waiting for an explanation as to why the road was blocked here. Remaining polite, Chan asked to clear the way and not complicate the situation. But this insolent man stuck his blunt axe into the ground, indicating that he was not going to back down. He confirmed that this was true, but that was only the beginning of his demands. He went on to state that the toll had now increased significantly, causing Chan to tense up. Surprised, Chan asked, "What the hell?" But there was no answer for a long time. In response, from behind the trees was heard the eerie laughter of other big men waiting for the signal to attack. One by one, they began to peek out from behind the leaves, showing their ominous grins. The guards immediately formed a defensive circle around the 3 wagons, ready to defend themselves as the bandits began to emerge from the forest. Chan could feel the tension building, as he realized that the situation was rapidly spiraling out of control. He turned to the leader of the gang, asking him if he was overstepping the mark with his demands. "No indulgences," he answered with a sly smile, not intending to give any chances. The leader knew that the wagons were carrying something that would bring them a large profit, and he had no intention of giving up such a chance. He offered Chan to settle the bill right here and right away, and then calmly drive on. Ho, however, was sitting on top of one of the wagons, watching the events with mild interest. Lee woke up before he could wipe the drool from his lips and, looking around, asked in surprise what was going on here. Ho, not hiding his sarcasm, explained that he was amused by the audacity of these thieves who demanded money from the Cheonghajan clan, blocking the way for even more profit. Chan continued to negotiate with the bandit, trying to resolve the situation without a fight. At that moment, he turned to Ho, expressing his opinion. "I think they want more money because they know we're carrying alcohol," Chan said, hinting at a win-win arrangement. "Maybe give them some money and ask them to clear the passage," he suggested. Ho clearly didn't like the idea, and sharply asked Chan if he had lost his common sense. Looking at the bandits with disgust, he thought that, on the contrary, they should return all the money they had ever extorted from others. Chan tried to convince Ho that it was better for his safety to settle the matter peacefully and deal with the bandits already on the way back to Cheonghajan. The young master, however, jumped off the wagon, revealing that he had another plan. He reached out to Chan and asked him to give him enough money to satisfy the demands of these scoundrels. Chan placed a pouch of 150 nyang in his hand, hoping it would be enough. Chan then, with a smile, went to the thugs, telling them that they could leave because everything was settled. "Don't worry," he added, as he confidently pointed to himself. "I wonder what these thieves can do to the young master of the Cheonghajan clan." After finishing his conversation with Chan, Ho approached this brazen bandit with a dull axe, offering him money. Hearing about 150 nyang, the thief smiled widely. The amount clearly comforted him. However, with a furrowed brow, he began to fret, stating that it was barely enough for the extra fare. Ho persevered with him to clear the way and let the carriage pass. The bandit firmly grasped his axe and pulled it out of the ground with a sharp movement, demonstrating his readiness. Then he waved his hand at the road. indicating that they were allowed to continue. "Hurry up," added the young owner, slightly annoyed, urging him to move. The carriage moved forward, the horses punching the ground with their hooves, making their way through the trees. Under the weight of barrels of alcohol, she moved away while Ho remained, taking one last look at the bandits. Lee continued to sit on top of the wagon, watching everything with casual interest. Lee anxiously watched the situation, glancing at the young master and worrying about him. "Well, I missed them, and now all that's left is to settle with us," said the bandit brazenly, holding out his hand for the money. The criminal confidently expected that the bag with silver would now be in his palm, his eyes burning with greed. He impatiently reminded the young master not to delay and simply give him the desired money. Behind them, the thugs were talking among themselves, discussing how much booze they could buy, with those 150 nyang grinning sinisterly. Their laughter was laced with mockery. They were already celebrating their victory. But Ho, tossing the bag of money in his hand up and down, looked at them from under his forehead, a sly smile curving his lips. "I've changed my mind and I won't give you a penny," he said defiantly, causing a wave of indignation in the bandits. At first, the bandit did not even understand what the boy in front of him meant. He asked again, as if he could not believe his ears. When he made sure that he was not heard, he decided that this young man would only bring them extra trouble. He began to threaten that if Ho did not pay the money now, he would never be able to use this road again. Such a situation will not only create problems in the future, but also violate existing agreements, which will lead to losses hundreds or even thousands of times more than this amount. Having given all his arguments, the bandit extended his hand again, confident of his victory. "Be smart and give us that money soon," he insisted, prompting Ho to react. "There's no point in holding on to them," added the bandit with feigned politeness. Ho listened to him in silence, and then remarked with a sarcastic smile that the bandit's tongue was no doubt well hung. "The reason I won't give you the money is very simple," he began, looking his opponent confidently in the eye. "If I give you the money and you pretend you didn't get it, we'll both be in trouble." So Ho asked the bandit to take him to his camp. He wanted to personally hand over the money to the leader of the Aso gang himself to avoid misunderstandings. After finishing, he calmly waited for the answer from this brat, smiling defiantly. Ho decided to deal with it now and return all the money they are demanding from the Cheongajiang clan, using this passage as an excuse. But this bandit did not expect such a turn of events. He put the axe to the other side, leaning on its blade, and lowered the handle to the ground, showing his confidence. "Unfortunately, our head has gone to town for a short while on business and won't be back for a few days," he explained with a sly smile. "The money can stay with me, I'll keep it like the apple of my eye until he comes back," he added, trying to sound reliable. But the young owner just tossed the bag of money from hand to hand, smiling under his breath. The bandit even offered him to stay for a few days in their company, assuring him that it would be interesting. Ho refused, and opening the bag, thought about what to do next. "I don't think any of you will get even 5 nyang out of those 150, he said with cold calm. Picking up one coin, he tossed it into the air, showing it to everyone around him, and then sharply threw her forward. The thugs just stared in amazement, not understanding what he had just done. At that moment, the coin hit the bandit's axe with tremendous force, knocking it out from under his hand with a loud clang. Out of surprise, the bandit lost his balance and almost fell, trying to stay on his feet. He looked back in confusion, then forward, not understanding what had happened. Glancing at his axe, he saw that the coin was stuck right in the blade, halfway into the metal like a sharp blade. From a distance, blue smoke rose from the city, which created an even greater atmosphere of mystery. How this guy managed to knock down the axe with a coin was a real mystery to everyone present. Ho only jokingly said, "Oops, I think I gave it to the wrong person." He pulled out another coin, explaining with a smile that this time it would go to the right recipient. The next coin, cutting the air with a whistle, flew at an incredible speed. She hit the thug right in the ear, slicing him in half and leaving him in agony. "Oh my God, you couldn't catch her again." Ho smirked as he watched the bandit writhe in pain. Finally, the others realized that something dangerous was in front of them, and anxiety began to overtake them. The leader ordered everyone to attack, and they, raising their weapons, rushed from the bushes directly at Ho. In the hands of the young master were 6 coins that glittered like deadly weapons. But for some reason, the attackers began to stop, looking at Ho in confusion. Their faces expressed a mixture of panic and fear as they sensed the unknown. And it was clear why. Is this young man seriously offering them this money? Each of them could simply come up and take their share, just get close. But now the question is different. Will they want this money, knowing that their ear can become a place for a new earring from such a dangerous coin? Watching the young master, The leader of the bandits pondered. How did the coin, like a small dagger, pierce the steel and get stuck in the axe? What kind of monster is in front of him? Realizing all the danger, the bandit chose the most optimal option: to run away. As he walked away, he threatened that the day would come when the young master would regret this day. But Ho only disdainfully listened to his words, which were already coming from behind the bushes. He even got a little upset, because he wanted to continue the fun and have fun a little longer. A coin was left lying on the ground, half covered in blood, a silent witness of the battle. Suddenly, a small hand lifted her up, suddenly appearing in the field of vision. It was Lee who turned around, picked up the coin, and saw that there was blood on it. The young master looked at Lee in surprise. Why did he come back and make such a fuss? Lee ran up, waving his arms and loudly shouting the word, "Brother!" He came over and asked Ho why the coin was covered in blood and if he was all right. "Can't you see that everything is fine?" Ho replied, then added, "Who asked about me? I'm more interested in what happened to the Aso gang." Despite their rudeness, Lee sincerely believed that even their lives had value. But Ho remembered Lee himself, throwing talismans at living people. So he sarcastically remarked that he was not the one to talk about it. "There are a lot of people in this world who would do better dead," he explained calmly, describing his position. After that, Ho moved forward in the direction where he was to meet with the leader of the Aso gang, preparing for another conversation. Meanwhile, the wounded bandit screamed loudly in pain, clutching his severed ear. Another bandit tried to bandage his wound and, a little annoyed, asked him to calm down. They began to discuss among themselves what had happened, placing the blame on each other. Each of them tried to find the culprit, exchanging accusations in this unpleasant situation. Behind the tree stood Ho, listening to their argument in silence, watching them from the shadows. He was amused by their screams that carried far in the forest. Idiots are idiots, wherever they are, he thought. Lee sat behind the stone and pondered Ho's words, stubbornly sticking to his opinion that any death, regardless of the circumstances, was a sad and useless loss. Ho explained that sometimes avoiding unnecessary deaths is nothing more than a calculation to achieve a greater goal. "Do you know why snakes die in the heat?" Ho asked, and answered himself. "Not because they are engulfed in flames, but because they are too dumb to find shade." It was already evening on the street, and a gang of thugs, beaten and irritated, was returning to its hideout. The guards at the entrance asked them, "How the hell did you leave so early and come back so late empty-handed too?" They noticed a wound on the ear of one of the bandits, but they only grumbled nervously and asked to shut up. Behind them, like a shadow, the young master approached their base. The base of the bandits was modest, hiding in the mountains, trying not to attract too much attention. The guards noticed the boy approaching them, with a determined expression on his face. It was rare to meet a stranger in these mountain heights, especially since this guy didn't look lost. They immediately drew their swords, descended the stairs, and alertly pointing their weapons, asked why he had come. Ho calmly explained that he had come here on his own business, to get what was his. Immediately afterwards, he asked if their leader was inside. Suddenly, there was the sound of metal grinding against metal. It was the two swords that now crossed at Ho's throat as a warning. "How dare you mention our leader so freely? What is he, your subordinate? Should I cut off your tongue to kill your pride?" one of the guards asked aggressively. But these words only amused Ho, and he did not hide his pleasure. And why hide if after a moment these guards became corpses on the ground? The flames of the bonfire smoldered, firewood crackled, filling everything around with a warm, almost cozy atmosphere. However, by this fire sat a man whose face expressed nothing more than dislike and displeasure. He was annoyed by the loud noises outside that seemed to disturb his peace. One of the servants carefully approached from behind and, apologizing for the trouble, turned to his master. He explained that some guy from Cheonghajan had snuck in and was demanding a meeting. The host listened in silence, only repeating the word Cheonghajan as if considering it. Meanwhile, the young master was already standing in the middle of the room, surrounded like a volcano by bandits holding weapons. All of them, like red-hot stones, turned their attention to Ho, with their leader standing in front. Finally, the leader stepped forward, facing Ho, and looked at him. He asked again, wanting to understand what happened, demanding a more detailed explanation. "They blocked your way and demanded extra tolls?" he asked in surprise, not believing in such audacity. The leader could not simply take Ho's words at face value. There were always petty thieves lurking around, cloaked in feigned honesty. Then Ho decided to provide evidence and, describing the leader, noted that he looked like a frog, holding an axe shield in his hands. His name was if memory serves me right, and that coward was trembling with fear behind the fence when I addressed him. Ho also added that he had pierced his ear with a coin, and if the leader summoned he would see the same mark on his ear, an indisputable proof of the truth of his words. The leader immediately ordered to bring without wasting a second. In less than a minute, was standing in front of him, his ear pierced, holding an axe and trying to look confident. He stated that there was not a single coin there, trying to dispel suspicion. The leader took the axe in his hand and immediately saw a dent that clearly corresponded to the size of the coin. Of course, he asked if he had anything to say in his defense. Began to explain that it was just an innocent joke, but it sounded so ridiculous that the leader couldn't stand it and hit him on the cheek with the butt of the axe. Una's jaw was clearly cracked by the impact, and Ho watched the scene silently. He saw Un's body fly into the air like a useless doll. It seems that the leader was so strong that he knocked Una a good 10 meters away with a blow. Then he sharply struck the ground with the butt of the axe, breaking the stones into small pieces. After that, the leader again turned to the young master, asking his name. He introduced himself as Lee Chagwan, the head of the Aso gang, stressing that trust and respect are above all else for him. Lee Chagwan promised that he would immediately find everyone involved in today's incident and cut off their hands. He even asked Ho if this was enough to justify the inconvenience caused. However, the young master calmly replied that receiving several severed limbs would be a useless and illogical decision. "Then what do you want?" Lee asked, looking at Ho with interest. Since this whole situation arose because of money, the young owner decided to settle it exclusively financially. He put forward a condition that the Aso gang would not demand any more payments from the Cheonghajang clan in the future. But that was not all. The young owner added one more requirement. "You will return all the money you received from us earlier," he stated coldly. The bandits burst out laughing when they heard this. The demand seemed absurd and even insulting to them. They took it as a bold statement that humiliated their clan and its allies. Lee Chagwan was of the same sentiment, questioning whether Ho even understood that it was only because of their efforts to stop other gangs and thieves that he was able to travel safely. He explained that Ho had gone too far and probably didn't understand that Fi was a tradition that had been preserved for decades in the warrior world, and was the basic law of the wildlands. Lee Chagwan said he could only allow a refund of 3 months' fees and no more. Lee Chagwan felt that offering 3 months' compensation was a fair solution, and that was all he could offer. However, the young master had something to say in response, pointing out that Lee underestimated the Cheonghajang clan. When Lee turned around, Ho called him a brazen thug behind his back. What if the Murim Battle Union was in the same situation? Ho snapped, watching the reaction. He wondered if Lee would similarly dismiss them, citing tradition and custom. Lee Chagwan did not consider Cheonghajang to be a member of the Murim War Union, and was annoyed that Ho mentioned this. He was indignant that the young master brought into the conversation a martial alliance to which they did not belong. But Ho, with a hint of sarcasm, replied that Lee had an inflated opinion of himself. "Does it take the entire Murim Union to deal with some petty mountain clan?" he added, defiant in words. These words of the young master struck Lee Chagwan like a dagger, going straight through his pride. The black-haired youth hoped that no accidents would happen. He held his staff tightly, praying that no lives would be lost. But suddenly there was a loud explosion in the distance. The black-haired man saw the energy bubbling in that direction and knew something was wrong. His last plea that no one get hurt seems to have gone unfulfilled. He rushed to run in that direction, hoping to stop the young master. Meanwhile, the bandit leader's face was full of shock and disbelief. It was the result of a punch from Ho that hit him squarely in the stomach. The blow clearly hit the solar plexus, forcing the leader to exhale all the air from his lungs. This was a real disappointment for Ho, because he thought that the leader would be a worthy opponent. Lee Chagwan could not fathom how this young man, unrelated to Murim, was capable of such a thing. With these thoughts, the leader fell to the ground, making a dull sound. Ho stood over his body, his head raised and his gaze fixed downwards. Now it was time to collect the money that belonged to the Cheonghajang clan. But at that moment, little Lee's voice rang out, which unexpectedly caught his attention. Lee entered the dilapidated gate, shouting loudly as he saw a multitude of people scattered before him. He froze, surveying this mountain of losers just lying on the ground. At that moment, his words sounded, "Even a stupid snake that somehow escaped the fire can be saved in the rain." Ho reassured Lee by saying that all these people were unconscious but alive. They'll have a lot to worry about when they wake up. And those less affected will help those less fortunate, he added. Lee finally calmed down a bit, realizing that the situation was not so dire. "And I heard someone's cursing voice somewhere nearby," Ho joked, glancing at Lee. Lee, apologizing, assured that he would never have dared to say such a thing. Some time passed, and they began to look for money that belonged to the clan. Lee couldn't understand how these thugs had no understanding of conservation. Even the poorest people on the streets are better off. They spent every penny on food and drink, leaving nothing for a rainy day, and there's not even furniture, dishes, or clothes that they would buy with money, Lee exclaimed, looking around in frustration. He had already given up hope, deciding that further search was just a waste of time, and suggested leaving the place. But Ho, sensing something strange, suddenly focused his gaze on one point. Lee asked in surprise what had caught his attention, but the young master continued to watch in silence, never taking his eyes off that mysterious point. A shimmering golden glow appeared in Ho's eyes, as if he had seen something amazing. He told Lee that there was probably something hidden under the floor. Ho went to the floor and began to beat the tile with his fist, breaking it into small pieces. The tiles flew apart, and eventually he got to what he was looking for. Under the tile was a small but very interesting chest, sealed and apparently hidden. It was a hiding place, and Ho seemed to sense its energy before finding it. Lee found it funny that Ho felt the energy, but he couldn't help but be impressed. In addition, he saw the talisman that blocked the energy inside the box, which was why he doubted Ho's words at first. However, this only confirmed that there was something important inside. Ho picked up the box and was surprised to find it surprisingly light. Lee continued to wonder, because even with his sensitivity, he couldn't feel anything specific through the talisman. How can elder brother feel this? He thought. Meanwhile, Ho carefully began to open the box, taking care not to damage its contents. And so, as soon as it opened, a golden glow spread throughout the room. In the center lay a small ball of golden color that radiated a life-giving aura. Just one look at this shining object seemed to remove all the fatigue accumulated after a long climb up the mountains. Lee, intrigued, reached out to take a closer look at the glowing orb. But Ho quickly snatched the precious object from his small hand. Ho must have thought that the little one might accidentally swallow this jewel in one sitting. Already at sunset, as they walked through the dark forest, Ho contemplated returning the orb as compensation for the payment demanded from Cheonghajang. In other words, it was now the property of the Cheonghajang clan. Lee was more interested in how they planned to catch up with the caravan. He noted that if they go too fast, they may not make it to sunset, and even if they go all night, it will be difficult to reach them by morning. Ho told him that a single acceleration would be quite enough to make up the distance. If it wasn't for you, I would have gotten over it sooner, a long time ago, he added, hinting at the delay. But with this, Ho made it clear to Lee that his return was not mandatory at all. At the same moment, Ho grabbed Lee's arm, causing him to be surprised and a little scared. What was he going to do now? Ho only warned him, "If you don't want to shake like sticky wood, you better sit still and don't twitch." A powerful energy began to appear around Ho's feet, sparkling like fire. With the help of this force, he sharply pushed himself off the ground and flew up into the air. The speed was such that Lee felt like the skin was about to move from his face to the back of his head. A precipice loomed ahead, and Lee repeatedly shouted to Ho about the danger. Ho calmly asked him to calm down and explained that he could jump over him without any problem. Lee, having calmed down a little, asked several more times to find a detour. To this, Ho replied with only one word: "Why?" After making a jump, they flew high above the ground, and Ho even managed to note how beautiful the stars looked among the torn clouds. Lee, however, was too frightened to admire the beauty and paid no attention to the night sky. The cart moved further and further forward, and Chan sat calmly on it. Suddenly, Ho flew up to him, making a spectacular appearance in the air. With a light kick of his foot, Ho gave Lee a kick to the back of the head, waking him up from his slumber. The black-haired little one, as it turned out, loved to sleep, even on the go. Lee immediately asked what happened as he was confused, but when he saw the sight before him, he opened his eyes even wider. In front of them stood a majestic mountain that seemed like a real giant. It was Mount Mudan, and finally they had reached their goal. In Ho's mind, it just flashed, "And here I am again. Here it is, Grandpa." At that time, Lee could not contain his joy, jumping on the roof of the wagon with excitement. Arriving at their destination, they began unloading their cargo. The customer thanked them for their hard work, as after the inspection everything turned out to be in order. One of the workers approached Ho to inform him that all the items had arrived safe and sound. At that moment, he saw Ho and the head of the customer meet in a silent battle of glances. The head's face was so serious that it could have been sculpted, and Ho's face did not lose its seriousness, radiating determination and confidence. The man asked the young owner in surprise, "What did you just say?" Ho repeated, "These are the sacred lands of Mount Mudan." but he was outraged that the man demanded to immediately surrender all weapons, since climbing the mountain with a sword was forbidden. The young master did not like such rules, because he himself was used to deciding where to leave his sword. The guard insisted. As long as the sword remained with him, climbing the sacred mountain was impossible. Ho believed that the safest place for a sword was its wielder's belt, and stuck to that position. His interlocutor, however, was convinced that if the owner was a walking problem in itself, then the sword would also become a threat. Lee asked his elder brother to go a little further and agree to the demands. In the end, Ho drew his sword, albeit reluctantly. He warned that if even one scratch appeared on the sword, he would burn their precious mountain with his own hands. Handing over the weapon, he shot a displeased look at the guard who accepted it. The man calmly explained that weapons are prohibited on the mountain for the safety of the shaman faction. Ho, however, remarked sarcastically, "What if a person uses his body as a weapon? What then? To cut off hands and feet is a sign of respect." The guard started to get even angrier at the boy, who clearly wasn't taking their rules seriously. And Ho only smiled wryly, slightly squinting his face, provoking the guard even more. The guard ordered Insun to lead the guests to the sacred mountain. Lee was simply amazed by the stubbornness of Ho, who did not give in even in the face of strict rules. As a rule, newly initiated third-generation novices, those who have just begun their training on the path to enlightenment, look after security. But today, the second-generation novice, Commander Myung, was in charge. Master Myung was strict not only with his students, but also with himself, which made his influence even stronger. This was explained by the young guide so that the guests would understand that Myung is not a bad person, just strict in his approach. It was understandable for Ho because he himself was disciplined. Ho believed that the problem is rather those who refuse to understand the true reasons for austerity. Lee, on the other hand, felt respect for Myung because even despite his young appearance, his demeanor and confidence made an impression. The guide added that Jin was the pride of the Mudan faction, further emphasizing his importance. He also noted that Ho must have memorized Jin's mastery of the Taichian blade technique. Master mentioned this technique more than once because the Mudan faction, also known as the Tisan faction, along with Solam, are the two pillars of the orthodox clans living in the Twin Mountains. The Mudan faction is proud of Jin, even though he seemed a bit rebellious and arrogant. Now it became clear what goes on behind the scenes in their world, and how the faction maintains its pride. Ho's thoughts were suddenly interrupted when Lee began to shout happily. The lands of Mudan opened in front of them in all their grandeur. On the top of a high mountain stood architectural structures that were impressive with their perfection. They were met by Myung-seok, one of the apprentices in charge of the Wujin Palace. He warmly greeted the guests, expressing the hope that their journey was uneventful. Standing behind Ho, Chan quietly explained to him that Myung-seok was a renowned warrior, an elder of the Murim Union, and a respected figure in orthodox martial arts. Ho introduced himself to Myung, saying his name. Hearing this, Jin immediately realized that the heir to Cheonghajan was standing before him. He remembered their first meeting. Ho then introduced himself without even giving his name, simply stating that he was from Cheonghajan. Jin was convinced that this boy thought he was special and was acting too cocky. He could not tolerate such people because they were born in rich families and never knew real work. Seok moved closer to Ho and expressed his gratitude to the Cheonghajang clan. He inquired about Ho's father since it had been a long time since they last met. Seok tried to remember the last time they had spoken during the Heavenly Pact. His conversation stretched and seemed too long. In response, the young owner only noted that they had come a long way, and he was literally falling off his feet from fatigue. He continued, "I was forced to come up here with the promise that I would be able to rest here. But when do you do that if you're talking all the time?" Hearing such insolence, Jin couldn't take it anymore, and pointed out to Ho that his teacher hadn't finished his speech yet. Ho replied that it was difficult to catch the teacher's point when he talked for too long. This only made Jin angrier, and he felt his anger rising. Seok didn't understand the reason for Jin's anger, because he could see that Ho was really tired, and didn't see it as something to be angry about. Apologizing again, Seok pointed out that he may have gone too far with the conversation. He apologized to Ho for his verbosity, trying to smooth things over. Afterwards, Jin ordered places to rest and food to be prepared so that the guests could regain their strength. He, lowering his head a little, resigned himself to this decision, although in his heart he remained irritated. At that moment, he wondered if he had overreacted, or maybe this peace-loving Ho was deliberately provoking him by evoking emotions. Ho's next gesture only confirmed his suspicions, adding fuel to the fire. At this, Jin gritted his teeth, trying to hold back his anger, but his face showed clear indignation. After some time, sitting at the table, Lee explained to the young master that he should behave more discreetly. He recalled the words of Ho's father, who said that this was a great opportunity to gain experience in communication. Martial artists value respect, and Ho's behavior only causes displeasure in everyone around him. At that moment, Lee noticed 2 chopsticks stuck directly into the wooden table in front of him. It seems that Ho is tired of listening to lectures from the black-haired Lee. Lee fell silent in fear, swallowing his words. Ho pounded his hands on the table without even taking a morsel of food, and pointed out indignantly that this dish was not meant to be savored. "After all, there has to be some meat in here," he exclaimed, looking disappointedly at the dish without a single piece of meat. Lee asked if Ho knew that everyone in the Mudan faction was vegetarian. Ho added with irony that even goats were not as staunch vegetarians as they were, and considered them real damned bastards. It was gradually getting dark on the street. Night soon fell, and silence fell upon the sacred lands. The young owner was lying on the bed, finally finding an opportunity to rest. His breathing was even and calm as he slept soundly, but suddenly his face began to contort, as if in a nightly delirium. Ho could not even sleep properly, annoyed by the fact that these damn vegetarians feed him only vegetarian food, which he does not like at all. He found it funny that in his human body, he was still as sensitive to vegetarian food as he was when he was a yokai. Suddenly he heard strange noises that attracted his attention. He became alert, turned his head towards the door, trying to understand where the noise was coming from. Something seemed to be going on in the next room. Probably someone was making noise. He entered the room only to find it empty, no sign of Lee. Ho didn't even say a word, just stared in surprise, wondering where he could have gone. Meanwhile, Lee was already outside. He walked, talking to someone in the semi-darkness. It was an old man who had come to discuss important matters with him. The old man first asked the black-haired man how his teacher was doing. He also warned Lee that if he got too attached to him, he might be in for some hard times, a thought that worried the young man. The old man recalled how upset he was that he couldn't speak to teacher Lee properly. They continued walking, joking on the subject as if they were sharing a common memory. At that moment, Ho went outside, wanting to know what was going on and see where Lee had gone. Ho sensed Lee's presence nearby and mentally called him bastard. As usual, a little mockingly. He came down from where he was standing and stood firmly on the ground. Looking around, he tried to figure out where this little guy was right now, damn it. Examining the area from all sides, his attention was drawn by something incredible behind him. In front of him stood a huge statue, which was impressive with its majestic appearance. The sword held by the statue was especially noticeable, emphasizing its power. The face of the statue and its gigantic appearance made Ho exclaim, "Wow! What an unexpectedly good-natured face Yo Tongbin has," flashed through his mind. And immediately he plunged into memories of his past life. This was life when he was a yokai in a fox's body. He remembered standing on a piece of rock flying through the air, facing this man who called him an evil and sinful fox, asking how he could ignore his calls and run away for decades. Ho replied indifferently, "You see, I was busy accumulating merit." These were his words when he emphasized that he had no time to play games with someone as insignificant as Yo Tongbin. Yo Tongbin started to get angry as he slowly drew out his sword, and after a sharp "shut up!" he flew up like lightning, ready to attack. As fast as lightning, Yo Tongbin was right in front of Ho, swinging his sword. He was outraged at how a yokai would dare to disrespect the divine mountain fox's authority. Gathering all his strength, he struck with a sword of such power that the space around him began to disperse in waves of energy. But Ho calmly restrained this blow, stopping the sword with his hand. He reiterated that he was busy accumulating merit and asked Yo to express his claims with words and not with the blade. "Or I might be tempted and just beat you to death," he added, with a hint of menace. Yo listened to his words and finally retreated. He stuck his sword into the ground and crouched down to speak, announcing that there was something important that Ho needed to do. Roughly speaking, this conversation was about correcting past mistakes. Ho was even a little worried, thinking that he would have to remember all his wrongdoings and make up for them. Yo snapped his fingers, expressing the seriousness of his intent. A book flew into Ho's hands. "Is this book for reading?" he thought. Yo explained that the book was effectively considered lost when his sister buried it, not knowing that it belonged to her late brother. It was a secret book containing the essence of supreme wisdom, written by Chang Sambon himself. When Ho heard the name, his expression changed, and he was clearly interested in the contents of the book. However, Ho still did not understand who this Chang Sambon was, and asked for an explanation. "I mean Chang Sambon, the one who almost broke your neck and almost sent you to the world of the dead," Yo clarified. After this explanation, Ho finally began to understand who it was. He looked down at the book in his hands, scrutinizing it once more. Yo asked Ho not to be offended, because the book should go back to where it belongs. Now standing in front of the statue in the human world, Ho understood why it was there, as a reminder of his past and the mission he had to fulfill. Behind Ho, Lee's voice was heard addressing him, calling him Big Brother. Lee ran up to Ho, followed by a man who caught their attention. The man immediately turned to Ho, asking if he was the young master from Cheongajeon everyone was talking about. The one who put the haughty young man in his place during the Namgong clan elder's funeral, he clarified. Lee explained that the man's name was Chin Yangjin, a scholar specializing in manuscript writing, and one of his teacher's closest friends. That was why Lee wanted to talk to him for a while. After hearing Lee's explanation, Ho greeted Chin and noted that he wasn't looking for fame when he did what he was talking about. Chin observed that although the world is big, the world of people is surprisingly small. He wanted to ask Ho a question. From afar, he noticed Ho scrutinizing the statue and wondered why. Ho explained that he didn't have a specific reason, but the statue represented Yeo Tongbin's features very accurately. Chin was amazed that Ho knew who Yeo Tongbin was. He said that Yeo Tongbin was the greatest warrior in heaven, and the one who eradicated evil in both heaven and earth. I didn't hear about it, but I know he was extremely hot-tempered, Ho added. Hearing this, Lee tried to calm Ho down and asked him not to say such things. Lee then turned to Chin, apologizing and explaining that the young master meant nothing offensive. Chin just laughed, narrowing his eyes in pleasure. He asked the young master how he knew Yeo Tongbin so well. Chin noted that many funny stories from ancient manuscripts about Yeo Tongbin's strong personality had come down to their time. Even those who study Taoism in detail often assume different things and know little in reality. The precise remark of the young master showed that he is knowledgeable not only in martial arts, but also has a deep understanding of literature. That's how it looked in Chin's eyes. Ho didn't really know how he was portrayed in the manuscripts, but he was sure he knew more than what was written. Chin noted that the daytime views of Mount Mudan are impressive, but suggested continuing the conversation where you can enjoy the night views. Going down the stairs, Chin met a group of young people. He immediately asked them why they were wandering around the neighborhood so late. The youth explained that they were returning from the temple after making offerings, but Chin ordered them to run back to their beds, for even divine spirits sleep at night. With a smile, he called them little bastards, and they immediately ran. Lee took note of the phrase Chin had mentioned, which was divine spirit. Chin turned to both young men, engaging them with his story. He asked if they would believe him if he said there was an altar dedicated to a worthy yokai. Hearing these words, Lee felt a chill run through his body, sending him into awe. Chin, realizing that this may be difficult to understand, nevertheless, continued his story for the young men. It didn't seem difficult to the young master, and he didn't understand why others perceived it as difficult to understand. Lee then explained that he was a Taoist from the Dorim faction. Ho felt something familiar in those words, as if he had heard about it before. At this point, the old man began to explain that a long time ago, when the line between the human and spirit worlds was blurred, the Dorim faction was founded by shamans who banished the yokai. Even now, the Dorim faction keeps a watchful eye on the border between the spirit world and the human world, although the border has effectively disappeared. This is explained by the fact that no one knows when the spirits may invade again, and therefore their caution cannot be condemned. But the construction of an altar for these spirits from the point of view of the Dorim is something completely unthinkable. Lee openly believed that yokai were an evil to be fought and banished. No one protected humanity from the yokai more than shamans. Lee was shocked that a respected shaman could be involved in something so controversial. Chin explained that this particular yokai was very different from the others. Ho recalled that sometimes there were those who renounced cannibalism and sought friendship with humans. But getting the shamans who were fighting the yokai to build an altar for worship was truly something out of the ordinary. Ho wondered who could do it. They got closer, and what Ho saw shocked him. He stood in silence for several minutes, looking at the image. It can't be. It's me, he thought, because the picture was of him in his past life. Chin explained that Samban left behind a priceless treasure for generations of shamans that contains the essence of everything in the universe. Chin continued the story. The day Chang Sambon disappeared, the priceless treasure also disappeared with him. And their ancestors did not know what to do, so they had to go through difficult times of confusion. It was the yokai who found and returned the treasure to them in those days of darkness. He revealed that he was a yokai fox who ascended to the human world to retrieve the treasure. After that, he left Mount Mudan without even giving their ancestors a chance to thank him. Since then, He was considered a benefactor who found the treasure and allowed the shamans to survive in those dark times. The ancestors decided to honor him as the deity of the spirit, who takes care of all the treasures of the world, and built this altar as a sign of gratitude. Ho listened to all this and could not believe that this story was actually about him. The most interesting thing is that the ban on eating meat and commitment to vegetarianism became a tribute to this divine spirit. Lee also finally began to understand. He believed that all yokai were pests to humanity and deserved to be banished. However, after learning of this generous spirit that allowed the legacy of shamans to continue to exist, he decided to accept it. Lee thanked Chin for the great story. He then turned to Ho, asking his opinion of what he had heard. Ho just smiled and pointed out that all these events happened due to pure chance. He plunged back into his memories. At least, if his memory did not fail him, he remembered how, as a fox, he had come down to Earth and seen the shaman's altar for the first time. The boy, not suspecting anything, was sweeping the yard on the mountain, immersed in his thoughts. Suddenly, a stranger turns to him. His look was disturbing, as if fear itself in human form. The stranger radiated danger, as if he were the embodiment of fear, and his gaze sent shivers down his spine. The boy retreated in fear, realizing that a demon, a real ikai, was standing in front of him. But where did he come from on this mountain? This question seemed mysterious and frightened even more. The stranger slyly suggested that he take the mysterious technique of Chang Senfeng from an ancient book. His eyes glinted with cunning, beckoning the boy to come closer and touch the book. The boy felt fear enter his heart. This demon was not friendly at all. Seeing the demonic figure, the boy screamed in horror. An echo swept over the mountain. The stranger, trying to look friendly, asks the boy to take the book, tempting him with its power. The whole clan wanted to kill him as if he were their worst enemy. But one insolent youth said something that made him clash with their swords. As a protective shield, it curled into a metal circle that protected it from blows. His defenses were so strong that no sword could even scratch him. He was just waiting for his opponents to get tired of hitting his iron armor. Yunho decided to wait until all these guys were completely exhausted and try to start a dialogue. But they were not going to give up, although he tried to do only good deeds, meeting them as if they were enemies. Realizing that there will be no dialogue, he forcefully scatters everyone around, turning into a powerful beast. People around saw the incredible power he released like a wild beast. With a roar full of superiority, Yunho warns everyone around them to treat him with respect. Otherwise, he will tear them to pieces and turn their lives into a bloody meat grinder without leaving a trace. He hoped that if he scared them a little, people would start listening to him carefully. But these desperate men were not going to back down, even if it meant death. And their leader ordered them to muster all their courage. With renewed fury, they rushed at Yunho, determined to fight to the last. Yunho began to lose his balance, his eyes blazing with demonic power. A sphere of incredible power erupted from his mouth, which began to incinerate them, reminding him of past battles. He remembered that unnecessary killings would do him no good as he sought enlightenment. He wondered if the Mudan clan would be destroyed for such senseless malice. When 200 people were lying on the ground, one of them approached and asked why he had come here. Yunho realized that the little youth he met earlier had never told them the truth as he had asked him to. After learning that he had been misunderstood, he finally revealed the secret technique to them. Although it would have been better to explain everything in advance, he did not have time. They immediately drew their swords and charged. Despite this, the master thanked him for revealing the secret technique, the treasure of the clan. However, he didn't understand why the Ikai would decide to do this to humans. The Ikai's face was impenetrable, a hideous smile shining on his lips, and he only noted that he was just about to leave. Yekai did not go into details. He said that he was running away and doing what he wanted. A divine creature, he is a noble forest Ikai, and likes to pretend and play on the feelings of others. Because of his words, the clan turned into vegetarians who gave up meat. And all this because of his wise words and Chang Senfeng technique. The story reached the ears of this boy, leaving a deep mark on him. In his thoughts, he understood that he, in fact, did not care about the consequences. He knew that it didn't matter who to blame. It was his fault after all. And maybe even the death of that young man was also his mistake. He was aware that this was his personal responsibility. The spirit he conjured was popular among the students, and the boy, standing aside, asked him to keep quiet. Lee Ryan enthusiastically exclaimed that this was the real truth. He turned to his older brother, not understanding what had happened to him. He noted that their teacher, a true connoisseur of culture and history, might be able to tell more about this area. However, the old teacher had no idea what kind of field it was. The boy exhaled with indifference in his eyes, looking at those around him. He held out his hand, where a mysterious light layer was shining. The old man, seeing the light layer in the boy's hand, reacted with sincere surprise. It was obvious that he recognized this artifact, because he knew what it was. It was one of the treasures of the Mudan clan, the Azure Orb of Life, which had been stolen a few months ago while traveling through the neighboring lands, causing quite a commotion. The old man confirmed that it was a jewel, however, he did not really know what the significance of this artifact was. He asked the boy with an indifferent look where he found this rare layer. After a while, we see a man making some kind of sacrifice, trying to get the spirit's attention. He prayed fervently, hoping that a great spirit would appear to him in a dream, giving him strength. He aspired to reach the heights in martial arts when the very essence of martial skills appeared to him in a dream. The time has come for the martial arts to decline, and perhaps through this layer and offering he will receive something extraordinary. If he wants to become stronger, he is ready to risk everything except self-belief and thirst for new discoveries in the world of martial arts. A man approaches the temple gate, ready to take an important step. He carries a casket to make an offering to his teacher. However, he soon sees a light coming from the depths of the temple, and it catches his attention. Some kind of ceremony is taking place in the building. Mysterious voices and strange sounds are heard. The teacher is talking to someone that by destroying the entire ASU clan and taking the Azure Orb of Life, they can get any money they want. The master was amazed by the greatness of what he saw in front of him. Lee Ryan turns to his older brother, asking what they plan to do with this artifact. But the brother is still hesitant. Lee Ryan knows that the Azure Life Orb belonged to the Mudan clan from the beginning, and he feels that it would be better not to return it.
Unho thinks this idea is ridiculous.
Lee Rin continues to insist that returning Sharu would be the right thing to do, and in the end it would keep him from being sold or considered stolen. Yunho understood that this was complete madness, and he had better keep his mouth shut. The master was sure that if the boy was not ready to make such a decision, he was not obliged to return the artifact. They had long since given up hope of its return. However, of course, if he chooses to do so, then his noble deed will become another legend that will be passed down from generation to generation in their clan. Yunho had already experienced that being immortalized in history was not that exciting, and he didn't want to be misunderstood. However, he felt no obligation to return this life orb. He chose to absorb its power. If his older brother hadn't intervened, Yunho wouldn't have stopped. The master who came to the temple heard meaningless conversations around. He couldn't believe that the head of the Aso clan, known even in Marima as a martial artist, could fall into the hands of such a prodigy. They seemed to master a layer of tricks, laughing behind this master's back. Eventually, the layer was taken from them again. The old man was moving too fast to be stopped. He was convinced that when he found the artifact in the Aso clan, he should have absorbed it immediately. But that young man managed to steal it right from under his nose. The old man wondered if he had cast the spell before Jiang Sungban's death, because everything seemed very strange. Stopping his thoughts, he turned his head and saw the closed entrance to the cave. It occurred to him that this was the place he had been looking for. He realized that this was the very spot where he had hit with all his primal power to stop them. Among the opponents were even those who tried to run away, and some who were trembling with fear. It was the demon's cave, and the entrance to it was sealed, or so it said. But who will dare to stop him? It was clear that none of the locals dared to stand in his way. He noted that the space above the cave is open, so this find can be considered his own discovery. Going inside, he saw a thick fog filling the space. A strange, powerful energy emanated from the fog, which could be felt even at a distance. When he looked closer, he noticed that it might be his own power. Not believing his eyes, he began to descend deeper into the cave. The blue mist emitted an unusual light filled with an energetic glow. He realized that in his previous life he had invested incredible power in this blow. And even 100 years later, he still felt the force of that blow. As he began to absorb this power, his mood rose considerably. He realized that although a lot of time had passed, the power remained the same. The next day in the mountains, in one of the houses, the young master was brought his clothes intended for this day. It was a formal outfit that was specially prepared for him today. When asked if he needed anything else, Yunho woke up in a bad mood, so he was offered a drink. The children prepared everything necessary, noticing that he was not sleeping well, and even offered to massage his shoulders. Yunho turned to his younger brother, wondering why these kids had been bothering him so persistently since early in the morning. It turned out that in fact it was far from morning, and the news that the elder brother had found the Azure Orb of Life had spread throughout the clan. Thanks to this, the elder brother became the hero of the Dan clan. It sounded incredible to him, because he did not seek fame and even blamed his younger brother for taking the azure orb because of him. As an apology, the younger brother brought him a snack: fried rabbit meat. However, the appearance of the dish was completely unusual, as if it did not meet his expectations. The elder remarked that perhaps he was feeding him too modestly with only vegetables, considering that Yunho was not a member of their clan. Looking around, Yunho even noticed drops of blood on the floor, and other traces remained on the clothes of the elder himself. It was clear that the elder had personally caught and cooked this rabbit. He explained that this rabbit had absorbed the power of the mountains and the spirit of Dan, making it very difficult to catch. Guards stood around the building, listening to this conversation in amazement. They had never heard their leader Qin Yajin laugh so carefree before. Sensing the aroma of fried meat that had been wafting around since the morning, one of the guards almost went mad, realizing the stupidity of their actions. However, the truth remained the truth. Zhang Jin's young master had indeed infiltrated the classroom and found the azure orb of life. Nevertheless, he did not believe the rumors and decided to personally check everything. The master told the boy that he could visit them anytime he was around, and he added that there is no need to communicate with old people. It is better to go and enjoy life. Yunho looked at all this with a slight doubt in his eyes. The guards were ordered to escort Qin Yajin. At this moment they were left alone. One of the guards was looking at him piercingly. The look was surprisingly expressive. After analyzing it, Yunho realized that the situation was not that bad. He smiled and noted that this boy seemed to be looking for a fight. Perhaps because of the smell of meat that reminded him of something. The man could barely contain his emotions. He wanted to hit this impudent young man. Yunho heard someone throw a rude word at him. He questioned what the scoundrel had just said. He just looked at him with an offended look, full of hostility. Yunho decided to move closer, closing the distance between them. Standing at eye level with his opponent, he looked him straight in the face. He said that this whole ridiculous performance looks incredibly implausible. And because of that, he called Yunho the thief who stole the azure orb. It was obvious that he was sure he was right, suspecting Yunho of an ulterior motive behind Charu's return. Yunho could only think how miserable the life of this man with such twisted beliefs must be. But he shouted that if Yunho is innocent, then let him prove it. Everything seemed to have changed since young Master Chongjin managed to defeat the head of the Aso clan. Yunho didn't understand why this man kept questioning that he was the same young master. He is overconfident and thinks that a merchant's child could defeat the entire Aso clan. And then someone shouts from the side, calling Mungjin a real scoundrel. Let him hear this and explain how dare he treat their benefactor who helped them return the azure orb of life like that. Mungjin turned around to see his teacher, in front of whom he felt extremely embarrassed. The man called himself a healer named Techno. He is sincerely grateful to the boy for finding the azure orb of life, and without a doubt considers him a hero of their clan. But Mungjin, his student, turned out to be a scoundrel, and the teacher is ashamed that he taught him, and now he behaves like this with benefactors. Mungjin tried to justify himself, but the teacher sternly ordered him to shut up because he had heard everything with his own ears and would not tolerate refusals. The teacher ordered Mungjin to immediately bow his head and apologize to the young master. But Yunho assured that everything is fine and he doesn't need to apologize for his words. He assumed that the student was just curious and wanted to know if he could defeat the head of the Aso clan, but the teacher saw this curiosity as suspicious. As expected, the teacher found Yunho to be an understanding person who voluntarily returned the shar, even though someone else could have kept it for themselves. He advised the student to learn from Yunho because Mungjin acts like a real fool. Yunho watched all of this and even enjoyed seeing Mungjin being bullied. He decided to satisfy the student's curiosity and show him some of his fighting techniques. The old man, hearing about the martial art, was stunned by these words. Mungjin realized that he would have to face this guy and was a little nervous. When asked what he would say, Mungjin realized that the boy was actually preparing for a fight. If he agrees, he will have to voluntarily enter the tiger's den. He has no reason to refuse, so they set out for the training ground. The soldiers honed their skills there every day. They perfected their techniques and prepared for future battles. They were closely watched by their master. Suddenly, a court physician appeared and asked the old man how things were going on the training ground. The master wondered what brought the doctor here but noticed that he had come to watch an interesting confrontation. The master did not understand what could be interesting here. In the meantime, the training was over and the court began to be cleaned. A young master appeared on the horizon with Mungjin. The doctor noted that this confrontation promises to be interesting. Mungjin saw that even Qin Yajin was also here. He was convinced that it was time to shame this upstart who was trying to pass himself off as someone important. When they faced each other, Yunho asked if they would fight with wooden swords. It was serious training for Meng Jin, and he explained that a sword like this, although a training sword, helped develop true strength. For a short time, Yunho will have to fend off attacks with a wooden blade while standing in a circle drawn on the ground. Yunho became interested in this circle test by recalling his past life. Meng Jin explained that if he stepped outside the circle, it would mean he got scared, or gave up halfway through, and the fight would be over. In this case, he will have to admit himself a coward. Yunho decided to listen to all the instructions because it looked interesting, but if he got bored, he would have his own way. Upon hearing these words, Myung Jin begins to shout, addressing everyone present so that everyone can hear his statement. From now on, there will be no concessions, and this is the first time that the warriors must give their all. The master enthusiastically watches what is happening. Next to him is a doctor who doubts that even the young master will be able to endure. The master knows that when 3 unite, their power is 5-fold. When 5 are combined, they become 10. In this showdown, Yunho will compete against the top 8 students. Of course, his experienced eyes cannot miss such a sight. Eunho holds the sword firmly in his hands. Looking directly into the eyes of his opponent, Meng Jin realizes that he has almost no chance. Now he will know defeat in front of Master Qin Ya Jin. A tense atmosphere hung between them, and the air was filled with the feeling of an expected battle. All the warriors gathered together, channeling their energy towards Yunho, preparing to launch their attack. However, if he can defeat them all in one go, rumors about him will spread throughout the city. He needs to act carefully and strategically. One of the soldiers swung a wooden sword at him. Yunho thought about how he shouldn't reveal all his cards at once. He decided to let the sword hit his head. Myung Jin watched this, not understanding why Yunho didn't defend himself. Eunho just stood motionless, taking the blow to the head. The doctor held his breath, shocked by what he saw. The master could not believe his eyes, expecting the sight, but he did not expect that the boy would turn out to be so weak. At this moment, Eunho began to breathe heavily as if he had just suffered a serious injury. After the blow, the boy's eyes darkened, and he lost his orientation for a moment. Everyone around was waiting for at least some resistance from his side. After all, he claimed that he defeated the Aso clan alone, but here he simply falls. It seemed like he should be strong, but he was caught off guard by such a sneak attack. That could only mean one thing. Yunho is an imposter, not a great warrior, he's a real fake. One of the men was glad that the hero was not who he pretended to be. The master, watching this, even began to doubt him, because it was difficult to look at. The doctor was indignant. How could they start with a sneak attack since they have been familiar with the training since childhood? And this was the first time for this boy. But Master countered that it might be difficult for Eunho. After all, the boy suddenly stood up, as if nothing had happened. The man, surprised by the situation, did not know what to answer. It was obvious that Yunho took the hit on purpose. His sly smile was noticeable to everyone around. The master realized that now, most likely, the test would become difficult for the students. Yunho touched his head and laughed. He realized that this could all be over before it had even begun. He noted that the sudden attack of one of the students caught him by surprise. Meng Jin couldn't understand how this scoundrel could remain unscathed after such a blow, for even the staunchest would have been shaken. The master thought to himself, "Am I the only one who noticed this?" The sword was repelled literally in a fraction of a second. Yunho's skill level allowed him to pull off a childish trick with these guys. The imitation of pain and falling to the knee was just a trick often used by children. The boundaries of the circle in which he was located remained intact. Meng Jin was furious at such a mockery. He asked why the disciples were standing and not attacking. Realizing that they had delayed too long, the disciples raised their swords and began the attack. With a light movement of his sword, Yunho quickly dodged the attack. The attacker did not even notice his maneuver! The instant counterattack was already flying in his direction. It was executed at a high level of skill. Another opponent began to attack him from above, but the boy was ready. Yunho just stepped aside as if nothing had happened. This shocked everyone, because the blow accidentally hit another student. He realized that if he didn't move, he couldn't be hit. The students tried to make a vertical kick, but missed. They decided to try a horizontal chop, and agreed to do it at the same time. Eunho looked at them as if they were stupid. He noted that they used their heads not only for chewing. Suddenly, he was attacked by 3, simultaneously targeting him with 3 blows. He skillfully jumps, rising above them as if in the air. But he understands that the opponents are not simpletons either. He notices that there are already 8 of them, and they even began to surround him right in the air. Meng Jin looked on in awe, confident that they had finally caught him. Eunho sees that he will definitely not be able to escape from the attacks from all sides. Holding his sword, he prepares to answer. He repels all attacks with a powerful counterattack. Meng Jin opened his mouth wide in surprise, almost swallowing a fly. Masters on the podium were amazed by his maneuvers. When the warriors saw Eun-ho coming down, they tried to aim their pointed spears at him. But all their attempts fail. Eun-ho fights back and shows them his superiority. The students flew in different directions from his blow, like dolls. He mercilessly showed them where the crayfish spend the winter and shut their mouths. It was simply unbelievable what was happening here. The soldiers did not understand. In a moment, his sword glowed with amazing energy. The doctor wanted to make sure he didn't give up, but everyone clearly saw how the wooden sword flashed like lightning. At the same time, the line remained intact. An incredibly powerful energy emanated from Eun-ho. Looking at them as if they were fools, Eun-ho declares that from now on he will start hitting himself. Meng Jin swallowed hard from the rising tension. The students felt that they were already cornered, even though Eun-ho hadn't even left the circle. The elder brother always claimed that all the stories about his heroic deeds were lies. But now the younger brother is beginning to have doubts. Meng Jin tries to prove that it's all fiction, but sees more and more confirmations of the truth. If the tide of battle does not change, sword techniques may soon become useless. If they fail to control the situation, the consequences will be significant. However, Meng Jin is convinced that this is just the beginning of the battle. Eun-ho waits with a smile for the pride of the Mudan clan to make his move. Myung-jin, understanding Eun-ho's persistence, wants to curb his self-confidence. Pushing off the ground, he goes on the attack, trying to break his pride. Using his technique, burning with white energy, he demonstrates every bit of his skill. Eun-ho, seeing him rush towards him, eagerly waits for the moment to humiliate Meng Jin in a way that he will remember for the rest of his life. As he flew at his opponent, Meng Jin felt anger and contempt for him, seeing him as an arrogant rich man born in luxury and ignorant of hardship. Every day he fought for survival, worked until exhaustion because he was born in a poor family. He wanted to break his pride and make him kneel down in front of everyone. But instead he was faced with Eun-ho's incredible endurance, which stunned him. He could not accept that this scoundrel had encroached on his reputation. It is difficult for him to accept that this opponent is stronger than him. How could someone like him have such power? Their swords cross and Eun-ho deflects his attack with ease. In his eyes you can see the thirst for victory, filled with unshakable confidence. Meng Jin realizes that he can't stand up to this guy. He's too strong. And after a moment, everything goes dark before his eyes. Then he wakes up in the hospital. Terrified, as if after a nightmare, he opens his eyes and begins to suffocate. In front of him, he sees one of the doctors who monitored his condition. The doctor asks what's wrong with him and how he feels. But Myung-jin doesn't understand what happened. The doctor explains that Meng Jin took a serious beating from the young master and that is why he is here. It was obvious that the blow to the head was serious, so Meng Jin doesn't remember anything. He remembers the time when he furiously attacked him. But Eun-ho easily parried his blows with a smile similar to that of the Jade Emperor. And then, in a split second, he transformed into the embodiment of the King of the Pit himself, the God of Death, and dealt Meng Jin powerful blows. That's all he remembers. He knows he was hit, but he can't remember exactly how it happened. The doctor, considering his condition, said that Meng Jin was on the verge of life and death, and it was not even clear where he would be sent to heaven or hell. When asked by Meng Jin about what Qin Yajin said when he saw this, the doctor replied that the master did not say a word, and did not even show his face. The doctor told him to just lie down, assuring him that there was no need to rush. Feeling humiliated in front of Qin Yajin, Meng Jin couldn't rest easy. It was just training. Breaking bones and losing consciousness was commonplace. But for Meng Jin, it was a humiliation of his pride, as if his soul had been spat upon. In your favorite place? The monk concentrated on cultivating his energy. Closing his eyes, he imagined that moment when the young master showed his power that clouded his mind. He was pleased that such a person appeared on the horizon. After all, prominent people appeared from time to time in their history. And it is possible that this young man was born into the family of Cheon Kandaj, perhaps as the founder of the Mudan clan, Chang Sen-feng, who defeated Yakai Suryun in his youth, or even as a heavenly demon capable of destroying an enemy with a single blow. Although unlike them, he distinguished himself only by defeating Quan Wen Pechmi. The old man understood that this young man had the ability to defeat his opponents with minimal effort, and he sees the prospect of taking him to study. Finally, he found a worthy disciple. He always had many options in mind, but ambition alone does not guarantee success. In any case, he hopes that today's events will be a good lesson for Myung-jin. After all, he always overestimated his achievements in martial arts. Soon a box appeared in the doctor's office. This box was handed over to the young master. He noted that it was being returned to him, and heard back that it was a thank you for returning the azure layer of life from the medicine shop. There was a life essence pill in the box, and the doctor explained that this pill was weaker than the azure orb of life, but very rare, even though it wasn't an elixir. The young owner understands that this is the same pill from death. He guesses that it was very difficult for the doctor to make it. The doctor explained that it took a day for the pill to take effect, and that it took special effort to prepare it, the most valuable remedy in all of Aodan. If you leave the special needles from Mudan Mountain to ripen for 3 years, you can make such a pill from them because they absorb the energy of the mountain. As for the azure layer of life, it takes more than 10 years for the branches to mature. It sounds easier than it actually is, and only by heavenly luck can one produce at least one such layer. That is why this pill is an invaluable treasure of the clan, not only because of its healing and fighting qualities. Yunho knows that to fully experience her power requires patience and trusting her senses. The doctor agreed with this and advised to take the pill, listening to your intuition. The young owner realized that he had no other choice. If these pills absorb energy naturally, what will happen if the conditions in which they are matured are changed? What if, instead of natural energy, they begin to absorb another force? A demonic idea came to him, and greed appeared in his eyes. He offers the doctor to accept his gift. He explains that it would be better if the doctor gave the pills to those who need them more, and let him be given another pill that increases energy. The doctor replied that such pills do not improve fighting abilities, but have other strengthening properties. However, even so, it will be better help than any service, even if he is a great doctor. If he really wants it, he can get as much as he needs, because the doctor can make these pills on an unlimited scale. Yunho smiles slyly, realizing that he can get an unlimited supply of these pills. And in a moment, all the pills disappear. The doctor was stunned because he didn't think that Yunho would take them all. The boy simply collected them in a large box, threw them on his shoulder, and carried them with him. Holding a pillbox, he laughed like a real demon. He headed straight for the Akaya cave, which was closed to ordinary people. The boy decided to use the entire collection of elixirs to achieve his goals, and now he could not come up with such a solution if it were not for the doctor's advice. The doctor said to just wait, and then the pills would start absorbing the energy. If he allowed these pills to absorb the energy left in this place once upon a time, they would turn into a miraculous remedy that would even surpass the azure orb of life. Greed fills his soul, and emptiness demands what he craves. He can't wait for the pills to kick in, feeling the power they can give him. After leaving the cave, the young master did not expect to see this guy. Mengjin stood with his head bandaged and looked straight into our hero's eyes. He was analyzing it carefully, and the expression on his face was far from satisfied. Yunho wanted to understand what was going on. He noticed that Myungjin was standing there as if he had been waiting for him for a long time, and he suspected that he had been following him from the beginning. But how could he not feel his presence? Perhaps the young master was too carefree and engrossed in the thoughts of creating a new magical power. Mengjin was outraged when he noticed that Eunho had dared to enter the sacred cave, ignoring the no-entry sign. Yunho smiled and tried to make an excuse, saying that he had heard of a mysterious place called the Yahello cave and was wondering what was inside. He explained that as soon as he walked in, he felt uneasy and only took a few steps before quickly turning back. The boy thought that such places always cause horror and anxiety, and yet Yunho mentions that he and Myungjin made it up. Why would he torture himself again by coming back here, maybe wanting to experience the thrill again? Without stopping or calming down, Mengjin asks the boy who he really is. Yunho didn't know if he was joking or if he might have actually bitten him. The master's words appear in his memories. If you hit hard enough, then it is possible to cause a partial loss of short-term memory. Yunho remembered how he once, while eating, even forgot that he had recently eaten because he was hit on the head. The master then laughed, remarking how he had forgotten that he had already eaten. They had a conversation shortly before he lost his memory. Eunho did not understand what was being discussed, and the master simply asked him to forget and listen. Soon, Mengjin's words came out with a certain firmness. Who are you? Yunho realizes that in this situation it would be silly to say that he is just human, but to continue to pretend that he doesn't understand anything would also be strange. How to stop this guy who constantly gets into his business? He remembered how hard he had hit him last time and knew that he should prepare himself in case of another attack. Yunho asked him why he was making such shaking sounds like a dog gnawing on a bone. Mengjin looked him straight in the eye sternly. Suddenly he took and threw the stick from his hand. The guy reacted quickly. He caught the wooden sword with his hand. But the question remained, why was it thrown at him? What the hell is Mengjin up to? Thought Yunho. Mengjin began to say that of all the people he had fought, the young master was the worst morally. But Mengjin also noticed a very important detail. As a warrior, Yunho actually deserves respect. In the training arena, he couldn't properly appreciate its strength because he was caught up in emotions. And now he wanted to see it in battle. He stood before the young master, bowing to him and begged to teach him something. Yunho looked at this simpleton and did not understand what he wanted from him. He suspected that there was definitely some ruse involved. However, looking at him, he still did not understand what had happened to him. His expression was very different from the cautious and uncertain one he had during the battle in the training arena. Now his eyes glowed with curiosity, like a child's. It was obvious that Mengjin had not come for battle, but with genuine interest like a child. Well, the slipper made it, Yunho thought to himself, deciding that maybe he shouldn't worry about this boy's interest in his cave secrets. He just smiled and asked if Mengjin really wanted to learn. After all, he had previously accused him of theft and had no evidence. But now he seemed genuinely interested. The young master noted that at the moment no one is watching them, as in the arena, and in a fit of anger he can easily turn it into a bloody mess. But it didn't matter to Mengjin. Threats that the battle could put his life on the line made Mengjin think for a moment. However, he quickly made up his mind, raised his wooden sword and said, "I don't care." Yunho only thought that this brat was showing off, as if he wanted to bask in the rays of glory as a member of the Mudan clan. He smiled, anticipating that this training battle would be interesting. Eunho said he won't repeat it twice. If Myungjin agrees, then let him act. Mengjin completely agreed and understood everything perfectly. He weighed all the circumstances once more. His achievements seemed mediocre to him, and he felt strong psychological pressure due to the fact that such an absurd person appeared in his path. But he realized that he had prepared seriously, and it would be foolish to give up everything just because of this. By this point, he was on his way to his own altar, as he believed. But when he stopped and looked at his god, something changed in his perception. He remembered the words of the teacher, who believed that meeting the young master was part of his education. It was an important lesson for him, and there is nothing to be ashamed of. Perhaps his teacher heard his prayers and sent him to this trial as an answer. If this is the case, it would be foolish to doubt that his life is at stake. Myungjin did not take his eyes off Yunho, even for a split second, as focused and attentive as possible. The young master watched his opponent and was ready for the next move. If his opponent was ready, then it's time to start the battle. Yunho rushed forward as if levitating. It was an obvious trick for Mengjin. However, his devotion to martial arts touched Yunho's heart. Yunho even felt a little bit of that devotion, feeling the weight that this fight had on his opponent. And now this moment has come. He was standing before Mengjin's eyes, who had yet to see the real world, and he couldn't fully comprehend how amazing this battle could be. If Mengjin can see even the smallest detail, it will help him advance in his understanding of martial arts. The moment Eunho swept past him, it seemed like thousands of incredibly powerful attacks began to tear through his clothes and strike at his body. Eunho, like a god of war, swept by, showing no emotion, displaying incredible skill. Mengjin only admitted that it was impressive. At that moment, his eyes rolled up. A little more and he would have passed out. Eunho ends this fight. Its result is known to all of us. This evening, the young master returned to his room. He started a conversation with his younger brother. I offered him a drink together. Today was one of his best days since they arrived, so Yunho couldn't pass up the opportunity to pass up a drink. Li Ryang thought it was, of course, a great idea, but he didn't understand where Eunho was going to get the alcohol. After all, the Mudan clan does not drink alcohol at all, and if they do not drink it, it is unlikely to be found here. In other words, the younger brother was sure that Yunho was not going to drink, but just dream about drinking. But that was his business, so he decided not to worry, and simply asked if he would keep him company. Li Ryang thought for a while, but agreed because why not, if it was already like this. Let's move on to a person who is tired of life, and has just received a scratch. It was Mengjin himself who was walking with a feeling of relief, and even joy. His acquaintances saw him, but at first, they did not even recognize him. They asked where he had disappeared all this time and why he looked like that. Mengjin replied that today was the best day of his life and everything was fine. He explained that it was his benefactor who found the Azure Orb of Life. Human, the abbot of Zantian Palace, introduced himself to him. He wanted to find out from the benefactor what had brought him to the position of managing the clan finances, explaining that he did not care about the clan finances. Today they visited the herbal medicine shop, according to his knowledge. Hauman talked to the store owner, ignoring those who were following him and the question of how he knew everything. Master Ain was convinced that there was a smell in the medicinal herb shop that should not be in these places. And even if it wasn't, that smell definitely shouldn't be present in the Madan clan. Therefore, the boy began to carefully sniff him. The abbot was confused and did not understand what he meant. Feeling uncomfortable, he began to avoid him, not understanding what he wanted. But the young master is not so easily deceived. He recognized the smell, because the man's whole body was soaked with booze. However, he refused to agree to this, insisting that he cannot smell alcohol because it is ridiculous. Yunho, however, was not going to back down. After all, not being able to steal money, the monk can only afford expensive and aromatic liquor. It would be better to discuss this over a cup of tea with Chinya-jin, since the abbot does not want to discuss it with him. Out of fear of the consequences, that man stopped the young owner. The abbot asked him what he wanted not to tell anyone and promised to do everything to keep his secret hidden. Unho began to carefully analyze it, and he was interested in one thing: to obtain alcohol. They soon set out to the east to a place famous for a drink called Yangha-tegok, a favorite among monks. This place was famous for its drink, which the monks were very fond of. They kept the money in the bag, preparing to buy. Yunho's brother was amazed that he had not only played a prank on the boy, but had also extorted money from him, a payment for his silence. It turned out that this abbot was responsible for the clan's finances and bought booze with stolen money. It turns out that the monk not only drinks, but also spends stolen funds. Yunho, with a smile, noted that he had indeed found a worthy monk, and now they were going to drink with his money. Li Rian explained that he, unlike a monk, is a martial artist because his background is related to martial arts. So he is closer to warriors than monks. Yunho asked him not to make excuses, reminding him that when they first met, Li Rian tried to show off his clumsy skills, which was unbecoming of a warrior. Hearing these words, Li Rian couldn't accept being called clumsy, as he was certain that his skill was no worse than the level of the Chai-Galseg clan. Maybe the older brother is just too critical to appreciate him properly. The young master realized that Li Rian's techniques seemed rude, only because he was in a hurry, and he was generally quite skilled. It was only after his true skill was revealed that Yunho realized that he had fallen right into his trap. Later, they will have a chance to show their skills properly, and then the young master will be surprised. Unho knows that Li Rian is easy to tease, and it amuses him quite a bit. After some time, they reached the tavern. The boy looked at his sword as if noticing scratches he hadn't seen before. He explained that he kept the sword wrapped in a silk cloth, and asked Yunho not to say such nonsense, as there was no scratch on the sword. Yunho looked at Li Rian's confused face with a displeased expression and told him to take another look at the sword in the sunlight and not to relax for now. Li Rian understood that Yunho would pester him until the end. As they walked through the dark forest, Li Rian noticed that his brother's shameless nature never changed. Yunho felt those words as a memory of the late master, but he became curious to hear more. He understood martial arts, but the martial arts world must have been full of stories about him. So he didn't understand why he had never heard of his older brother. Li Rian asked where he was in the hierarchy of the martial arts world all this time. Yunho replied that he lived a quiet life, so he probably didn't achieve much. However, the question remained. His power was so great that it was difficult to measure. Yunho explained that although there are people stronger than the 24 Masters, he does not believe in it. Among the predecessors of the 24 Masters were such figures as Sam Huang or the 3-meter Emperor, who became legends in the world of martial arts. However, deep down he wonders if there is anyone stronger than the 3 emperors. Li Rian surmised that those who ascended from the human world to the spirit world were indeed great figures. These words evoked in the boy memories of the world of spirits. His teacher often talked about this, noting that even though Yunho had yet to reach the great heights, he should aspire to the spirit world, even if he seemed too ordinary for one right now. At that moment, he understood that he had no other choice. Even if it was called the spirit world, he knew that he was at a level that could not be compared to even the weakest spirit. Therefore, he continued to train to become stronger, getting closer to his goal every day. He is interested in how much stronger a person can become while remaining in a human body, and whether there is a limit to the capabilities of the human body. He believed that he had already reached a certain level. This impressed his younger brother, and Li Rian partially didn't believe him, only laughed back. Li Rian suggested that maybe he just had an overdeveloped imagination. It turns out, he is hinting that the elder brother will have enough strength to defeat even a heavenly demon. It was too bold a statement, and the younger brother could barely restrain himself from succumbing to his imagination, but he found it very funny. Yunho, watching his friend's reaction, already suspected that he wanted to teach him. Seeing that the situation was not that ridiculous, Li Rian stopped. He noticed a serious look directed at him by the young master. Abruptly ceasing to laugh, he explained that he had meant nothing of the sort. He clarified that it was a joke, and everything was not as it seemed. But all the young master was doing was just teasing his younger brother. In the end, he just suggested going out for a drink and said that was enough for today. After some time, they finally reached their goal. Li Rian was happy when he saw that they had reached this place. This city looked like a painted landscape that could not be reached for a long time. Li Rian never thought he would see such a luxurious place. He had no idea that such a place could be in such a wilderness. Yunho was amazed. It exceeded all his expectations and raised a faint suspicion. They entered the territory and approached the tallest building. One of the red lights was not lit. The girl who was watching this decided to add oil to the wick, but no one knew that she was following the extinguished lanterns. If she's got nothing to do, she'd better check to see if there's enough booze in their guest rooms. At the entrance, the guard asked if it was too late for such young people to be wandering around the city. He also hinted that they must have come to the wrong place because they looked too young. Yunho looked at the guard, wanting to prove that they were definitely at the address. However, his younger brother hesitated whether to go in, even though there was no other establishment with that name nearby. The problem is that the security guard implied that they would not be able to enter without payment. Li Rian whispered to his brother that if no one was allowed here, the courtesans here must be incredibly beautiful. The guy asked what the criteria are for becoming a guest of the establishment. The guard began to enumerate. They might be provincial leaders or merchants, but that had to be confirmed. Eventually, the guard shrugged his shoulders, making it clear that he didn't care. In this case, he notices that one of them is carrying a sword. This means that he is a warrior who may be recognized by hearing his name, but the young owner lives a peaceful life so far. So few people know him yet. The guard then asked if there was anything behind him that made him stand out from the rest. Our hero replied that he was the eldest son in a merchant clan. The guard clarified whether he came from one of the great clans. Hearing this, the door opened and they were greeted as true young masters. They were greeted as representatives of the Kaon Jam clan, and in front of them was Yunho himself. The guard, realizing who he was dealing with, was amazed. Yunho only confirmed this by repeating his name. The guard began to laugh sharply, as if mocking them. After that, he laughed hysterically in their faces. I got the impression that he thinks they are fools. He emphasized that the Cheongjam clan is located in the north, and usually their representatives do not wander in such remote places. The guard was surprised by Yunho's appearance, which did not match his words at all. He said a bold phrase that Yunho didn't fully understand. In the house of the courtesans, one of them noticed that some fool had reached the lantern. She was annoyed that one of the lanterns in their territory was not lit. Suddenly, she noticed from above that someone was making noise on the territory. She saw the guard fall and fly away like a stone under the blows. It was obvious that he was badly hurt by the blows. Yunho did not understand how such a weakling could be put under guard. When he saw a guard call their family crest a fake, it angered him, but his brother restrained him to avoid a fight. Meanwhile, the other warriors began to converge at the sound of chaos. Seeing the guard on the ground, they asked who this brave man was. The guard said that the boy introduced himself as a young master of a well-known clan, and when he tried to stop him, he was hit. The leader of the warriors gave Yunho a careful look. If he really is who he claims to be, then the conversation will go completely differently. Yunho, feeling the watchful eye, realized that they would not be allowed to drink today, because they had already crossed the line. However, despite the situation, he still believed that they would be able to become welcome guests whom no one could refuse. Exhaling, the commander realized that there were new visitors in front of him. He ordered his soldiers to deal with them quietly and without too much noise. The younger brother was confused, not knowing what to do because he doubted that he would be able to cope on his own, but his older brother took the initiative into his own hands. Yunho wondered if he had any useful fighting techniques. Looking back to see his younger brother, he noticed that he had disappeared. The searchers around did not answer, and behind him, the guards had already prepared to attack. Yunho waved his hand. He knocked one of them down with one blow. He punched the second in the nose, and with a light movement of the palm, he cut out another one. In a second, the guards did not even have time to look back, as their teeth chattered. Yunho understood that he was really good at something, pushing things to the extreme. One of the soldiers tried to punch him. However, the fist of the young master turned out to be much stronger. From a high building, one of the girls watched the noise that arose due to restless guests. She wondered who had dared to appear before them. Rumors spread that one of the guests introduced himself as a host from the Cheongjam clan. However, the old man said that there is no confirmation of this information yet. Lately, there have been rumors that merchants have been visiting the Mudan clan, but the girl saw that the chaos was gaining momentum and understood that it could be important. She gritted her teeth. realizing that if this was true, the situation was extremely serious. Shuren was aware of all possible consequences of this incident. She quickly went to solve the problem, because this is no joke. It seemed incredible to her that even the best warriors of the Murim Union would recognize his skill. She almost thought it was impossible for anyone to single-handedly destroy the Aso clan class. But a rumor popped into his head that the culprit could be none other than a young master from the Cheongjam clan. And although these rumors are unverified, in the Murim Union itself they are inclined to a different opinion. They began to believe that this very boy who had recently visited Mudan and had a skirmish there might be the same young master. To the question of his maid about the name given by the young man, the answer was quite popular and well known nowadays. Eunho is the very name that makes the blood run cold. Our hero has already warmed up well. He continued to beat these scoundrels mercilessly. It seemed that he had not come here for courtesans, but to fight. After some time, the soldiers began to fly in different directions. His blows reverberated from arms to legs. The soldiers' teeth literally flew out from the force of the blows. Mistress Shuren appeared and saw with her own eyes everything that was happening. She watched as their strong defenders fell to the ground, powerless and out of breath. Horror and surprise penetrated her to the bone. She couldn't believe that one person was able to defeat so many experienced masters. After all, the skill of these warriors has been honed for years. Every movement is hard and well calibrated. The commander assured the hostess that she could not worry. They would find a way to stop this brat. But she understood that if the rumors were true, then the result was predictable, judging by the condition of the wounded soldiers. She didn't like it at all, but
it could indeed be a master from the Cheongjam family.
Looking at him, she saw neither fatigue nor fear, only absolute confidence. This confidence caused her anxiety. Suddenly, she loudly ordered to stop the fight and disperse. Her words reminded that the soldiers showed disrespect to one of the powerful owners of these lands. Yunho barely smiled as someone finally recognized him. Yunho remembered that these warriors addressed her as a hostess. She must be the one running the place. She, however, did not show much joy. She felt his confidence, and analyzing it, she understood. Even the best disciples of the clan would not stand a chance against him. It became obvious to her that the young master did not need additional proof of his strength. Then she quickly changes her facial expression, putting on a kind smile. She introduces herself as the owner of this place, Shuren. Shuren greets Eunho's young master upon his arrival. Yunho stares at her, realizing that Shuren, a young strict girl, really is the owner of this estate. And besides, she knows who he is, even though they've never met in person. Shuren assumed that everything went awry because her subordinates did not show proper respect for a boy who had come such a long way, based on only superficial judgments. Yunho just wanted to drink, but since he was not believed, he had no choice but to show his influence in the world of martial arts. He's sure that if that's not enough, he can show them something else. But Shuren is convinced that this is more than enough, and doesn't want to hurt her people anymore. She understood that such skillful warriors needed to be controlled, because she had probably spent a lot of money on their training, and the losses would be extremely painful. Because of this, Shuren expresses her gratitude as she worries about the financial stability of their organization, and Yunho realizes that she has invested a significant amount of money into it. Therefore, if the guy wants to raise their income or otherwise offset the expenses, she would be very grateful. Yunho looked at her and realized that he was now ready to be received as an honored guest. Shuren considers it an honor to serve him personally. A sly smile appeared on his face. Everything suits him, including new acquaintances. And that's when Shuren realizes that he is not alone here. Eunho only smiled, understanding the situation. Suddenly, his partner falls over the fence with a thud. Yunho introduces him as a foolish monk who takes advantage of his kindness. Soon they were invited to the most luxurious court. There, they arranged a banquet with the most exquisite dishes of local cuisine. Li Rian glowed with happiness, enjoying the privileges that had been bestowed upon him. He was especially happy in the company of charming courtesans, to whom he told that he could predict the future. He said that thanks to his skills, many people changed their lives dramatically, because as a monk, he can look into the future. Yunho watched him and laughed merrily, while Shuren, who was sitting next to him, remarked that he had a really interesting friend. She wondered what the young owner was like if he had such unusual friends. Yunho felt a little embarrassed, and asked what kind of person she thought he was if he had friends like that. It seemed to her that this is a person who does what he likes and calmly accepts it. There was something pleasant for him in her words. He drained his glass with a slight embarrassment at her look. Then the woman winked at her colleague. She started a conversation with a drunken friend of the young owner. They understood that a powerful master has not only power but also wealth, and his clan is respected. Although their acquaintance did not begin as they would have liked, the commander reminded them that they are not rivals and should behave carefully. If these girls can win their hearts, it will greatly help them in the future. The leader Sioran ordered the courtesans to try to win their hearts at any cost, and the girls were doing just that all evening. One of them waited for the young master to drink and decided to tell him something important. She wanted him to let her get to know him better. Eunho didn't know how to answer such a question. She begged him to let her do it. Taking the glass, he wondered if he would let her. Will she be able to handle it? His drunken eyes silently asked this question. But the main thing is not to forget that spirits have their own charms, and when a person falls into their trap, whether it is a mortal or even a divine being, their heart is enchanted and they become fools. In this world, there is a martial art known as Sorgun that uses a sophisticated technique of seduction, and they seem to be using this technique against him now. They do it so masterfully, which shows their high level, but it won't work on Yunho. Let them apologize. Li Rian, of course, is a naive young man and does not seem to realize that he has fallen into a trap, as he already offers the girl 10 years of prophecies for free. In his mind, Yunho muses that if they want to make a profit or increase sales, they'd better just keep pouring. But apparently, they intend to capture the young master. Of course, he has his suspicions about it, but even if they manage to capture him, it will be pretty funny. Yunho turns to the courtesan and asks if she is sure she can handle him. The girl, in turn, noted that he was worried about whether she would succeed, but she would do her best. She assures him not to worry, because the young master will get what he wants. For a moment, Eunho felt as if under a spell. He noticed that she was openly using the Sorgon technique, but how did she know that? Realizing that this must end, he prepares for action. He activates the elusive Kwai technique, and a wave of energy spreads across the room. The charms of these women immediately begin to weaken, clouding their vision. Like a neutralizing substance, its power affects them, destroying their plan. In a few minutes, the atmosphere between them became completely different. Yunho calmly continues drinking, as if nothing had happened. He is having fun as if nothing had happened. Finally, he can drink in peace, because the real taste is revealed in the drinks. After his trick, the girls felt uneasy. They were drenched in sweat and in incredible pain. One of them even felt nauseous. She couldn't help herself. When the young master asked what was wrong with her, she tried to pretend that everything was fine. In fact, she did not understand what was happening to her. Her nose was bleeding. The other girl also felt sick, started coughing up blood, although she said she was fine. Looking at her hand after coughing, she saw blood and realized that her circulation was impaired. Eunho knew that the elusive key was a force that was difficult to grasp, because it works invisibly. The girls tried to endure the pain that squeezed their internal organs, although it was not an easy task. Eunho noticed a fly on the table. He noticed that a fly was flying near the food. He turned to the girls, pointing to a fly circling the food. He killed her with one blow. He then told the girls that this was a lesson. If they recklessly challenged, unprepared for the consequences, the same could befall them. And let them not say that it is not so. One of them said that now the table is dirty, and she will have to clean everything. But it seemed that cold blood froze in her. She was horrified to realize that the bleeding might have something to do with this stranger next to her, and she began to guess that her condition could be the result of his action. Shuren enters the room, saying that she has scattered herbs that are supposed to scare flies away. She holds something that looks like a musical instrument in her hands, radiating her security. Seeing the instrument in front of him, the young owner was amazed. If he's not mistaken, it's a 7-string kin. And does Shuren know how to play it? Usually, when she wants to entertain an honored guest, she excuses herself by saying that she does not have the skill to play this instrument. The young master looks at her and realizes that she is avoiding the topic. In her opinion, the atmosphere in the room was already destroyed, and she came with the instrument as a last resort, hoping to cheer him up. The host would still like to listen to music while enjoying a drink, so her arrival is just in time. He asks her to play something if she really can. Shuren looks at him with a sly look. She sits down at a table for musicians, takes a deep breath, adjusting your energy, looks at the instrument, and remembers how to play it. Suddenly, a melody begins to flow from her hands. Her music has not yet captured the attention of the young owner, but suddenly she makes a wonderful melody. Her fingers move smoothly across the 7-stringed instrument. Music fills the entire space around. Everyone listens to these magical sounds. The song was known in these parts. If the young master does not mind, it will make an impression on him. But suddenly his eyes began to close. As if on a ship, he begins to slightly cover his eyelids. He thought she wanted to provoke him and use the key Songon technique. She puts all her strength into every sound. Now she only pulls and releases the strings. It was a sound as pure as dew, captivating as the mist at dawn. The hostess's performance was truly amazing. She stopped playing. She exhaled, feeling tired from this game. She asked the young owner how he liked her performance because she had spent a lot of time on it. In response, the young master said that he did not hear anything special, but he considers it an extremely polite gesture on her part. He admitted that he did not even know how to thank her for this performance. However, Surin did not play for the sake of gratitude. If her performance was not exciting enough, then the reward for it does not make sense. Even if he did grant her one wish, it would still be inappropriate. It seems like an overly generous reward for an average performance that didn't really matter. Surin found his words audacious, and she asked if he had any idea what she wanted. He replied that he did not know for sure, but he had some guesses. It seems to him that her true desire is undoubtedly power. The eyes of the girls who were around were shining anxiously. They felt that the boy might have gone over the legal limit. Even Mistress Surin held her breath. The watchful gaze of the young master fell upon them, straining the atmosphere. Tension filled the air, as if before a storm. However, the young master felt quite confident, as if the situation was under control. His younger brother, unsuspecting, was just enjoying the moment as if nothing was happening. But suddenly Li Rian felt that something was going on, and it caused alarm. And it was then that Surin turned to the young man. Her gaze was alert. Many guests, who are usually looking for the best kiss to entertain them, did not have one here, and this young man does not want to speak even in front of her. Extremely unusual. In-ho smirks, saying that she's just a bit better looking than the others. He hints that mercenaries who are paid for protection are unlikely to sacrifice themselves. Their own skin is more valuable to them. Besides, he didn't inform the Mudan clan of his visit, so how did Surin know he belonged to Hongjian? She might have been able to guess this, as he had recently visited the clan to teach them a lesson, and she wanted to verify if the rumors were true by gathering more information. Yun-ho was sure that only 2 cities in this martial world could possess this level of knowledge. Surin interrupted him, not understanding what he was making up now. But Yun-ho continued, noting that there was another place in Murim that taught the martial art of Kaizen, which included sensing and memory techniques. Now it seems that these girls are ready to take out a hidden weapon and attack him, hiding it under their dresses. Looking at one of the courtesans, Yun-ho advises her to take her time and not move if she values her life. The girls turned their eyes to Mistress Surin, not knowing what to do next. Yun-ho smiles. After all this, they will also accuse the young master, teaming up to silence him. Mistress Surin was silent at this moment. She understood that before her was a cunning opponent, a real unpleasant type. Meanwhile, Li Ryan, quite drunk, was lying there muttering something. While Yun-ho was talking to Surin about minor things, all the girls quietly left the hall. She was surprised to note that the boy was full of surprises. He talked a lot, but did not show any emotions. But Surin knows how much strength he needs for this. But he obviously doesn't need to know that. It was fun for him to watch them try to clean him up, a moment that could increase their power when she asked the girls to cast a spell on the young master. And now he understands why she chooses her guests so carefully. All for this. The choice of guests here depends on whether a person represents any value. This is his only way to survive among the powerful. Eun-ho noticed this immediately, comparing them to rats. For Murim's warriors, such a comparison is harsh, and since he has shown his true colors, they no longer want to see him as a guest. The young owner noted that her attitude was very interesting. Surin couldn't hold back and hit the table with hatred. She couldn't believe that this scoundrel had the audacity to say such a thing. It was obvious that the boy was just playing with her, and it was driving her crazy. Surin notes that his words make her doubt whether he really intends to support them, even though she took his jokes at face value. But Surin warned him not to relax. Rats also have teeth, and if provoked, they will definitely bite. He had better not turn her reflection into his personal amusement. Yun-ho, seeing the desperation in her eyes, thought that she should know when to lean in and when to threaten, especially when her pride was at stake. He decided to give advice. If she continued, let her prepare for the fact that he would break her neck without hesitation. Surin could hardly stand the insolence of this bastard and threatened that he would not get out of here unscathed either. She reminded him of the legendary blacksmith, the famous master Goyaju, and that this room was filled with his brutal creations. Regardless of his skill, he will not be able to avoid the thousands of traps that will attack from all sides. Eun-ho now understood what she meant, and wasn't even going to ask any further. Surin hoped that her words would tone down his arrogant arrogance a little. Suddenly, a drunk Lyrian appeared, not wanting to spoil their mood, but accidentally activated all the traps. He, a little worried, began to turn them off, fearing that they might work. It sounded like pure madness. and Surin didn't believe there was any way to turn them off. Returning to the room, she realized she needed to check at least one trap just to be sure. She knew that if she did not use the traps, she would die. But if she tried, she would also risk her life. There was no choice left. Surin pressed a hidden lever beside her. Time passed, but nothing happened. Li Rian repeated what he said again. All the traps have already been turned off. Surin was stunned. She had spent a fortune on these traps, and these guys just took them and turned them off with ease. The young master warned her not to drink anything, but she did not listen. Now she realized that she had signed her own death sentence. He does not have an iota of fear. If she dares to attack, she will be defeated. At that moment, she felt cornered by a rat. When the young owner left the room, he threw coins on the table. He apologized, explaining that it was not their fault that they drank so much alcohol. Although the cashier pointed out that 70 nyang were still missing, Surin was willing to forgive everything, if only they would already leave. She angrily replied that she would find a way to get the missing funds, even if she had to use her warriors to do so. The young owner only smiled, noting that she was full of life, even after all these events. Li Rian cheerfully waved her goodbye, even though the young master was in a hurry to take him away from her. When the servant asked if they could just let these guys go, Surin replied that there was nothing you could do here. They couldn't be held any longer. They knew who these people were, but had no way of attaching even a tracking amulet to them. All further decisions will be discussed with Lord Amon. Sure, Surin was upset, but what else could they do? That's not the problem. Yunho turned out to be too cunning a fox who masterfully bypassed all her traps. After this scoundrel left their facility, Surin wondered what to do next, because finding him now was simply impossible. While he was still here, she couldn't bring herself to take the next step. The guard recalled how, only after entering the room, he felt his presence. That man directed his aura directly at him, a warning that could not be ignored. Having dealt with many martial artists in the past, this bodyguard knew how to handle himself. And that was why he was hired as a bodyguard. Surin didn't understand how he managed to escape their attention so easily. Was not the strongest of her men at the head of her warriors. Of course, the opponent appeared to be extraordinary, but the thought that he retreated because of someone's aura seemed humiliating. However, the reason for his indecision was something else. He used an invisible energy to suppress his will, a level of skill he wouldn't even dare come close to. He used it so easily even against girls who had only demonstrated basic fighting skills. The fact is that this guy is much stronger than they thought, and according to their estimates, he is able to withstand even 24 masters. Perhaps he can even surpass them. This information sounded simply unbelievable to Surin. It was beyond logic, since the boy was too young for such abilities. But given the cases of extraordinary personalities, anything is possible. Surin did not understand who this young man was, who possessed such power and wealth at such an age. And his statement that when he first learned about their brothel, he thought they were rats only added to the indignation. If she had been in despair, she would have understood that she had to bow to him. And yet he told her that she had signed her own death warrant. She couldn't bear the thought that this scoundrel was such an insidious and unpleasant person. Still, she asked the head guard how they should proceed with him. The guard understood that all this could turn into a problem, and advised to turn to their allies, until the situation becomes public. Meanwhile, the young master was on top of Mount Udar. They said that they were following guards and merchants and eventually got lost. On the way back, they decided to collect the necessary supplies and deliver them to their homeland, so he ordered them to go forward, and then the brother realized that they would go back in a cart. Yunho was sure that they could handle the little difficulties on their own, but his brother was a little hesitant because it meant that he would have to drag him and run with him. As they were about to leave, they were suddenly stopped. It was a famous guy named Ginman who looked pretty beat up. Li Rian wondered what had happened to him, and why did he come here with such injuries, looking like a patient who could barely stand on his feet. The young master impatiently stated that he still had a lot of adventures ahead of him, so let Jin Meng speak quickly because he didn't have time. Jin Meng's gaze changed dramatically. He felt sincere gratitude to the young master for what he had done for him. After all, thanks to him, Jin Meng rediscovered the world of martial arts. The young master was sure that anyone in Jin Meng's place would have thought that he had almost saved his life. However, he had no desire to talk to him any further and asked his partner Li Rian to deal with the situation. Jin Meng only asked them to be careful, but he also needed to take care of his health. As he walked, Li Rian mused that their conversation had not ended on the best note, as if he had missed something important. Jin Ming understood that in a sense, the young master had indeed saved his life. Afterwards, they thanked the people for the lunch, which they were generously treated to. Satisfied and satisfied, They left the room with a sense of peace. Eun-ho couldn't even imagine that the food in an ordinary tavern in the middle of the road could be so delicious. Li Rian was convinced that it might have seemed so delicious compared to the meager food in Mutan. But this time, it was truly incredible. And then they suddenly heard the voice of a very familiar person, which made them look around in surprise. Surin appeared on the horizon with a wagon. But what is she doing here? They didn't even recognize her right away, but it was clear. She didn't come by herself, because she had already noticed that they were returning to the family. The young master realized that there must be something behind all this. After all, behind her stood the man who watched over them earlier, and everything fell into place. Eun-ho made it clear that they were already on their way, but the question remained, why did she stop them? She offered to go with her in her carriage, because she had certain plans in Wuhan. The brothers were sure that after a hearty dinner they would quickly become drowsy, and nothing could be better than sleeping in a wagon. The older brother gladly accepted this generous offer, telling the younger one to climb inside. However, the young master had absolutely no intention of going with them, no matter how much they asked him. Li Ryan tried to convince him, but both of them were old enough not to fall for such tricks. Surin just looked at him with displeasure. She decided to intervene, saying that she herself was not a big fan of traveling in a carriage. Since the trip is not urgent, she offered to walk together. Yunho asked where exactly she was going to go. At this moment, Li Rian was so surprised that he could not utter a word. The young master held him firmly under his arm, as if he did not think of letting go. If Murin has any complaints, the young master has another free hand to help him put him in his place. Surin blushed, confused by the suggestion that he might carry her, even though she didn't want it at all and didn't even understand why she didn't like it. Surin felt uncomfortable and tried to somehow justify herself, but the boy was not going to talk to her for a long time, and hinted that something unpleasant would happen if she dared to touch him. She understood that she could not trust her body to this insolence, only if she were to lose her mind. But after a short thought, she still decided to agree, albeit with an expression of displeasure on her face, and the young master undertook to carry them all. She herself did not understand what was happening to her. At first she offered to travel together, but now she felt awkward. Li Ryan, an experienced traveler, advised to close your eyes so as to breathe through your nose, because if you open your mouth, your throat may dry out. Serene felt how uncomfortable this situation was for her, and for the young owner, it was a moment for entertainment. He told them to fasten their seatbelts and hold on tighter so they wouldn't fall in the process. Activating their power, they instantly picked up speed. The man who was watching them barely managed to blink an eye as they disappeared from the field of view. He had never seen such a technique. After some time, they finally stopped. They stopped at a beautiful lake after this lively movement. Serene could not stand it and began to vomit. She was sickened after such maneuvers and rapid movements of the young master. Li Ryan understood that everyone felt the same at first, but in reality, what was the difference? Surin, having finished, looked up at the young master. She couldn't understand how he and Li Ryan had reached this level of stamina so quickly. When asked if she was all right, she was only surprised that the young master did not even sweat. He ran slowly, assuming that something like this might happen. Surin understood that there was concern in his words, even though he had treated her like baggage all this time. Yunho asked Li Ryan to write a note to the man chasing them, to take his time because their final destination hasn't changed. He can use all his strength to chase, but still he will not catch up with them. Murin didn't understand how Eun-ho knew about everything. Meanwhile, the pursuer made every effort, moving at full speed. He sought to catch up with them, using all his capabilities. Finally, they arrived at their destination. The large and lively city was full of energy and life. They entered the family estate. Their grandfather welcomed them as dear guests. He just wondered how it was that no matter where Eun-ho went, he always came back with someone new. Surin was happy to meet new people. She introduced herself and bowed in respect. The father of the young owner happily noted that this time at least a girl came with his son. He was also pleased to meet her. It was Hajin Yu. He was the lord of the manor, known and respected in this world. The lord ordered to prepare everything for a treat, and Surin immediately felt that she was in front of an important and noble person. But his son seemed simply unbearable and impudent to her. But she decided not to think about it just yet and concentrated on the treat. The head of the family asked how they met his son. Yunho said that it happened by chance, just like with Li Ryan when they met on the street. They talked about various small things, and the woman remembered that she had business in Wuhan, so she joined their company. The head realized that Serene was probably looking for a place to stay, but she admitted that she didn't know for sure yet. The lord then offered her to stay at their estate if it would not cause them any inconvenience. She happily agreed. The Lord added that his son's guests were his guests, and if it was all right, they could stay until they had finished their business. Serene thanked Lord Jinyu for his hospitality. All this time she tried to think of a reason to stay, but she did not expect that everything would happen so quickly and easily. Despite their warm attitude and willingness to receive her, she was surprised at how easily she earned the Lord's trust. And suddenly a man burst into the room. It was obvious that he was very panicked. He brought the Lord news of serious trouble. The man who entered noticed that the head was not alone because there were guests sitting at the table. The head assured that everything was fine as they were his son's guests, but asked what had happened. The man said in a low voice that 3 people from the Yan's branch in Honam had been found dead. The head realized that those scum finally crossed all limits. Yunho ate calmly, realizing that the situation with Yang's branch in Honam could have serious consequences. Surin decided to interject and suggested that it might be related to the Forest King from Henson, but everyone wondered how she knew such details. The girl explained that she had heard about the recent intervention of the King of the Forest in the city's affairs. She suggested that it was probably a conflict of interest between the estate and the Forest King's lands that led to these complications. Surin asked if the head had tried to negotiate with him, adding that the King of the Forest was unlikely to come to an easy understanding. The chief was impressed by her intelligence, but later wondered why she was explaining the whole situation so confidently. One of the people said they tried to negotiate, but all their offers were rejected. Surin realized that this was predictable, as trying to negotiate in the beginning could really damage their reputations. Ever since they were rejected, even just negotiating with the King of the Forest had become difficult. They took measures to make his lands and mountains impassable to them. Surin realized that they were probably using a special formation if her guess was correct. The head confirmed that they had resorted to a cunning method to block all communication with the king, forcing them to leave Honam. If this is indeed the formation, then maybe young Master Li Ryan can help them. He was ready to use all his powers to help, but the head hesitated, remembering that Li Rian had said that he was traveling to study and gain experience, so how could he help in such a situation? However, Li Xing could vouch for his skills in this matter. Li Ryan witnessed him turning the high-class Goyaja formation into dust, and looked at Surin as he remembered that moment. When they first heard about the Goyaja formation, their impressions were unforgettable. The hostess was a little offended, feeling that it was about her. Li Rian explained that thanks to them, he would be able to meet the shaman he had wanted to see for a long time, so he was willing to help. Although he is a skilled craftsman who trains daily, he will be useful as much as he can. Surin asked how they felt about luring the King of the Forest. She was sure that it would make the negotiations much easier. The chapter considered this possibility, and Surin proposed several methods for implementation. The chief was impressed by her willingness to provide so much help. Yunho wondered if it would be too much of a burden for Surin to help the estate. If they make a wrong move, who will be responsible for the consequences? Probably she is. But Surin was thinking more about the future and assured that the support would not be a burden for her. Yunho gave her an indifferent but interested look, trying to understand what she meant by the future. Surin asked if he understood it wrong. Later, the events are transferred to another place. A faithful friend and servant goes through the swamp, spending all his strength on this path. Day after day, he continues to chase them, but in no way can catch up with them, feeling almost like a loser. That night in the chief's office, they discussed that these people were going beyond their patience. They can't figure out if they are using force to intimidate. But this time, it's ordinary people who are hurt. It was absolutely unacceptable for the leader. It seemed that the moment was ripe for the next step and a possible dialogue. It was about what his son had done with the Aso group. The advisor fully agreed, noting that the Aso faction was responsible for the events of the day. But they did not represent the entire Green Forest. It seems that Jin saw his son's attempt to change the traditions as a big problem. Maybe it really is time to do something about it. However, all this seemed too difficult for the leader to believe. Someone who was bedridden and started learning martial arts just 5 years ago is now capable of such things. It's incredible. There's no need to pretend the leader doesn't know. If he ever has to discuss this with a young master, now is the time to talk. He is excited and worried at the same time. Should I move on or be more careful with this dangerous stranger from the forest? Yunho stayed up all night because something was bothering him and kept him awake. He thought about what might happen because of that incident. The next morning, everything went on as usual. As usual, he went to his morning training. In the morning, he began to meditate. Focusing his energy, he devoted himself fully to the practice. And at a certain moment, he felt strange sounds begin to appear around him. Concrete blocks, lined up in a row, stood in front of him. There were about 5 of them. He focused on them, wanting to make them crash. Focusing his meditation on his breath, he began to release energy from within. After a while, the blocks began to shake. They shuddered as if dancing, and trembled more and more. At that moment, Yunho directed a powerful burst of energy at them. Like an arrow, this energy shot out of him. Hitting one of the blocks, she sent it flying to the side. He continued to send out energy punches. Blocks under their influence began to fly in all directions. With a wave of the hand, he began to swirl the air around him. Soon, all the blocks flew in different directions. Opening his eyes, the boy glanced at his result. He was pleased with himself for reaching this level of skill. While on your territory, he felt at home, the best place for training and rest. Here he could relax, eat when he was hungry, and sleep when he was tired without fear of having to fight someone. When he first became aware of himself in this body, he was a little confused and even wanted to avoid this fate. But in the end, it was a great choice. Lee Ryan was thinking about the planning all this time. He noticed that the structure had a weak point, vulnerable to external attacks, and suggested using this to their advantage. When they invade an enemy lair, strategy can be employed to prevent escape. The whole situation resembled a well-planned trap, and the question arose, what were they going to do from this place? Suddenly, a young owner appeared behind them and asked permission to look. Lee Ryan had been strategizing for the Supreme Coalition all this time, but he was surprised that his friend was interested in it. Hunho must not have heard the latest news yet, and really he had no idea. It turned out that a mysterious thief appeared, who was already nicknamed Divine. Surin added that he should not be underestimated, because this time, he even robbed the Samshi Association. The only question is it really possible? When they arrived here, Surin behaved so strangely, as if she had already become a member of their family, forever getting into all kinds of trouble. Yunho even began to think that this girl was planning to stay here. Surin and the head didn't believe that even transcendent level masters could handle it on their own, and doubted that the thief was working alone. Yunho looked at Surin suspiciously. Even his little sister started to circle around her, and this kindness made him wonder if she must be up to something. The head explained that the Samhui Association is one of the 4 great associations of the Central Plains, and they are dependent on the Moi family. It was strange that such an incident happened. Surin was sure that the Moi family and the Muramu alliance would probably lose their reputation because of this incident. They must be panicking right now. In the near future, they may ask for the cooperation of the Trade Association in the case of the Divine Thief. The chapter received a letter from the Alliance this morning saying they would be sending an investigator here. Yunho wondered why the head asked Lee Ryan to check the building's security in case a thief decided to break into them. The head was sure that after what had happened in Samhui's association, this thief was a serious threat. They are one of those through whom huge sums of money pass. Surin was convinced that the reason the Alliance had sent the investigator was because they believed the appearance of a thief in the Supreme Coalition was likely. The head confirmed that the master of the Supreme Coalition had consulted with the Emperor on this matter. Suddenly, Unho burst out laughing. He joked that Surin would stop scaring his father and causing unnecessary panic. The boy was convinced that his task with his father was simply to find and catch this brazen thief. He promised that he himself would come and capture him, whoever he was, without any extra plans or complications. During a walk with her sister, she said how glad she was that Surin lives with them. My sister said that for her, Surin is like Rina. She knows so much and is so kind. She likes how warmly they treat her, but Yunho warns her that Surin is only pretending. He warned that his sister does not know how cold and calculating Surin really is. If that's the case, why did she come here? Asked the sister, to which Unho admitted that he had not invited her. She followed him of her own free will. However, the sister suggested that it was because Surin liked Yunho's older brother, which sent him into a wave of indignation. The sister went on to point out that if she followed him, she must have found him attractive, and then the question remains, why did she follow him in the first place? Yunho decided to clarify. It was not because of curiosity, but because of his strength. However, the sister was convinced that Surin found him interesting, and perhaps admired his power. She even hinted that Surin is thinking about marrying Yunho's young master, who just can't accept the idea. Later, he successfully guided his sister to the academy. Accidentally paid attention by the number of people who were here. It seemed that a whole crowd had gathered, for the east and west gates were closed. And all this probably because of the Divine Thief. Strengthened external security and increased the number of internal patrols. Now the luggage and personal belongings of anyone who seems suspicious are searched. Yunho thought it was too much of a problem for one thief. But this unusual thief truly defied everyone. He thought to himself that it would be easier to just not let him in than to prepare for such events. At the same time, the leader understood that they could not catch him. No one knew his motives, appearance, or location. Surin advised the host to wait and watch, as the entire Muramu alliance had already informed them about the dispatch of the investigator. Wunho was angry that even Surin, this woman, had caught his father's attention. Suddenly, a security guard stopped a suspicious person nearby. He demanded to show what was in his bag. The young master fixed his gaze on this scene. Opening the bag, the guard saw soybeans that the peasant had grown on his land. The peasant brought them here to see if he could sell them at the highest price. In this case, the guard decided to let him through, allowing him to enter. But the young master did not stop there. He kept a close eye on this man. There was something about him that seemed unusual, and then his gaze stopped at the man's feet. For a farmer, he had 2 wide and strong legs. It was clearly someone undercover. The man headed for the granary. He approached the worker who was engaged in assessing the harvest. He said that the harvest was quite good, and if he wanted to sell only this bag, he would offer 10 for it and 12 for 2. Without thinking, the man agreed to sell the bag for 10. Leaving the building, he began to carefully look around. His gaze rested on a place where the guards were extremely vigilant. After a while, one of the soldiers was carrying a suitcase. It was obvious that this suitcase was carefully guarded. That was the total sales this morning. The so-called farmer watched this closely and overheard conversations about the Supreme Coalition's vault. Unho continued to follow suspicious people, asking them where they came from and why, while this wretch slipped through the streets of the city. He was not visible at all in the crowd. Soon he entered a quiet alley. The alley looked quite dull and deserted. Approaching the building, he pulled one of the bricks. A secret room opened before him. Inside was a note he had received. Without hesitation, he closed the secret room. He didn't expect anyone to be watching his actions closely. When he started walking away from that place, he heard someone stop behind him. Looking around, the farmer saw that someone was standing behind him. Yunho turned to him, noting that he had a very strange gait and didn't look like a farmer at all. And he also hung around suspiciously for a long time near the vault of the Supreme Coalition. When asked, "Who are you?" the farmer began to read a note that mentioned the Supreme Coalition and tonight. Yunho found his victim and asked him what he had planned for the evening. However, the farmer denied that he did not know what he was talking about. Suddenly, he jerked forward, trying to escape. However, Yunho quickly moved and was already standing in front of him, blocking the way. He hinted that if this farmer was really a man with a brain, he should not have forgotten what he was going to do. Farmer realized that he was standing in front of a master with whom he could not compare. Yunho emphasized that this type is not at all as impressive as they say it is. His skills were good, but the man assured him that he was not the thief. From his face, the young master understood that he was scared, because he had been caught. However, he himself never admitted that he was a thief. And at that moment, the farmer suddenly started using martial arts, trying to escape. But he suddenly stopped in the air. He felt someone grab his leg. Yunho offered him to tell everything himself or choose another option, to get beaten. The thief gritted his teeth, realizing whose hands he had fallen into. At this moment in the main building of the chapter, they welcomed a person who came unannounced. This man belonged to the sect of beggars. He was upset that they had not received his letter. His name was Chugwang, and he came not only as a sect elder, but also as an investigator sent by the Alliance. The chief didn't quite understand what investigator meant in the Central Plains, but he knew that this man was looking for someone. He understood that as an investigator, they had not sent anyone, but a whole important figure, an elder. It was a very serious matter. He also realized that Lady Surin was right when she spoke about the incident that had seriously affected the pride of the Muramu Alliance. Later, Surin met her man, who reported that all 3 witnesses named the same place. He was convinced of this. Surin felt that someone important was behind this, but she did not expect that such a powerful person was involved. If the message from the young master of the Supreme Coalition turns out to be wrong, the sword may turn against them. Surin understood that they had already crossed the line and interfered, so now they must stick to their original goals. Although her human didn't quite like it, and although it will sound rather rude, he wanted to ask Surin a question. He was worried that she was forming a relationship with the young master. Meanwhile, the head continued his conversation with the representative of the beggar sect, who said that the sect had been following them for a long time, and their scouting party had crossed paths with them many times. The elder was ashamed to admit that every attempt to find and catch the thief had failed. In terms of maneuverability, the divine thief had no equal. His skills were at an impressive level, and the head shared this confidence. Based on this information, they planned to take countermeasures in the Supreme Coalition territories where the thief might appear. The elder of the beggar sect did not know that someone outside of their sect had this information, and suspected that it was the young master who was able to arrange everything. Suddenly, Surin enters the room. She looks calm but notices the guest present. Looking closely, she recognizes this person. Their faces expressed mutual surprise and anxiety. They clearly knew each other well. The elder asked Master Ha if this rat told about the connection with the witnesses and the divine thief. Surin realized that the Alliance had sent this old assassin here. He even asked the head to expel this woman, calling her the head of the evil and dirty Hao sect. Hearing this, the chief tried to remain calm and declared that she was his guest. The elder of the beggar sect knew about her cold-bloodedness and shamelessness. However, the head insisted that she was his guest and asked to treat her with respect. He reminded the elder that he should respect his guests, regardless of their background. The elder could barely contain himself, as he realized who this woman was and felt disgusted in her presence. Surin realized that she would have to reveal her identity one day anyway, and thought that she couldn't stay here after that. However, even after learning about her true nature, the head did not turn his back on her. He remained a true gentleman. If she had such a father-in-law, she might even think about marriage. The elder of the beggars still did not understand how this had happened, although they had prepared carefully. Even with increased security measures, new loopholes could appear. They decided to invite several martial arts masters to help. Surin interjected, saying that she had heard that the experts from the Samhui Association did not help during the theft, and that there was no point in wasting effort on such unnecessary activities. The Supreme Coalition has masters who are not inferior in combat skills to people from the Alliance. And if they also possess strategic thinking, there are 2 more people who are excellent at both. Surin hinted that maybe they don't need help from the outside at all. They will manage on their own. The chief looked at her, listening to the words, but did not understand who she meant by 2. The girl apologized for not telling earlier, and the head asked with interest who these 2 were. Surin then revealed that one of them was a young master, and the other was a shadow squad master under her command, Gu Hoi. The chief did not believe that she was referring to his son as a capable master. The elder of the beggar sect was convinced that the young master could not match the great master of the shadow sect due to his lack of experience, and was quick to express his doubts. But Surin believed that they did not yet know what the young master was really capable of. The elder did not want to devalue his abilities and apologized. However, he assured that Surin does not realize the full importance of the information he is transmitting. He hinted that the divine thief's goal might not have been money. Surin asked what he meant because he doesn't even do it for fame, because no one knows about him. The elder explained that if they thought carefully, they would be able to understand who was behind it. The head pushed him to continue if he had any guesses. The elder explained that during the robbery of the Samhui Association, a very small amount of valuables was stolen. Gossip only inflated the situation and rumors spread quickly. This caused panic among the investors as their funds were invested in the association and they started withdrawing their money. The elder suggested that the real goal of the thief was to undermine the confidence of investors. This cunning maneuver forced them to withdraw their investment from the association and invest it elsewhere, which undermined people's confidence. It is still unknown who is behind this case, but the beggar sect has some guesses. Once investors start putting their money elsewhere, they will find out who is behind it. Surin noted that if the elder decided to just wait, it looked like he was hoping the thief would reveal himself. But the elder warned that taking it lightly is a mistake, because it is not known who is behind it. Although the Hao clan has the best intelligence in the world, unlike the beggar sect, they are only newbies here. These words sounded quite categorically in relation to the hostess. Recently, there was a secret meeting of the unorthodox factions and representatives of Nanman at the Hao clan tavern. But Serene did not know the details yet. The conversation was about the leader of the unorthodox faction, Mu Song, and she was trying to prove that she was sure a divine thief was behind it. Hearing about the unorthodox faction, the head of the Ha clan was shocked, and the elder of the beggar sect was no less surprised. The thief's bright red ear indicated that the young owner had caught him well. He admitted that he was dealing with an unorthodox faction led by Mu Song and that everything he was doing was on their orders and plan. Yunho couldn't understand why they were robbing the Supreme Coalition then, if she had nothing to do with it. With pain and screams, the thief began to tell him everything. But soon fear overtook him and he turned green. He fell breathless. Something unknown happened, and he did not have time to tell everything. Yunho thought that maybe he scared him so much because it was obvious that this guy was dying. But suddenly, masked people appeared behind him, and their leader declared that he had given the servant the poison, knowing that he would not keep his mouth shut. Did this guy think he could reveal their secrets and stay alive? In his hands, the leader held something that looked like a transmitter. Betrayed and trapped, the boy died before he could tell everything. Eun-ho glared at this killer and knew he would have to have a good word with him, but he wasn't alone here. Eun-ho once heard about the Yadgu poison that helps warriors dominate others. This poison is considered extremely deadly, and it is very difficult to obtain it. Such a poison acts in pairs like a female and a male. When one of the carriers feels pain, the other also feels it. Yadga is used to control a person by introducing one parasite into the body and destroying another. Just imagine the excruciating pain the victim feels from the parasite moving inside. This horror cannot be described in words. While studying with his master, Eun-ho remembered that the rice had a wet taste, and although it seemed strange to discuss such things during meals, the master seemed to enjoy such conversations. Eun-ho remembered that anyone who swallowed Yadgu would either die in excruciating agony or commit suicide, thus being exploited to the hilt, followed by a miserable death. This man clearly would not take such poison voluntarily, knowing that he would die. Eun-ho suggested that in such a situation, it could be assumed that this man was working for them against his will. It remained to be seen whether this was true, but in any case, it seemed that he did come across the main criminals. He noticed that the conversation with this dead boy was much more interesting and pleasant than with them. Eun-ho even felt a little sympathy for him considering his suffering as he was about to die. The masked people looked at him as if he were crazy. They, however, understood that their master had been exposed. And now they have to kill Eun-ho, so they rush at him with knives. But Eun-ho just waved his finger, implying that it was their own fault if they died, and wanted to settle things amicably. One of the killers just shouted, "Shut up, you bastard!" The young master easily dodged the dagger. He noticed that this guy was targeting the acupuncture points on his neck, which distinguished the methods of the criminals from the righteous factions. But it didn't bother him. He just smiled. Eun-ho lightly touched the assassin's forehead with his finger. As a result, he fell down, as if from the impact of a projectile, and remained lying breathless. The colleague of the murdered man, seeing that Eun-ho put his friend down with a light movement of his finger, swung his sword and almost touched the young master's face. However, Eun-ho's aura was so powerful that the sword began to melt from her power. The killer's face showed shock. He had never seen anything like it before, and the boy seemed to enjoy the moment. A quiet town perked up as the assassin flew away from Eun-ho's aura and began to slowly fall from the roof. Falling to the ground, he looked like an ordinary loser. Eun-ho turned to the survivor and asked him to give him the item. Soon, he felt a blow on his head, but now the poison control item was in his hands. All this commotion was caused by a small casket the size of a fist. Opening it, he decided to see what was inside. He saw that the creature in the casket had already died, having expelled all the poison. Eun-ho turned to the enemy, asking if he was still alive, writhing in pain. But the boy replied that he could not bear it anymore and asked to kill him. Eun-ho decided to help him, reassuring him that if he couldn't do it himself, he would still die. "So just shut up and bear it," Eun-ho told him. He realized that nothing could be done with the poison that had already been released. But if he can trap the cursed creature in an energy trap before it releases all the poison, it was only necessary to find where it was. He began to carefully feel the boy's body, and soon felt this accursed creature. A smile appeared on Eun-ho's face when he found it. He knew he only had seconds to act. Soon the creature began to be enveloped in his chi energy. There was only a moment between life and death. The boy, writhing in pain, asked what was going on, but Eun-ho informed that he managed to block the cursed creature before it died, and before the poison was released. It meant he wouldn't die. Now all that was left was to get this creature out of his body, Eun-ho asked when he last went to the toilet. This question seemed strange to the boy, but he remembered that he had forgotten when it was. He remembered that the last time he had been to the toilet was 2 days ago. Eun-ho wondered how many times he had eaten during that time. The man replied that he had eaten about 3 times, but didn't understand why Eun-ho was asking this. Eun-ho ordered him to vomit. He explained that the creature, along with everything else, must come out of him in this way. After some time, the man survived. Kneeling down, he thanked the young master for his kindness. When asked if there was any way he could thank him for saving his life, Eun-ho just smiled and said he could start right now. The boy asked him to explain the reason for the robbery of the Supreme Coalition. The man admitted that he did not know the real reason at all. He really doesn't know anything, even about the previous robbery of the association. He was only following orders. Eun-ho was a little disappointed, because he turned out to be just a tool that was used and then abandoned. Eventually, the man remembered that he knew the location of Chol Musong's hideout. Eun-ho decided to take advantage of this and said, "Since you know that, take me there." He doesn't care why they attack the Supreme Coalition. They will answer to him for their actions. A simple peasant did not understand that the boy was seriously going to rush into hell itself. But Yunho asked, "Are you afraid of death?" In part, the man was no longer afraid of anything, although he thought that the boy was crazy because his enemy was one of the 24 strongest, King Monson. He didn't understand why Yunho was so confident that he could handle him on his own. The villager thought that maybe if it wasn't for Yunho, he would have died from the poison by now. He decided to go with him to the very end, no matter what. Yunho noticed that the boy was quite fast. Yunho thought that it was much easier to run like this without having to drag anyone along. An incredibly fortified fortress stood in the mountains. Loyal warriors came to greet the master, the supreme commander of the Central Lands clan, Master Chal. When Master Chal heard that he was called Supreme Commander, it gave him a sense of superiority. He felt himself superior to the people of the South, even though they often boasted in vain, yet there was something insincere in their words. But how can he be so harsh in his words? It must have been just a mask. When communicating with him, the warriors addressed him as the Supreme Commander, which caused a certain tension in the eyes of their leader. One of the men apologized, thinking that his words might offend the master, but knew that one should not expect good things from someone who insults Chol. Then Chal approached him, feeling that now they were on the same side, and the task no longer seemed overwhelming. He noted that perhaps the warrior was worried that he might have inadvertently offended the master. The man apologized for his attitude, explaining that he had always acted this way, and Master Chol knew it. But now he had to make it clear who he supported, even if he had to risk it. The master couldn't promise that he wouldn't be punished after that. The words sounded ominous, and the tamed wolves of the warriors began to growl in response to the threat. They did not tolerate when their masters were threatened. The man decided that his patience was exhausted. He was surrounded by his guards and wolves who growled at Master Chal. Master Chal stated that the jokes had gone too far, and one must be careful with one's words to avoid misunderstandings. What he didn't expect was that these wild beasts from the south would undoubtedly show their fury without paying attention to the person in front of them. Chal explained that he was only testing their loyalty to his master and apologized for going too far. In his mind, the warrior from the south understood that he had teamed up with this boy only to invade the Central Plains. Although he would rather have nothing to do with him, he had to endure it. Meanwhile, Wunho and the guide arrived at the fortress of Chol Musong, the head of the SP clan. The man, who lived in a separate part of the fortress, was under increased security. About 100 people were standing at the entrance. If there really are warriors from the south there, Yunho might have to face extremely strong beasts. He smiled, sensing that this was going to be fun. The guide was startled by his words and froze in fear, but the young master asked, "Aren't you coming with me?" Of course, he refused, because this trip looked like a real suicide. The guide was convinced that the boy was simply crazy, because even thinking about it seemed terrifying to him. Meanwhile, Master Chal thought things were going pretty smoothly. If Ajin can complete the errand, more people will rush to collect their money. Even if they take their funds, their anxiety will not go away, and there will be no one to catch them. And when peace comes, the faith in the Big Four associations will be shaken even more. Then they will be able to create their own organization, as they planned. And then they will hang Yanzin's head on the city gate. This will be the only hope for the association, which even managed to catch the divine thief. The faithful people from the south will stand on the protection of this place. They will show that their beasts are of great importance to the protection of the association, and then people will rush to invest in their organization. Master Chal often said that the wild beasts from the south were far stronger than any other. Everyone was waiting for the results, because time was limited. The era of the 4 major associations was coming to an end, and this marked the beginning of the era of Chal Monsoon. A loud crack echoed throughout the room. Chal turned his attention to the sound from outside. He ordered one of the soldiers to go and find out what was happening. The gate shuddered as if someone huge was trying to break in. The warriors heard something gigantic ram their gate, and after a moment, the young owner almost destroyed the protective barrier. The giant castle was falling apart before our eyes. No matter how hard Yunho beat, the gate still held, although the warriors couldn't understand how he would even break it with his own hand. Yunho nonchalantly bangs on the door, muttering that it could be lighter or just open it for him. And here, their powerful fortress gates crumble in front of the soldiers. They retreat, not knowing what army to expect. But instead of an army, only one figure appears before them. A cocky Yunho walks in and asks why the door to the thieves' lair is so strong. The guide watches from afar with admiration, realizing that the boy possesses strength on another level. Yunho notices that the conductor looks quite funny, Then he emphatically declares that all these people are just thieves. One of the soldiers holding a sword asks him who the hell he is. Yunho calmly pats him on the head, saying that he's just an ordinary guy. He passes by as if nothing happened. The warriors are horrified by the insolence of some boy who dared to disturb them. They decide that this scoundrel must be destroyed. Yunho lights up like a ghost, turning to the soldiers. His eyes begin to shine like lasers and burn everything in their path. Smiling, he says that if someone is lucky enough to survive, then it is worth living the next life with dignity. Chewul, hearing that some guy broke into their fortress and created chaos, becomes furious. He orders to deal with him quickly without unnecessary delay. No one should be merciful. He seethed with indignation that because of this impudence, his reputation might be tarnished in the eyes of the guests. He orders to capture the boy before the feast begins. Otherwise, he promises to kill everyone. One of the warrior guests declares that he will go after this brat. He promises to return to the banquet hall only after bringing his head. The guide observes the consequences of the battle that the young master arranged. There are piles of bodies lying around, and the boy didn't even use a sword. He looked around, seeing complete chaos. This young man could deal with all the enemies on his own. He was a really crazy scoundrel. Every time a warrior tried to attack him, Yunho caught their swords with his bare hands and threw them far away, many meters, with a powerful blow. He calmly accepted 1-on-3 challenges and was not even embarrassed. No sword could even scratch his skin. Yunho told them more than once that it was all completely painless. And over time, the soldiers began to believe it. The warriors did not know what to do with this horror, because its QE energy did not penetrate their swords. The young master only stated that it was because they were too weak. Unho expertly showed them where the crayfish spend the winter. He was too strong, and it was extremely difficult for them to hold him back. Even though he didn't even draw his sword, he just wanted these bastards out of the way. Directing his powerful energy at them, he made them pant like beaten dogs. Some invisible force began to scatter them in different directions. The soldiers could not believe it. It seemed impossible. This guy could use the energy blast technique. Yunho remembered how he had once destroyed a limitless horde of ant monsters. It took him 2 days to overcome that horde. If his memory serves him right, even the queen bowed to him. The warriors realized that even if this was their last battle, they should try to face him at least once. They rushed at Unho in a horde. The boy calmly deflected their blows, even when hundreds of swords appeared around his body. For him, it was just an unnecessary obstacle on the way, because he will not stop until he meets Chornison. Despite the difficulties, he moved forward, becoming faster and faster. Using his ki energy, he blasted enemies into the air. He felt the power of dominating the situation. The warriors, as if on foot, flew in different directions, but suddenly a dagger flashed in the sky. It flew straight into his head. The boy easily fought him off, but still was a little surprised by this attack. The dagger, like a boomerang, returns back to the hands of its owner. Towering over Yunho, the man declares that if he thinks he can act so arrogantly here, he is deeply mistaken. Yunho only curiously asks who this arrogant guy is, and why he even allows himself to call him high-minded. The conductor, hiding behind the wall, asks Yunho to be careful, although the boy thought that he was no longer among the living. Yunho turns his attention to the horde and the leader that descended upon him. It was Muk Helhum, the right-hand man of Chol Musong, known as the Bloodblade, and the second most powerful man in the entire Sap clan. All this information was successfully transmitted by that vagabond. Seeing this informant, Yunho realizes that he was leaking valuable information to him just from around the corner. Angelta shouts indignantly, "Why did he bring this guy here in the first place, just to cause them trouble?" They were told that if he carried out his plan, he would be able to save his life. The man, full of hatred, became even more angry. It was all a delusion, because they didn't even try to help him. They just wanted to kill him. The young master has removed the poison they gave this poor tramp, so he wants nothing more to do with them. Yangel-ten mockingly declares that the tramp is a fool who thinks he can escape because he has been poisoned. Yunho was already tired of their empty talk. Maybe they should go to the tavern, have a drink, and discuss it all there? These words only angered Yangel-ten even more. He recognized that their opponent was a self-righteous brat. Yangzel-ten vows to take the lives of everyone here, especially these two scoundrels. Flashing a sharp sword, he rushes to attack. Using the Bloodblade technique, he tries to gain the upper hand. Like a ghost, he circles in the air, moving with incredible speed. His swift blade nearly breaks through Yunho's defenses, seemingly about to hit him. Yangel-ten was sure that his sword had penetrated the boy's body, but instead he sees that, with a smile on his face, Yunho stopped his sword with 2 fingers. The army watched in shock as Muk Helkum's legendary Bloodblade was humiliated, as easily as if it were an ordinary spoon. He stopped that formidable blade with just 2 fingers. Yunho mockingly comments that while Yang Diol's sword is good, the wielder himself is just a stinking vessel. Bloodblade, stricken with anger and humiliation, shouts that his opponent is a pathetic poser with no real skills. Yunho, on the other hand, is happy, because these words, called mediocre, only amuse him. Yahello could not believe in the impudence of his opponent, and suddenly his blade flies out of his hand like a traitor, leaving him defenseless. The foot of the young master hits the chest of the master, throwing him far to the side. Bloodblade can't accept the fact that some brazen boy defeated him. Looking up, he freezes with his mouth wide open, his own sword now floating in the air. Unho holds the sword under control by using his ki energy. This is true swordsmanship. The young master remarks that the master is obviously unworthy of such a blade. "So it's all right," he says with a hint of contempt. "A man like you doesn't deserve this sword." Yunho points his finger towards the master, and the sword of the Bloodblade, obeying the command, pierces its owner. At this point, the master barely has time to understand what has happened before his eyes go blank. In this crazy situation, the master realizes that these last breaths are his final ones. This made a tremendous impression on all the warriors around. The young master lets the master go with honor, but firmly. With his Kui energy, he turns the sword back, pulling it from Bloodblade's chest. Yunho takes the sword in his hands, holding it confidently. He declares that he will not hesitate to decapitate any of these warriors if they try to stand in his way again. Wolves sense the approach of danger from afar. Their keen instincts allow them to anticipate a threat long before it appears, making them extremely cautious and alert. Their master was worried if Liv was all right, because the behavior of the wolves indicated a possible danger that could threaten his friend. Since beasts don't retreat without reason, Chanley was convinced that their guest wasn't even worth getting his hands dirty with. They weren't supposed to go into action until they were ready to receive the rushers. And judging by the silence outside, one could assume that the boy had already been dealt with. But the animals suddenly began to react violently, baring their teeth in the direction where everything was happening, signaling danger. The guest became unsure, and they decided that it would be better to see for themselves what was happening. Chongli then loudly asked his warriors if everything was all right, trying to understand the situation. In response, the gate began to creak, as if under the influence of some unknown force. Some mysterious energy began to open the gate, filling the air with tension. As the young master entered, Kwai energy began to fill the room, creating a sense of power and menace. Yingho carefully looked around for any traces of the Seipi clan. Chongli indignantly asked who this brat was that dared to appear here. Our hero replied that he was dealing with Limuson from Seip. The old man realized that even the Sword of Glory could not stop him. And how dare he break into his clan and home? When he looked at the guest's hands, he saw a sword in his right hand, which confirmed his worst fears. It turns out that Mook Helgoma was killed by this young man, which seemed unbelievable. Yingho shouted enthusiastically, urging this brat to come forward. The head of the clan himself turned to him, asking if it was him he was addressing. If he is not mistaken, standing before him is Cholmusong himself, known for his power. The clan leader could not understand how to respond to such audacity. It was just incredible. Judging by how madly he entered, the boy must be looking for his own demise. If he can't control his impulses, he'd rather let them out somewhere in the mountains. Why come here and make a mess? This is simply lawlessness. Well, business, said the young owner, comparing the situation. Compared to what he does against the clans in the Central Plains, his antics can hardly be called disorder. Cholmusong then paid attention to his words and narrowed his eyes in alarm. Yingho continued. One thief came back to life and confessed that he was the one who destroyed everyone around him during the recent skirmishes. And he did it only because Black Song ordered him. They realized that that damned peasant Yan Jinte was a real fool who had given away all the secrets. The arriving guests looked at Cholmusong and understood how miserable he was after such loud statements. Yingho had not yet told anyone that this was his handiwork. You can say he was lucky. The young master offered to stop these robberies, at least until his reputation was damaged. Hearing these words, Cholmusong laughed without hiding his anger. "Some boy challenges the king and threatens me," he shouted. Yingho warned that if he really threatened, Cholmusong would be on the verge of death. He first hits and then verbally intimidates. The king recognized that this boy's arrogance knew no bounds. He doesn't know how he managed to take the sword from that lad, but in the end he will get an unmarked grave. Then Musonga's guest suggested that, if they were going to kill this guy anyway, they better let the predators rest. Although he felt that the young man was obeying someone, he he sought to expand his position from the south. He ordered his wolf warriors to attack without wasting time. These predators, huge wolves, rushed to attack the young master, ready to tear him apart. However, he only watched with a smile as these beautiful creatures ran towards him. They are really cute creatures, he thought, not at all afraid. He wasn't even going to fight them, just looked into their eyes and they stopped. Moreover, they did not just stop, but also bowed before him, as if recognizing him as their master. It was a shock to Chol Musang. Who is this man before whom his own wolves obey? He could not believe that these loyal beasts, who had always fearlessly rushed at their enemies, were now standing in front of him with their tails biting. Yingho noted that the wolves were smarter than their owners. They realized that before them was an enemy that should not be exposed. Enraged, Chol Musang drew his sword, unable to contain his hatred. His patience was exhausted. These events pushed him to the extreme. Yingho warned that this was his last chance to save his reputation, but Chol Musang knew that the only way to save his honor was to cut this guy to pieces. He possessed a martial art that was second to none, and he was confident of his victory. From the Kui energy coming from him, the warriors were forced to close their eyes from the blinding power. They understood, here it is, the power of one of the 24 great masters. Yingho looked at him and saw an ugly face distorted with anger. His strength did not seem so powerful. He definitely gave him a chance, but if so, then you can't do anything. He activated his power, filling the space with Kui energy. The entire room was filled with this powerful energy, creating an atmosphere of tension. At that moment, this energy began to literally destroy ordinary people with its power. Chol Musang could not believe that such an incredible force was against him. They seemed to be almost equal in strength, but something was wrong. Their chi energies collided, coming into direct contact. Suddenly, when they came together, there was an explosion. But the fact is that the energy of the young master overshadowed the power of Chol Musang. He felt his power suppressed and could not accept it. This boy surpassed him in strength, which was unbelievable. Yingho watched this with excitement in his eyes, enjoying the moment. He was burning with chi energy. He adored this feeling of superiority, and he was ready to prove his strength to this opponent. Musang was still trying to resist this powerful energy, concentrating all his strength not to succumb to its pressure. However, he felt this chakra pressing heavily on him, causing him to lose control and balance. With each step as the young master approached him, the pressure became unbearable. His confidence began to waver, the understanding of his own weakness seeping into his consciousness. He was thrown back by the force of this opponent who was relentlessly advancing. Yingho noticed that Musang seemed to be about to cut him down. But where had his initiative gone? After all, his name was on the list of 24 great masters of martial arts. But the fear of the young master constrained him more and more. Musang's face contorted in mortal terror as he realized the power of this pro-light standing right in front of him. Yingho emphasized that if Musang wanted to keep even an iota of his honor, he would have to kill himself. But, judging by everything, it will be extremely difficult for him. Zhongli Musang stared at this brat. Until now, he had never met an opponent he couldn't defeat with his true blade. Holding the sword in his hands, he asked if he would be able to defeat his opponent again, or if maybe this time things would be different. At that moment, rage filled his heart and he swung his blade with all his might. Yingho watched him and thought how ridiculous he was in his futile attempt. After their collision, their auras merged into a single powerful field. There was a large-scale explosion that shook everything around. He destroyed the entire building, turning it into ruins. After some time, the consequences of this battle were visible even from afar. The castle was destroyed, and the central building of the main leader was completely destroyed. A young master stood on the remains and ashes of this building, holding his sword. Nothing happened to him at all. He was unharmed. The same vagabond approached him and asked if everything was okay with him, amazed that the young man had been here all this time. The tramp wondered what had happened to Chol Musang, but when he looked around, everything became clear. "That scoundrel took it and ran away," he said with contempt. "It looks like this. First, it wants to kill you, fights like a madman, and then suddenly disappears behind a crumbling building." The tramp repeated that they must not let this crafty rascal live. It should be found and destroyed immediately. Yingho remarked that chasing someone sounded rather dull and too boring for him. The fact is that the young master understood. Zhong Musang will suffer from the thought of his defeat, and when he cannot bear it, he will appear himself to finally perish. Then they will deal with him. And now one of his guests climbed out of the rubble somewhere nearby. It turned out that these were warriors from the south. The only question remained, what to do with them next? Yingho knew that the wild beasts of the south were tamed by cruel and abusive methods. Their ruthlessness destroys everything in their path. That is why the spirits of the South feel a deep resentment towards these scoundrels and settle far away from them, planning the destruction of these monsters. But Ying-ho decided it was none of his business. There is someone to take care of them anyway. There are other people who can handle them without his intervention. We returned to the homeland of the young owner. The head of the clan was shocked by what he heard. Shuren was speechless with shock. One of the people told them the information. It was the same vagabond who told everything. Ying-ho brought him in to answer the questions. Let him tell who he is and why he came here, he said. The tramp called himself Yang Jin. People know him as the Divine Thief. These words sounded so categorical that they could hardly believe what they heard. Suren was indignant. You brought a thief here. Are you even in your right mind? Ying-ho looked at her. Why do you say that? The head said that he would inform the elder and hand the thief over to the Murim Alliance. But Suren was sure that they should match their order and tell how the thief was caught. Ying-ho noted that when she spoke of an elder, she meant the elder of the poor. If he came here as an investigator on Murimu's behalf, then he should report to him. But that old man did nothing. He came, drank, ate to his heart's content, and at all did not want to give him this young man. Since it was the young master who caught him, it is his merit, and he should receive the honors. Suren was sure that this was not the time to discuss who deserved the glory. The thief must say who is behind him. Ying-ho informed them that it was Chol Musong, head of the Merciless Blades clan. The leader of the organization trembled with fear, realizing that he had brought this man and knew who was behind him. But the young master caught him and brought him here. He couldn't just let him go. Shuren was convinced that if the head of the clan found out that they had a thief, he would not sit idly by. We'll do everything possible to kill or kidnap him before he himself is caught. Then their Kyeonjang would be in danger, and maybe everyone here would bring trouble to the entire Hao clan. The young master did not tell yet, but he was impressed by her words. Suren asked the host to announce publicly that the Murim Alliance had captured the Divine Thief, and she would contact the Hao clan to investigate the situation surrounding the Merciless Blades. She was sure that this treacherous Chol Musong swordsman could not be underestimated, for he was very strong. She was walking with a stubborn expression on her face when she suddenly saw a sword sticking out of the ground. She began to examine it and realized that it was Chol Musong's sword. She almost lost consciousness from the shock of this discovery. After all, the owner of this legendary sword is Chol Musong himself. How could he be here? The young master brought it because this sword seemed useful to him. Suren was horrified to realize that the young man was a member of the Merciless Blades clan. And Ho asked her not to worry because Chol Musong couldn't do anything to him. It turned out that everything that this vagabond talked about really happened in reality. Chol Monsoon has suffered significant losses, and now it will be extremely difficult for him to recover from them. His right-hand man, Mook Helgoma, was pierced through the chest with a sword and died on the spot. Their leader left the clan and fled. Yes, the situation has radically changed, turning everything upside down. The father sat with his mouth open for 3 hours, looking at his son Ying-ho, realizing what a mighty warrior he was. Just to think that he made Black Sun flee the battlefield in disgrace. His son seems to have surpassed all expectations, reaching a level far beyond his imagination. Perhaps he's even stronger than the 24 Grandmasters. This could turn into trouble if someone in Murima realized his power level. But if his father continued to keep him around and take care of him, it wouldn't be a problem. Shuren sat on a chair, surprised at how powerful the young master had become. However, Chol Musong, the one who escaped, is very treacherous and will definitely not accept defeat. He will definitely try to take revenge, maybe even attack again. She is sure that he is a serious threat to Murima and should not be underestimated. Father completely agrees with her. As Master and Ho's father, he is even more concerned about his well-being. He sees that the situation with Murim will be resolved, and let his sons stay away from all this. Ying-ho couldn't have thought that things would turn out in such a boring way. Therefore, he should have completed the matter without stopping halfway. Now that he thought about it, despite the existence of the Murim Alliance, this fellow was shamelessly causing trouble in their land. Will the Battle Union's response be able to make him flinch? Unlikely. The father told his son to listen to him at least once, as his father advises him. In-ho heard him and does not go against his father's will, but if he realizes that the situation is getting out of control, he will ask for help. Don't worry at all, he said. I'm not the Ying-ho you've known all this time. The surprise of the owner was boundless. He didn't know how to react. Soon Suren was talking to her servant, asking if he had found out anything. Although they had studied everyone who was somehow connected to the Merciless Blades clan, nothing had been discovered so far, and no trace of the one who had escaped had been found. To Surin, it was quite strange. It was very difficult for someone like him to hide, and there weren't even any small clues. However, this scout still found something. The rumor came from a mad old woman who runs an ancient tavern. The reliability of this information is in great question. She told about an evil spirit, the ghost of a mountain boar, and he is somewhere in that tavern. She began to clarify where exactly it was located. She reported that this is exactly what is happening at Inwan's residence in Henson. They talked about what the observations indicated. Chol Monson was in this place and walked this way, came to the conclusion that this is the most likely place of his stay. But the thing is, as far as they know, the Merciless Blades clan and the Forest King have been at war for a long time. Suren initially excluded this clan for this reason. But if Yang Jinte is to be believed, it turns out that they just don't like being compared to each other and are actually close friends. This radically changed the situation, forcing them to reconsider their plans. Suren didn't know what to make of this information. The young master asked to inform him as soon as she learned of Chol Musong's whereabouts. But the father understood what the consequences could be if he acted hastily. He decided to tell about his guesses himself to avoid trouble. If the boy goes there, he will deal with two great masters at the same time. Any reasonable person would have changed his mind, but Ying Ho was confident. He didn't even consider it. He planned to face the Forest King soon. The father was amazed at his son's recklessness. He could not accept this, seeing how his son was enjoying what was happening and did not understand the depth of his anxiety. Ying Ho turned to him. "If you're worried, just put those thoughts out of your head. I will visit all 24 masters so you can be sure." But why would he do that? What is all this for him? No one could definitely answer this question. We moved to Penga province. From the day of the funeral, people began to behave very strangely. Their master locked himself in training, dedicating every day to them. Something happened that awakened in him such a thirst for power. He perfected his body for future battles without sparing himself. The man couldn't stop training. He was possessed. Fragments of the battle with that demon constantly flashed through his mind. In the rush of battle, he choked his aura, forcing him to give way, and put his sword to his body, showing superiority. His eyes glowed with a demonic glow, as if he were not human. For Chol Munson, it was a real curse from which there was no escape. No matter how many times he ran it over in his head, he couldn't find an answer. In the end, he was defeated and dishonored. Just the thought of that scoundrel made him angry, but he had to admit defeat. Suddenly, this boy's voice rang out nearby, and goosebumps ran down Cheol Musong's skin. The young man asked if he was thinking of him by chance. To the question, "Who is this?" The boy stepped out of the darkness, his silhouette approaching. He looked at him and asked, "Is Lord Penga doing well these days?" He, like a ghost, appeared on his way. The boy aims his weapon directly at him, his eyes blazing with determination, every muscle tense in anticipation of the decisive moment. The smile on this young man's face begins to distort, turning into a grimace of anger and contempt, reflecting the storm of emotions within him, pretending that he is not Chol Musong. He calls the opponent a bastard because he really thought too much of himself and considered himself better than others. Ying Ho was sure that he, unlike many, would be able to control his anger and not put himself in mortal danger by keeping his cool in this critical situation. However, there is no point in dwelling on the past, because now it does not matter, and he is of no use here. However, the young master only asks for one thing, to keep him company while visiting Ying Won's residence. That is all that is required of him, and that is all that is required of him. After all, if the young master goes alone, his father will start to worry, and it is better to avoid unnecessary worries. He recognizes that taking care of his son is a real parental task, and he understands how important it is to support him in this situation. Besides, how can he calmly watch them get trampled? It can be quite interesting, and for him such a task is not particularly difficult. However, the problem is that calling Hogwon from Mount Tantu can be seen as a declaration of war to Nokrim. In order not to lead to an even greater conflict in the future, he does not want to appear there. He is sure that the young man will cope with everything himself, and his help will not be needed. In Ho, noticing all this, tells the man that he has a bad breath, and suggests that he wring his neck first, and then deal with matters. Suddenly, the man changes his mind and asks when they are leaving, as they have received confirmation that Cheol Muson is in the palace. "So, we have some free time," he says, hinting at the opportunity to prepare. As payment for fulfilling his request, the man asks for help in one important matter. Soon they find themselves in a huge castle, the grandeur of which amazes the imagination and makes you hold your breath. The young man reacts with fear to the appearance of this demon, His eyes are wide open in terror, and his heart is beating wildly. In-ho looks at him like a toy, with a slight contempt and indifference that only annoys the young man. He asks his father why he brought him here, eyeing the stranger suspiciously. "Do you want me to learn from this scoundrel?" he says defiantly, not hiding his indignation. His father quickly reprimands him for rude words, not allowing such audacity in his presence. After all, the main goal was to teach his son, no matter what it cost, even if he had to go to extreme measures. The father tells his son, if he leaves the training ground, he will be deprived of any inheritance and all privileges. He slams the door loudly, letting it be known that he is not kidding, and his decision is unwavering. The young man turns around, not believing what is happening, feeling angry and confused. He points his hand at his father, asking what he said. Never before had his father been so strict and uncompromising with him. In-ho suggests that maybe it's because he didn't get a proper lesson last time, but he's still a jerk. "And now, at your father's request, I am your teacher. So to begin with, show respect," In-ho declares with cold determination. The young man is not going to show respect at all, and defiantly waves his hand at him, hoping to impress. In-ho easily dodges the new moon's punch, as if it were a small thing, showing off his skill. He realizes in his mind that his own teacher must have felt the same way when he first met him. He does not intend to babysit this young man for long. It is time to act decisively. And in a moment, the boy is already lying on the ground, not having time to understand what happened and how quickly he was defeated. Apparently, he didn't understand anything because he looks defiantly at In-ho again, ready for another attack. "It is indecent to lie in front of your teacher," he remarks ironically, emphasizing the young man's powerlessness. He grabs the boy's leg and starts twirling him around like he's just a toy. Untwisting it, he launches it like a stone right into the massive door, demonstrating his strength. The father even blocked the door with a stone, preventing his son from escaping. Although he was hurt and sorry for his son, he knew that this was necessary for his good and development. He must understand that his father sincerely wants him to become stronger and be able to defend himself. Soon evening came, and dusk enveloped the castle, adding mystery to the surrounding world. It was necessary to finish training, but there was still a lot of work ahead, and no one was going to back down. The warriors patrolled the area, not noticing that someone was watching them from the darkness, hidden from view. One of the spies was lurking on the roof, carefully watching everything that was happening below. After the recent arrest of the divine thief, all security measures were restored to their previous level, and this spy never came close to his target. Among all the big markets, the security here is the strictest, and it is extremely difficult to get inside even for an experienced spy. However, Ms. Surin had recently ordered him to find that scoundrel. If only he could have known about it in advance, he would have avoided many problems. There wouldn't be all this extra worry if he didn't have to storm right into the building, risking exposure. He runs quickly, leaping over the fence like a shadow, moving silently and cautiously, quickly rushes through the yards to check what is happening, and if there is anything worth his attention. "What's going on here?" he thinks as he descends, feeling growing anxiety. Horror pierces him to the bones, making his heart beat faster, because something is wrong here. He passes the same place again and again. It seems to him that he has already crossed it several times, as if he had fallen into a trap. But when he looked up, he realized that it was a cunning trap from which there was no way out. He, like a cornered rat, had no chance of escape, sensing the hopelessness of the situation. And then he heard Lyrian's voice, "Come out, evil spirit!" An authoritative command sounded, which made him shudder, as if everything around began to turn red, creating an atmosphere of danger and fear. Devilish eyes appeared above him, and a question rang out, "How dare you shamelessly break into the walls of Chongjiang?" In terror, the spy looks around, looking for a way to escape, but realizes that there is no way out. Lyrian calmly asks, "Who are you?" His voice is cold and emotionless. "Are you a thief or a murderer? What's wrong with you?" Lyrian continues, piercing him with a look. "Answer immediately. Otherwise you will quickly get what you deserve," he warns in a stern voice, leaving no room for hesitation. Nevertheless, Lyrian's work gave a significant result, and the truth began to surface. After some time, he found out who this man really was and what his true intentions were. He warned Surin that next time such things should be communicated in advance to avoid misunderstandings. The spy apologizes. "Never before in my life have I encountered such a complex formation and terrible magic, but Surin is to blame for not warning about it. In any case, it is rather unusual that he appeared here for no reason." Apparently the spy suspected something and decided to check. He reveals that there are reports that high-ranking members of the Merciless Blades are constantly visiting Yingwon's palace, and the clan structure has been reorganized so that they become its core. It seems that it is safe to say and be sure that Cheol Musong is in Yingwon's palace, as previously predicted. Surin understands that without his order, the reorganization would be impossible, and all suspicions are confirmed. She quickly decides to go to the young master and tell him to prepare to leave immediately, even at this late hour. In-ho tells his student to wake up and focus, as it is time to continue the training that is crucial to his development. If you continue to be reckless like this, the consequences could be serious, In-ho warns, glaring at his student and trying to convey the importance of discipline. The young man understood that the master could beat him until he lost consciousness, and if he continued in the same spirit, he would again find himself on the ground, unable to resist. "Isn't it enough that you already broke my ankle?" he exclaims indignantly, feeling the pain and injustice of the situation. "And you still call it training?" protests the young master, not understanding the brutality of his mentor's methods. But in response, he receives another blow to the face, which makes him shut up and understand the seriousness of the training. After all, the masters had their own methods of training warriors, and they believed that toughness helps to harden the spirit and body. Ying-ho understood that this young man still had a long way to go to achieve true mastery and become a worthy warrior. And so far, he cannot even compare with those who have already proven their strength and skills. The young man fell, and every time he hit the wall harder and harder, feeling how each blow responded with pain throughout his body. After each fall, In-ho had to be brought back to his senses, encouraging him to continue training. Ying-ho was so strong that even his normal strike was equivalent to a weapon strike, showing off his power and skill. If nothing changes after the third or fourth attempt to train this guy, we'll have to give up, In-ho thought as he pondered the difficulty of the task. Soon after, the father showed up to check on how his son's studies were progressing, hoping to see progress. And he sees his son, full of energy, his eyes shining with determination, as if he were a completely different person. In-ho explained that he had put him into a trance state, maximizing his survival instincts and other senses, and training in this state would cement the power into his body, turning it into a habit. "So you trained my son in an unconscious state?" The father was surprised, not expecting such an approach. When asked by his father about the results, In-ho replied that his son was now 30% stronger than before. Given his character, it was not easy, but we made significant progress in a few days. The father could not contain his joy, because this is exactly what he expected from his son. Suddenly they were interrupted. People came and asked if the master was here, bringing news with him. It turned out that visitors from the Supreme Coalition had arrived, and their visit required immediate attention. The young master immediately realized that Suren must have come, and that his son's training was over. "Make sure that after he wakes up, he rests well and eats. That's my order," the father added, taking care of his son's recovery. Suren reported that Mr. Lyrian had already left for Henson to develop a plan to break into the residence. However, one important nuance appeared. The barbarian king Penjil joined, and it was interesting how the young man managed to convince such an influential and difficult personality to go with him. Suren doubted whether he would be able to calmly follow the young master, given his complex nature. Ying-ho explained that he didn't persuade anyone. He just offered once, and the man enthusiastically accepted after learning that he would be fighting the King of Death and the King of the Forest. Suren was aware that the Peng family of Hebei had a huge influence in Murima, and in such a situation one had to be careful. She couldn't understand how the head of the Peng clan decided to follow this young man, as he was just finishing up all his business. Ying-ho admitted that it would probably be more dangerous to hurt his feelings or get involved in a political conflict. After all, recently he caused him trouble, and the situation could become even more difficult. Suren understood that if the young master defeated even the barbarian King Penjil, then he was simply incredibly strong or even insane. El met a person quite familiar to him, which aroused his curiosity. He called him a coachman, but he admitted that he was not a coachman. He felt overwhelmed next to one of the 24 strongest warriors, but he didn't expect him to be so powerful. Ying-ho urges Penjil to move faster and talk less, to which the Peng clan leader takes offense. "Can I say a few words? But if you keep talking like that, we can seat you next to the coachman," Ying-ho joked. It seemed incredible. The young man was talking to the barbarian King Penjil as casually as if he were a simple servant, and Suren set off with Mr. Coachman, accepting the situation as it was. However, this man understood that he was not a coachman, but he had no choice, and had to play this role. The carriage was cramped, but if anyone didn't like it, as In-ho joked, they could walk. After some time, they found themselves in a dark valley, where the atmosphere became gloomy and mysterious. It was quite cold and scary. The wind pierced the bones and the shadows seemed alive. The tracks led them to this very place and broke off, as if disappearing into thin air. The soldiers had to carefully inspect everything. They searched everything, but found nothing, and he admitted that the enemy had disappeared right under their noses. The red-cloaked warriors noticed someone riding a carriage through their territory, which raised suspicion. And rude words came from the carriage, which added to the ambiguity of the situation. The soldiers were surprised that someone dared to appear on their territory without permission. The carriage moved confidently, as if the passengers were not at all afraid of possible dangers. The head of the Peng clan acted like an offended child, expressing his displeasure at the situation. He understood that it was necessary to hire a professional coachman, because this inexperienced coachman does not know how to manage a carriage. And that man was aware that he was not a coachman at all, but Wang Gunwei, the former killer of the Salmon family and the captain of the Dark Squad. But he was forced to endure it and pretend. Suddenly, people in red blocked their way, stopping their movement. Suddenly, they stopped, feeling that something was wrong. The head of the Peng clan wanted to be angry with the coachman because they had stopped, and the journey was still far. In-ho, the young master, realized that something was wrong and became wary. Guanghui asked these people not to get in their way, explaining that they didn't know anyone with that name. However, these people insisted on inspecting the carriage, but the driver warned them that if they did, they would regret it. It sounded very defiant to them, especially from a mere coachman. Guanghui resented thinking that he had been mistaken for a coachman again, underestimating him. He reached for his sword and drew it, preparing for a possible conflict. "I'm begging you for the last time. Don't do this, otherwise you'll regret it. Anyone who goes into the crew risks their lives," he warned sternly. The cloaked warriors began to laugh, taking his words as a joke. Their interest in checking the crew only increased, and they decided to act. One of them rushed forward, heading towards the so-called coachman. He counted the opponents. There were 16 of them. As he approached, the number of enemies began to decrease. 14, 13, and he reached 11 in his calculations, preparing for battle. Soon the sword of the warrior in red flashed nearby, but the young master deftly dodged. The head of the shadow assassins expertly wielded his sword, demonstrating his skill. He made the warrior in the red cloak feel his superiority, and he was wounded. He fell to the ground, wounded, and could no longer continue the fight. "So you still want to inspect the crew?" he asked, looking at the rest of the warriors. One of the warriors in red admitted, "This coachman is very talented, it's incredible." But suddenly the person who should have been knocked down rises as if nothing had happened. He didn't just stand up, but straightened his shoulders, despite the serious injury. Guanghui couldn't understand what was happening. How did this man manage to get up after being hit like that? The red-clad warrior began to laugh as he sucked up the blood and closed his wound, relishing the pain. Ivan Hui looked at him in disbelief. "What the hell is going on here?" His heart was pounding wildly with the energy flooding his body, making him feel every beat of his pulse. This scoundrel almost broke through his defenses with his sword, which seemed unbelievable. With each stroke of his sword, this diabolical creature in red only taunted him. He did not understand what had happened to this boy. This simply could not be real. Suddenly, the huge hand of the head of the Ping clan grabbed that fool's head. Picking him up quickly like a small child, he silenced him forever. Uncompromisingly, he silenced him, leaving no chance for resistance. Throwing his senseless head back to his comrades, he demonstrated his invincible power. The soldiers in red understood that this man was a very famous person. The head of the Peng clan realized that before them were those wearing red cloaks. Only one clan in Marima can afford it. That's right, and the young master also knew. It was the Cult of Blood. The young master's sword, full of ki energy, flew into the next victim. He pierced her like lightning, leaving no chance of escape. These blood cult boys couldn't believe that such a calamity had befallen them. They so impudently wanted to check the wagon, not suspecting that such a monster was hiding there. And so the body of their leader fell to the ground, renewed by death. The young master, swinging his sword, flashed like a whirlwind, and the weapon returned to him. And from that guy in the red cloak, blood splashed like a fountain. They were destroyed. When all were destroyed, it was possible to return to the wagon and continue on the way. But one of them was afraid that there were still groups of enemies. The head of the Peng clan meant that there was some injustice here. Ying-ho had mastered the heavenly blade at only 20 years old. The King of Blades would be amazed to see such a thing. Ying Ho, for his part, was disappointed that he had such a hard time defeating some of the blood cult scoundrels there. But the head of the Peng clan excused himself by saying that these boys had taken some suspicious pills, and the three of them immediately became much stronger. He had to change his battle tactics to defeat them, although it wasn't difficult. At that moment, Suren looked at their bodies and noticed that the veins on their skin were bulging, most likely a side effect of absorbing a lot of essence. It seemed that the type of these pills caused them to absorb internal Kai in an accelerated mode, which gave them such an explosive increase in strength. The young master knew that essence is a double-edged sword. If used correctly, it is very useful, but if you squeeze it to the point of exhaustion, it leads to inevitable death. Suren was sure these boys knew it was going to be a battle to the death. There was no doubt for everyone that these were people from the blood cult. But as far as the young master knew, the blood cult had ceased to exist many years ago. And so it was. The destruction of the cult of blood is described in Murim's stories about 5 times. They always, no matter what, appeared at the most unexpected moment and caused a lot of trouble. Suren understood that they should bring this case to the Murimu Battle Union. If they can fight like this, then their strength and numbers have been restored. Ying Ho wasn't going to do anything right now just yet, although they wanted to report all this. But if there is a small settlement nearby, they decided to go to some small village nearby. There should be at least someone from the Murim Union there. They will stop, tell everything, and take one of the corpses for illustration. But the question remained for the head of the Peng clan. Who would drive the wagon if that boy was sent with a message? Ying Ho looked at the head of the Peng clan, as if hinting that he would be the one to do it. And no matter how hard he tried to deny it and how angry he was about it, there was no choice. This healthy man took to driving the cart against his will. He did not know how to manage it because he had never done it before. The next day, they headed even closer to the city, getting closer to their goal. Lyran was just planning all possible options for breaking into the building. He calculated everything down to the smallest detail, leaving no room for error, and still decided to try, even if it was risky. After all, he had reached a certain level of skill and was ready to act. He began to draw some mysterious pattern on the rock, concentrating on the process. No one bothered him, but one day, our brigade appeared on the horizon, unexpectedly breaking his solitude. Lyran had no idea who was standing behind him and watching. Soon he came to the right option and was so enthusiastic about the work. That drew a rather familiar pentagram, not noticing anything around. Ying Ho noticed that Lyran was not wasting his time. He asked to be more careful and not to spoil his work, because this formation is calculated to the smallest detail and must be depicted without a single error. It turns out that all they need is to make a hole through which they can get inside. You shouldn't be so fussy. But Lyran was sure that it wasn't that easy to enter, because the palace was huge and very complicated, and another 30 points had to be destroyed at the same time. The head of the Peng clan felt that they just had to break into the palace. There was nothing complicated about it. Lyran saw that everything before them was a mirage. The mountains that everyone sees are not real. It's just an illusion. If they just go to him, they will get lost and wander in circles for eternity. And if they are not lucky at all, they will encounter another group that can seriously injure or even kill them. However, Loren was sure that everything is not as simple as it seems. And then he saw that someone huge was traveling with the young master. The head of the Peng clan recognized this boy as a monk who is not particularly concerned with worldly affairs. But when it comes to him, he is bloodthirsty. He was interrupted by In Ho, introducing him by name to avoid misunderstandings. It turns out that the mirage can be dispelled, although this was the first such encounter for Lyran. The difficulty was incredible, but to begin with, they have to try. Fortunately, his abilities were far superior to what was required for this task. Lyran placed the seals around him in preparation for the ritual. He stood in the center of the formation, concentrating his energy. Soon his staff glowed with light, filling the space with magic. Everything around them glowed yellow and the seals activated. They, as if in the center of the glow, began to scatter around him, and they fell directly to the places of the pentagram, connecting everything into a single whole. Illuminating the information around him, the formation sprung into action. Everyone reacted with surprise at this, but the young master knew about his abilities. At times like these, Ying Ho began to think that this guy was pretty good, and he understood why he took him with him. His talents were priceless. Lyran's eyes glowed yellow. Drawing the formation, he asked the forces to obey him and take control of them. A tense atmosphere prevailed in the spacious courtyard of one of the castles. One of the warriors received a powerful blow that knocked him back. The force of the impact caused him to curl up and fly straight into the stone wall. The man who delivered the blow suspected that something was brewing, as the boy who always complained was strangely silent this time. He understood that this cunning bastard was up to something. The man said indignantly, if he knew about the danger, why didn't he warn about the insidious plan earlier? In that case, he would have disappeared from his sight long ago. But now he was accusing this young man of being that ungrateful bastard who didn't appreciate what he got and was standing up to the great warrior Chin Leap. The problems only deepened. After killing 3 warriors, this big man began to threaten small traders, promising to break their necks if they cooperated with Chiankajang. From the beginning, something went wrong. Nokrim seemed to create only the appearance of order while ignoring serious flaws. The question arose why exactly he headed the 18th Department of Nokrim. They weren't originally born to become merchants, he thought. Let them figure it out for themselves. Chin Scotch, unable to bear these words, swung furiously at his opponent, ordering him to shut up, for they had no intention of retreating from their path. He received a strong blow in the face for his words. He fell, but quickly got up. He was not going to give up. Chin Scotch, remembering their past together, tried to be patient, but warned that he would not tolerate this anymore. However, the words no longer mattered. This man had lost all interest in further confrontation. Chin Scotch picked him up by the collar and asked, "What, are you looking for death?" But nothing bothered him anymore. He completely surrendered to his own problems. For some time there was peace in the fort, and no incidents occurred. But suddenly the guard on the tower noticed something strange high in the mountains. Above in the sky, something bright, like fireworks, flashed. The guards looked at this phenomenon, not understanding what was happening. Why did the fireworks appear in the middle of this quiet valley? The bright light not only blinded them, but also scattered in all directions. This strange sight attracted the attention of the castle leader. His eyes widened, and his jaw almost dropped. It just couldn't happen. Meanwhile, Li Rian rejoiced. He had successfully destroyed the formation. This meant that the mirage was about to disappear, revealing the true appearance of Mount Hansen. Now, standing in this place, he felt his victory. The pectogram he was working on activated, filling the space with new streams of energy. Light fireworks flew in different directions, illuminating the night sky. The leader of the castle, seeing this, realized that something unusual was happening outside. He was worried and decided to immediately check what exactly happened. A battered trader with a broken face was barely holding on in his arms. At this moment, the formation began to collapse, and its strength weakened. The illusion that supported the defense of the fortress began to crack and dissipate. Li Ryan successfully completed the task, finally dispelling the illusion. He looked back at his friends, wanting to brag about how he was able to destroy 13 formations at once. But turning back, I saw only serious faces. The boys had already rushed forward, not paying attention to him. No one even praised him, because everyone was rushing to the palace. They ran quickly along the narrow path, trying to reach the goal as quickly as possible. Quan, full of excitement, ran forward, determined to lead the hero to Inwang Palace. A real panic began in the palace. The defenders bustled about, not knowing how to act. The destruction of the formation was a huge shock for the leader, and he could not believe what had happened. Suddenly, a familiar silhouette appears on the horizon, a man who knows exactly who is behind the attack. It was the same bloodthirsty lord. The one who had once humiliated him in the Iron Blood Palace had now appeared here in his domain. These words deeply embarrassed the palace leader, causing him to clench his fists nervously. Inho and Quan quickly approached the main door. As soon as they reached the fence, they did not hesitate to attack. The wooden gate of the castle was broken with one blow. The soldiers who were supposed to guard the entrance were caught off guard. They could not do anything because of the sharp blows. They only watched helplessly at what was happening. Shocked, they couldn't understand who the hell was capable of such power. Quan heard their frightened whispers with a glint in his eyes, and let it be known that he was the force. When the warriors saw Mr. Chiel in front of them, they were terrified. "What is this man doing in Hansen? He has no place here," flashed through their thoughts. Chiel said with cold confidence, "Among all the bandits you knew, everyone knows me." He warned, "If anyone interferes with what is about to happen, I will personally deal with everyone without any mercy." The shocked warriors stood motionless, not understanding why such a prominent person would destroy their entrance and make such decisive threats. The palace leader appeared on the horizon and addressed Mr. Chiel. He couldn't understand how he managed to sneak in here, but Chiel coldly replied, "Long time no see." He added, "I'm looking for young Musung, who I know is hiding here. If that's the case, let him show his face to the people." The palace leader couldn't understand how Panchiyol knew Jung Musung was here. But turning his head, he noticed on the horizon the figure of the very boy about whom there were legends. Chi-Yol confirmed that he had heard that Jung Musong was here, and had decided to come in person after the last debacle. One of the people present, observing everything from the side, whispered that Chi-Yel does not know how to keep his mouth shut. Jung Musong, who was listening to all of this from afar, shouted that if he left the palace, his life would end right now. The leader of the palace declared indignantly that he had never seen such arrogant bastards. How does he have the audacity to speak like that to the head of the Nokrim clan? Who is he anyway? In-ho coldly looked at the leader of the Nokrim clan and replied that Song didn't even mention him because he was probably ashamed to admit that he had been beaten by much younger warriors. He proudly stated, "I am Ha-In-ho of Cheongdam, and it is because of me that you will meet your ancestors much sooner than you ever planned." At first, this guy didn't recognize the legendary monster everyone was talking about. Jung Musung stared in shock at the brazen bastard who came after his head. He understood that this impudent stranger was the son of a cursed merchant. The leader of the castle only smiled, examining the unexpected guest. He stated that his opponent is too limited in his thinking. If he wants to kill the king of the forest for a bowl of rice, he will not succeed. Ying-ho, not understanding what it was about, decided to come closer to clarify the situation. Jumping confidently, he flew past all the soldiers who stood in his way. He landed right in front of the king of the forest, ready to talk. Ying-ho wanted to explain that human lives are more precious than any bowl of rice, and his efforts to make the trading district prosperous are years without rest. But the king of the forest defiantly insulted In-ho's father right in front of him, and now the hero had enough reason to kill him. One of the warriors tried to attack Ying-ho, considering him a brat who doubted the master's greatness. But the warrior was instantly destroyed by the leader of the Pet clan, proving his superiority. He looked sternly at the other warriors, asking who allowed them to interfere, causing everyone to freeze in place. A whisper began among the guards. "What kind of wild bear is here?" If this was their ultimate goal, the king of the forest had no other choice. He decided that he had to make In-ho regret showing up here. Ying-ho calmly looked at the king of the forest, wondering who would really regret it. Meanwhile, in the distance, Li Ryan and Surin were left to watch the events. They were sure that the young master would destroy the king of the forest, without a doubt. Surin turned to Li Ryan and asked, "If you are a monk, why didn't you stop the young master?" Li Ryan only smiled. "Although I am a monk, I am also a formation master." Surin, knowing that even formation masters value human life no less than monks, was surprised by his inaction. But Li Ryan admitted that he wanted to stop the young master hundreds of times. Although he values human life, he understood that not all problems can be solved with words. During their journey, he saw the suffering that befell the local traders. Therefore, Li Ryan felt that the sacrifice being made now was justified. Surin nodded, realizing exactly what he meant. Li Ryan added that words of wisdom are often a monk's best weapon, but the main reason for his calmness is his love for a good drink. Meanwhile, the king of the forest looked at the young brat who dared to stand in his way. With fierce determination, he swung his heavy battle axe, ready to destroy his opponent. Swinging, he aimed the axe directly at the young master's head. However, the hero deftly dodged, leaving the blow in the air. The force of the blow was such that it crushed the stone stairs on which they were standing. The leader of the Peck clan watched this and understood that the axe was an extremely powerful weapon. The king of the forest himself was not only the strongest warrior, but also a master of combat equipment. He brought the art of wielding an axe to an almost incredible dexterity. His strength was enough to destroy even the most dangerous enemy. He was confident that he would be able to overcome this young brat. Swinging once more, he attacked, thinking he had wounded the young man, for he looked as if he had been struck. But the hero blocked the attack of the axe with his sword. His blade began to destroy the hatchet in front of his surprised opponent. The king of the forest was shocked. He could not believe that his weapon began to crackle. In-ho smiled and sarcastically advised, "It would be good if you saved your life and worked as a brush picker for the winter." For a moment, the leader of the Peck clan doubted the strength of the young master, but his cold, indifferent look made it clear that the most interesting was yet to come. The king of the forest looked with fear in his eyes at the brat who had just destroyed his pride. How can this young man with his sword resist his axe? But the next attack of the king of the forest was expertly repelled. The hero, without hesitation, declared that his adversary should not dream of victory. Uncompromisingly and easily, he deflected all blows despite their force. Even the most powerful swings of the axe could not reach the goal. The king of the forest shouted, not understanding how long the young man could withstand his skillful attacks. Everything that the forest king's axe touched turned into ruins. But the defense of the young master was much stronger. He only laughed at this opponent, who believed that a few blows of the axe would be able to break him. However, the king of the forest didn't care. He continued his destructive attacks with maddening determination. And suddenly, a strange energy began to activate in the hand of the young master. It was chakra. Pointing his hand forward, he used the triple roll of heaven thunder technique. The lightning struck straight into the forest king's body, piercing him through. From a powerful blow, the king of the forest almost lost his head, but with an effort of will, he resisted, stopping himself with an axe. He cleared a path, trying to stay on his feet, but it took incredible effort. The forest king could not understand how this young man had mastered such a powerful technique as the triple roll of thunder. How can the son of a simple merchant use the Namgun clan's technique? He shouted in despair. The Peak clan leader standing behind calmly explained. His teacher was the elder of the Namgun clan, he added. Once upon a time, after gaining some fame, I foolishly challenged his teacher to a fight and was mercilessly beaten. Now you must understand how formidable an opponent is before you. The king of the forest understands that things are bad. The apprentice of that wandering old man turned out to be an extremely dangerous person. He recalls the day when the old man called him a fool who does not know humility, leaving an indelible mark on his memory. At this point, the young master begins to laugh out loud when he learns that the king of the forest once provoked his teacher. So you called my teacher and got a good scrubbing? Mocks the hero, adding even more humiliation to the situation. But the king of the forest just smiles back, feeling the excitement and thirst to destroy this brat. Let him laugh, it's only temporary, he thinks. He is filled with ominous joy, dreaming of how the death of the young master will become an unbearable grief for his teacher. Hate flares in the forest king's eyes and he decides he will make this young man die, causing his teacher unspeakable pain. Ho thought for a moment in the middle of the fight, imagining what his teacher would say if he saw him now. Would he be surprised at how his student now leads a simple but battle-filled life? Would he ask, "Do you avoid shedding blood even when it seems inevitable?" The teacher always advised to avoid violence if possible. These words became his constant truth, even in the most difficult moments. The king of the forest, swinging an axe, wanted to send him to the teacher and brag about how he owed him the defeat. But at this moment, our hero realized why he is here and what he is fighting for. He fights to avoid having to kill hundreds of others in the future. The king of the forest infuses his axe with a devastating aura as he tries to catch his opponent. But the hero knocks the axe away with one kick, forcing it to change direction. Looking at the opponent with contempt, as if at the last piece of dirt, he understands. One life taken should become an example. This decision will make it possible to change the situation in the future, avoiding even greater victims. Jong Musong saw the king of the forest fly away from the young master's punch. He felt that a danger loomed over him from which it was impossible to escape. His hands began to shake. He gasped in fear, not knowing what would happen next. At that moment, a mysterious person came out of the darkness, looking around. He saw the king of the forest, the one who called himself all-powerful, lose control. His body shattered the wooden beams as he was sent flying backwards from the impact. The stranger watched, not recognizing the king of the forest as the self-confident warrior he had been before. The king of the forest, having received a serious injury, could not accept the fact that some young man humiliated him. The king of the forest vows to destroy the hero at any cost and directs wooden beams and debris at him. These block-like projectiles fly straight at Ying Ho, trying to catch him off guard. But this does not become a problem for the hero. His confidence remains unbreakable. He holds his sword firmly in his hands, ready for any challenge. With one light movement of the sword, he turns huge wooden blocks into small chips. Through this rain of wood chips, the Forest King aims his axe straight at Ying Ho, shouting, "Die!" The hero blocks this powerful blow with a sword so strong that the ground beneath them cracks and settles. Ying Ho, unmoved, watches the Forest King's attack as if it were a show, remaining indifferent to his efforts. With a light blow, he not only repels the attack, but also throws the king of the forest aside. In this chaos, Ying Ho tastes an undisputed victory. The Forest King's warriors look at their once invincible leader now sprawled on the ground. They don't understand how it happened. Even when he was fighting at full strength, this young man managed to overcome him. For them, the nightmare had become a reality, and now this nightmare had the name of a young hero. The atmosphere had changed. Now all eyes, filled with despair, were directed at their beaten leader. These looks, filled with fear and disappointment, showed that their hopes for the king of the forest were dashed. Despite his wounds, the king of the forest finds the strength to rise from the ground. He cannot come to terms with the thought of defeat because he considers himself the indomitable Chin Sanok. No one could knock me down, let alone make me die, he shouts, clenching his teeth in pain. But suddenly, blood starts flowing from his mouth, and the axe falls out of his hands and flies to the side. The leader of the Peck clan, watching this, realizes that even the famous criminal, seemingly invincible, has received such severe wounds that he is no longer able to continue the fight. Looking at the amount of blood the Forest King spat out with each breath, it was obvious that his wounds were deep and he could no longer fight. The young owner understood that it was time to end this bloody spectacle. The king of the forest, clutching his axe, tried to show everyone his indomitability, his readiness to fight to the last. Despite his condition, he demonstrated that death is the only thing that can make him give up. Even at the edge of life, he did not want to simply accept defeat, but it didn't matter how much will was left in him. His body already refused to obey. The young master's sword flashed through his body like an arrow, leaving a fatal wound. The last spark of madness flashed in the Forest King's eyes, full of anger and pain. The blade of the sword delivered a precise blow that became fatal. The king of the forest opened his mouth and screamed in excruciating pain, bleeding. At that moment, the bright energy of his true power lit up in the young master's eyes. The sword blades, full of invisible power, formed an invisible curtain around the opponent, which began to tear his body from all sides. It seemed that every particle of the enemy was disintegrating under the onslaught of this terrible force. Like a boomerang, the sword returned to its owner's hand, sparkling with flawless precision. His form, as if created to cut the sky itself, was perfect in the hands of the hero. The hero felt the mysterious power of the sword, which filled him with confidence and triumph. The union of the blade and the shards created a perfect harmony focused on destroying the enemy. This huge flow of power was directed at the king of the forest, who could no longer resist. Even with the axe in his hand, he resigned himself to the inevitable. But for a moment, a last spark of determination flashed in his eyes, as if he was trying to accept his last challenge. But not for long. With one lightning strike of his sword, the hero cut off the absurd existence of the king of the forest. It was incredible. Chin Sanak of Nokrim, who was thought to be invincible, was defeated by a young man. Clan leader Peck stood in shock, unable to believe his eyes. The hero's sword not only pierced the scoundrel, but also destroyed everything around, leaving behind ruins. The streets, flooded with blood and filled with echoes of despair, seemed to speak of fear and defeat. Now no one from Nokrim will be able to stand against the hero's blade. He understands this, and a sly, confident smile appears on his face. Step by step, the unknown runs away, as if from something or someone inexorable. The mysterious figure hides his face from prying eyes, not allowing anyone to recognize him. She ran as hard as she could without stopping even for a moment. But soon she ran into the man in red, the very man she was trying to escape from. It was a representative of the elite class who was hunting her. He looked at her, immediately suspecting something unusual, but did not dare to act yet. However, his companions did not seem to notice her, explaining that there were only wild animals around. They did not understand how the woman could disappear so quickly. But after a while, they received a message from another group that had found tracks. One thing was clear to them. Returning to the Bloodlord without a girl was not an option. They feared his wrath. The leader ordered to quickly go to the marked points and be sure to find her. Using her cloaking skills, she hid herself and followed her pursuers' every move. One of them, the commander, thought of his subordinates as a bunch of hopeless fools. Suddenly he felt someone's presence. Something strong and ominous. His eyes lit up with Blood Clan energy. But the place where the woman was had already emptied. She disappeared, leaving only a feeling of coldness and anxiety that engulfed her pursuers. One of them fell to the ground, feeling the cold running through his body. It's been a long time since Suren faced such strange situations, even while managing her inn. They couldn't even imagine that they would see the King of Death, Zhong Musong, tied up like a common criminal. In Ho, noticing this, asked him not to worry. He would take care of him. The King of Death regained consciousness on the way to Mirim's compound. Suren wanted to avoid trouble with the Blood Clan and planned to shift all the responsibility to the Mirim units that were nearby. But the hero, unmoved, did not pay attention to this. Lirian only made sure that the King of the Forest was painlessly dispatched from this world. The hero made the King of the Forest fall to his knees in exhaustion after he tried in vain to block all the blows with his axe. Then he cut it in half with one stroke of his sword. This picture was seen by the leader of the Peck clan, who watched as blood gushed from the wound in a fountain, and then fell to the ground like rain from the heavens. Seeing this, Li Ryan almost lost control but held back. As a monk, he believed that the young master could give the opponent an easy death, and he did not understand why he had to act so cruelly. It's not an animal. You could handle it humanely, he thought. However, the head of the Peck clan replied that if the entire Green Forest fortress rebelled, the young master would have to kill hundreds or even thousands of enemies with his sword. He explained that such a demonstrative death was needed to intimidate, so that no one would ask unnecessary questions in the future. And it worked. The bandits of the Green Forest fortress were so frightened that they seemed to forget how to hold a sword in their hands, and some even almost wet themselves. If that was the goal, then there is nothing to argue about, because there will always be a few idiots wherever you go. After all, the young owner was standing on the roadside and saw a figure in the distance. Looking closely, he realized that it was a familiar face. His old acquaintance was standing before him. He knelt down, as if expressing his respect. The young master did not immediately understand what was happening. He asked if he was asking to take him under his wing. It was a surprise for him. The man declared that he was no longer part of the Green Forest fortress. He warned the king of the forest that greed would destroy him, but for that he was banished and branded a traitor. The young owner suggested, "Why should I take you? You are now homeless." But the man replied that he was not a beggar. He added that he realized how great Master Ying was as soon as he saw him. Now he is finally convinced of this. The man swore allegiance, assuring that the young master was much more cold-blooded and merciful than many others. Master Ying did not see what benefit there could be from the loyalty of a bandit who had previously engaged in robbery and extortion. In his opinion, it was a useless risk. The man identified himself as Li Jigangua. He said that he used to be a soldier and a fairly competent general until he fled the imperial court because he could not put up with the venality of his commanders. Even so, Ying wasn't sure if he would find a use for it, and furthermore had no intention of using his skills. The head of the Peck clan irritated the young master a little, saying that this man could make a good driver since he had served in the army, but added, "How long will he be a thread?" Despite the remarks of In's master, the head of the Peck clan insisted on accepting him, explaining that it is extremely difficult for a man to bend his knees voluntarily. In response, the young master unexpectedly offered the head of the clan to accept this man into his family. "He will fit in perfectly with your family after serving in the army," added the hero with subtle irony. But the man it was addressed to had already decided he didn't want to be part of Peck's clan, despite the compliments. To the head of the clan, it looked like a show of loyalty, but to the young master, it was just a damn bear. Suddenly, there was a cracking of branches in the forest. At the same moment, a strange light flashed, making everyone alert. The young owner, thinking about how to avoid annoying conversations, suddenly felt something unusual. His eyes opened wide and his face changed, scaring the head of the Peck clan. The head of the clan stepped back in confusion, noticing the unexpected reaction of the hero. The hero felt a familiar and disturbing feeling that was impossible to ignore. Nearby, he felt the presence of Blood Clan representatives who activated their chi energy. They were chasing someone they finally found in this forest. This man, realizing that he was in danger, ran, trying to throw his pursuers off his tail before reinforcements arrived. But suddenly, the fist of one of the killers appeared in front of her, heading straight for her face. She blocked the blow with her hands, but it embarrassed her greatly. Losing her balance, she fell to the ground, losing control of the situation. The assassin from the Blood Clan, eager to capture her, began to mount. She jumped back to the nearest tree, but that only strengthened their advantage. They finally surrounded her, and she had nowhere to go. Fear was evident in her eyes and felt in every movement. The girl understood that she would not run away anymore. She was already saying goodbye to life, knowing that her chances of salvation were slim. The soldiers looked at the girl, not understanding how she managed to escape. However, looking at it from the other side, it seemed that she was not running away but pretending to trick them. Now she will have to face the consequences of her actions. She cursed the Blood Brotherhood and tried to trick them, but ended up falling right into their hands. The girl was breathing heavily, realizing the complexity of the situation. Pulling a dagger from her pocket, she prepared to defend herself. But there were too many opponents, and it clearly left her no chance. One of the soldiers warned his comrades to be careful. All today's victims have already been killed with this dagger. The girl realized that her situation was becoming even more hopeless. She raised the dagger to her neck, hinting that it might be better to end it herself than play by their rules. Their faces changed because they had to deliver her alive, which made their situation more difficult. She insisted, "You better let me go and everyone will be satisfied. It's all clear to me now." "If you don't believe it, check it on someone else," she added, reminding them that they put her in this situation themselves. One of the warriors tensed when he saw how serious her actions were. He said, "Your late father certainly wouldn't have wanted that." but his words sounded as if he had once betrayed her or her family. The man looked at the girl with disdain, assuming that she had been trained in self-defense just for such situations. The girl looked at him with rage, realizing that it was he who betrayed her father and convinced the others to go against him. Her anger reached its limits, and like an enraged beast, she rushed at him with a dagger. However, the man easily blocked her attack, leaving her no chance. After that, the man forced the girl to fall on the ground and literally kiss her. Her helpless attempts to escape only convinced him that she was a worthy daughter of her father, just as stubborn and powerless. The girl begged to let her go, but it did not affect him. The Bloodlord ordered her to be brought in alive, adding, "If something breaks with her during delivery, so be it. I won't even notice." Her screams echoed throughout the forest, breaking the silence. The man claimed that in this condition, she would not be able to resist. The girl screamed in pain as he began to squeeze her hand, even as she threatened that one day she would surely kill him. But suddenly, the warrior raised his head and saw the silhouette of a stranger with bright eyes. He didn't understand who it was, and what's worse, he felt a real threat. "Who is this brat who dares to call himself this girl's ally?" he thought. Our hero seemed to exhale cold air along with his anger and coldly asked, "You really didn't understand who I am?" He ordered the girl to be released, and at that moment, an incredible aura spread throughout the forest, forcing the enemy to retreat. As if under the influence of an invisible force, the man threw the girl aside and flew aside like a fragile doll. His body crashed into a tree from acceleration, breaking it in half. The girl, shocked by what she saw, could not believe that someone came to her aid, saving her from an inevitable fate. She watched with trepidation the strength of this young man, who seemed to her unearthly. The young master, cold-blooded and silent, only looked at her without saying a word. The girl stared at him with her mouth open, not believing her eyes. His eyes glowed with blue energy, and his figure radiated indescribable power. He looked like an incredible warrior from legends whose power knew no bounds. The young master realized that his intuition had not failed him. This feeling was familiar to him. He met her 1,000 years ago, in another life, when he himself began to live a human life. Looking at her, he felt something close and familiar that made him think. He asked the girl if she was hiding her true face, because he recognized her. "You are the one who has the blood cult chasing you," he said. The girl looked at him in confusion, not understanding what he was talking about. But in a moment, she realized that the familiar In-Ho was standing in front of her. He confirmed that he was In-Ho, a legendary warrior she may have heard of in the past. "If you remember me from that past life, tell me what is your name now?" he asked. The girl introduced herself and said her name, Manhwa. "As in my previous life, and now I still have that name," she said. Her face, body, even her smell, everything was the same as in that ancient story. In-Ho, bowing before her, quietly admitted that she was the woman he once loved. The girl blushed and was embarrassed by these words. At this moment, the blood cult warrior exploded in rage, unable to bear the presence of this crazy bastard who had ruined their plan. He shouted to his soldiers, "Don't stand like fools, attack! Kill this brat and capture the girl!" The warriors drew their swords, filling the space around them with a menacing aura. They tried to overwhelm everyone with their presence, but In-Ho remained calm and confident. He asked the girl to stay behind and not interfere. With lightning speed, he drew his sword. The forest was filled with incredible energy that exploded with tremendous force. Like a star, this aura shot out in different directions, slicing through the air and forcing opponents to retreat. In a moment, thick dust rose up around, filling everything around. Manhwa looked in awe at this boy's incredible strength, which exceeded all her expectations. Only bloodstains remained in place of the warriors. Their existence was erased in a single moment. This time, the young hero decided to do everything to protect the girl he loves. With a look full of hope and a slight smile, he looked at her. The girl, not knowing how to react, stood in confusion. She had never met anyone who could protect her so strongly and be so powerful at the same time. After all, the driver had changed, and now he was even glad to be taken to the young master inn as his new assistant. As he rode along with the group, he hummed old army songs to entertain himself. And the former leader of the deaf detachment, on the contrary, looked confused, not knowing what to do now. Shuren sat there with a very annoyed expression on her face, clearly showing that something was very wrong with her. The little monk watched all these faces and couldn't understand why everyone looked so offended. He just wanted everyone to calm down, not to be offended, and even more so not to be upset. The monk understood why the lady felt this way. The young master dismissed her words and focused entirely on rescuing the damsel in distress. Shuren thought that in their world, you never know how things will turn out. There's no guarantee that this girl isn't blood cult bait that will lead the young master straight into a trap. In her opinion, In-ho was too lighthearted and carefree, and she couldn't understand why he didn't see a threat from this girl. Li Rian, watching Soren, smiled. He was convinced that she was just jealous. Li Rian wasn't sure, but it seemed to him that Soren was very visibly jealous. She, of course, denied everything, claiming that it was nonsense. During dinner by the fire, when the flames flared up, the girl told her story. She explained that she was not interested in the blood cult, but in her family's martial arts. Master Ying was interested, and asked what kind of art it was. The girl explained that this is a technique of working with the legs that allows you to walk on air. She believed that this technique was too simple to interest experienced craftsmen. However, the cult of blood, as she put it, is a stubborn herd of sheep that seeks to learn the secrets of this technique, although it seems ordinary to her. The young master suggested, perhaps there is a secret in the technique that allows you to amplify the internal energy. The girl was surprised by his words and did not understand how he guessed. Ying-ho explained that he knew about the side effect of the blood cult's martial art making their energy unstable. He pointed out that the main problem of the cult is the excessive amount of yang energy and the complete absence of yin, due to which their power remains limited. Arts based on only one type of energy usually have limitations. Perhaps they are looking for a way to balance their internal energy, he suggested. In-ho suggested that her family's technique might be the solution they were looking for. This is just a guess, but he has no proof. The girl, hearing this, was angry. She remembered how her father had been sacrificed and her family destroyed so that the blood cult could expand its power. This just proves that the blood cult are real bastards, she said through her anger. She announced that she was going to turn to the Murim Alliance for help. However, the question remained. What does she plan to do if the Alliance accepts her request? Her goal is to restore the family. Master Ying wondered what would happen next. How did she plan to act after that? The girl, not hiding her pain, said that she wanted to avenge her father and destroy those who made her family go through this. But he warned her, do you think these people are going to just sit back and watch you try to interfere with their plans? These words knocked her off balance. However, it was clear that she remained as stubborn as when they had set out in search of her brother in the world of savages. And even after the help of the Murim Alliance, the threat from the blood cult will still remain. Because of this, he decided that the girl needed to put her revenge first among her priorities. But she doubted whether she would have the strength to do so, feeling that it was almost impossible now. Yun-ho, full of determination, said that she was lucky. His teacher had asked him to root out the blood cult in his lifetime if they ever reappeared in this world. Helping with this task is his duty to the teacher, and he is ready to fulfill his promise by helping her. Sensing the hesitation in her words, he didn't know if she was really against his proposal. In fact, the girl only felt hopeless, believing that nothing would help her in any case. She even said that she had nothing to thank for the help, other than a simple, thank you. This was enough for the young master. Her consent, even if uncertain, gave him the motivation to act. He said he would not be able to sleep peacefully, knowing she was being followed. But now, from this moment on, she can be calm. He will watch over her. The girl was touched by his words and expressed her gratitude. In the moonlight, Ying-ho looked up at the night sky. He understood that their encounter with Myung-hwa could not be a coincidence. The mythical creature, the Tathagata, must have been involved, but he thought that the Tathagata could have been more generous in this matter. It would have been better if Myung-hwa had suffered less pain in this life, for this being had great strength, but unfortunately little intelligence. He exhaled heavily, looking at the echo and his thoughts. Looking around, he noticed that the girl trusted him completely, so much so that she fell asleep carefree, not afraid of anything near him. Watching her face, Ying-ho felt something deep and long forgotten. He was reminded of memories from his past life that now seemed closer than ever. Without these memories, I would definitely consider myself crazy, he thought, looking at her. Looking at the echo, he thanked the invisible force that gave him this meeting. But suddenly the clouds covered the echo, shrouding the night in mystery. We move to a scene where dark clouds obscure the echo, enveloping the night with black energy. A single faint ray of pale moonlight breaks through a crack in the rock and falls straight into the lake of blood. In this ominous place, waist deep in blood, stands a young lord of the blood cult. A counselor approaches him with urgent news. It's bad, says the advisor. The heavenly network has failed the task. We've lost track of the girl, and the whereabouts of some cult members remain unknown. In a second, the Lord places his hand on the advisor's head. "We'll catch her eventually," he replies, and the counselor dares to ask him to stop these bloody methods. The Bloodlord just smiles, baring his decayed teeth. "You dare to doubt me? A blood demon does not forgive failure," he says. At this point, the advisor's veins begin to swell, swelling throughout his body under the influence of the sinister force. He begged to spare him, but the Bloodlord would not stop. For bringing bad news, the advisor was brutally destroyed. His cold body fell to the ground, and the Lord made his head hit the stone floor until it split. The Bloodlord, absorbing his life force, transformed his emaciated form into something resembling a human form. He felt reborn, realizing that he was now rising as a lord capable of capturing even the heavens. Looking up at the night sky, he saw the endless possibilities that now opened before him. The next day, under the sunlight, there was an amazing atmosphere in the mountains. One of the inhabitants of the mountain was sitting on the top, sensing something unusual in the air. The faint smell of blood seeped into the atmosphere, causing alarm. Turning to the other, he said, "I feel that something has changed, and I don't think it's for the better." He believed that the appearance of a blood demon could destroy the balance, and this feeling was inevitable. If the blood demon starts to move, it will cause panic and tension that could turn into big problems for the whole world. The Sky Demon cult will also face huge challenges, as the history of their existence may be put in jeopardy. Meanwhile, the young master just wanted to enjoy the remnants of his youth, although he understood that something dangerous was brewing on the horizon. If you think about it, the Battle Union is a huge organization created with Miriam's support. It is common knowledge that the purpose of the Union is to maintain peace, order, and justice in the world of martial arts. Our hero was oppressed by only one thought: how much this whole place is permeated with various interests. He couldn't even believe that he had come here of his own free will. He was met by a man who immediately recognized his origin. This man had long dreamed of meeting him and talking at least once, even if it wasn't to happen in person. It was Taeho, the head of the shamans of the medicine branch. The young master did not understand why he was here, because he knew that Taeho was usually on Mount Mudan. Taeho didn't do anything special. He just appeared as an elder, one of many. But he showed considerable talent. The elder began to brag about his bloody blade, but the young master reacted to it with indifference. He didn't seem to care at all. However, the young master did not understand why he was given such a terrible name. The doctor explained that the nickname was given after the Steel King of Death's blood poured down like rain from the heavens. Rumor has it that even at a young age he was able to bypass 4 kings and enter the list of the 24 strongest. When he sent the Steel King of Death to another world with one swing of his sword, his title became the subject of debate among the highest officials. It was called the Heavenly Bloody Blade. The doctor added that the hero's father was very unhappy with such a nickname. But at the same time, the fighting union began to have fewer opponents thanks to this victory. However, the hero himself only dreamed of tearing up the one who came up with such a bastard name for him. The doctor asked who this girl was who was next to him. The girl enthusiastically introduced herself as Sol Huan. It was a great honor for her to meet the elder. Teko jokingly suggested that the girl must be in love with the young master. But he immediately interrupted him and began to tell about a bloody lord who killed several people. He remembered that this incident had happened a long way from the Forest King's domain, and that was why he had come here to share information about the blood cult. They all headed to the main Union building to continue talking about it. The Battle Union building said that they are keeping a close eye on the atrocities committed by the blood cult members. In the central regions, several reports have already arrived about the destruction of sects. One of the victims was a family of warriors who were attacked by a blood cult. The elder was amazed that the girl was able to survive and keep hope for the future of her clan. He promised to support them and witness her struggle. However, the question remained, what exactly the elder wanted to ask the young master. He reached into his pocket for something and pulled out a small gift. It was Marima's Battle Union token, which he asked the young master to accept. The hero initially refused, saying that he was not interested in joining the Union. But the elder insisted, explaining that these were the times when a token might be needed to gain access to the Imperial Palace. He said that the Imperial Palace had issued a decree concerning the blood cult. The Emperor's decree obliged the Battle Union to provide comprehensive assistance in the destruction of the blood cult. The hero was surprised why the Emperor decided to engage in nonsense because he himself is able to cope without their help. However, he realized that he could make money from this and receive a certain reward from the Emperor. The girl asked if he was really ready to agree to this just for the sake of money. The hero replied that if she wanted to restore her clan, they would need a lot of money. He added that it is better to take advantage of the opportunity to make money than to do everything for free, because they will act together. The girl agreed, admitting that the hero is right. The first step to restoring the clan is earning. The hero accepted the elder's proposal and went with the girl to the imperial palace. While talking with Huan, he didn't notice how they had already reached the palace. The palace looked exactly the same as it had on his last visit, but this time the hero came as a man, not as a ruler. In the past, as Lord Ye Kane, he had no difficulty leaping over walls and entering the Emperor's presence. Now, with the Battle Union token, he was able to pass through the gate, because such a token is not given to everyone. The guards asked him to wait until someone from the Golden Guard came to escort him to the Emperor. The hero recalled the past times when he was greeted with due respect, even offered drinks. And now he had to wait, because he came in the form of a common man. Meanwhile, a guard appeared and began to list the rules of behavior in the Imperial Palace, in particular, what is not allowed during an audience. There seemed to be too many rituals and checks to go through. The hero could barely contain himself. He wanted to return to his essence of Yikane and simply destroy everything around him. Finally, he reached the palace, where he was told to wait. Just the word wait made him want to kill all these bureaucrats. However, he held on because he wondered who this emperor everyone was talking about was. Soon, he was brought to the throne. The emperor, sitting on the throne, noted with a smile that apparently the way here was not easy. But in front of the hero sat a child who thanked the combat union for the quick response to his call. Looking at this emperor, similar to a rat in size and appearance, the hero could barely contain his laughter and even felt the desire to give him a bream. Looking around, he felt that they were staring at him, and realized that one day this bastard would definitely get it. In his thoughts, the hero convinced himself that he would be able to control his anger, but he became more and more annoyed. The emperor said that a man who called himself the head of the Blood Clan came to him recently. This man declared that he was the emperor's elder brother, chosen by heaven, and that the emperor must bow to him and surrender the throne. Many people cover their ambitions with the will of heaven, the hero added sarcastically. He remarked that beating the spirit out of such brazen pseudo-immortals was one of his favorite pastimes. The emperor, on the other hand, noted that the martial union had recently overcome the consequences of the blood cult's actions and decided to send the hero here because of his experience. The emperor asked the hero's opinion on how to solve the problem with the Blood Clan. The hero replied that there was no point in chasing after every member of the cult. They were just dogs being poisoned. It is much more effective to set up a trap and use the emperor himself as bait. He emphasized that it will not be so difficult. At that moment, one of the guards drew a sword and brought it to the hero's neck, outraged by his words. He demanded an explanation, accusing the hero of contempt for the emperor. The hero, with a displeased face, made it clear that he was simply expressing his opinion. But the guard threatened to cut off his tongue if he continued such delusion. The young owner, without changing his facial expression, looked directly into the eyes of the guard. At that moment, the guard felt his heart nearly stop in fear under the weight of that cold gaze. The fact is that Master Ying did not plan to kill the guard, but his gaze was supposed to make him tremble and not even move an eye. This invisible force scared the guard to the core. The hero stood silently, while the guard counted to 3 in his head, deciding whether to attack. But the emperor intervenes and orders the general to put away the sword. The sobs of the innocent people who are suffering because of the blood cult are getting louder and louder. The safety of this body is not so important if it can bring peace to the people, the emperor said. The young master was surprised by the words of this child emperor, which sounded like the words of a saint. The emperor added that the only way to get rid of the blood cult was to give Mistress Inu a chance to carry out her plan. But he asked, "Will Master Ying be able to kill the head of the blood cult, the blood demon?" Hearing this, the hero just smiled. After meeting with the emperor, he assembled a team of elite soldiers dressed in Imperial Guard uniforms, led by masters and commanders who represented the Murim Alliance. He presented his plan to the Alliance and the emperor, which involved using the emperor as bait. The reaction was expectedly negative. Many spoke against it. However, thanks to the rumors about the heavenly blood sword that were spreading, it was possible to partially calm the opponents. They, albeit reluctantly, began to trust his decision. The hero warned them to watch their words, because anyone who called him the wrong name would meet him on the training ground. He shared the strategic techniques his teacher had taught him to fight the blood cult members. The main ways: pierce the neck or heart with one blow or cut off the head. so that the enemy definitely does not survive. The hero made sure that all techniques were understood and remembered by the soldiers, and that the most important thing in the battle would be to strengthen the defense. These preparatory measures became the basis for the confidence that their level is sufficient for a successful fight. Now all that remained was to implement the plan. At this time, in the Blood Demon's hideout, his warriors reported that the young emperor was now often hunting far from the palace. This caused indignation and suspicion. How can he move around so openly after being ordered to abdicate? Maybe it's a trap or a reckless risk, one of them said. But it didn't matter to the Blood Demon. "Trap or not, no one will stop me after I have achieved perfection and greatness," he declared. He ordered his soldiers to prepare the young emperor's head as a trophy for the imperial palace. However, Master In's real plan was not to protect the emperor, but to hunt the bloodthirsty cult warriors. He arranged everything to make them come right into the trap. The battle was incredibly brutal. The blood cult faced powerful imperial resistance. All the power of the cult was aimed at destroying the opponents, but they were met by the warriors of the empire, ready for anything. When the Blood Demon appeared on the battlefield, he announced that the heavens had appointed him emperor, and those who disobeyed would be destroyed. "Poor nothings, I will eat you all," he announced. But as his warriors marched forward to attack the Imperials, the bright light of the young master's sword reduced them to rubble. The impact scattered them in different directions, leaving the battlefield clear. The young master was ready for this moment. He looked at the Blood Demon, confident in his victory. And while the Emperor temporarily left, the hero decided to finish the battle before his return. The Blood Demon, seeing Master In on his way, did not show the slightest fear. "Those who ignore the will of heaven will be severely punished," said the demon. His words were accompanied by the threat of quick and inevitable death for all opponents. With a swing of his sword, he released a stream of red demonic energy, directing it at the hero. The energy exploded in a huge wave, but the hero deftly dodging the attack. In response, he used his heaven-shattering sword and charged towards the enemy. It was his second sword, and this battle was getting more and more intense. The impact was so strong that the moon in the sky seemed to tremble. Ina's sword collided with the demonic blade, slicing through the air and channeling its divine energy straight at the Blood Demon's head. The hero delivered a super powerful blow, which the demon tried to stop, but the force was too great. Their swords clashed, each representing completely different powers, one evil, the other righteous. The first demon sword was created to tear apart the clouds and destroy everything around. The hero's second sword could cut even the moon. At that moment, the demon saw his blade begin to crack, and the bright light of Master In's sword engulfed everything around him. The incredible strength of the young hero did the impossible. With cold-bloodedness and ruthlessness, he destroyed the Blood Demon without leaving a trace. This was the end of the illusions and miserable existence of this creature, the Demon of Blood. Some time after the battle, the Emperor met Lord In and asked to look at his sword. The Emperor was holding a sword, which, as it turned out, had been given to our hero by his late master. In immediately felt that this sword looked familiar to him. He was sure that it was the legendary Danlu. Apparently, his master had never told him about the origin of this sword. The Emperor noted that he had seen this sword in the book where the treasures of the imperial family were recorded, which caused the hero real surprise. The Emperor explained that the sword was to be given to Gongzhen because he was a benefactor of the dynasty. The sword was forged by order of Grandmaster Gu. The hero could not believe that this sword had such a significant history. As it turned out, this sword had previously belonged to its master, and it was a legendary artifact that could choose its owner. The elder who wielded the sword was known as Guiji. The Emperor emphasized that such swords are considered family heirlooms and are passed down from generation to generation. Perhaps the master gave it to his student out of strong affection. Thanks to this, the sword returned to the palace to carry out great deeds. The Emperor was amazed at such a coincidence, and did not even believe that it had happened. The young master looked at the sword and was stunned by these revelations. The Emperor expressed his hope that Master In would come to him from time to drink tea and talk about martial arts. The Emperor also offered to teach the master one of the martial arts techniques if he had time. As a sign of gratitude for the destruction of the blood cult, the Emperor built a large mansion for him in Wuhan, where the best martial arts masters lived. This palace was named after the Huang sect. What a beauty, thought the hero, looking at the building. Even the top of the coalition recognized his merits, and it was truly impressive. Looking back, he saw that Huan was crying. She still dreamed of opening a martial arts school for children to teach them the basics of technique, breathing, and inner strength. In looked at her and could tell that she was crying out of happiness, or maybe because of memories of her lost family. He tried to comfort her, but she could not calm down for a long time, letting the tears flow freely. In couldn't look at her tears, but he understood that they were tears of happiness, so he decided not to interfere. After a while, the Hao clan master, Surin, arrived. Judging by her beaming but slightly tense face, she wasn't happy with how In and Huayne were having a good time together. In, noticing her expression, jokingly assumed that she had stepped on something unpleasant, but after calming down, he still took it seriously. It was clear that Surin was not at all happy that the young master was spending time alone with Huayne. She demonstratively put a book called Masters of Wuhan on the table. Huayne didn't understand why Surin was offering her help, since she didn't pay her anything. However, she knew that Huayne wanted to open a martial arts school for children. Surin noted that even a new sect needs an experienced master who can help children and become a reliable support for them. Huyan was incredibly impressed because the list of masters was compiled neatly and clearly even at first glance. In, however, suggested sarcastically that most of these candidates might be lazy and just waste resources. But Surin excluded the weak and left only the worthy. She noted that she knew who to invite if additional people were needed, and the young master also had his candidates. The first to join the sect was the Shadow Lord Gungwei, who promised to protect it from dangerous individuals. However, in order to join, he needed to get permission from Huyan, who didn't mind. She also decided to stay here, although no one understood why. In fact, Gungwei was an important person to her, and she felt she had no choice but to stay by his side. The situation was a little strange, because even Surin unexpectedly decided to join the sect, which caused mixed reactions. However, she was not the only one who caused surprise with her decision. Soon, Meng Jin from the Shaman clan appeared on the horizon, whom In had not seen for a long time. In was surprised, because he had once taught Meng Jin the basics, and now he would have to continue his journey on his own. However, Meng Jin did not come empty-handed. He brought a gift from Seo Chengdan. Master Teho said that if this gift was given to Inu, he could be accepted into the clan. This gift immediately interested In, and he decided to take a closer look at it. However, In decided to chase Meng Jin away, believing that he had approached the wrong person if he wanted to improve his skills through such a petty approach. But Master Taiho, anticipating this, gave Meng Jin another gift to avoid trouble. Seeing this, the young master changed his expression and offered the boy a rice cake as a sign of acceptance. So Mayong Jin became part of the sect, and the next candidate turned out to be a familiar person. In at once wanted to drive the man away, but the man, though he did not mind going, said that his father had promised to tear him to pieces if he did not stay. The hero pointed out that Meng Jin brought him 2 gifts from Seo Chengdan and begged for acceptance. But he looked like a fool to show up empty-handed. In truth, In did not want to accept a member of the Pain clan, but he understood that it could have its advantages. After all, with these resources, they could cover the food and labor costs of many people for 10 years and still have money left over. Later, a new candidate appeared, a robber. "It's a real stubborn bastard," In said. He emphasized that even after he shaved off his beard, nothing much had changed. The man declared that he was ready to live and die here if he was accepted. Huayan insisted on accepting the robber into the sect, seeing potential in him. In reluctantly agreed, but wanted to see how capable the man was of working. They entered a spacious room that was used as a hangar. In gave him 5 days to completely fill the hangar with firewood. But seeing that the man could barely stay on his feet, the hero reduced the deadline to 3 days. Even Li Jiango, the former leader of the Aso group, joined them, adding even more power to the sect. Stepping outside and looking up at the clouds, In felt something special. The smell, the presence of people, and life in the previously empty place. Now he felt that people really lived here, and this filled him with inspiration. In understood that Lyrian needed to be brought in to set a protective spell, as there were now many important things that needed to be protected. However, something had been bothering him lately, although he couldn't figure out what exactly. After he killed the blood demon, something changed. As he hacked the demon to pieces, the stored energy was released and scattered in different directions. In sensed something foreign in her, completely unlike human energy. It was some kind of mysterious energy, but what was it doing here? Where did it come from, a blood demon? Maybe it's the remnants of other Yeikais that still exist in the human world, he mused. But maybe the reason was completely different. Meanwhile, Huan wondered if Meng Jin and Zhao always trained so hard. They explained that they had no other choice, as the Supreme Dragon Tournament organized by the Alliance was about to take place. Masters of the modern generation meet there and compete with each other. But their strength is still insufficient. They are forced to train to the point of exhaustion, even though Huan thought they were quite skilled. Little did she know that they would soon find her worthless, as her martial arts would surpass their abilities. Maybe I changed your training methods because you lack experience, In said. However, the real reason was that her family's exclusive martial art that she studied was called the Silver Moon Heart Sword Technique. He wanted her to become the Sword Empress. The girl was amazed. She didn't understand why he would take such a step, but In explained that he wanted to make her strong, so she could defend herself as long as possible. In his mind, he recalled the nightmares of the past, when he had lost so much and was unable to do anything. He didn't want to go through that again. Huayin pointed out that she is not a genius, and no amount of training will make her one. But In emphasized that she has already become stronger thanks to their training together, even if she doesn't notice it herself. He speculated that the shattering of the demon energy might have accidentally released the remnants of Ye-Kai's power still existing in the world. But in order not to burden himself with these thoughts, he switched to Huayan. If you don't believe me, prove it at the competition, he said. In his mind, Yin understood that the affairs of Ye-Kai's world no longer concern him, because now he lives as an ordinary person. However, he decided that they would participate in the Supreme Dragon competition, and the sect would definitely take a worthy place. He knew that it was not necessary to win or take first place, but among the participants there will be many geniuses, and the question was how to beat them all. Mr. In was determined. He didn't just want to defeat his opponents, he wanted to smash them to dust. If you don't take the prizes, you will be kicked out of the Hao sect, he said. It was more than an ultimatum. Their future hung in the balance. Intensive training began. At that moment, Master In activated his incredible chakra, and mysterious circles appeared around him. This was the void control art. Huayan looked at it with admiration. She felt inside herself the desire to become stronger. The young master's eyes were burning with excitement. He decided to start training with full force, and without delay, he began to pump up his fellow clansmen, forcing them to fight to the limit of their capabilities, so that they would not relax even for a second. After some time, Lyrian did appear, following the order of the young master. Only one thought caused his irritation. These guys were having fun in the Alliance and the Imperial Palace, and now that they need me, they decided to call me. With his sarcasm and offended look, Lyrian thought that he was not a servant here, and they paid him nothing. They didn't even buy him new clothes, a real disappointment. When he approached a room, he saw a crowd of people. One of the men explained to the people that although everyone wanted to participate, they should listen carefully and not make him repeat himself. The exam will consist of 5 stages, and only those who pass all will be accepted. The entrance fee is 1 yang. If someone wants to go for free, they have to sign a disclaimer if they die during the trials. This caused outrage among people. Pay money or sign documents that no one cares about their death. It looked like a trap for the poor. Lyrian remarked sarcastically that wherever the young master appeared, there would always be chaos. He watched it and was surprised that the tournament got so much attention. The Shadow Team commander knew that not all of them would even make it to the prize seats. The costs of the exam are already low, but at least 70% of participants are eliminated already at the first stages. In any case, even those who paid are unlikely to make it to the end, as this is a martial arts school, not a charity event. Although it may not be necessary, but just in case, it was decided that the 4 stages would be conducted by Supreme Master Deji. Django, for example, should take the first stage, the second, Halibni, and the third and fourth will be distributed among others. The hero explained that the competition between them divided the places like this. Myung-jin took first place, Huayan took second place, and he himself took third place. It seemed to Lyran that this was what caused the indignation. He should have worked harder than everyone else, but instead he seemed to be idle. However, he still accepted that the first stage would be behind him. Zhao took the second stage, and according to the plan, everyone would have a chance. However, it was to be not just training, but a real test. The hero emphasized that these are not games. They should take it seriously and not let anyone go through the stages without a real test. At that moment, he heard someone address him with the words, "Elder brother." Lyrian, looking insulted, finally appeared on the horizon, clearly displeased at being summoned. He had something to say to Master In about his actions, but he seemed to have a hard time starting a conversation. Everything is finished with the formations of the Supreme Coalition. The defense is ready. Now no one will be able to destroy it, Lyrian said, a little haughtily. In, however, asked him to do one more favor and assured him that he would pay as much as he asked. Lyrian, already expecting this, remarked sarcastically, "But you said I had no talent for formations. Why don't you find someone else?" At that moment, Huiyan approached In with a proposal to spend the evening together and have some drinks. However, the master refused, saying that they could leave today if they wanted. Lyrian, surprised at this change of plans, asked where he had gone after summoning him. And he even jokingly suggested that perhaps this lousy Shaolin monk is also going with them. The direction turned out to be really unusual. The Temple of the Polar Star, known as the center of justice in the world of martial arts. It is a place where those who decided to leave the worldly life went to the Buddha to find peace, or left their past and became monks. The Shaolin Temple was not only a place of faith, but also a true collection of mysterious stories. The young master hated the Tathagata, who was worshipped by the monks of this temple. Lyrian noticed that In was visibly uncomfortable in this place, which only added to his sarcasm. Huang asked to inform the abbot in Myungye that they had arrived with a representative of the Huang sect. The monk, having waited for them for a long time, politely greeted the guests and offered to take them to the abbot. He reminded them to behave quietly and peacefully in the holy place. In clearly could not find a place for himself in the silence that reigned in the temple. Soon, a book titled Sword Technique appeared on the table in front of them. The monk noted that Father Huiyan was more worried about the fate of this secret book and what might happen to his daughter. It would be better if Huiyan could visit her father earlier with the young master. But unfortunately, she realized that this was no longer possible. In was convinced that Silver Moon's Heart Sword technique would help them in their future battles. The Huyn family was killed by the blood cult for trying to get hold of this secret book that contained the knowledge of the inner energy technique. The hero pondered how strange this chain of events seemed. It seemed to him that the blood demon had found a kind of solution to the problem in his martial art, although it was not necessarily a technique of internal energy balance. He wondered why that demon who already had the power to absorb energy was so eager to master this technique. Suddenly, a guest arrived to our hero. He was an old man with a look that radiated strength and wisdom. Lyrian felt an incredible aura in him, but he could not understand who it was. The man was clearly a high-ranking person. It was the Sword King, the head of the Namgunjin Alliance. But what brought him here? He had hardly come all this way just to meet Master In. Perhaps he pretended not to know the hero, although they had already met in a past life. Just like in the Blood Cult story, it is unclear why Sun was unaware of the unpleasant incident in the Supreme Coalition, or only found out after James Knox's death. However, the head of the Alliance admitted that they owed a lot to Lord Innu. "Every time my brother remembered you with a smile. He was always proud of his student," said the old man. The hero began to wonder how much the head of the Alliance really knew about him, but it was no less interesting to find out why this man had not met him earlier. When Master In lowered his eyes, he saw the Alliance leader's hand reach out to him as if to convey something important. Clan head Nam Gunjin wanted to test the young master's strength in person. In understood that this was not just a friendly visit. The road to the Shaolin Temple was long, and the old man had clearly come here to find out how strong this guy was. Without hesitation, In accepted the challenge. Although he did not fully understand the old man's intentions, they shook hands. When the old man exhaled, the atmosphere became tense. He noticed that even beyond the swordsmanship techniques, In had a perfect body that could reach the absolute peak of mastery. The old man had heard that the hero had previously been sick and on the verge of death. But now he seems to have fully recovered thanks to training. He also sensed that Yin's inner energy was so powerful that it could not be measured. If he knows how to use such immense power, it will change everything, the old man thought. Inwardly, he admitted that his brother's words about In being able to surprise him were true. However, his hand began to tighten slightly, showing tension and a desire to learn more about the boy's fighting abilities. In noticing this, turned to the old man. "Why are you squeezing my hand so tightly? Are you doubting me?" He thought it was just a test of his strength, as stated earlier. At that moment, the aura was released from In's hand in a flash, and he grabbed the old man. This force began to put pressure on the clan head's hand, and even left slight burns. Everything around shook, and even the ground under his feet began to vibrate. "You want to learn about my strength not only through sword fighting," In said, peering into the old man's thoughts. The head of the clan realized that he must have gone too far due to his age and fear of rudeness. But it would be unfair to limit himself to the sword. They decided to cross their arms, fist to fist, starting the check directly through physical force. Incredible clumps of energy from both sides began to create a powerful auric wave that saturated the air with energy vibrations. The clan head did not look down on In now, understanding his potential. But In let him know. If you want to see all that I am capable of, get ready. I will show you my true self. That night, a commotion gripped the people as Mount Sanshan shook as if from a powerful earthquake. The young monarchs hid with fear in the clothes of adults and cried loudly. It was difficult to calm them down. Clan head Nam Gong apologized for the inconvenience caused, stressing that it was not intentional. However, he thanked the master who had caused it all, because it was thanks to him that this memorable meeting took place, even if it attracted unwanted attention. One of the monks asked the clan head, "So your brother really trained this young man as a child?" But a smile appeared on his face. However, when he saw the old man's hand, he was stunned. The hand was completely disfigured, burned and crushed as if it had been attacked by a rabid animal. The head of the clan realized that the words of his late brother turned out to be true. This young master is not just stronger than me, he is even superior to Master Zhao Sanfeng, he thought with a mixture of admiration and sadness. Maybe this young man will reach bodhisattva level and then become the strongest martial artist in history. At this moment, their confrontation reached its peak. The old man was tense to the limit, feeling the incredible strength of his opponent. In didn't just surprise him, she dispelled all his doubts and destroyed them completely. Looking into the young man's eyes, the head of the clan decided to stop, because he understood that he had reached his limit and further risked serious injury. But the old man stubbornly insisted, "Don't worry, I will endure." As soon as he said this, blood began to flow from his hand. He put almost everything he had achieved in his life into this shot. There was no point in even crossing swords. Everything was already clear. He could only imagine what would have happened if the young man had not stopped his technique. The monk who observed this confirmed that all the words about Master In were true. Now there was only one question left. What did Master In plan to do next? Realizing that they needed his power, everyone present realized that the young master could become their only hope for a bright future for future generations. Only those who experienced true despair had the right to ask for help from such a powerful young man. However, it was important not to blame themselves for the choices they had made earlier, even if they seemed wrong. Sometimes circumstances leave no alternatives. Now they had to guide the young man on his way and reach his understanding, which is why his brother mentioned this person so often. It was the honest truth. Something had to change to right the wrongs of the past. In a certain space and time, Master In felt the presence of an unusual creature that he had not met for a long time. That voice was familiar. It was the Tathagata. The spirit appeared in front of In, as if flying up, and asked how he was doing. The master looked around in surprise, trying to understand where he was and how he ended up in this place. It turned out that it was a dream. "Who do you think you are if you interfere in other people's dreams without permission?" In was indignant and began to threaten Tathagata. However, the spirit remained calm, declaring that Master In had not changed at all since their last meeting. The Tathagata suggested a walk together. The master categorically refused and was only looking for a way out of this nightmare. He resisted in every way, but he understood that this creature would not let him go just like that. Spirit noticed that In was having a good time with Huayne. He declared that according to the law of cause and effect, they would meet again, because everything in the world obeys a certain order. To Mr. In, these words seemed like complete delusion. "Are you saying that you were the one who put me in Sick Han's body and set up our meeting with Huayne? What is this? Your game?" asked In. The Tathagata calmly replied, "No, it is all the laws of cause and effect that have bound your destinies." The Tathagata's expression remained unchanged, even as the young master clearly noticed something important. Even so, In decided to take the opportunity to ask the spirit what was troubling him. "What's going on in the Ekai world right now?" asked the master. But the Tathagata asked in reply, "Why do you care? Perhaps you still have an attachment to that world." In explained that he has no attachment. He just wants to watch as the blood demon has gained incredible power by absorbing a Yekai that by all laws should not exist in the human world. The spirit said that if In thought the answer lay in the Ekai world, then he could return his fox bead and go searching. But after returning the bead, In will become an Ekai again and lose the opportunity to return to human life. With an indifferent look, the master looked at the spirit, realizing that he knew perfectly well what In had gone through to become human. "And now you offer me to return to that life? You petty, insidious fool," said the master quietly. At the same time, he reiterated that he had no attachment to the Ikai world. He is worried about only one thing. In the world of people, there can be something that should not be there. The Tathagata assured him that the fox bead was safe and would always be available to In should he decide to return it. The master answered confidently that he would think about it only when his human body dies. After these words, he left the spirit and woke up in his room. His face looked tired and a little wrinkled after a hard night. That cursed spirit broke into my sleep and ruined everything, he grumbled as he prepared for the new day. Realizing that they had to go on a journey, Yin tasked Lyran and Yunhui to gather the necessary things. You need to fold everything into a cloth, even if it's difficult. Try, he ordered. Suddenly an old man's voice stopped them. Are you going to leave already? Lyrian and Hui shuddered at the voice, as there was a leader standing behind them, whose gaze seemed piercing. His hand was bandaged, and it was clear that the treatment at the Shaolin Temple had paid off. The Shaolin Temple really has great medicine, the old man remarked, keeping his eyes on Yin. The head of the alliance, looking at his bandaged hand, noted that he would have to use only his left for a while. Lyrian and Huayan were shocked to hear the head refer to the young master as his nephew. Yin asked him not to call him that, but the old man waved it off. I have the right to call you whatever I want. You are my brother's apprentice, so you are my nephew, and no amount of your will change that. By the way, continued the head, on the way back, I will definitely stop by the family to officially confirm my intentions towards you. It seemed to Innu as strange as feeding a baby from a spoon. The head of the alliance was determined. He wanted to ensure that the young master had the support of the Namgun family to create a solid foundation for his future. However, having tea at the common table to discuss the art of the sword would be enough for him. The old man also wanted to give Innu free access to the alliance so that he could visit it without any extra procedures. Moreover, he even hinted that he is ready to give up the position of the leader of the alliance in the future. Lyrian and Huayan, who were standing on the sidelines, were shocked. Giving the position of alliance leader to Muram for a cup of tea? That's unheard of? But In didn't want all of this and said bluntly, "Don't involve me in all this trouble." The head of the alliance insisted that this position is key because it allows him to command 200 elite soldiers without permission. But even that didn't make Inna change her mind. In the end, the old man decided to hit the weak spot. By the way, every month this position pays a large amount of money. It was unpleasant for Innu to hear this, but he still refused. However, after stopping for a moment, he thought, if I drink tea from time to time, do not participate in the affairs of the alliance, but manage the soldiers and get paid. His thoughts became a little more sober. Okay, if these are the conditions, how much is paid each month? The head of the alliance, seeing the agreement, said, then let it be so, but be careful on the way back and return quickly. Lyrian was confused. Is it normal to take such a position just like that? Do we need to congratulate him on such a decision? In was sure that the exact intentions of the head of the alliance were still unknown to him, but he also knew that this old man was definitely up to something. Meanwhile, events returned to the Huang sect. Guard Commander Huane was in the thick of battle. The soldiers who surrounded him were training, and the commander himself was showing his skill in battles. At the training circle, they honed their skills every day, competing with each other. The girl, demonstrating her skill, always focused on every movement. Despite the strength of her opponent's blows, she confidently moved forward, improving her agility. It was the fourth stage of the exam, where the fate of the participants was decided. On the second level, one of the men was the first to reach this point. He also became the first to reach the fourth stage, much to the delight of the audience. Everyone was waiting to see how he would handle the encounter with the Heavenly Fallsword, a legendary technique. The guard commander decided not to let him go any further and drew his swords, ready to engage in battle. The young master watched with excitement, anticipating the outcome of the confrontation. At this moment, the third Shadow Lord of the Hao clan suddenly appeared in the arena and also decided to participate in the dragon tournament. There is a tense atmosphere in the Huaim sect. The young master carefully assesses the candidates. Their appearance and training raise questions for him. He notices chaos in actions and faces that do not meet expectations. The young men make excuses that stronger than them appeared in the sect, and this caused a disturbance. The master, having understood their words, goes to the broken wall. There, on the training ground, sits a stranger, his face hidden under a hood. The master feels a new threat. Hoping that this opponent will not be boring, he approaches the stranger and looks around, trying to assess the situation. His surprise grows when he realizes that this person has destroyed the wall. The owner asks the stranger who he is and how he managed to break the wall on the playground. The stranger answers with one word: Heavenly Sword. The young master insists that he repeat, clarifying exactly what he means. The stranger stands up, asking if he is the same Heavenly Blood Sword. The master flares up with anger, outraged by the insolent behavior on his territory. In a fit of rage, he attacks a stranger. His sky strike deals a powerful blow to the opponent, causing them to be confused. From the impact, the stranger flies into the second wall, completely destroying it. The master scornfully thinks how this brat dared to call him that, and promises to punish him for it. Lyrian watches the chaos from the sidelines, wondering whether to intervene. He realizes that if the destruction continues, nothing will be left of the training ground, and everything will have to be built from scratch. The girl is worried because she was told that the battle will be difficult, and she hopes that the young master is all right. Lyrian is convinced that there is no reason to worry, and quickly creates a defensive formation to avoid further destruction. To the girl's words, "Be careful," the boy replies that he is not a shaman or a master, but he will manage. The master looks carefully at the brat who dared to disturb his peace. Unfortunately, he realizes that the enemy is still alive. The thought of how much will have to be spent on repairs annoys him. Regardless of whether the stranger has money, he will extract everything from him to the last coin. Suddenly, the stranger rises to his feet. The master turns to him with a new wave of anger. The stranger with a smile declares that he is even interested because he has not felt such a strong blow for a long time. The young master examines him intently, trying to understand how he survived. He is shocked by the resilience of this opponent. The stranger notes that the master is one of those who first hits and then asks questions. Suddenly, the figure of the stranger begins to disappear from the field of view. He moves with incredible speed and instantly finds himself behind the master. Turning to the left, the master notices how the opponent prepares for a powerful blow. The blow lands with a bright flash, sending the master's body off the ground. He had not felt such a strong opponent for a long time. It was a real challenge. The master realizes that his eyes simply could not keep up with this lightning speed. In addition, the opponent's technique is far superior to even the best techniques of the Peng family, and his explosive fist leaves many questions. The stranger cannot believe that even such a great warrior could not resist his heavenly demon's destructive fist. Perhaps he is beginning to doubt the truth of the rumors about the master. Upon hearing the mention of the destroying fist, the master understood that it was a powerful technique of the heavenly demon cult. It became obvious to him that the stranger could be the very leader of this dangerous cult. The opponent's eyes burned with demonic fire, which confirmed his connection with the legendary cult. The master decides to continue the fight. The stranger pushes off the ground with an insane speed that leaves no doubt about his strength. Everything indicated that the leader of the heavenly demon himself was standing before him. In a fierce confrontation, the master successfully blocks the first blow. But the speed and skill of the opponent forces him to stay alert. The master recalls the words of his master, who warned him about the danger of such treacherous opponents. The only question that torments him is, if this demon is here, what does it want? Dodging strong blows, Hospodin begins to build tactics. He quickly analyzes the opponent's actions, trying to find a weak point. The demon defiantly declares that his fist is unstoppable. The master bares his heavenly blood sword, hoping to turn the tide of the battle. As a fist of destruction flies in his direction, the master decides to take a chance and catch it. Blocking the blow, he simultaneously holds the dagger in his left hand as he prepares a counterattack. He makes it clear that he will no longer allow himself to be called such derogatory nicknames. Swinging his sword in its scabbard, he delivers a powerful blow, demonstrating his strength. Once at a safe distance, they look into each other's eyes as if reading minds. The heavenly demon is surprised why the master has not drawn his sword yet. He begins to understand that the master is worried, because one stroke of the sword capable of destroying the blood demon could involve all the factions in a large-scale war between the cult and the alliance. For our hero, the war with the sky demon cult could be a fun challenge. He wants to hear what reason would make him draw his sword, not wanting to do so without good reason. Meanwhile, Lyrian wasted no time and activated the emergency barrier formation. The heavenly demon feels that the space around him has closed, as if he is in an illusion. He realizes that he has fallen into a trap that blocks his possibilities. Lyrian steps forward to warn that the barrier is not eternal and that you should hurry. The master praises Lyrian for his work, assuring him that it won't take much time. Realizing that the barrier prevents destruction of the estate, the master decides to act decisively. He drops his scabbard to the ground, his sword glowing with heavenly energy. The heavenly demon self-confidently believes that the master is afraid of him, so he did not take out his sword. In reality, it was different, but the demon just laughs, calling him a funny boy. The master explains that he did not draw his sword in the battle with the cult leader in order not to destroy the estate. Lyrian, standing nearby, hears these words and watches the situation in surprise. The master notices Lyrian's reaction, but but does not attach importance to it. The Sky Demon sees the anxiety in his eyes, but only for a moment. Soon the demon begins to destroy the barrier, showing its power. The master, tired of small talk, demands to stop idle talk and fight seriously. If the heavenly demon came here, let him show his true power. There are those in the estate he must protect, and the master will not allow them to be harmed. The power of the master's aura is so impressive that the heavenly demon sees the barrier crumble right in front of him. One swing of the sword, and the heavenly demon felt a powerful impulse pass through his body. The demon's hands begin to tremble, and its heart quickens its rhythm. The answer to his question, which had been bothering him for a long time, was now in front of him. Finally, a warrior who has reached the mythic realm has appeared, and he is standing right here. The master warns that if the heavenly demon dies, his path will end right now. After all, in his hands is a sword capable of shattering the heavens. The heavenly demon feels the thrill of battle, wondering what this heaven-shattering sword means. Its name is so majestic that the demon is ready to accept death from it with honor, filling the body with energy. The two forces glow with different auras as they prepare for a decisive clash. The heavenly demon's hot breath rushes forward to attack. The master's cold breath blows over the arena, preparing to punish the enemy. They circle in a battle dance, teetering on the edge of exploding. The demon uses his fist of destruction, aiming it directly at the master. In response, the master uses a moon-killing strike with his second sword. A space-shattering explosion reverberates throughout the empire. A flash of light blinds everything around, leaving behind chaos and destruction. When the dust settles, the formation is destroyed, and Lyrian watches the aftermath of the battle. He tried to hide from the blow, but was still affected by its force. Looking at the scene of the collision, Lyrian cannot understand what happened and whether his older brother is alive. The young master calling assures that everything is fine with him. The young master confirms that he has not received a single wound, as can be seen by everyone around. But the main question remains. What happened to the leader of the heavenly demon cult? Did he die? Looking around, the master notices that the demon is still standing. He froze in a motionless position. He is said to be the only one of the strong 12 who can compete even with the Sword King Nam Gun Jin. Not even a blood demon could stand against his sword. However, this opponent turned out to be extremely strong and durable. Although he has lost consciousness, his body continues to stand as if not admitting defeat. After a while, the heavenly demon found himself in the room, forced to rest after a hard fight. His body needed restoration because he was exhausted to the limit. Having lost consciousness in battle, he looked pitiful for a leader. When it became clear that this was the leader of the heavenly demon cult, everyone was shocked. The young master declared that he had something to say about this person. If this is indeed a cult leader, why did he appear in the Central Plains? This happened extremely rarely even in the past, which raised many questions. Shuren guessed that Master Ying must know him well if he was able to win. She asks if this man is really who he says he is, or if he is just pretending. But if his strength is so great, then this is the minimum level of an alliance leader, and he cannot be a simple master. If Master Ying fought a cult leader, that adds weight to his words, and he should be trusted. Comparing the fighting skills of the leader of the alliance and the leader of the heavenly demon cult is not an easy task. How strong is Master Ying? His friends only guess about it. Soon, the heavenly demon woke up and realized that he had lost the battle. As soon as he regained consciousness, the master made him responsible for the destruction caused, even though the demon only had one Nyang left. The cult leader warned that soon his guards would come and promised that all problems would be solved. Exhausted and hungry, the demon collapsed on the stairs, begging for something to eat. But our heroes did not care about his hunger, because it was important for them to understand why he appeared here. He had no compelling reason, other than wanting to verify the legend that surrounded Master Yin. Rumors are usually exaggerated, but this time, they turned out to be true. The heavenly demon did not think that anyone would reach the mythical realm and be able to overcome its wall. Master Ying remarks that the heavenly demon should be ashamed. Even with his clan's martial arts, he is not up to his level. However, the demon unexpectedly declares that he is satisfied, because now he has a new goal for training. After some time, his servants arrived at the place. They did not hesitate to bow their knees to their leader. These are the heavenly demon guards who welcomed him as a cult leader. All doubts about his identity disappeared instantly. The leader ordered his guards to change clothes and stay here to work. The guards changed their clothes and got to work, diligently working with hammers. Their task is to restore the destroyed training ground. They worked hard, trying to do the best they could. Although Master Ying only ordered the wall to be rebuilt, they decided to remake the playground, making it 10 times better. The demon worries even about such small things as dust or cobblestones, because he plans to use this place for training. Mr. Ying wonders what he means and if he is just trying to test his patience. At this moment, unexpected news arrives. A very important guest arrived at the estate. This is the head of the Supreme Coalition, who was left alone with the situation. The head of the coalition notes that the construction of the training ground has not yet been completed. Mr. Ying can't figure out what they're up to, and Jin warns that things are getting tense. Despite any friendly relations with the leader of the Alliance, he will definitely not be happy to learn that the leader of the Heavenly Demon cult is here. Master Ying asks Jin to do his best to keep the Heavenly Demon at the training ground and not arouse suspicion. Mr. Ying decides to deal with Alliance leader Murima himself. They go to a room where an Alliance elder addresses his nephew, explaining the conditions for becoming a leader, which have remained the same. The boy wonders why the leader came in person when he could have just sent someone else to convey his position. The elder replies that he did not want to send someone in his place because this matter requires a personal presence. Mr. Ying haughtily asks the head of the Alliance to leave immediately, stressing that he is not even going to have tea with him. Suddenly a sky demon appears on the horizon, addressing the head of the Alliance, calling him ignorant. Mr. Ying realizes that the situation is getting out of control, and thinks about how to keep everything within limits. The sky demon notes that the head of the Alliance has aged, remembering their last meeting when both were just starting to turn gray. It's clear from their dialogue that they've met before, but the Alliance leader is clearly not happy to see the sky demon here. The demon continues, stating that if the head of the Alliance wants to invite Master into his place, it's already too late. He adds that Master Ying passed his test and agreed to become the next leader of the Heavenly Demon cult. These words shock even Master Yin himself, who did not accept anything like that. Ying instructs the elder to step aside to avoid further chaos. Instantly, the stool shatters into pieces, hitting the Heavenly Demon in the head. Mr. Ying refuses to get involved in their problems and says that if the demon wants to drink tea, he should just sit down and not talk nonsense. The Heavenly Demon, feeling the stool, calmly says that it was only a joke. As night falls, the atmosphere calms down. Some warriors decide to drink some alcohol to relieve the tension. One of them is surprised that his usual partner suddenly refuses to drink. He explains that he is abstaining from alcohol only for this day, because tomorrow he will be able to get drunk without any restrictions. The boy wonders how he will be able to continue his studies if there is so much shame around him, without even achieving anything important. One of the warriors admits that he is ready to beat this guy right now, but his father's orders hold him back. Jin, with a smile, mentions the woman who once placed the sword in the Supreme Demon's training, and hints at her relationship with the merchant's son. However, it becomes unclear why he is interested in the son of the head of the Peck clan. Jin cannot forget this woman, known as Murim Flower, because she is beautiful and attractive to all men. He cheekily says that he would be happy to teach her everything she needed if she wasn't in a relationship. The son of the head of the Peck clan strictly warns Jin not to approach this girl because she is closely watched. However, being drunk, Jin loses control and hurls some rude words at her. Others look at him like a fool, but there is nothing they can do. Alcohol is alcohol. The next day, the master's father appears in the warrior sect. He notices that his son looks rather strange. The young master, exhausted, says that his father arrived just in time. He takes his father's hand and explains that if he had not come, he could have made a serious mistake. The master asks his father to mediate, but he doesn't understand what he is talking about. The fact is that the leader of the Alliance and the Heavenly Demon are currently visiting him. They sit and glare at each other, while the demon sarcastically notes that the Alliance leader clearly has too much free time. The master realizes that this is better than involving the Heavenly Demon in restoring the training ground. The demon expresses disbelief that such a person can lead the Alliance, implying that anyone can become a cult leader after mastering the Heavenly Demon martial arts. Their argument continues, and it seems that they are completely unable to agree, wasting time in endless debates. Huane reports that the sect has run out of alcohol, and this is causing quite a stir. She's sure everyone likes to enjoy a drink without training, except for Master Manjin. The woman suggests buying some alcohol from a brewery near the market that has a good reputation, or if needed, ask Surin for it. However, in the morning, Surin left for the Supreme Coalition, as the Lord was looking for her. Considering the situation, Huine decides to go get alcohol with the woman. Although she has lived here for a long time, the area remains unfamiliar to her. Meanwhile, we return to the training ground. Warriors hone their skills at the updated training ground, restored with the support of the Sky Demon. The son of the head of the Pang clan trains under the strict supervision of Master Manjin, who criticizes him for his clumsy movements. The Heavenly Demon watches the training with pleasure, noting how these boys are getting stronger day by day. One of the warriors swung a mace, breaking trees on the training ground. pen tried to hit harder and harder, and the heavenly demon recognized him as the future leader among the robbers. Demon noted that the boy has talent, but due to the lack of fundamental knowledge of martial arts, his technique leaves much to be desired. This reminded the demon of his own past, and while he is not as experienced as the young master, he is quite advanced in his methods. The demon advises the boy to focus on the accuracy of the blows, balance, and hit one place slowly and consistently. He recommends relaxing and practicing concentration, which should improve technique. To the master, this seemed like a minor piece of advice that didn't deserve much attention. Observing the training, he asks Manjin why the soldier returned, because in the morning she went somewhere. He is troubled that she left without saying anything about her purpose. The guy is worried about Huayan, because she went close to him. Everyone thought that Huayan only went to the brewery or the market and should be back soon, but the question remained. Should I start looking for her? It seems that something had happened, and it was decided to immediately go in search of her. The body of the maid was found on the ground, with numerous cuts and wounds. The entire squad accompanying her was destroyed by unknown assailants. Huayan displayed better fighting skills than she had been told, but the men in her Wind Dragon squad were badly injured, so she sent them back. Meanwhile, one of the opponents was looking at her with excitement, noticing that she was very tired after the fight. She was tightly bound and, looking into his eyes, said that she was a weak and defenseless woman. However, this man understood that the merchant's son who was here was unlikely to do anything to save her. "Man-Su will show what my family is worth," he declared, preparing for further actions. He went to the family residence, ordering the soldiers to find a secret room in his family's dungeon. Uncompromising warriors immediately obeyed his order. After some time, they found traces of what happened. Among the tracks, they found the body of the maid, who had been seen alive and well in the morning. The place of battle was covered with blood, and the woman lay there, killed by a sword. The master understood that Huayan was in danger and could not be found. The sect master also disappeared, leaving no trace. Lyrian speculates that these may have been attackers from the cult of blood. However, the heavenly demon, after examining the body, is sure that it is not their handwriting because the methods would be completely different. Perhaps this is the handiwork of representatives of the Orthodox faction. When they looked closely at the hand of the deceased, they found that she was clutching what she wanted to convey at the cost of her own life. It was a token, and one of those present immediately understood what it was. The reaction to the token made the master wary. Damn it, he understood who was behind it. The young master noticed that the son of the head of the Peck clan clearly knew more about the matter. He orders him to tell everything he knows immediately to avoid serious consequences. The clansman reluctantly reveals that the token belongs to the Maon family's Wind Dragon Sword Squad. The master remembered that the head of this detachment is Man-Su, the son of Lovi Mo. They had seen each other recently, and the master remembers Mayan being angry and humiliated after losing the tournament where he was defeated by Huayan. This leads the master to speculate that Man-Su may be involved in the attack, although he cannot be completely sure. Man-Su is known as a dangerous madman who has lost control of himself and acts without regard for the consequences. The master feels a growing rage and wants to find and destroy Man as soon as possible. His anger is fueled by the memory of how the woman he loved was killed in the past, as if this curse haunts him. It was an unbearable nightmare for him that still haunts his soul. The master is adamant that Man-Su will take responsibility for his actions. Suddenly, he is stopped by the heavenly demon, who intervenes in the situation. Demon notes that the heir to the Peck family isn't sure if this is definitely Mayan's handiwork. He suggests that members of the Mayan family may have been involved in the attack, but at the same time acknowledges their importance in the world even greater than some Orthodox factions. However, the master does not care about any authorities, because his goal is to protect Huayan. The heavenly demon points out that if the master goes in search of enemies while swinging his sword, he may lose allies and turn them into enemies. He urges to act cautiously and carefully to avoid unnecessary conflicts. Mistress In is not interested in the words of the heavenly demon. He is not going to back down from his plan. He is ready to destroy anyone who tries to stand in his way, even if it is a heavenly demon. The sky demon looks at the master, realizing that he is unable to resist his powerful aura. The greatness of his power literally paralyzes any resistance. Demon realizes that the situation is out of control and has gone too far. It was obvious that Master Ying was willing to turn the whole world upside down to punish Man-Su for his actions. Meanwhile, news of his son's outrageous actions reaches the leader of the Mayan clan. He is told that his son has done something completely stupid, getting the clan into trouble. The guard explains that he was following his son's orders because he threatened to attack Huayan if they didn't help him. The clan leader is furious. How dare his son discredit the family like that? He understands that this can affect the reputation of the clan, especially under the influence of the emperor and the leader of the alliance. After the failed tournament, his son had already disgraced himself, and if the public found out about it, then his heir could no longer be relied upon. The leader decides to fix the situation in any way. He learns that his son is hiding in a secret room and considers a plan of action. The leader orders the guard to silence his son by any means necessary to cover up the incident. The guard takes responsibility for this and adds that Huaeng can be returned to the sect if she is found. But the leader gives a shocking order to kill Huan and dismember her body so no one can find it. His thoughts are interrupted by an unexpected blow. Master Su, holding a dagger, suddenly appears, and at that moment something extraordinary happens. The ground shakes as if from a strong earthquake, and the master looks at the lady, realizing that the situation is getting even more confusing. Mr. Su doesn't understand what's going on because he has just started to execute his plan. He can't believe that his long-awaited meeting with Huayan was so defiantly interrupted, because she was the sweet morsel he had been dreaming of for so long. It was a dark night outside when it all began, creating an atmosphere of tension and uncertainty. The three men ran forward, having no idea what lay ahead of them. Dozens more followed behind them, obeying the order to run to the main gate. One of the men began to guess that this commotion had a hidden meaning. It was only known that the main gate was broken. Each of the fighters clutched the ball tightly in their hands, as if it were something vitally important. They finally reached the gate, which was already lying in ruins, showing the strength of the attacker. In front of them, behind the entrance, only a vague silhouette of a person could be seen, like ghosts in the dark. Sensing danger, they pointed their weapons at the stranger and demanded an explanation. Who he was and how he dared to do this. The stranger, full of confidence, was only collecting the remnants of Huayan energy around him. Everything became clear. The culprit of all this mess was someone from this group. The fighters only asked the stranger not to break in here and not to insult the eldest son of the head of the family. But his warning remained unspoken. The stranger instantly dealt with him, cutting him into small pieces. He was moving so fast that no one even had time to blink when this horror happened. Frightened and shocked, they took a few steps back when they saw a boy with a weapon in his hands. The boy sternly warned everyone he is here to return the girl who was kidnapped by Moyan. He declared that he was ready to shed their blood with pleasure if anyone dared to stand in his way. One of the men who was their master immediately recognized it. It was the Heavenly Blood Sword. His warning sounded harsh. Better follow orders, otherwise things will end even worse. At this moment, another man ran up to them, realizing that the Heavenly Blood Sword was about to destroy them. He was already sick of endless orders and constant tension. As soon as he opened the door and called the owner to come out immediately, something completely unexpected appeared in front of him. The woman's face was turned to the wall, as if frozen in time. She stood still as if something was restraining her body. Slowly, like in a nightmare, she began to slide down, and behind her appeared a small girl with a sharp knife in her hands. The girl looked frightened as after a terrible deed committed by her own hands. She was completely shocked. She could not understand what she had just done. The man, seeing this, immediately began to insult her, calling her crazy and accusing her of the tragedy. But his screams stopped instantly. His body was cut to pieces. The Heavenly Blood Sword proved its prowess by finishing the job with a single strike. What was happening was closely watched by other fighters who remained on the street. He dealt with each of them with lightning speed and skill, leaving nothing but chaos in his wake. Not a single muscle twitched on his face, as if killing was a routine for him. The ground was covered in blood and he was already moving towards the next victims without stopping. For them, he had long ceased to be a man. They saw him as a real monster. Most decided to run away, but one man stopped them, appearing from the walls. This man urged them not to retreat, reminding them that they were warriors of the Moyan family. The Blood Sword emphasized that their actions would only lead to more casualties, and they understood that well. He asked if the owner was ready to sacrifice everything for his son and called him a real bastard. These words forced the man to admit that the young man is surprisingly smart and can spot weak spots. But he did not back down, calling the boy's words nonsense that should not be listened to. He claimed that the girl the Heavenly Blood Sword was looking for was not here and accused him of cruelty. But these words sounded like useless muttering to the hero. They did not affect him at all. However, the same man admitted that the sharpness of the boy's words was not inferior to his sword, which made him even more dangerous. Realizing the threat, he decided to deal with him alone, believing that such an enemy should not remain alive. As a member of the Moyan family, Rebel Sword was one of the 24 strongest fighters. known for his unique abilities that set him apart even from the four kings. He possessed the secret martial art of revolving star, which demonstrated its power in front of the Sword King more than once. The rebel sword was certain that the boy's technique would not even withstand 5 hits and would quickly be destroyed by his skill. He believed that after this the boy would suffer from internal injuries and would no longer be able to open his defiant mouth. But the look of the young man, full of calmness and deadly confidence, caused him horror. This was only the beginning of the surprises. The boy's attack cut everything in its path. His words, calling the rebel sword's technique pitiful and worthless, tore apart the opponent's fighting spirit. The speed of the young man's movements was so striking that the elder warrior did not even have time to react, and realized this boy surpasses even the Sword King. This was his last awareness in life, after which he fell to the ground, silenced forever. The guy gave others a chance at life, addressing those who still doubted the power of his words. He ordered to lay down weapons, clear the way, and not even think about resistance. The knife in the girl's hand, covered in blood, slowly touched the wall, leaving bloody marks. It was difficult for her to even stand, but she still walked out the door, taking a step towards freedom. After everything she had been through, someone appeared in front of her eyes whom she considered her salvation. It was a real salvation for her at that moment, because her older brother was standing in front of her. It was him. No one in the Moyon family could stop him. Even their best efforts proved futile. It was a real pleasure making him smile. At that moment, hugging his sister, he felt happiness that he had not experienced for a long time. This time, he saved her and, thank God, this nightmare was finally over. Night gave way to dawn and the sky turned blue, marking a new day. Everyone was talking about the shining Moonblade, which became a legend overnight. He was given this nickname because his sword shone brighter than the moonlight. When they began to count the number of victims, everyone was stunned by the terrible losses. With a single sword, he single-handedly destroyed 100 warriors in one night, an incredible feat. But the reasons for his actions caused a lot of rumors, and it was necessary to discuss it carefully. Their conversation was closely followed by a man sitting nearby, listening to every word. The man reported on the situation at the meeting and described in detail all the important points. The main thing is that, according to the majority, his actions were aimed at a peaceful resolution of the conflict. But the bearded man could not wait for the final decision, which kept him in suspense. The final verdict was this: the Moyon family will be in isolation for 10 years. Suddenly, a stranger appeared and turned everything upside down, forcing a change in the course of the conversation. He introduced himself as the Admiral of the Eastern Forces and confidently declared that he would report this decision to His Majesty. Having made the necessary arguments, he emphasized that they had no right to bring the Grand Master to justice without the Emperor's permission. During the investigation, it is revealed that Lord Ha tried to rescue Lady Huiyan, who was kidnapped by members of the Moyon family. And it seems that the head of the Hu family came up with this plan to cover up his son. Therefore, the tragedy was seen as a consequence of the illegal actions of the Moyon family, which caused this conflict. The man was incredibly surprised when he heard the whole truth about how everything really happened. To him, it looked as if the young emperor had directly interfered in Muramu's affairs, and this made him anxious. Either way, he considered them lucky that it ended without total chaos. However, the question remained: can these circumstances really be considered a lucky coincidence? After a while, they sat and discussed what had happened, trying to understand the causes and effects. At first, Lord Ha wanted to do as he was advised, but the situation made him rethink everything. He made it his goal to avoid much bloodshed, even if it was inevitable, and to reduce it as much as possible. It was a decision he couldn't even think about before. But now it seemed right. His comrades praised him, noting that he was a good man, because a sea of blood could destroy his peace of mind. Afterwards, he spoke to the others, explaining that each of them had to master martial arts on their own. One of the big men wanted to refuse, but it was explained to him. If he did so, he would be punished half to death. He himself also needed time to step away and think things over. He sat down at the table across from the boy, who had no plans to return. But just then, the new leader of the Aso Lidu group appeared to see him. The leader revealed that several forest leaders had conspired and betrayed him, so he needed help to deal with it. The main character offered his support, but he decided to refuse. The comrade added that he wanted to visit the forest to evaluate the results of Lee's training. Zdrovan promised to make every effort to achieve success. They set off, wishing each other luck. The main character and the black-haired man wished them success, seeing them off with their eyes. The black-haired man seemed to want to go with them, but the main character asked him to stay. At this moment, he calmly raised a cup of tea to his lips, immersed in his thoughts. He said that Lord Haumuna always brewed tea, but it tasted like medicinal water, completely unlike the real aroma. Lord Amyon was also invited to sit down, but declined, as he could not afford to drink tea with his host. Time passed, and the training arena was filled with the sounds of fighting moves being honed. The girl skillfully trained on it, demonstrating grace and technique with the sword. But suddenly, she felt that her sword touched something invisible. It was her brother who appeared and called her fool with a kind smile. He came to point out a few mistakes to her, reminding her that a sword loses its edge if one's thoughts are preoccupied with worries. The girl could not get rid of painful thoughts about the fact that she could not protect her mother. Her brother asked her to calm down, assuring her that she had done everything possible to change it. "Take a deep breath and clear your mind," he advised, trying to support her. At this time, the little guy, full of energy, ran forward without stopping. The man stopped when he felt something strange and turned to see what was behind him. "What's going on here?" He turned to the heavenly demon, who also sensed a powerful wild aura. The fighting spirit was so strong that it seemed impossible to overcome it. The heavenly demon concluded that this attraction was too strong, even for the strongest. The main character was standing right in front of the entrance to the courtyard, calm and confident. He was approached by a boy who roared so loudly that the hero thought that a wild animal was in front of him. But as it turned out, he was an ordinary young lad, or so it seemed. In fact, it was a woman who hid her true essence behind a menacing appearance. She did not lose interest, observing what was behind the protagonist's back. Her gaze rested on a sign that read, Moonblade Sect. Without delay, she immediately asked, "What does this mysterious Moonblade mean?" The hero, not wanting long conversations, asked her to go back to where she came from, without explaining twice. But she brazenly replied that she was going where she wanted and would fight anyone if necessary. She defiantly declared that right now she wants to fight him, and if she loses, she is ready to give her life. If he wins, he will simply take this plaque as his prize. It was really intriguing. A stranger who appeared out of nowhere challenges a martial arts school. Suddenly, she jumped closer and punched right into the main character's liver, showing off her strength. At the same time, she complimented him. For a swordsman, he has a surprisingly strong body. She noted that most would have gasped after such a blow, proving that he was strong enough to fight as long as she had against the heavenly demon. Her words aroused an unreal curiosity in the hero. Who is she, and where did she come from? He was caught off guard by the imprudence in managing his TSI. He could not even imagine that a woman is capable of bringing mastery of appearance to such a level. Remembering the master's words that a small amount of internal ki is a weakness, he tried to rethink his actions. In exceptional cases, pushing practice to the limit can create something extraordinary, but using these is not the only way to victory. The strongest of those who practice these questioned the master with interest. Once upon a time, there was a master in this world who had attained the realm of transcendence. It was then that he first learned about the legendary King of Wolves. Obviously, the Wolf King was a woman, but they decided not to talk about it in order to intrigue the hero even more. The young rival declared that from now on she would act seriously, and immediately launched an attack. She tried to strike, but the boy expertly dodged. Moreover, he passed so gracefully right under her feet that she was lost in flight. She could not understand what was happening, because everything did not go according to her plan. What is happening? The enemy dodges every blow. Also, he jumps like he's just playing around, rendering her attacks useless. She was starting to get annoyed that the guy was constantly dodging without even striking back. She tried to strike with a straight arm, trying to punch through him, but he only needed one hand to stop her fist, grasping it in a firm grip. In order to remember the lesson better, he decided to hit her precisely in the liver. And then he hit the cheek with his fist so that even the brain felt the impact with the skull. He wanted to show that challenging someone to a fight is only worthwhile in a dignified atmosphere. Since he did not like the atmosphere, he gave her a strong blow in the stomach, from which the girl flew back. The force of the impact was so powerful that she rolled several more times before stopping. Finally, she managed to keep her balance. She stopped on one leg, breaking the ground with her hand. But when she raised her head with a smile, it was hard to believe that the blow had somehow affected her. But in a moment she staggered, lost her balance, fell on her back, showing that she could not stand it. He only looked at her, and his gaze read a cold goodbye. Suddenly, several boys appeared behind him, silently acknowledging his skill. Some time passed, and this girl was already lying on the bed in her room. A huge bruise was visible on her cheek, clearly repeating the size of his fist. I wonder where such a trace could have come from. Fascinated by the story about that girl, she immediately began to brag. That's right, Lady Surin is the Wolf King, Huyang explained. He called her Wild Dog, joking at the table because she never gives up, fights to the last and rushes into battle like a real wild dog. With a smile on his face, Huyang remembered the story of how they fought for 3 days and 3 nights, until he had to die to stop it. And so, he said he greeted the Wolf King for the first time under the moonlight. The one who was nearly insane asked Surin if she had any information that could help. Surin said that the Wolf King appears on the battlefield unexpectedly, fights and disappears just as suddenly. All that is known about her is that she is a mysterious person, but their conversation was interrupted by the words, "I found you, escape!" which made them look around sharply. She looked energized, as if she had just had a good night's sleep. As soon as she entered, she began to tell them everything. But suddenly, she was very surprised. Her surprise was caused by seeing an old sky demon. She was happy to meet him, but at the moment she had no time for him. She was more interested in the battle with the Moonblade. After some time, the girl made several rapid turns on the ground. She went outside to continue the fight with him, but the result was the same as last time. An observer who saw all this sincerely exclaimed, "Wow." For her, this battle seemed so magnificent that it could go down in the history of martial arts. However, the boy was annoyed by this, and he warned her, "If you try again, I will cut you open with an ice blade." Huyang added humorously, "Killing her now would be a waste." He didn't mind Huyang's words, but thought it best to grant her request a few times, and then stop. Fighting the weak is boring. They either fear or die, and it eventually bores you to death. But fighting with the strong is another matter. You can fight for a long time, and victory gives euphoria. Even losing sometimes brings pleasure. The black-haired girl at the table expressed her point of view. The protagonist asked her, "Have you made up your mind? Will you attack me again like a madwoman and die, losing the chance of the future battle? Or you can ask politely, and maybe I'll agree." It surprised her to think that if she asked politely, he might agree, and then she could enjoy the fight. She agreed, but put forward a condition. "There are 2 masters in the Huayan sect strong enough to kill me," she said, "and I'm not going to lose this opportunity no matter what. That's why I'm staying here." Hearing this, the main character decided to explain to her that this is not a hotel where you can just eat and sleep. Suddenly, the girl puts a sign on the table. She called it a board he could sell for a good price. Surin immediately realized that it was 10,000-year-old steel and was amazed. This metal was considered the strongest in the world, saturated with yin energy, and it was from it that the greatest swords were created. The protagonist was more interested in how much money he would get for this treasure. Huyang, standing behind him, explained, "This money is enough to buy 5 estates the size of the Huyang sect." The round-faced girl did not understand what they were talking about, and asked again, "Is this enough? Do you need anything else?" Some time passed, and the battle started again on the training ground. This time, she confronted the old man, telling him that he had weakened greatly. However, he looked at her like the sassy wild dog she always was. She was angered by this nickname, and she rushed into battle again. Their match was watched by Ho, judging their skills. However, Ho himself seemed completely indifferent to what was happening. At that moment, Li Rian approached him. He announced that a visitor from the Imperial Palace had arrived and was ready to wait until the battle was over, but his demeanor indicated that the matter was urgent. What kind of message could this be from the Imperial Palace? Ho approached the Admiral after a long separation. They had not seen each other for a very long time. After greetings, they went to a secluded place to discuss important matters. The Admiral admitted that he had traveled an incredibly long way to communicate the urgent situation. He noted that matters of the imperial family are usually decided in narrow circles, but this time, the case is too important. The missing princess is His Majesty's only sister. That day, she left the palace to visit her people, and was accompanied by twice as many soldiers as usual. However, the time when she was supposed to return had long passed, and only her horse and 1 soldier returned. The soldiers said they were driving near the town of Yichang in Hubei province when the princess spotted a child running into the forest. Concerned that something had happened to the child, she left her horse and led the soldiers after the child into the forest. She did not return for a long time, and the rest of the soldiers followed her, but also disappeared. After hearing this, a detachment of 1,000 soldiers was sent to search for the princess. However, after some time they found only a mountain of corpses. Ying Ho was scared because he thought that the princess and everyone else who had fallen had died. But it seemed very strange to the Admiral. To find out what happened, they went to the nearby village of Jingmun, which is near the forest and Ghost Mountain. Local residents said that every year those who go to this mountain go missing. All the soldiers are dead, the princess is missing, and Ghost Mountain has long been known for its terrifying legends of disappearing women. After hearing this story, Yingho couldn't think of the disappearance as an ordinary incident. That's why they turned to him for help. If the princess is alive, that's great. But if she died, in this case, it is necessary to find the cause and culprit of her death. After the conversation, Ho looked at the full moon. Today was the first full moon of the year. The sight of the moon awakened in him memories of the past. Back then, many yokai caused a lot of trouble. Little Lee was looking intently in front of him while writing something with a brush in his notes. His watchful gaze was explained by the fact that he heard the word yokai from Ho. They tried to figure out the reason for the princess's disappearance. If it wasn't a maniac, then maybe a yokai was to blame. Have you heard of cannibals? Ho asked. Lee was well aware that there were yokai who craved human flesh, others who craved souls, and some who craved both and were called cannibals. So far, this was only Ho's guess, but if it was true, there was a chance that the princess was still alive. Ho could not put up with someone eating people in his presence. All this seemed more like pages from the books of shamans. Since the yokai realized that eating people would be punished by heaven, they began imprisoning people and eating them during a solar eclipse. This conversation even made Lee interested. He got up and asked Ho to wait a little. Lee went after the precious book that his teacher had given him, the Chunjin Almanac. Thanks to this book, Ho could learn when solar eclipses occurred in the past and when they will occur in the future. Lee opened the book and began to read carefully, looking for the information he needed. It turned out to be not so easy, but he began to add dates on his fingers, doing calculations. After a few moments of thought, he announced that the next eclipse would be in 4 days between 1 and 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Even with the margin of error, Lee was confident that the eclipse would occur in exactly 4 days. After hearing this, Ho decided where they should go and asked Lee to prepare for tomorrow, as he was also to accompany him. While talking to Lee, Ho noticed his agitation and decided to ask again. "The best Marima exorcist is standing before you," Lee said confidently. After these words, it could be assumed that everything had already been agreed. Ho himself went to see how things looked on the spot. Time was running out, and he thought that using the girl as bait would be a good idea to expose the yokai. In front of him rose a huge mountain, to which he was steadily approaching. Ho approached a cave above which hung a sign that read, "Demon's Cave. Do not enter." A red cloth with yellow ribbons was stretched in front of the entrance. It was an unmistakable no-entry sign. Ho walked over to the chest where the spheres lay and, taking one, felt a concentrated energy within it. He needed to take some, but not too much, as his own energy was far more powerful than that of the blood demon. In addition, he did not convert the yokai's energy into his own internal chi, but rather mixed it with his own. He wasn't sure what would happen when the yokai energy entered his human body. To do this, he needs to find a way to turn her into a human inner ki. Taking the 3 spheres, Ho moved on. A view of the training arena opened before him. A man with a sword practiced his blows on it, demonstrating his skill. He had been training since the morning, and Ho had been watching him from the mountain. He was a man who was eager to prove himself as the best student in order to become a leading martial artist. Learning and practice are his main principles, even if they don't talk about it. He must have a good heart, Ho thought as he watched him. But suddenly the trainee, sensing someone's gaze, looked up, noticing that he was being watched. He glanced up at the mountain, but there was no one there. It seemed strange, because it seemed to him that someone was standing there. Seeing the empty mountain, he thought that it seemed to him, but in reality it was not so. The next day, Ho was standing in front of the entrance to the Moonblade sect. The girl standing in front of him questioned whether he should really go there. She couldn't help but worry, because it could be a yokai. The 3 boys had already gathered and ran out enthusiastically, ready to help Ho catch the yokai. The Sky Demon and the Wolf King also went with him, eager to see what the yokai looked like and engage him in battle. Well, we'll still need a decoy if we're going to make a quick escape, Ho thought. Meanwhile, Gui Ho asked to look after the sect while he was gone. Lady Cern was displeased with his departure but asked for guards to be posted around the estate. Finally, she added a request to protect herself. Ho's outstretched hand was Lee's signal that it was time to go. Taking his arm, they headed forward in search of the yokai. The Admiral looked uneasy because he was worried that there would be little time left, and he would have to deliver bad news to the Emperor. His assistants believed that the princess would soon be found, because the soldiers were looking for her day and night. At that moment, Ho runs up to them with his companions and informs them that the princess is still alive. If my guess is correct, he began without finishing the thought. The appearance of the young master made the Admiral incredibly happy, and he was happy to hear it. After a while, the Admiral ordered to withdraw all the soldiers from the forest. as they would only interfere. Ho explained that they would climb the mountain when the moon was high in the sky. He explained the reason simply. Going to the mountain now is a waste of time. The Admiral agreed with every word, understanding that under any circumstances, the girl must be alive. The soldiers were ordered to remain alert in the barracks. He also ordered to stop any climbs to the mountain. The Wolf King and Kavian saw the soldiers as ordinary human masses. However, even they recognized their bravery in the fight against the demon cult. Suddenly, Lee began to smell a strange smell. He stared intently into the distance, in the direction of the mountains, and felt that there was something there. But it was definitely not a person. Some time passed, and an almost full moon appeared in the sky. The group had to make their way through thick thickets of thickets. But the main character found a solution, his sword, which he used to cut branches on his way. However, this thorny bush at the entrance to the mountain remained untouched, which seemed strange, because the soldiers had definitely passed through here. Lee took these thickets as a warning that the mountain should not be climbed. But Ho only got annoyed. "What other warning? It's nonsense!" Angry at the thorns that kept scratching him, he decided to use his sword to get through faster. After releasing enough energy, he caused the surrounding thickets to simply burn, opening a path forward. Under the moonlight, the atmosphere was special, at the same time magical and scary. The four of them had been climbing the mountains for several hours. The Wolf King felt something strange about her ears and turned to the heavenly demon. But he replied that it wasn't just her ears that was strange. The whole place was abnormal. As soon as they set foot on the mountain, all the sounds, the wind, the insects, began to fade away, leaving an eerie silence. "He's somewhere close," Ho said, staring intently into the darkness ahead. "It seems he doesn't want to show himself, maybe because of the recent harassment of the soldiers," he added. The heavenly demon had made this long journey to see Yukai, having only read about them in books before. The sky demon lit a fire in his hand, ready to personally draw the Yukai out of the darkness with his flames. Ho warned him, "The women he kidnapped and the princess are probably somewhere on the mountain. Unless your plan is to burn the mountain down with them, keep to yourself." The flames on the heavenly demon's hand faded. Ho went ahead and asked everyone to wait for him here. He came up with a plan to lure the Yukai with bait. It was a well-thought-out, perfect plan. To perform it, he took 3 balls in his hand, which he caught earlier. "What better bait for a cannibal than women?" he said to himself. Meanwhile, Lee could smell more and more strange smells. The most prominent among them was the smell of Yukai emanating from the casket Ho had set up. Ho warned everyone in advance, "Don't make any noise, no matter what comes out of it." Huang, as the leader of the heavenly demon cult, decided that Ho might be mocking him or underestimating him. Meanwhile, the smell from the balls began to spread more and more strongly. Over time, it enveloped more and more space, saturating the atmosphere on the mountain. The smell penetrated every crevice, bypassing every twig. On one of the trees, high above them, sat a huge creature, similar to a spider, but incredibly large. It was a spider yokai with 4 red eyes that glowed ominously in the darkness. Immediately after his appearance, there was a sound so loud that it seemed as if it could demolish a mountain. A strange sound, neither human nor beast. "It's the sound of a yokai," the heavenly demon clearly identified. The Wolf King felt the sound like a blade piercing her ears, and Ho felt as if he was once again in the realm of yokai. He understood that this yokai was testing them, and he was sure, "This bastard is salivating over my energy." Ho was just waiting for the yokai to act sooner, and right above their heads appeared a giant spider, the size of a whole tree. The Sky Demon and Wolf King held their breaths when they saw this creature. Impossible. A spider with a human face. They could not believe their eyes. "Fucking spider," Ho said, realizing his hunch was right. Spider-Girl started shooting webs, trying to attack. The first shot hit directly into the body of the Wolf King, who fell, bound in sticky webs. Later, the heavenly demon also fell victim to the same attack, falling into a trap. The creature lowered its sharp paws right over the black-haired Lee's body. The spider stuck out its long tongue, almost touching the boy's small face. But in the character of black-haired Lee, there was definitely no fear of a spider with a human face. He simply took out a yellow sticker and readied himself, willing the yokai to start defending himself. Ho, who had been standing behind them all this time, had a completely different plan: to cut off several of the spider's legs with his sword. He had already realized that he was wrong to think that a yokai would be intelligent just because it had a human face. Instead, this creature turned out to be worthless and meaningless. But it was not the end. The yokai, being on the 4 paws that remained of the 8, began to move on. He quickly jumped and flew straight into the sky. Did he run away? Lee asked in fear, but Ho calmed him down, explaining that a yokai wouldn't go far with just a few paws. It remains only to calmly follow him. And it does not matter where he went, Ho concluded. The Sky Demon and the Wolf King lay in shock, bound by the sticky and disgusting web. The web was so strong that it could not be broken by ordinary physical force. They wondered, are all yokai really that strong? Lee stood nearby, listening to Ho sarcastically suggest that they should be left to die if these transcendent-level masters couldn't break free from even this. Meanwhile, the yokai running away was so frightened that it left behind a trail of thread. However, this thread might lose its usefulness on the mountain, so Ho decided to pursue it, targeting the energy left on it. Lee pulled out an interesting blue sticker and began to prepare a talisman to track the yokai's energy. Folding his hands under his chin, he activated the formation. A bright blue light shone and quickly began to burn the thread. The flame spread in the direction where the thread lay, lighting the way. "You have finally become a true shaman," Ho praised. It was time to move on, and they ran after the blue light. Meanwhile, the yokai sat on top of the mountain trying to find salvation. He considered these people a real curse, because they were ready to do anything to take stolen women from him. The yokai felt the power of his pursuers, and was sure that he would not fall into the same trap again. At that very moment, the yokai saw a blue light in front of him. The fire was getting closer and closer, and the yokai couldn't figure out what the blue flames were. As the flames got closer, a blue sword appeared that seemed to emerge from the fire. Immediately, the rest of his forelegs separated from his body, falling down. Ho threw his sword with such precision that he didn't miss even a millimeter. In response, the yokai released a poison into the air that dulled Lee's sense of being nearby. It became clear why the soldiers could not find it. This poison confused even experienced searchers. Ho decided to exchange a few words with the yokai, saying, "If you were in the yokai realm, a pack would have come running at your cry to tear you apart." He added, "You must have lost all your wits while you were hiding among the people." Ho also remarked, "Your head is only occupied with thoughts of eating people and counting the days until the next eclipse." He wondered if Yang Ho, a well-known hunter of such creatures, had heard of this spider. However, Ho saw no point in continuing the conversation. He decided to end the matter by sticking his sword into a point that was guaranteed to kill the yokai. But before that, he asked only one question. "What will you do if you survive?" And he threatened, "Try again. I will cut off a part of your body each time until there is only one head left to entertain people." Ho once again asked the yokai to answer honestly before repeating the question again. Meanwhile, Lee made his way forward, smashing the rocks that blocked the way. He went to the cave, the entrance of which was covered with stones and tree branches. No wonder the soldiers passed by and didn't notice anything. Having reached a little further, Lee opened his eyes wide at what he saw. Many cocoons hung above his head. "How many women has he captured?" thought the boy. Lee ran up to Ho and reported that he had found the princess and the other women. "They're unconscious, bitten, but generally okay," he explained. Lee asked the yokai, "Are there any other sleepers elsewhere?" To which he just shook his spidery head, answering, "No." At this point, Ho decided to believe the yokai. However, there were no other topics left for conversation with this dirty creature. The flash flashed so brightly that Lee muttered under his breath, "Unbelievable. It doesn't matter if it's a human or a yokai. They all turn into meat when they come face to face with their big brother," he thought. Tearing the monster's body to pieces, Ho crouched down and took out something interesting from its body. Lee's curiosity got the better of him and he asked what exactly Ho had found. From inside the spider, Ho pulled out a yokai core and his fangs, things he would probably need in the future. The night, full of adventures, gradually came to an end, giving way to the morning dawn. The admiral sat in the barracks, waiting for news. At last he was informed that the princess had been found. She is with the locals and is now safe. Ho promised to tell all the details later, because he was very tired and wanted to rest. He recalled that he was able to locate the princess by the smoke, and it took soldiers to rescue her. Afterward, Ho discussed the situation with his companions. Everyone agreed that the princess had shown great bravery. When Ho rescued her, she got out of the cocoon completely naked. Ho sent Lee to help her, but all he heard from the princess was, "The same." Now it was clear why Ho didn't bring her right away. The Wolf King suggested that a few punches might make the princess a little more reserved. At that moment, Ho left for another place and asked his companions to go ahead. He unexpectedly promised to tell everything, but only after his return. The heavenly demon walked forward, taking with him the shaman, who was still following Ho with his gaze. It is unlikely that Ho went to kill the princess, although he was certainly capable of such a thing. Again, they recognized the incredible help that Ho had given to the imperial family. The princess's brother thanked him not only for saving his sister, but also for saving many other people, expressing his sincere gratitude. However, he still found it hard to believe that a cannibal yokai was behind all of this. Ho explained that yokai still exist, although they rarely appear in the human world. He also reassured His Majesty by promising that he would devote more time to this problem in the future. The prince calmed down and even began to express his affection and willingness to support Ho. In that case, Ho decided to ask him an important question. He asked for permission to meet with Guyaja. Ho asked not to ask the reason for the request. The prince understood that Guyaja might not agree to such a meeting, but Ho reassured him, assuring him that he would definitely want to meet him. Guyaja, when Ho heard the name, it seemed familiar to him, as if he had met someone from the distant past. A bamboo forest on top of a mountain, a forge at the very end of the road. That was where Ho was heading now. He was looking forward to meeting her, to find out if she really was the person he thought she was. Some time passed, and Ho finally approached the forge. His approach was confirmed by the smoke coming from the chimney. The loud banging of metal also gave away the place where the blacksmith was working. Ho watched carefully as the blacksmith tested the heat of the metal, seeing how red it became. The assistant in blue approached the master and reported, "His Imperial Majesty has sent someone to you again." The master sighed and repeated once again that he asked to reject such requests. But the assistant noted that this time the boy was too persistent. At that moment they heard a sound near the door, much closer than they expected. The master indignantly remarked that this was probably why the assistant was not showing progress. He went to the door himself to see who was behind it. Opening the door, he warned, "If you have come to waste my time, leave immediately." But in a second, the master froze, unable to utter a single word. All because of the sword hanging on Ho's belt. It was exactly the sword he had been looking for a new owner for a long time. Now the master understood. In front of him stood the Moonblade. A broad smile appeared on the blacksmith's face. His gaze was filled with memories that had been swirling in his head for a long time, as if waiting for the right moment. Ho remembered how this master once offered to break his sword and use the shards as a mirror. Was he not asking forgiveness for his sin when he offered it? The blacksmith fell to his knees, thanking Ho for visiting such a worthless person as himself. Now the master seemed to understand who was standing before him. He sincerely apologized for not immediately recognizing his master, Ho. After a while they sat talking, and the blacksmith told how the shamans often asked him to make swords, and once he even agreed, making a few for them. It was because of this that he settled here and engaged in his favorite business. He even heard that Ho ascended and became immortal. "Everyone thinks so," said the blacksmith. But he was more interested in how the abuse of shamans became known in the yokai world. "What brings you here?" he asked his guest. Ho silently placed the artifacts he had taken from the spider yokai's body on the table. The blacksmith picked up the spider's fangs and core, immediately determining that the yokai must have lived about 100 years. "You can make a true yokai sword out of this," he added, scrutinizing the artifacts. During the battle with the spider, Ho thought about the difficulty of his mission. He reasoned, if there are many yokai hiding in the human world, how to find and destroy them all? The blacksmith was allowed to stay here, as was his apprentice. But Ho had something else in mind. Not only could there be many yokai, but they could also be very strong. Danlu was a powerful sword, of course, but it wasn't designed to fight yokai. The blacksmith agreed to make a sword capable of cutting them deeper and stronger than Danlu. He only asked for a week to do this, promising to create a sword that Ho would definitely like. But then what does Jango do if yokai are already roaming freely in the human world, and have even kidnapped a member of the imperial family? Ho thought. Did he become so irresponsible when he got his position? Instead, the blacksmith said that he had heard about major changes in the yokai world. The changes began after Ying Ho's disappearance, and 300 years have passed since then. This news stunned Ho. It seemed impossible for him that 300 years had passed, since he had only lived 10 as a human. Why such a time difference? Is it causal in any way? The blacksmith sadly noted that it had been 3 centuries since Ho had left this world. But Ho, unlike the blacksmith, did not care about this, because now the changes in the yokai world no longer have anything to do with him. Such an indifferent answer impressed the blacksmith even more. But all that Ho had come here for had been accomplished. He achieved his goal and did it flawlessly. The blacksmith wished him a good journey, and Ho went on. When Ho left, the blue-clad assistant asked the blacksmith, "They say Moonblade is an unsurpassed martial artist, but he's just a human. Why do you bow your head to him?" The blacksmith sternly asked him to follow his words. "He is the one who ruled the world of yokai long before we were born. He commanded even the great yokai like dogs, and even the celestial immortals were afraid of this 9-tailed fox," the blacksmith added. The assistant's expression changed when he heard that it was the 9-tailed fox. But the blacksmith did not continue the conversation, saying, "It's time to pour coal into the furnace and light the fire. We need to work day and night to create the best sword to battle the yokai." A week passed, and Ho stood wide-eyed, amazed at what he saw before him. In front of him was a sword made specifically for fighting yokai. The blacksmith gave it the appearance of a normal sword, so that it would not attract too much attention. It was so light that even a woman could easily use it. Ho jokingly raised the sword to the blacksmith's neck. "Master, why are you doing this?" asked the blacksmith, falling to his knees, sure that he had done something wrong. It was just a joke on Ho's part. That was how he expressed his joy. The joy of the fact that the sword he held in his hands really pleased him. As for payment, Ho tossed the blacksmith an interesting little box. The blacksmith caught it but could not understand what it was. Inside was a pill that contained the remains of these yukai, a gift left over from Ho's presence in the human world. The blacksmith shouted that he could not accept such a valuable thing, but Ho insisted, giving it with no intention of taking it back. The blacksmith was incredibly happy, and, standing with the student, told that in exchange for the sword he had received a much more valuable thing. His condition could be described in only one word: "I am happy." He also warned his disciple not to tell others that Master Ho had returned in human form. The apprentice, although he had mastered the blacksmith's craft for a long time, was quite clever. He understood very well that the master was worried that Ho would not harm him if anyone found out about their meeting. The blacksmith himself avoided meeting certain people because he felt that it could bring trouble. However, the assistant in blue warned the master, "If you continue to postpone the meeting, you will eventually die in agony." He explained, "Those asking for a meeting look adamant. If you refuse them, they will kill me soon." Meanwhile, Ho was preoccupied with other thoughts, trying to figure out how to find all the yukai in the human world. The blacksmith chose not to inform him of this, as Ho had made it clear that the affairs of the yokai world no longer concerned him. The only thing left for the master was to offer the apprentice to temporarily close the forge and wait a little. At the same time, in the Moonblade sect, everyone who had gathered stared at one point on the floor, stunned by what they saw. It was an ordinary-looking sword, but it radiated strange energy. "It's made from the core and fangs of that spider. It's Guyaja's work," Ho explained to everyone. The heavenly demon recognized the blacksmith's name as a famous master. At that moment, Ho handed the sword to the girl and asked her to keep it safe and use it only in case of danger. The heavenly demon was already ready to go to the training ground with him. In general, everyone except Mistress Surin decided to go to the training ground to see what the sword was capable of. To be honest, at first she couldn't believe that Ho had managed to defeat the yukai, and now a famous blacksmith created a sword for him from yokai materials in a week. Her tone, which seemed rude, she explained by surprise and many questions, because it was difficult to imagine. "Everyone knows that cores don't make swords," she said. She didn't care if the emperor or the greatest martial artist was in front of her. She recalled how much time and effort it took to set up the formation in the Moonless Pavilion. 3 years of hard work. Ho understood that her behavior was due to the fact that the formation destroyed by Li Ryan had been created with a lot of money. "Tell me, how did you manage to convince a master to create such a valuable sword in just a week?" she asked. But Ho only asked in response, "Have you seen Li Ryan? He went to the Supreme Coalition. There, it seems, someone violated the boundaries and the formation was activated." Ho stayed put when she left, sure that she wouldn't believe him even if he revealed the real reason. At this time, at the entrance to the Supreme Coalition, the passage to one of the rooms, where a valuable thing was stored, looked dangerous. Sharp spikes stuck out from the walls. Li stared at the object in front of him and thought how absurd the idea seemed that he had almost died because of it. The shaman, standing next to him, called Lord Manhwa a brute and looked completely indifferent. The Lord himself slightly opened the door to the storage room, because it did not look at all like before. He would not have taken a single step inside if he had known that such dangerous devices were installed there. Continuing his indignation, he called their creator even more terrible. But Jin was more interested in why the Lord entered the forbidden place. "Why did you even come here unannounced?" asked the man in yellow. "This is about the cooperation proposal I sent you earlier. Are you interested in this question?" answered the Lord. "Since there was no answer for a long time, I decided to come personally," he added. Jean explained that the proposal was still under consideration, and noted that the Lord acted in an old-fashioned manner, and often neglected caution. But the Lord assured him that there was no reason for fear, for he had sent the proposal personally. "You don't trust me?" asked the Lord, to which Jin only laughed and replied that it was impossible because they had known each other for many years. Jin explained that it was a huge project that involved Miriam, the Imperial Court, and trade alliances. He noted that extreme caution is needed before such a step. The Lord ignored all of Jin's explanations. It was easier for him to break through normal armor than to deal with Jin's stubbornness. In the end, he asked to consider his case as soon as possible, because he could not wait long. The little girl was completely confused. She did not expect to see the guest at all, and looked very surprised. Standing at the door was Master Han Yunwoo from the 10,000 Gold Association, and next to him was young Master Han. The girl told about it while they were on their way to meet the guests. "Long time no see, Miss Ha," said the young man standing in front of them. It was young Master Han from the same association. But what is he doing here, and why doesn't he accompany the senior master? To this, the young man replied that he decided to take a walk in a quiet place to cool his head and breathe fresh air. Suddenly, the guy started talking about a topic that the girls clearly didn't like. But he got a decent answer for that. A loud slap right in the face. The reason for this was the Moonblade, which appeared to put it in place. So the young man was made to understand that this is not the place for such jokes and words. He was advised to keep such jokes to himself at home. "How long do you plan to stay here?" asked the head of the house. The young man replied that he would not leave until he received an important answer and asked to make his stay comfortable. One of the workers led him to settle down, fulfilling the request. Jin reacted to this with obvious displeasure. It was clear from his face that something was annoying him. The man was taken to a room where he had to wait for further instructions. But suddenly he noticed that his son, Jinsen, had a bright red mark on his cheek. The son, sitting down at the table, reluctantly told his father what had happened. It turned out that he was chasing a girl, which was the cause of the conflict. But he was outraged by something else. They say that there are girls in brothels much more attractive than her. The father clearly explained to his son that it is better to go to a brothel than to create such problems here. He also reminded him if he remembered why they wanted to bring in the Supreme Coalition. "You want to ruin everything when it's almost done?" he asked sternly. Meanwhile, at the chief's house, the man reported to him about his latest observations. He said that illegal ingredients such as salt and gunpowder are added to their products, and local authorities are bribed for this. It became clear that they are persistently trying to involve them in the scheme, in order to share the responsibility in case of failure. "How about information on a prosperous clan?" asked the head. At this, the man said that the leader of the Hao sect had sent some important information. After absorbing over 50,000 warriors of the unorthodox faction after the death of the Death King. This new faction is growing rapidly. It is said that some powerful figure is behind them, but this has not yet been confirmed. "Hidden puppeteer," Jin said thoughtfully. He suggested that even the head of the 10,000 Gold Association could act under his manipulation. Suddenly, a young man entered the room and addressed the audience. It was Ho who had come along with his younger sister. They came to tell what they had learned from Lee. A pig, a traitor, had appeared in the ranks of the association. The black-haired man was stunned when he heard that Ho had been given a sword specially made to fight yokai. Ho explained it simply. "I don't know when the next yokai will appear, so it's best to be prepared and have at least some weapon to fight them." Lee finally understood why Ho took the corps and clans after the battle. After his encounter with the Spider-Man yokai, this question remained in his mind. Has Ho met yokai before? Lee thought. After all, even if he knew about them from shaman books, Lee could see that Ho already had experience in battles with these creatures. With a slight smile, Ho prepared to tell something important. He admitted that he had been meaning to tell the truth for a long time. He had once been a yokai himself. "I was the king of the yokai world, crossing the 3 worlds, shaking the heavens and the earth, and even the immortal gods trembled before me." The kid just stood in front of him, trying to find words, but he couldn't utter a single sound. Suddenly, the room was filled with loud laughter because the little one thought that Ho was just joking. King of the yokai world? It was so funny for him that he couldn't hold back. Ho knew the kid wouldn't believe it, but it still threw him a little off balance. Meanwhile, in the Moonblade sect, one of the men was relaying the latest data on a thriving clan, holding a document in his hands. "This information is worth discussing," he said, handing it to Miss Saren. She opened the document and began to carefully read its contents. The heavenly demon heard about the prosperous clan for the first time and became interested. Saren explained that it was a new clan that had absorbed almost half of the members of the Death King's unorthodox faction. Their rapid growth caused concern. Back to Ho, she added that the clan was also involved in the smuggling business started by the 10,000 Gold Association master. Ho's father questioned why the association continued to ask for his cooperation with such a reputation. Saren replied that according to recent information, a prosperous clan is trying to absorb the Green Forest faction and has already recruited their leaders. And if this is more than just a rebellion of the leaders, Then Jagavan is definitely not easy right now, she said. And how strong is this clan? Came the question. Surin explained that the clan had gathered more than half of the warriors of the unorthodox faction. The heavenly demon remarked that it had been a long time since he had encountered such an opponent that was fun to defeat, and he would even regret it if they died too quickly. After these words, he and Moonblade exchanged enigmatic smiles. After a while, the Sky Demon and the Moonblade charged forward, deciding to start by destroying the prosperous clan. They realized that Father had probably intuited that the 10,000 Gold Association master intended to use him, but was still hesitant because of their long-standing friendship. Ho decided to force the master to leave the scene voluntarily, but in order to do so, he needed to find out how he was connected to the prosperous clan. The heavenly demon felt that if their goal was only to save Lee Jagwan, it would be too boring. He was only goading Moonblade into offering him even more ways to amuse himself. Moonblade instead considered using his Sky Demon skills, as this could reveal his true nature and plunge all of Murim into chaos. Therefore, the demon decided to hide his identity by taking the sword hanging from his belt. If that's the reason why this particular sword, asked Moonblade. He heard the answer that the yokai sword should only be used in battles with yokai. A masterpiece sword should be multifaceted in its capabilities, Demon added. Moonblade doubted that the Sky Demon could handle him properly. They ran up to a small village that was located on top of a mountain. On their way appeared a giant gate that looked majestic. At the entrance stood 2 guards, whose faces were as stern as real guards. And in the distance, among the fog, 2 figures of people could be seen, who were discussing, "Shall we destroy them completely or only warn them?" The guards ordered them to stop and sternly asked who they were and what business they had with the prosperous clan. The boys quickly decided how to proceed, and without hesitation went on the offensive. They asked the guards if the leader of the prosperous clan was inside. "Looks like we're already being talked about," one of the guards chuckled, while another added, "No doubt about it. Even crazy people come here to disrupt order." But, unfortunately for the guards, these lunatics turned out to be extremely skilled. Without even using a sword, the heavenly demon knocked both guards to their knees in one move. After that, he thoughtfully asked himself, aren't they too weak for guardians? They probably drew their swords precisely because their leader was inside. It was time to open the gate, and the heavenly demon took it upon himself. When the gates opened with a roar, several dozen armed soldiers appeared before them. "What is going on here? And who are these people?" shouted the surprised guards. The heavenly demon was even a little saddened. For an organization that has absorbed half of the unorthodox faction, this is a very modest number of people. Meanwhile, the crowd got angry and ordered to capture the uninvited guests. "How dare they show up here without fear?" shouted one of the soldiers, and everyone rushed to the attack together. There was only one thought in Moonblade's head: to capture the strongest and interrogate them. The heavenly demon also sought to find the main opponents as soon as possible. Teeth and blood splatters were already flying in the air, flying in different directions. From the looks of it, these enemies won't hold them back for long. It's only a matter of time. A real spectacle began, where the heavenly demon could fully indulge his thirst to kill these fools. Those who stood behind and saw how their people were thrown realized that these were no ordinary enemies. Immediately, the command sounded. "Don't let them go any further. If it's difficult to capture them alive, strike on the spot." The heavenly demon stood among dozens of swords that were aimed straight at him. "Time to get the yokai sword," Moonblade said. But the demon just replied with a smile that it was not yet time to use such a sword to fight ordinary servants. He decided to continue to dodge and deal with them unarmed, hunting them down on his own. At the critical moment, the demon dodged the first sword attack, deftly flying above them and grabbing the enemies by the collar. Then he landed lightly on his feet and threw them straight into the crowd, scattering them like rags. He did not receive a single blow from the enemies, and in the eyes of the Moonblade, the heavenly demon looked almost out of the coils. The excitement of the battle completely captured him, forcing him to move faster and more aggressively. Watching this chaos, Moonblade suddenly noticed a man in the crowd. That man looked very strange and was holding a book in his right hand. It immediately became clear that he was their target. To get to him as quickly as possible, the best option was to make his way by jumping over the heads of the servants. Flying up to him, Ho turned to the man, ordering him to stop, although it would be more accurate to say that he simply grabbed him by the neck. And then he offered him an interesting deal: to talk a little. The man blushed so much that he could neither refuse nor agree. At that moment, a sword tip flashed near the Sky Demon's eye, but just as quickly as the sword came close, the demon dodged it with a lightning-fast reaction. And then, in response, he left the attacker without teeth with one blow. Just as quickly, everyone who tried to attack the demon was knocked down, and now they were sprawled around him. The Sky Demon didn't know how many more reinforcements might be coming, but he doubted he would have to expose the Yukai's sword. Now it was important to hear from this man, at least some explanations that made sense. Moonblade turned to him and forced him to say that those they had just defeated were low-level masters guarding the area. It turned out that most of the elite masters had gone to Inwan Fortress to attack the Green Forest. When did they leave? Came a question. 2 days ago, the man answered. 2 days, so the battle must have already started, Moonblade suggested. But those who did not make it will simply die, he added, explaining the situation. At the same time, it became clear that it was necessary to act quickly, and they immediately set out. Finally, Moonblade told the man that those who went to attack the Green Forest were unlikely to survive the day, counting on his intelligence. He hoped that the man would understand the seriousness of what was said. Before leaving, he also warned, "You better think about how to save your own life." The fire engulfed the houses on top of the mountain, sending thick smoke into the sky. Numerous corpses were lying on the stairs. Chaos and death reigned all around. In one of the houses, they were trying to solve the riddle. How did Han Yunwoo, this vile trickster, manage to finance all this? If the situation does not improve, and the intervention of the imperial family becomes inevitable, the Supreme Coalition will have to be involved. Moonblade understood this perfectly, but he could not understand why his father was so persistent in offering to cooperate with them. Before, he had planned to just let the bastard go, but now he decided that none of them would get away with it. However, the man did not believe that Zhongwan, a clan leader who had reached the level of nobility, would be such an easy target. Besides, it was too risky to just show up and hack someone who worked for the imperial family. Perhaps it would be more correct to report directly to the emperor about this situation. After all, the Moonblade was not just someone, but the emperor's martial arts master and a third-rank grand mentor. When he spoke about his status, the man's jaw literally dropped. The blade then ordered him to show him where to go to deal with the prosperous clan once and for all. The man, sitting on his knees, perfectly understood that he had contacted the wrong people. Now his main goal was to save his own life. Meanwhile, the leaders of the 5 squads made several attacks. It seemed that capturing Inwan Fortress within the time frame set by the deputy chief would be an extremely difficult task. The leaders of the 5 units did not take part in the defense of the palace. Only part of their forces joined the battle, because the leaders themselves were already dead. "Why is it taking so long?" one of the men asked in surprise. Meanwhile, the battle continued, painting everything around in a bloody red color. This color only appeared from the blood that poured here without stopping. This only fueled people's hatred for each other even more. The battle became more and more fierce, and the number of dead increased rapidly. Those who were defending their home could not understand how these enemies dared to appear here. However, skillfully wielding an axe, one of them cut off the hands of the attackers who were holding swords. However, the number of enemies only increased, and their fury was unstoppable. They were outraged that all this was happening because of one bandit. The man standing behind explained that this thug was the former leader of Aso's gang, Li Jiangwan. Although he was similar to the leaders of the 5 squads, his skill with the axe was beyond that of an ordinary master. In addition, the actions of his men who followed orders were reminiscent of disciplined soldiers during an assault, which made fighting them even more difficult. Despite the difficulties, the attackers could not afford any delays. They continued to make their way to Yingwang Palace, trying to catch up with the deputy chief's arrival. The heavenly demon hurried with all his might, putting all his might into each step. He ran, trying to be in time to protect someone important to him. The leaders of the prosperous clan communicated only through close assistance, but the head of the clan loved solitude so much that he built a residence in an isolated area of the capital. Moonblade looked curiously at the man in front of him, waiting for him to start treating him with respect. For this man, meeting the head of a prosperous clan was like meeting a pathetic mean rat. Moonblade sarcastically asked to be called Rat instead of Head. "Rats like dark, hidden places where no one will notice them," he said with a smile. He got down on one knee and picked up some stones. With a flick of his thumb, he tossed them into the air. The rocks hit the walls loudly, creating a chain reaction. A hieroglyph written in blood was visible on one of the walls. At that moment, a carefully disguised body began to separate from the rock. The stones, bouncing back, carved a hieroglyph right on the man's head. Immediately after that, another body separated from the same rock. A total of 4 people fell to the ground with pierced heads. Moonblade thought there was only one rat hiding there, but there were more than he expected. After that, they went further to the cave, where a loud stream of water could be heard. Taking a few steps, Moonblade began to survey the place, assessing it with every glance. A few steps in front of them was the same place to which this man had led them. The sight struck a chord, and Moonblade sarcastically called the man a rat, as he behaved accordingly. But who would have thought that here they would come across a real hideout? Now the man was no longer needed, and Moonblade told him that if he didn't want to suffer, he'd better get out of here now. The man, thanking him with a joyful voice, rushed to run away without looking back. With each step forward, the situation became more and more interesting. Inside this rat hideout sat a healthy man lighting a fire, and next to him stood a giant sword. "I told you not to come without permission," he said, feeling someone's presence behind him. The atmosphere of the place was reminiscent of a Lviv town, as if he was trying to recreate the feeling of home, so as not to miss being away from him so much. Moonblade noticed this and turned his attention to the sword standing next to the man. He began to ask joking questions, such as whether a man really practices martial arts like this. This enraged the opponent, and he reached for his sword, if you could call it that. Grabbing him, the man rushed forward, trying to attack the young man as quickly as possible. Moonblade easily parried the first attack without even fully drawing his sword. He complimented his opponent. "That's really impressive. Impressive for a normal yokai," he added, keeping his cool. Hearing these words, the enemy jumped back several meters. Backing away slowly, he stopped and asked, "Who are you? You must have been trampled in the mud in your realm." Moonblade suggested with a sarcastic smile. He called him a scoundrel who was afraid to raise his head lest it be torn off. "And now you have come to the human world, taken the position of leader of a prosperous clan, and dare to behave so arrogantly without knowing your place?" he concluded abruptly. However, he did not calm down, and continued to ask Moonblade who he was. Ho, walking in front of him, began to explain how his life had turned out, and remarked that he was only imitating a form of martial arts, carelessly applying energy to it. It seemed to be his last question. "Who are you in front of me now?" "Let's just say I am a person who is very familiar with your species," Ho replied confidently. "Unlike the yokai world, the human world requires money to grow and gain strength," he added. And finally, he noted, "If you hadn't touched the Supreme Coalition, I wouldn't have lifted a finger, and you wouldn't even have to come here, and no one would have revealed your essence," Ho concluded, piercing his opponent with a look. At that moment, like lightning, his sword shot out of its scabbard. The enemy only had time to see a bright light in front of him, which blinded him. The blade of the sword moved so fast that it passed right by his face. After that, Moonblade calmly held the sword in his hands, taking his time to attack. He continued to explain, "The worlds of humans and yokai are very different, but there is one principle in common. If you poke your nose into other people's affairs, be prepared to lose your head." However, the small cut left on his body only angered his opponent even more. A red energy began to appear around him, gradually increasing. His face began to turn into that of a rat, with long, hideous teeth and a few protruding hairs that stood out from the rest. In the next moment, he grew a long, gnarled rat tail. The rat creature decided that Moonblade would definitely not defeat him with ordinary tricks. However, Moonblade himself thought otherwise, considering him to be a normal mid-level yokai, slightly stronger than a rooster yokai. The only thing that was curious was how strong the martial arts he practiced were. "We'll soon find out," thought Moonblade, calmly considering the situation. Holding the sword in his hand, he suddenly let it go and the weapon flew straight towards the enemy. Krissa barely managed to bring her sword up to deflect the attack to the side. He understood that although he was able to block the blow, it was nowhere near the level used against the leader of the blood cult. "He seems to have almost reached master level from list 24. The blade weighed in as he continued to analyze his opponent. Although this yokai's energy was imperfect and used internally, it was impressive that he had achieved such strength. Meanwhile, the Moonblade sword flew towards him again, leaving no time to rest. The rat creature jumped up with its legs wide apart and passed the sword beneath it, while securing itself with its own sword. When the enemy knocked back the sword, it stuck right in the ground, forming a small crater. The rat's eyes glowed bright red, reflecting its determination to attack. Krissa rushed forward, thinking that he was flying at the simple man standing in front of him. He screamed furiously, "Die!" moving closer and closer to his target. When he was a few meters away from his opponent, he struck with his sword, releasing a red energy that lifted the stones and sliced everything around. The impact was so powerful that his vault was blown in two. As the dust began to settle, Krissa stood staring at the cut place, amazed at its power. But suddenly behind him there was a sound like a sword rubbing against a stone. "Wow, how much effort did you put into this?" said a voice behind him. It was Moonblade, standing calmly behind and examining his sword, twirling it in his hands. Moonblade began to speak further, recalling that if he had understood more the day the monk came looking for him, he would not kill the monk and perhaps even ask him to become his master.
What a shame,
he added. For Krysa, these words seemed like nonsense, and he went on the attack again. At the same time, Moonblade wondered how he could become strong enough to possibly even cut off Tathagata's finger. But something didn't go according to plan for Krysa. The blue glow in the center of his chest started to flare up more and more. Moonblade realized that he had enough jokes and decided to finish off the enemy quickly. He could use a much stronger and more sophisticated technique, but even that would be enough to end the fight. It happened so quickly that Krysa did not even have time to blink and did not understand what had just happened. Martial arts are about delicate handling of pure internal energy. At my level, controlling speed is not that difficult, Moonblade explained. Those of you who only imitate the movements of martial arts are unlikely to ever be able to understand it. But to my surprise, thanks to you, I gained invaluable experience, he added with a slight smile. Now, if I meet a yokai who transforms into a martial artist, I'll know exactly how to deal with him. He explained all this to Krysa calmly and clearly, maintaining his confidence. But this scumbag wasn't going to give up just yet. Realizing that Moonblade was only playing with him from the beginning, Krysa decided to attack with all his might, even kicking his sword. Moonblade's hand began to go numb from the strain of holding the sword in the fight. But realizing that it was boring, and not wanting to endure the tension any longer, he threw Krysa back with one movement. Regretting that he would not be able to learn anything more from this opponent, Moonblade decided to move on to the next step. The next part of the ceremony was planned to use a sword technique capable of destroying the heavens. At this moment, Krysa held his sword high above his head. He put all the remnants of his strength into this blow, making one last attempt to win. It was a desperate risk. He risked everything to kill the Moonblade with this attack. But Moonblade was already uttering the words. The first sword is Cloudburst. In the rat's hideout, the Yukai rat himself saw a bright blue glow. This glow completely destroyed not only his burrow but also himself, leaving no chance of salvation. After some time, only debris and a few branches lying around remained at this place, and the sword that Krysa was holding in his hands was now stuck in the ground, like a remnant of a past battle. It wasn't worth leaving him here, so Moonblade went to the weapon. Taking the sword in his hands, he realized that it was nowhere near as strong as the Blood Demon's weapon. This Yukai used a plain old sword with nothing special, but in the matter of internal management, this Krysa was undoubtedly a strong master. Although this is not surprising. He was a yokai. Krysa's head was already burning, gradually dissolving in the air. No matter how well he disguised himself as a human, Moonblade had a hard time believing that his servants hadn't noticed his true nature. Judging by how difficult it was to find him and connect him to events, he was most likely the vice leader who handled all communications. The time was approaching evening and the darkness began to thicken around. Moonblade followed the muddy tracks of the battle, as if picking up the fragments of this story. Only icy coldness was reflected in his gaze. Moonblade was getting closer and closer to the gate, in front of which lay a pile of dead bodies. Everything was covered in blood, and a thin red trail ran down his face. Against the background of the burning fire stood the giant Lee, waiting to see who would be his next opponent. He held on to the last, although 70% of his men had already died, and the rest had fled, betraying and leaving the fortress. The enemy commander could not understand why Lee was still standing and what he was trying to prove by being alone. But Lee knew this battle was doomed from the start. He was only grateful that they had fought side by side with him up to this point. If dying together means loyalty, why did they all stay alive? He thought aloud. Hearing these words, the man with a scar on his face just waved it off. Don't talk nonsense. Another man behind him remarked that Lee was a very interesting person. It was the vice leader who asked Scar why he had decided to spare him. As soon as I got up the mountain, there were bodies scattered everywhere. Those pathetic bandits destroyed quite a few of our elite warriors. If you really were their leader, then your skills are too valuable to kill you, he added. The vice leader offered Lee more than he deserved, to join the main forces and benefit them. But all Lee heard was, "If you don't want to die, become our dog." In response, he warned, "Even if you feed your dog well, sooner or later it will become your food." Lee had already come to terms with his death and was ready to decline the offer. However, the vice leader warned, "This is his last chance. Give me your head, and maybe I'll think," he stated coldly. The vice leader realized that Scar had not spared Lee out of mercy, but simply couldn't handle him. With a good understanding of human nature, he reached for his sword, and one of his seemingly blind eyes suddenly glowed red. At the same moment, he rushed at the giant, who was standing with a shield in his hands. The shield flew into the air, and in a moment only half of it remained. At that time, the heavenly demon could not believe his ears. "How come the green forest isn't here?" he asked the man standing in front of him. It turned out that this is a completely different mountain, not Inwan, but Samyang. It is logical that there could not be a forest there, because it is located on another mountain. Curse, the sky demon thought. He had not been to the central plains for so long that he had completely lost his sense of direction. "And where's the mountain I'm looking for?" he insisted. "About 50 kilometers in that direction," the man pointed. It turned out that the heavenly demon had already run past, having been right there not long ago. Thanking him for the information, he turned and headed back. The man was amazed because the demon was moving so fast it was as if it was flying. But this is a dangerous place. He should watch out for himself, he thought as he watched the receding figure. A fierce battle was going on in this place. Lee fought for his honor, holding the axe as long as he could. But everything became much more complicated when an extremely strong opponent entered the battle. From the first blow, Lee received deep wounds on his arm, from which blood flowed profusely. He dreamed of returning to the Moonblade sect to continue his training and become stronger. At that moment, Lee was looking at his end and thought that life was already over. The vice leader was approaching, explaining that it was time to die, as befits a pathetic copy of a human. As he got closer, he only called Lee a human form. Swinging his sword, he tried to cut off his head with one blow. Lee didn't even try to dodge and sat with his head held high, ready to accept his fate. But suddenly, another sword appeared in the path of the vice leader's sword. This sword cut through the enemy's weapons with ease. And he was followed by the head of the one-eyed leader, which smoothly separated from the body. She did a few spins in the air before she began to fall down. Right in front of the soldier's eyes, the head fell to the ground and rolled on the bloody ground. Lee lifted his head and saw a new hope before him. In front of him was a heavenly demon that appeared to protect him. "Did you personally come here worrying about someone like me?" This thought flashed through Lee's head, but it really was like that. The heavenly demon appeared for him. Using his sword, Demon simply swiped without the use of techniques, and the result was impressive. Hearing laughter behind him, Lee turned around and asked, "Why did you laugh so hard?" And then he added, "Did you give up so quickly?" "Of course not," Lee answered with a smile of all 32 teeth. He picked up his axe again, explaining that he was just catching his breath. Although his training period was short, he was ready to show the heavenly demon what he had managed to achieve thanks to him. But his words became slower and quieter. In the end, he just couldn't take it anymore and collapsed onto his back, falling right in front of the heavenly demon. "What a fool," thought the demon. "It's already impressive that he lasted this long. A prosperous clan has been wiped off the face of the earth, and even if one of them escapes, where do they turn? Even if they're lucky enough to get out of here alive, how many of them will start with a clean slate?" The heavenly demon wanted to convey a simple truth to them. Instead of wandering around the plains spreading evil, it's better for them to die here. But his attention was drawn to the suspiciously burning head of the clan leader. After a while, news spread across the plains that the prosperous clan had been completely destroyed. In addition, the deputy chief was also defeated along with the elite warriors who set out to capture the Green Forest. "Is this the handiwork of the Moonblade?" they asked themselves, and everything pointed to the fact that it was him. Everything happened much faster than even they themselves expected. Now there was a new question. What to do with the head of the 10,000 Gold Association in Zhongwanpyeong? If Moonblade did it, then these two would clearly be his next target. "Lately the Celestials have become much more attentive," remarked one of the attendees. "It is better not to attract their attention and not to send assassins," he added. "So how to act?" asked the man standing behind him. To this he replied, "I will decide what to do myself." He only clarified where the head of the 10,000 Gold Association is currently. Meanwhile, at the gate, the guards and another man were waiting for someone, but no one came. They had already begun to think that he would return only in the morning, and decided to close the gate. But then, they heard the sound of a stick hitting the ground. A figure was approaching them, which attracted their attention. When this person came closer, the guards immediately said, "The Supreme Coalition is closed. If you have business with us, come back the day after tomorrow," they added. He only came to see the 10,000 Gold Association Lord, but he was warned that outsiders were not allowed to enter without permission at such a late hour, and repeated these words once more. "If you would state your name and where you are from, perhaps I would pass your request on to the Lord," said the guard. However, this did not bother him. The only thing that mattered was that the Lord was here. In a moment, the guards were finished, and the way through the gate became free. He put them to sleep, because he planned to quietly meet with the Lord and just as quietly leave. At the same moment, a couple of other guards were walking down the street. They were met by an old man who could tell them some fairy tale, but the guards were saved by a corner that was covered by a thick shadow. The man hid behind this corner and waited for them to pass. Only then did he come out of hiding, remaining unnoticed. Then he continued to walk straight towards the Lord, and when he reached the right place, he put his hand forward. He began to use the formation of the Dorim clan. The Supreme Coalition hired a shaman from this clan to create this formation. Such flawless and powerful technique was beyond the reach of even many shamans from Dorim. Several cards illuminated by blue light began to circle around him. Then he slammed his pick on the ground. This created a sphere around him that gradually grew larger. Inside this sphere, he was protected from the yellow electrified glow that was raging outside. It will be necessary to take a closer look at this monk, he thought, interested in his abilities. However, without delay he moved on. He approached the man he was looking for to find out about the Lord of the Supreme Coalition. It's only a matter of time before he surrenders, the man explained. Though it might take a little longer than we expected. The destruction of a prosperous clan allowed the hooded man to agree to give more time. He handed over a fake ledger that made it look like a Lord of the High Coalition ran an illegal trade in salt and gunpowder. Give it to Jong. He will take care of the next steps, he said. The other man was frightened because he understood. This was no longer just the use of the Lord of the Supreme Coalition. It looked like an attempt to get rid of them completely. The hooded man continued to issue orders and explained that it was either necessary to establish a monopoly on a few minor goods or allow the 10,000 Gold Association to absorb everything under the Supreme Coalition. This remark about the 10,000 Gold Association and the Supreme Coalition surprised the man quite a bit. Having finished the conversation and finally decided his affairs, he calmly went back. Approaching the gate, he threw after him, "Fool!" and disappeared into the shadows. At that moment, the man held the ledger in his hands, realizing that he was blinded by money and did not even realize that he had received a poisonous gift. The mustachioed man smiled slyly as he imagined how the Supreme Coalition would soon come under his control. The night gave way to morning, and the dawn brought new problems. The man stood in the middle of the yard, nervously looking around. Suddenly, Admiral Dong Chen appeared in front of him. He had no business with the Supreme Coalition. He had come to see the Lord of the 10,000 Gold Association. At the same time, he ordered his men to search everything around. The man did not understand what it was all about, and his face showed confusion. At that moment, the guards found the same book that the hooded man had slipped to him the day before. Trying to justify himself, he called it just an account book and begged the admiral to return it. But it was instantly discovered that this book was probably the fake one that Governor Zhang had received. The governor has already been arrested and he confessed to everything, the admiral said. In addition, he noted that now they have a real accounting book of a prosperous clan. He sternly warned the man, "If you don't want to be tied up and dragged, you better behave calmly. Where did we go wrong? What did we do wrong?" Such thoughts were raging in the man's head. Who brought all this information to the heavenly court? He thought suspiciously. Meanwhile, on their way by the wall, Ho stood calmly. He had been waiting for this moment for so long, he was in a hurry to see this sight, and now with a wide smile met him. When the man saw that smile, everything fell into place. Moonblade Ying Ho? Was that him? Soon, he was brought to the place where he was to be taken. The admiral sat down at the table to talk with Jin, asking him for forgiveness. But Jin only thanked them for taking time out of their busy schedules to personally come and deal with the situation. The admiral did not hide that he acted only on the orders of the young master. It was he who decided everything, went to the base of a prosperous clan, destroyed them, and took away all the evidence. There was indignation in Zoloti Pomista due to the arrest of the father. The son, bored and tired of the situation, went to another place and later returned. At the same time, he was told that his father had been arrested by General Don. It was also reported that a fake accounting book was found in the owner's possession. But he did not have time to finish, as his face suddenly met the floor. The same hooded person appeared in the room and told the boy that it was all the work of the young master from the Supreme Association. He was the one who slipped your father the fake ledger and got General Don to arrest him, the stranger explained. The boy did not even understand who this person was in front of him and how she got here. However, the hooded man calmly stated that it didn't matter at all. You should think about who should be held responsible for what happened to your father, he added. At this moment, for the first time, the boy had the idea of taking revenge on his opponents. Meanwhile, another man explained that their goal was to cause chaos in the ruling circles to distract the Celestials. The head of the Golden Manor was easier to deal with than the leader of the Supreme Association. In addition, he pushed the foolish son to reckless actions, depending on how boldly he would act. This was his plan, to avoid the attention of the Celestials, as it was supposed to be from the beginning. His servant further reported that a loophole had been found to restore their case. "Well, how is the work progressing?" he asked curiously. "This extraction method still lacks efficiency and stability," the interlocutor replied, "especially when compared to the Blood Demon's method, that pesky bastard." They switched to using the energy left in the corpses, and the efficiency along with the stability improved greatly, so they have followed this method ever since. "The more perfect, the better," the owner briefly summed up. But there was one caveat. Even more yokai energy was required to reach a level that would satisfy the master. He then asked how the matter of requesting Guyaji's cooperation was progressing. In response, I heard that he had closed his forge and was keeping silent. In the sect, Huayan Sarin explained to Moonblade that his father had reprimanded him. He asked why he acted like that without informing him beforehand. This is exactly what the girl tried to explain to him. However, it seemed to him that his father was talking to her about some unimportant things. However, she also had good news for him. She got up and said she wanted to congratulate him. Congratulations on becoming one of the 24 Masters of Murim. However, he was not happy at all, even though it was an honor that all martial artists dream of. At that time, training was taking place in the training arena. The Wolf King took part in training together with her friends. During training, they discussed that the Moonblade had finally made it to the list of 24 Masters. While performing twists in the air with swords, they talked and even sang at the same time. But the Wolf King believed that this title should belong to her. Soul did not agree, because she also wanted to win this title for herself. It was this rivalry that made them train even harder. To the Wolf King, it all looked quite amusing. At the same time, she was interested in making everyone stronger, so that one day they could fight monsters and choose the strongest among them. Suddenly, without letting her friends even blink, the Wolf King rushed through them, showing off her speed. "They're both dead. Now we have to hurry. It's not fun if everyone keeps dying in one hit," she remarked. Feeling hungry, the Wolf King decided to run ahead in search of food, and dragged the others along. "You have to die 9 times a day," one of them joked. The man was ready to continue training, but if Sul felt tired, he agreed to take a break. However, Sul refused to rest, assuring that she still had enough strength to hold the sword in her hands. At this time, the Wolf Queen continued her training without slowing down. The Wolf King shoved a huge piece of food into her mouth and miraculously managed to chew it. With full cheeks, she suddenly noticed a figure in the distance. This figure made her look more closely at the silhouette in front of her. Looking closely, she realized that it was not a man at all, but rather a boy. Since she had never seen him here before, she decided to inquire who he was and how he got here. "Who are you anyway?" she asked sharply. The boy introduced himself as Moonblade and said he was dropping by for a minute, but in her eyes, he looked nothing but a suspicious type. And with suspicious people, she always acted the same way. She punched their cheeks so that saliva flew in all directions. The blow was so powerful that the boy flew away and hit the fence with his back. The fence, by the way, was made of solid stone. Previously, the Moonblade allowed her to kill anyone suspicious who appeared here. Without hesitation, she followed his request without questioning his orders. Now this idiot was lying under the fence, bleeding from the nose and mouth, apparently regretting his visiting moment. After all, the Wolf King hurried to the Moonblade to tell about the boy she had mistakenly cut down and brought here. However, Moonblade asked her coldly, "Just finish him off and bury him somewhere away from prying eyes." But when she threw the guy on the floor, instead of the body, there was only a wooden stick. Yes, he looked suspicious, she thought. But now she didn't know how to justify herself to the blade. She stopped a man who was passing by and asked, "Didn't you see any suspicious guy here? When you came here, you dragged this log behind you." He replied with only a glance. Moonblade had its own reaction to this situation. "You're just teasing me, aren't you?" He turned sharply, but his words were full of irony. Although it sounded like he was talking to her, his anger was actually directed at something else. Using his energy, he lifted this log into the air. In fact, he was referring to this guy, who had turned into a wooden object. The stick flew straight at the person standing against the wall. The blow came straight to the chest, knocking all the spirit out of him. The log shattered into small chips, and in an instant everything seemed to freeze. Using some incredible technique, the boy suddenly reappeared in front of them. "Is it a ghost?" thought Moonblade. The girls were so frightened that they were speechless looking at this ghostly stranger. At this point, the man admitted that he was amazed at how Moonblade had managed to see through his illusion. Now the Wolf King realized that this boy was the same one she had cut down and brought here. Moonblade became interested in finding out who he really was. Moonblade, so that's you, was all the boy said in response to his question. The situation became more and more mysterious, and no one could understand anything. The boy began to explain. I didn't come here to fight at all. I just wanted to make sure the rumors about the Moonblade were true, he said. But now, being in such a situation, it seemed that it would be difficult for him to prove something. Not necessarily, Moonblade countered. Depending on your reason for coming, I might just kill you, but it's more interesting to find out who you are first. The man smiled and began to disappear. Take your time. We will see each other again soon. We will postpone the acquaintance until then. A piece of yellow paper appeared right in front of him, hanging in the air. Black-haired Lee raised his hand to his chin and uttered a quick appeal. Using a shamanic technique, he sealed away the scoundrel. Yellow lightning pierced his body to every cell, leaving no chance of escape. It was clear from their looks that they had met before. The kid threw a sword at Moonblade, and the hint became immediately obvious. Moonblade caught the sword in mid-air, gripping it by the scabbard. Accepting that they would not meet again, he began to slowly walk towards the stranger. However, he asked him to introduce himself. It would be nice if you would say your name before you die. The man took these words as arrogance and responded with contempt. This is the end of you, Moonblade, he said, and began to raise his hand up. Pointing 2 fingers at the seal, he simply tore it open. It destroyed the spell, something Lee had not expected at all when he created it. At that moment, both saw how the stranger began to gradually disappear. Realizing that he needed to act quickly, Moonblade attempted to cut his body in half, but he only uttered one word: rage. What could it mean? It remained unclear. His gaze did not at all resemble the eyes of a man standing in the face of death. The Wolf King appeared behind Moonblade and said in a mocking tone, "Ghostly bastard!" Moonblade was more interested in talking to the shaman, who also found the phenomenon strange. It seemed that in front of them was only a shell to which the soul-splitting technique had been applied. "This is dirty magic," the young man explained, "which allows you to steal someone else's body and move your soul into it." Moonblade listened to him and guessed. Perhaps the owner of the soul is a powerful shaman with evil intentions. Is it someone from the Dorm clan? The little one, swallowing saliva, was going to explain who it really was. But as he looked at his face, he suddenly noticed a small purple layer that appeared above them. The layer began to rise smoothly into the air. Moonblade quickly shifted his gaze to him, but he did not have time to do anything. The purple layer flew rapidly into the sky. This caused a bad foreboding, as the layer had already flown over 1 kilometer. Meanwhile, he was moving straight towards the man who was sitting on top of the mountain. Landing nearby, it fell right by his collar. A red candle stood nearby, which continued to burn, but at the same moment her flame went out. It was one of 3 candles standing in a row. Silence reigned in one of Dark Murim's institutions, which was interrupted only by the crackling of candles, creating an atmosphere of tension. One of the representatives of 10,000 gold noticed something unusual. The owner personally gives orders, which was rare in their organization. Because of this, when the moment of confrontation comes, they will not make concessions under no circumstances. Their determination will be adamant. But the boy, wary of the situation, decided to find out who was talking about their mission. He was just worried that no one would take the money and disappear from the building. The man, however, explained that their guild always completes the task at any cost. Moreover, if something does not go according to plan, they are ready to even get rid of the client, so he advised to watch your words. The guy in response apologized to explaining that he was in despair and is not able to think soberly now. His voice trembled, and his eyes were fatigued. To prove the seriousness of his intentions, he opened the chest with the money he had accumulated in that night room, showing it to his interlocutors. He even added a little more money to the sum, trying to convince them of their determination and desperation. After that, he asked when they planned to proceed with the case, wanting to get an answer as soon as possible. However, now that the money has been paid, the process has already started. The Lord of the 10,000 Gold Association officially undertook the task. We return to the owner of the Moonblade. How many more times to repeat this simple guy to finally believe his words? He really doesn't know anything about this person. He hasn't seen him, and he doesn't even have an idea of what he looks like. In HO, he again asks why he disguised under his face, but the man repeats that he is unknown. Lee Ryan asks to stop torturing this commoner and let him go. If he really was a master of illusions, he could easily transform into anyone at any moment. Penetrating into the territory, this man broke the defensive formation on the western side. Lee Ryan reported that it would take a little time to restore the formation. Therefore, he ordered closely to watch the west side and send 5 warriors from the Shade of the Shadows. As soon as they complete the repair, he will go to Durim to find out if the master knows something about this person. Our hero even put 1,000 nujags on the fact that it will be a shaman with Drim. However, he did not say that it would definitely be a visit. Lee Ryan only stressed that you need to go there and find out the situation. Suddenly, they all sat at the table when the boy entered the room who brought them the news. He reported that they had arrived some more than those who wanted to join their sect. One of them enthusiastically exclaimed that it is wonderful, let them come in. But our hero noted that today he does not want to see corpses. Guhus decided to go personally and send that guy back. He ordered him to be brought to the training hall. Yingho bet 1,000 yang and made a bet with Li Riang, but he couldn't understand where a guy like him would get so much money. At that time, he suggested putting his master on the con, but he did not have such money. Meanwhile, Guy Puppies practiced with his sword on the training ground. There he saw the guy standing in front of him. The guy introduced himself and said he traveled the world studying martial arts. His name is Dong Jae. He heard that the best techniques could be mastered here, and got courage to come to the exam. Guy Patience explained that the requirements for the exam are simple. The subject should win it in any way. Padarajni pathetically declared that he was ready for any test. His confidence even confused Gu Hui a little. Then start if you're ready, Gu Hui said as he readied his sword. The traveler pulled out his sword from the vagina, demonstrating his willingness to fight. His movements were determined. Suddenly his face changed. Seriousness and concentration instantly filled his expression. With incredible speed, he rushed to attack. His steps were almost inaudible. The gun was amazed at the lightning efficiency of his opponent. He barely managed to block the attack using his sword that moved just as lightning fast. In his thoughts, Gu Hui noted that it was an incredibly fast and technical strike. The battle continued, and both opponents showed stunning speed and skill. Suddenly, the sword of the traveler Jin rushed literally a few centimeters away from Gu Hui's face, causing him to become seriously agitated. He wondered how this boy was able to reach this level just by traveling the world. At the same time, Jina's face remained completely immobility, as if he acted on autopilot. But suddenly Jin stumbled. He fell to the ground, exclaiming, "Damn, not this!" He struck the thigh and literally shuddered with pain. Guy Kavi asked if everything was fine with his opponent. Jin apologetically asked for another chance to prove himself. However, the Guhi said that the second chance was here to nothing. The traveler really has a talent, but due to the lack of thorough basic training, his equipment is unstable, so they cannot accept it. Gu Hui advised him to perfect the basic moves and then come back to try again. Jean, despite everything, was happy to hear that he had talent. He decided to start with the basics and promised that he would challenge this test once again. And at that point, Jean left, leaving behind a lasting impression. His figure slowly faded into the distance, but the feeling of his presence lingered in the air for a long time. Guy Puppy silently turned and calmly moved to his office. Going inside, he closed the door and sat down at the table. He looked at the surface of the table for a long time, as if trying to comprehend something. Soon our hero, who watched Jin from the shadow, entered the office. He said he felt that Guy hid his true skills. Jin even pretended to be ignorant while Gu Hui tested his abilities. It seemed as if Jin knew he was being tested but decided to play along, and our hero noticed that Gu Hui gave him a few chances, even showing some on the spot. The hero was convinced that the situation does not look as simple as it seems. But the Guy Patriot could not fully understand the logic of his considerations. At this time, Jin, walking back home, found himself alone with his own thoughts. He approached the outskirts of the mountains and saw an obstacle in front. After looking closely, he realized that it would be extremely difficult to go this way. Huge mountains and deep valleys rose ahead. Reaching the edge of the cliff, Jin threw his sword aside. Below, in a narrow canyon, he saw people who seemed to be waiting for him. They discussed when there would be the best moment to strike. At this point, Jin's face, which had not expressed any emotions before, suddenly changed. He went down, explored everything he needed, and decided that the best time to attack is this night. The evening has come and the darkness began to wrap the world around. The warriors set out on their mission, moving quickly and cautiously. Their purpose was to capture the sect of the Moonblade and put an end to its existence. They planned to destroy everyone who was there, doing it as their duty. When they climbed through a high fence, they were surprised. To their surprise, the territory of the sect was much larger than they expected. However, despite this, they continued to move forward, not knowing what danger was waiting for them. Once in the inner court, the warriors rushed forward, knowing exactly the direction of their actions. Their primary task was to find the right place to regroup and simultaneously attack one of their goals. Since their victim was a great master, attacking him was too risky. Their entire brigade began to form battle lines, clearly assigning roles. They moved forward, heading towards the sect's central building. However, they had no idea that Gu Hui was closely monitoring their actions. He watched their every move carefully, knowing exactly what they were up to. At this point at the foot of the mountain, Surin began to talk about her youth. She remembered her father, the head of the Chao clan, once sent a killer from Guild of Assassin. This murderer was not someone else than the vice-head of the guild lord Guhi Svi from the Shadow Detachment. Our hero listened to this story with indifference, but Sol Huan opened his mouth wide in surprise. Surin revealed that Lord Gu Hui was a prominent assassin known by the nickname Ghost Killer. It was rumored that if someone disappeared without a trace, it meant only one thing: a ghostly killer came behind him. If all had gone according to plan, Father Surin should have been found dead cold and motionless at dawn that day. His death was to be the result of an assassin hired by ruthless enemies. But what happened then? Sol Huayan asked with interest, not hiding his surprise. The thing is, continued Surin, that Guhi Kvi hid his blade at his own will. My father would have suffered from illness then and would not have lived for a long time. The father hid his ailment, and the enemies who wanted his death knew nothing about his condition. It was because of this that they turned to the Guild of Assassin. Surin was convinced that no matter how professional was Lord Guhi Kvi as a killer, he considered this task absurd and refused to accomplish him. Before her death, her father told her that she had to prepare to head the Hao clan. He warned that those who had hired the Lord to kill him would surely try to kill her after his death. Because of this, he pleaded with the goal to protect her. Even after his death, his father could not think that his daughter could be killed. Lord became interesting. Surin said he wanted to find out who this child was through which his father went to such casualties. Gu Hui wondered what made her father take such serious decisions for his daughter's sake. Our hero wondered what child Surin was then. She just smiled and continued delving into the story. Surin remembered how she saw the ghost killer for the first time and started a conversation with him. She realized that if a ghostly killer did not kill her father, he could have serious problems. At this point, the Guhi released her words as if mentioning those events. Surin replied that when her father dies, they would announce as if he had killed an assassin, and then everyone will have no problems. These words of the child simply shocked the Lord, leaving him in complete shock. Surin remembered how she tried to look bold and intelligent, but in reality, she was an ordinary girl, weak and frightened. She barely kept not fainting with fear of uncontrollable ghostly murderer. Perhaps it was at that moment that he shared her feelings and understood her condition. Due to the fact that he gave Surin time to be with his father, everything happened differently. Her father taught her key skills that allowed her to become the head of the Hao clan without problems. Unfortunately, her father died without ever seeing his daughter in this role. Then Chao wondered how the Lord Guhu was able to leave the Shadow Detachment. It turned out that the day before his death, his father Surin appealed to the GU to a special request. He asked Asachin to stay in Clan Hao to protect his daughter. Despite the fact that he was sent to kill the elder Gu Hui, decided to accept this task with a different purpose. Father said that assassins who live only to carry out the orders of others always meet the same end. He knew of no one who escaped a lonely, miserable, and hopeless fate. He also stressed that it is nice to have a place where you can find peace if you want to stop, not be forced to wander forever. But then the ghostly killer asked what he would receive if he had. The leader of the Hao clan offered him a life he could lead by himself. It was freedom when he himself decides what to do and what to strive for. It was something he never had while he was an assassin. Returning to the battlefield, Gu Hui almost destroyed all of the assassins and pushed one aside as he started a conversation with him. He said, "I'm giving you one more chance. All your friends are dead, and you're the last of them." Assassin, the amazed asked where all these details came from. Gu Hui replied that he was once the vice president of the Assassin's Guild, and it was he who bore the title of Phantom Slayer. Assassin began to stutter hearing this name. He realized that before him the same murderer who disappeared without a trace and who went to Legends 10 years ago. Gai Kavi asked him if the head of Bien was still looking for him and what orders they are guided by. Gu Hui asked why they had come to this area and what their purpose was. The assassin, frightened to the beast, shouted that it was better to forget everything. He added that if their head learns that the ghostly killer here will generously reward him for such information. Realizing that he had said too much, the assassin began to run away with all his might, trying to save himself. But when he jumped on the slope of the mountain, a mysterious silhouette appeared behind him. It was something or someone that struck his arm with tremendous force. The blow was so powerful that the assassin was literally pressed into the ground like a stone falling from a height. Assassin fell so much that seemed to be a print of his body on earth. Guhi Puppy calmly approached and asked what happened here, but realized that this assassin was no longer breathing. Lord Yingho had previously ordered that one be kept alive, but apparently the assumption that this assassin could be interrogated proved futile. Returning to the story which our hero was listening to carefully, Surin continued to tell. From her words, it became clear that the Phantom Slayer could leave whenever he wanted. None of them, including Surin, would want to lose him, but she admitted that she could not influence his decision. Our hero, keeping his composure, declared that if the Phantom Killer was going to leave, then let him do it quickly. His indifference sounded rather rude, and everyone around noticed it. The next day, a heavenly demon arrived at the Moonblade sect. He was enthusiastic, but noticing that no one was meeting him, he felt a slight disappointment. Li Rian noticed that the boy had just arrived and immediately turned his attention to him. But the atmosphere was surprisingly suppressed, and the heavenly demon quickly realized that something serious happened here. Li Rian explained that a shaman and 5 more murderers from the Guild of Assassin have recently entered the sect. He also mentioned Jagan, who had overcome many difficulties, and expressed his joy that he was unscathed, even thanking him. Li Rian then asked if Jagan had returned to the Moonblade sect for good. But Jagan did not understand the question because he had only walked a little, and now simply returned. All believed that Jagan went to the cult of Heavenly Demon and no longer return. However, he remained to end the supporters of the prosperous clan, while he still restored his strength. Yingho asked how Jagan got Kai's sword. The Heavenly Demon, though not a great connoisseur of swords, said it was an exceptional blade. Even after he killed 200 people, the sword did not blink. He added that perhaps they were all weak, because they fell from a single blow, as if a sword had cut through tofu. Because of this, he could not even determine which of them was the strongest. In his thoughts, Jagan thought that if the vice president of the prosperous clan did not have a Kai sword, then why he boasted so. Jagan said he spoke with a shaman on the road, who reported the invasion of shaman and assassin into their territory. At this point, the guide discussed with the audience how best to respond to it. Jagan lifted his mace full of joy. He didn't even think that he could return feeling as if it were a dream. Jagan suggested that it was probably the last chance given to him by heaven to recover through peaceful workouts and become stronger. Solkavan noticed that Lord Jagan had returned. She had been very distressed when she learned of his predicament, but was now greatly relieved to see that he was all right. Jagan was in training, waiting to be greeted by Lady Huayan. Then Jagan asked who was the woman behind the Solkavain. It was a rather strange person who stood out for his presence. It turned out that it was a mistress known as the Queen of Wolves. Jagan was surprised the Queen of Wolves is the one that is among the 12 strongest masters. But the woman just calmly asked Jagan if he really had the power. It confused him, and while Jagan was trying to understand without warning, she head-butted him right in the stomach. Jagan fell from a powerful blow like a puppet which was simply thrown away. The blow was so strong that Jagan almost lost consciousness. His mouth was full of saliva, and he was mentally asking himself if he should have come back here at all. The wolves only noted that Jagan has no endurance looking at him. Their conversation was interrupted by the guy who addressed the Lord passing, that she was calling the Heavenly Demon. Jagan watched it and decided to find out who they were looking for here. The answer was clear. The head of the Assassin's Guild was Bien. The Queen of Wolves described him as a wily, rat-like old man who was constantly dodging and throwing daggers. Biho believed that first it was necessary to find out who was the true target and customer of their death. Only then will they decide how to proceed. Inho turned to Gu Hui, advising him to be careful. He emphasized that there is no need to rush, and even more so to mutilate without a good reason. In Ho, he mentioned that Suren was very worried about him, and therefore asked him not to risk it. The Phantom Slayer remained completely calm and did not react to the words. Suren, however, knew that it was better to keep quiet and not answer it because she didn't want to escalate the situation. But why wasn't Moonblade going with them? He was just too lazy to get up. As Gu Hui walked past Suren, he accidentally glanced at her. His attention was attracted by her insightful silhouette, which stood adamant. She looked in his eyes without the slightest surprise, as if he was sure that he would work out. Guy Puppies felt her powerful energy and continued his journey. That day the bright sun replaced no less beautiful night. The soft glow of the moon enveloped everything around, creating a perfect atmosphere. Meanwhile, alarming news began in the territory of the Guild of the Murderers. All 5 elite assassins sent on the mission were eliminated. Their operation failed, and it was a major blow to the guild. The guild leader asked if their infiltration had been carefully prepared, as it still remained unconfirmed. Nor did they know if their agents had been exposed. The leader felt a strong premonition of trouble from the moment he accepted the task of that man from the 10,000 Gold Association. Despite the fact that 7 out of 10 missions took place in unfavorable conditions, the guild almost always successfully performed all the tasks. They remained another 10 elite and 20 high-wounded assassins who were waiting for orders. They were going to come up with the perfect plan to get that guy's head this time. But suddenly the silence was broken by an unexpected sound. One of the assassins whistled into an alarming whistle, warning of danger. But a stone flying at an incredible speed hit him right in the head. The blow knocked down assassin with a whistle, and he flew down to the abyss. It was the Queen of the Wolves. Her well-timed throw of the stone hit him right in the eyeball. The heavenly demon understood that it was already too late. All the assassins headed in their direction, and it would take them very little time to reach their target. The Phantom Slayer assumed he even knew where their leader would try to escape from, but he was sure that they would make it even there. Suddenly, the Sky Demon noticed glowing daggers flying straight at them with incredible speed. They resembled arrows that cut through the air with flawless precision. Nevertheless, the Heavenly Demon unexpectedly felt relief that he knew how to avoid this threat. After some time, the situation changed. A figure appeared on the horizon. It was one of their representatives slowly approaching. He walked forward in the old dress holding staff. His movements were leisurely but confident. With an indifferent look, he looked at the place he came to. In front of him was a gate shrouded in thick fog and looking rather strange. Their unusual appearance caused a feeling of anxiety and mystery. Hey Man approached the gate, moving through an atmosphere filled with death. On either side of him, blood-red bones could be seen, reminding of the terrible fate of those who had been here before. His indifferent gaze radiated confidence that he knew exactly what he was doing. When he came closer, he appeared in front of him similar to monsters than animals. They were everywhere, filling this gloomy terrain with their terrible silhouettes. Their cold eyes were inseparably followed the man, but he continued to go without paying attention to them. Even as he passed by these creatures, he did not stop and looked completely calm. Finally, he found himself in the very center of the space, surrounded by Ikai. Stopping, he struck his staff on the ground, creating a barely audible response in the surrounding space. "Long time no see," he said to the creatures, his voice full of confidence. "He came as a messenger to Lord the Council of Hell." One of the Akai have said, "So the prosperous clan is destroyed." The Green Forest Association group and the Blood Cult also suffered the same fate, he added. However, the man appealed to them to share the energy of the Akai. In response, he was told that it was impossible. He began to explain that everything he did was for the sake of them, and Lord should have mercy because on his way to the goal, he risked his own life. He added that giving him the energy of the Akai would not only help protect himself, but also ensure the completion of future tasks. But the Lord, pointing a finger at the man, declared that he had brought upon himself all the consequences of his actions. "Whatever these risks," Lord said, "they are the result of your stupid decisions, and it does not care at all." The man tried to justify himself by saying that he was impressed by their desire to throw Murim back into chaos, to distract the Celestials from something bigger. The man admitted that he had crossed the line, realizing that his actions had caused anger. He explained that if the Lord himself ordered him to act, it would look like a manifestation of fear of the inhabitants. His provocation still worked. The energy of the Ikai struck the man's body with insane force, filling him with supernatural power. One of the Ikai picked the man up and stated that he only spared him because his skills could be useful. But at the same time, he warned that he started talking too much, as if he considered himself to be someone important. The man, even struck by the monster's blow, replied that the Ikai would still regret it if he destroyed it. He explained that if he died, the spell would wear off, and the Celestials would know all their secrets, including the location of their hidden lair. The man added that even if they manage to survive and escape to the kingdom of Akai, they will not receive the support of the cannibals, and then the preservation of power will become almost impossible. His words became a direct threat to Lord himself, but Lord just laughed even with his wound in his head and confessed that this truth was not worried at all. The Lord pulled the energy arrow out of the man's head, leaving him exhausted. The man fell to the ground, releasing his staff. The Lord was sure that the great plan would soon be completed, and once it did, the Celestials would no longer be able to interfere. Until then, he promised to find people who would quell the cannibals and maintain order. The Lord took the object that had been snatched from the man, holding it in his hand as a trophy. As a price for the gifted energy of the Akai, the Lord took the man's eye, leaving him to suffer. The man, whose face was dripping with blood, only humbly thanked the Lord for his mercy. The bloody trace left by a man reminded what price he had to pay. He went, leaving a shadow of pain, but at the same time reaching his goal. He got what he came for, even though it cost him dearly. Of course, this man suspected that when their plans are realized, they would eventually get rid of him. If it weren't for his protective spell, he would have died a long time ago. He realized that without him, he wouldn't even be able to hide in this world, let alone participate in grandiose plans. This high-dimensional scumbag, the man thought as he pondered the Ikai that used him. He was convinced that he would do everything to keep him under control and not allow him to think or act on his own. At this point, events returned to assassin territory. Incredibly strong warriors attacked the assassins, wreaking havoc and destruction. They broke through the center, easily throwing their leader. Amidst the chaos, the heavenly demon stood as if standing out from the crowd, and with a mocking smile wanted to address his enemy. This scum is always hiding in the shadow, the heavenly demon thought. But though he did not try, the head of Bien was still noticeable. Bien did not understand why the heavenly demon decided to attack him. However, behind him was already the Queen of Wolves, who last time gave him a chance to escape. That won't happen this time. Lord Bien was in full confusion. He could not understand what he had done, so that both attacked him. But here on the horizon, another warrior appeared. The Lord had hoped that their meeting would take place under different circumstances, but he heard the same painfully familiar voice. Before him stood the ghostly killer, the ghost killer, his own person returned to meet Bien. But instead of the usual image, he declared, "The one you knew is no longer there. You have a completely different person in front of you." He announced, "I am Gossip, the leader of the shadow detachment of the Hao clan." Bien could not understand why he called himself and what it means. Bien has been looking for him for more than 10 years, and now suddenly appearing the ghost killer declares to him what he thinks is a fool. "Did you leave guild to become part of the Chao clan? How could you betray us?" Bien shouted indignantly. But the Phantom Slayer didn't come here to listen to his complaints or make excuses. He appeared to save Bien from the inevitable death penalty that already awaited him. After completing the task, the Phantom Slayer returned to his leader and informed him of everything that had happened. The vice head of the 10,000 Gold Association, Han Jin Song, was going to kill our hero. But what made him take such a step? Gu Hui was shocked and confused when he heard this. But the truth was what it was. Jinsen wanted to avenge the death of his father, Orestes. It looked incredibly pathetic. His anger resembled the angry outbursts of a child. All he did was write a handwritten appeal. This letter had his name written in his own hand, and even traces of his prints that could serve as evidence. If they were provided, it would be impossible to deny it. It was a great job for our heroes. Everything was done in such a way that they didn't have to personally bring Jinsen here. Moonblade insisted that this issue be resolved through the Supreme Coalition. Shuren was convinced that if the vice head was taken away, it could have a little effect on their profit. After all, they rely on buyers who support the organization as water supports life. However, she still asked Gu Hui how his reunion with the Assassin Guild went, since it had been over 10 years since they last met. They didn't even know if he was alive or dead. Gu Hui curtly replied that he was just thrown out. When Gu Hui spoke to the guild head, he coldly ordered him to leave and never come back. The chapter said that the very concept of saving life is absolutely wrong to Assassin. He acknowledged that Guy Kavi was the best murderer he knew, but now he became a shame for the guild. Before leaving, Gu Hui only said one thing: "Take care of yourself." Shuren wondered what it was like to be kicked out of the guild, but it was clear from his face that he had come to terms with it a long time ago and doesn't even regret it. At this moment, the heavenly demon was arguing with the Wolf Queen in the courtyard. They counted something, and the Wolf Queen called the number 87. The heavenly demon noted that she had said 57 before, so why did she suddenly add another 30 now? She counted and realized that the old bastard had missed 30. This scene looked very strange, and Sol Kavain was convinced that they counted the number of enemies that were destroyed in the Guild of Assassin, but as a result stopped on 7. The heavenly demon, joking, said that even if its calculations are generous, their accuracy exceeds any boundary, and called it a pathetic doe that should return to school. The Wolf Queen defiantly replied that she was born with a talent for arithmetic, and let the Sky Demon try to count how many times she could hit him in the head. I decided to intervene in their dispute because it all looked extremely fun. He joked that whoever gets hit more will train with him like hell today. Meanwhile, the events are transferred to a snowy area. Everything around was covered with a thick layer of snow. A mysterious fortress could be seen in the distance. The warriors who guarded the fortress noted that it was extremely cold today. They had to spend another week here in these harsh conditions. One of the warriors said he would be able to return home in 6 months, and his friends supported him so that he would not lose hope. If the strength of the Northern Sea Ice Palace suddenly weakens, they may return sooner. But the warrior believed that it was naive to think about returning home. If it was possible, it would have already happened. Suddenly he noticed something very strange in the distance. In the distance, a vague silhouette moving in their direction visible. The warriors realized that they may have called on their own, and now they need to act immediately. However, the silhouette did not resemble the person from the North Sea Ice Palace at all. So who was it? This creature looked extremely strange. It was difficult and uneven, as if it were inanimate, and was wrapped in something unclear. At that moment, the speed of the horses suddenly increased, and they rushed forward, leaving behind clouds of snow. The warriors leaving their positions rushed to the Moonblade sect looking for help. Their situation was critical, and they knew that they could not cope without support. One of the warriors who saw this creature was so shocked that he cried for almost a whole week remembering the moment. He now lives near the 10,000 Gold Association and sleeps and eats well. But that was only after the events that happened almost a month ago. Between worrying about the Lord of the Association and looking after his son, the general was barely coping. Yingho believed that the warriors were not imprisoned, so that they could eat well and sleep in comfortable conditions. And yet he doubted perhaps it would be better to execute them, though it might seem reckless. Despite the fact that one of the soldiers had committed a serious crime, he was currently in prison. His hasty killing could cause a significant upheaval in trade relations. Yingho thought that perhaps the matter should have been settled with his son, who had no influence. But the general doubted whether he really came here to drink tea with him. He wanted to know the true purpose of the arrival of others, so he said that he immediately revealed his intentions. The general explained that he may already know foreign forces are constantly trying to penetrate and seize power in the Central Plains. Among these forces, the most problems bring the Ice Palace of the North Sea. In response to the threat, the Emperor sent 5,000 soldiers to the northern region to prevent a possible attack on the Central Plains. However, the advanced detachment located in the forefront was completely destroyed in one day. In HO, he suggested that it resembles a large-scale attack of the Ice Palace. The investigative group came to the same conclusion, but there was one. But, on that day the Ice Palace did not even move, and there was no proof that one of them was involved. This aroused suspicion, and one of the commanders invited an additional investigator to the Alliance leader. But maybe he wanted Inho to personally investigate. The matter was very complicated, and the usual methods did not answer. In the way given his situation and a unique approach, he could offer something new. For our hero, such a position seemed incomprehensible. When he mentioned the point of view, it was obvious that he conceived something. In Ho, he began to suspect that it could be the work of the hands of the Ekaev. If this is really the case, then he was interested in it. It is said that even the Lord of the Ice Palace was concerned about the situation. This was not only the defensive forces of the Central Plains, they also retreated from the front to evaluate the situation. Of course, the representatives of the sect could not imagine that the promised reinforcement for their sect would be detained. In the current situation, it was important to react quickly. They had lost 5 warriors, but the remaining 5 were already on their way. Due to the sufficient amount of energy of the Ekai, they now exceed the previous forces and can be used as part of their own army of sect. Their leader was glad to hear such news. And not for nothing, he sacrificed his eye. This victim seemed not in vain. Somewhere in the Alliance, Murima has unfolded new events. One members of the Alliance gave the elders the request of the Emperor to help with the investigation. However, there were some difficulties. They did not expect much cooperation. Since the Moyun family incident involving the Moonblade Emperor, numerous refusals to cooperate began to appear. These news passed the servant to his master, who listened silently. The host continued to be silent, looking straight ahead, without any reaction to the words. His gaze remained straight ahead as if he was analyzing the information he received. But the servant did not stop. Traces of bites were found on the soldiers' bodies. At first it was thought that wild animals starving because of the cold had done it, and therefore the study was not detailed. However, when they examined the bodies again, they noticed that the organs remained intact, and the bites themselves were of a completely different nature. It turned out that the traces were left not by animal jaws, but by human. Everyone was waiting for the elder to say, but the owner remained silent again. Instead of a clear answer, he only hinted that cooperation should be voluntary and unobtrusive. The leader stressed that no one who refuses to participate would be punished. With these words, the advisor left the leader's office, but he was heavy reflecting what he heard. Meanwhile, in the sect of the Moonblade, our hero did not intend to go anywhere. The Sky Demon decided to go on his own out of curiosity, even though this task was from the palace. He was convinced that an Ekai had appeared there. In fact, he hated when he was involved in such things, and even if the palace did not want to participate this time, he decided to act. Yingho only reacted silently to his words. Then with all his might he hit the wooden pillar that the heavenly demon was sitting on. In a matter of seconds, the heavenly demon, still in the lotus position, was on the ground with the pillar. One of them believed that if the heavenly demon went away, he would only be disturbed. And the goal needs to find new masters for the sect, so he was not going to go. Lee Ryan said that he has to inspect the new headquarters that the Supreme Coalition is building, so he is busy and can't go either. As a result, our hero had practically no partners left. Shuren asked why he didn't even ask her to go with him. In-ho hesitated but still decided to ask if she wanted to join. She answered with a categorical no, turning away from him offended. But Sol Huan enthusiastically wanted to join the trip. Ying Ho understood that the place they were going to was cold and desolate, and he couldn't guarantee what might happen there. But Sol Kvine explained that she is now able to stand up for herself, and noted that at any time her help could be necessary. In his mind, In Ho pondered whether he should take her with him. Nothing terrible will happen to him himself, but dangers may arise with her. A queen of wolves appeared on the horizon, who also stated that she was going to join the trip. The praise salt was glad if the wolves are gone it will be even better. But our hero was aware that such a team did not like him at all, though he could not do anything with it. He thought whether it was worth escaping from these women and going to the task on their own. Meanwhile, in the snowy area in the middle of the field, stood a mysterious building. In this building, the situation related to the Yakai handiwork was being discussed. But does anyone really believe in their existence? Who else can interfere and destroy the goals of the detachment, so that even the reasons cannot be determined? Asked the audience. The situation was difficult, but rumors were unacceptable. However, the man in the bar insisted that it was not nonsense. The condition of the bodies that they brought as proof confirms it, he said. But his friend warned not to dissolve stupid rumors, because it could destroy the morality of the rest of the strength. Do you understand how much longer the Northern Defense Force will be able to hold back the front? Added his friend, trying to calm him down. The person in the dark suit who had been listening to their conversation paid for the food and went about his business. She held her bow at the ready, carefully scanning her surroundings. During the trip, the group reached northern territory, and the cold became more and more noticeable. For the wolves, this cold was refreshing, almost pleasant, but for the other, just unbearable. Sol Huan joked that things weren't as bad as he thought. Suddenly, a person with a bow walking ahead noticed his old acquaintance. The Queen of Wolves also paid attention to this mysterious person, but she quickly disappeared on the horizon, not allowing herself to see our hero. Meanwhile, dreamed of a warm place where you could have a snack. Their group stayed at a nearby inn, but the question arose who would pay for the food and drinks. Our hero noticed the same mysterious figure ahead. He did not look out of her eyes for a long time, trying to understand who it was. At that moment, a small snowstorm turned into a severe and large-scale blizzard. The entire territory around the fortress was under the control of a wild blizzard, which created an atmosphere of chaos. In this fortress, there were incredibly strange things that seemed to the harbinger of something grand. Due to thick snowfall, it was almost impossible to look clearly. However, the traces of blood on white snow was difficult to ignore. They were stretching as if a bloody trace of an unknown tragedy. The person with the bow came to this place to look more carefully. She analyzed in detail what could have happened here, looking for clues in the chaos. Her attention was attracted by an interesting artifact, a huge trace of a barefoot reflected in the cold earth. She knelt down to take a closer look and took some snow or sand from him to examine. Bringing it up to her nose, she began sniffing it, trying to identify the scent. This trail oozed putrefaction, as if it had been left by a being that smelled of death. Walking barefoot on such icy ground is beyond the power of an ordinary person, she thought. She noticed that the tracks stretched far to the north, lost in the blizzard. One question remained: what really happened here? The Lord of the Alliance said that there was no need to explore the Northern Sea Ice Palace, but the situation was of incredible interest as the mysteries kept growing. After this incident, the warriors began to collect the bodies of their fallen friends, stack them together, and try to pay their last respects. All the victims were covered in a row, and the atmosphere around became even more depressing. This absurd state of affairs was actively discussed in the central camp. Everyone was surprised that some HO now gives orders to the great General Chok Jungvan, the commander of the Northern Border Defense Forces. By order of the Emperor, our hero joined the investigation, but even for him and his crews did not prepare barracks. The general pointed out that if Ying Ho had noticed on the way, the corpses of the soldiers were still being loaded into the carts. All the while, they are busy organizing forces and supplies to restore the front line. In other words, said the general, it doesn't matter who you are, an emperor, a mentor, a martial arts heir, or a level 300 master, I have no time for you. General added, if you need a roof over your head, go and set yourself tents. If you are not going to help conduct your investigation, or go from here. The general was annoyed by the masters because they only created a headache, asking and demanding, not understanding the importance of the moment. Therefore, he sent them away. Ying Ho, coming out of the tent, could not understand that it was such an unreasonable demand, that he had made the Queen of Wolves jokingly offered him to cut off the head of the general. Salt Vine believed that it was not necessary to create a mess. She recalled that the investigation should be completed, and to leave here as soon as possible. But suddenly they were stopped by the words, "Oh, what people," said the guys who came up from behind. They recognized our hero, the master of the Moonblade, and were happy to see him in person. "Long time no see," they exclaimed. These were Zhao and Manjin, who also came here. The general watched this scene and thought, did they all decide to join the detachment and go north? The general was convinced that there was nothing here that required investigation. "Fools. Everything is obvious," he said. But the squad continued to search for the unknown. They were ordered to stay here until the investigation was completed so they couldn't leave. But the general, indignant at the situation, said, "Is it not because of these meaningless searches we just do that we are sitting without business? We get struck once after, instead of finishing things with bodies, recovering the border, and moving to the North Sea Ice Palace." Back to our hero, he had a conversation with a guy from the Peck family who stated that they shouldn't be underestimated. "Underestimating us in the past was a fatal mistake for you," said the boy, talking about his achievements through persistent training. Our hero jokingly replied, "Well, you're really good with your tongue. It's obvious that you're strong in something." However, he still doubted whether this guy trained as hard as, for example, Shaman Buden from the mountains. Our hero stressed that he still remains weak compared to the strongest. Then the boy unexpectedly proposed a duel to prove which of them was stronger, but noted that it would be after an investigation. The Wolf Queen supported the idea but called it self-confident because he also invents that he is the strongest. The guy was indignant. "What kind of woman is this who follows us like that and even interferes?" Sol Huan explained to him that before him was Zhao, Lady Queen of the Wolves. Hearing that she is one of the 24 strongest, the boy was confused. He did not expect to see a petite woman in such a role. The guy fell on his knees and began to apologize for his rudeness, adding that he only wanted to greet her. And it was true, the group did not introduce the Queen of Wolves to the boys. She just gave them a menacing look, and then followed the pack. Our hero was not in the mood for unnecessary explanations or introductions. The group finally reached the spot on the border where the soldiers were killed and began their investigation. However, their approach to investigation was different from that of the mysterious archer. The arc moving forward mountain slopes followed his route, not knowing that he was waiting in front. He confidently headed to the very center of events, but he was ready for any surprises. As he climbed the slope, his movements became more cautious. He looked gently, lifting his head, trying to avoid danger. He needed to move very quietly and carefully so as not to come across trouble. He looked ahead carefully, studying the area. Before him appeared a huge winter building similar to the Palace of the North Sea. The archer came closer to look better. But when he saw what was inside, he couldn't believe his eyes. There was not a single living soul in the palace. Has everyone left the palace and run away? He thought. Traces of blood covered the floor, and the heavy smell of blood filled the air. He froze, listening carefully to his silence, but did not hear any sound. The archer felt the tension and stopped, taking a deep breath. But suddenly he was predicted by the danger, as if the palace was looking at him. Meanwhile, our hero, having returned to the place of investigation, was carefully looking at the mysterious artifact that he noticed in the snow. His gaze was fixed, as if he was trying to understand the hidden meaning of this find. Before him lay a huge trace of a barefoot man left in the snow. He stared at it for a long time, wondering what it could mean. Looking at the traces around, he realized that something clearly was clear here. Judging by the traces, someone barefoot left north, leaving cold prints. The size of the tracks and the short strides suggested that it was probably a woman. At this moment, the companions turned to our hero, noting something important. They noted that this scene was not at all like a battle with the blood cult. It was not a flat battle. This was more reminiscent of a fox hunt that got into the chicken coop to enjoy its prey. One of them noted that Akai weak energy is felt here, but it is much less powerful than what they have encountered before. However, it did not appear to be the work of an Akai the soldiers found, although not decomposed by the cold, had bite marks that reeked of rotting flesh. According to his observations, there were no significant signs of decomposition, which confirmed the preliminary conclusions of the Imperial investigation. But it seems the answer they're looking for was still to come. "Apparently everything will be clear there," one of them said, pointing into a place in the mountains that darkened in the distance. The whole place was not just abandoned, it was completely laid. The former North Sea camp was completely destroyed, as if it were erased from the face of the earth. All the warriors lay on the ground, torn apart like the prey of wild beasts, and looked like trash. The bodies of soldiers lay chaotically in the great hall. The leader was injured and could barely speak. His voice was hoarse and weak. Gathering all the forces, he said the pillar was destroyed. We could do nothing to stop it. No one tried to help us. He added that those who attacked simply took it and decided to turn the whole world upside down. A woman with a bow stood in front of the Northern Sea Lord, staring at him. She asked who this person who committed such a terrible massacre. Lord replied in a hoarse voice, "This is the leader of the heretical cult. But the woman skeptically objected. This is nonsense. This cult has been destroyed a long time ago. Grasping his teeth, Lord said, the daughter is all in the father. But what you hate them does not mean that they do not exist. He added, they say you see further for all, but what an irony. Even a place under a torch can be immersed in the dark. His words were tinged with sarcasm and bitterness. Suddenly, a mysterious creature attacked a woman with a bow, surprising her. She was confused and did not know how to respond to the attack. Meanwhile, our hero, along with his team, continued his movement forward. Mr. Jack was worried as he walked with them, not knowing what they would do when they faced the Lord of the Ice Palace. But I did not share his fears and asked, explain, why are you so afraid? The Queen of the Wolves, hearing the conversation, excitedly said that she would strike the Lord first, distract him, and defeat him. Her confidence and excitement about the future battle were slightly entertained by others, and he acknowledged her plan smart. Moving on, Mr. Jack remarked that they would probably break into the palace. The Lord of the Ice Palace may not be a top-level martial artist, but he is not to be underestimated. Mengjin, in turn, hoped that the Lord would at least behave honestly and openly. It all depended on what position he would take because the palace may have stood on the verge of destruction. Suddenly, our hero stopped abruptly as if he felt something. Sol Huan noticed this and felt uneasy. His behavior alarmed her. They approached the rock behind which the castle visited. Our hero felt an incredibly strange aura emanating from this place. The Wolf Queen also noticed this strangeness, and noticed something similar to what Yingho felt. She concentrated, feeling the same sinister energy. Everyone realized that they needed to prepare because something was approaching them at incredible speed. Suddenly there was a heavy sound that swept through the mountains. Then a snow avalanche began on top, bringing a lot of snow and debris. The archer they had seen earlier suddenly appeared in this avalanche. All the boys spread their mouths with surprise. What's the devil? When our hero looked closely, he realized that he was a woman, and it seems that these arrows belonged to her. She swung her arrow, energizing it and preparing to shoot. Her arrow lit up with a powerful energy aura. The woman fired, aiming the arrow straight into the rock. When the arrow fell into the rock, it split as if under lightning, flying into pieces. Another, struck by her force, acknowledged, this is not an ordinary person. She has destroyed the rock with one arrow. However, the main question remained when she stopped near them. Who did she really target? The woman immediately approached our hero and said that if they were indeed a research group, they needed help investigating this situation. However, she warned, if you value your life, return to the northern border immediately. There are corpses roaming here, filled with a thirst to kill. In his mind, Yingho began to understand what it was all about, but the question remained. What were these creatures doing here? Other boys were also knocked down from the Panthelic. What are the corpses? Is these the same right ones, the lively dead in Chinese mythology? The woman, annoyed, asked not to ask stupid questions, promising to explain everything when they leave this place. But there was little time because these horrible creatures have already appeared on the horizon. Their eyes glowed with murderous intent, and their figures loomed over the group, creating a sense of merciless menace. And it was true, these creatures were true zombies that sought blood. There were corpses roaming everywhere, emitting the stench of rot. It was a real horror. That is why traces of bare feet and bites remained on the bodies of warriors. In his thoughts, he realized that behind all this was one abomination who controlled these creatures. The bright energy that glowed inside these corpses forced them to continue to move, and even the arrow in the head could not stop them. When one of these corpses fell out of the break, our hero noticed that he began to fall behind him. They descended in an organized manner, as if guided by one mind. At the same time, the corpses emitted a creaking, high-frequency sound that pierced the air. The spectacle was so disgusting that it caused the axis to all who watched it. However, our hero, feeling excitement, just clenched his teeth. He wanted to get into the truth. He said to the archer, if you are not going to help us, then step aside and wait for us there. The boy ordered everyone to take their positions, preparing for battle. All as one stood in a combat stance, demonstrating their readiness to defend themselves. Ho encouraged the team, don't be afraid. It's all up to us, whether they're alive or dead, it doesn't matter. He explained that these corpses need to cut off the limbs, and then they will become powerless. The archer was shocked by Inho's decision. Do you think cutting off their limbs will be enough to neutralize them? She asked. They are not just crazy, full of bloodthirst, she added. Not only the northern defensive forces, but also the Ice Palace itself. Even the supreme master of the Pao Lord of the Ice Palace failed to resist them. The Luchnitsa said, if you try to fight them, then everything can end unpredictable. You will not cope, so I ask you to stop this nonsense and come back until it is too late, she warned. But our hero only neglected her in words and joked. This girl says too much. In the meantime, these creatures began to approach closer and closer, forcing the group to prepare for battle. Saltvein warned everyone loudly, "All on the head, they are already here." The muzzles of these creatures looked awful and aroused, but our hero jokingly remarked, "My sword will correct any problems with plastic surgery." He charged decisively, slashing through several creatures with his sword and spearing them forward with a single thrust. Our hero, turning to the archer, said, "If you are not going to help us, it is better to retreat and do not interfere." He filled his sword with energy, forcing him to move forward on his own as if the blade lived his own life. When the sword hit the center of Zombie, an incredible explosion erupted around. The archer was stunned because she saw the sword for the first time to control so strong energy. Yingho gave the order, "Destroy these creeping monstrosities." All as one united and moved to an attack set up to destroy the damn dead. However, zombies, though slowly but confidently, moved forward as if feeling unbroken. The Wolf Queen was angry. "These dead have long been buried as it should," she exclaimed, waving her sword. Her powerful blow destroyed one of the zombies at once. For the team, this was a chance to check how much Mr. Jacques strengthened compared to others. He struck one of the zombies, but the monster didn't even feel it. Mr. Jack was stunned and frightened because the blow did not come. The monster began to move slowly towards him, staring at him with a blank yet terrifying gaze. The sword of a friend who walked on the body of the monster did not even leave a cut. All the blows seemed useless. The zombie remained unharmed. Even after powerful attacks, the dead seemed to be indifferent to everything. He only lifted his saliva jaw and looked at Mr. Jacques hang. On other fronts of battle, these monsters attacked knowing neither fear nor pain. Their blows were so strong that they posed a true threat to the entire team. They began to suspect that they either cut them not deep enough, or these creatures have such rigid skin that it seems as if it were soaked in glue. In this case, one of the participants decided to focus more energy to strike a more powerful blow. Menjin understood everything and began to concentrate to increase his attacks. In HO, I have not even moved in the battle with these monsters, but a real massacre was already unfolding around. The Queen of the Wolves sealed one of the zombies with all her might, but the zombie, although damage, still reached for her with its rotten hand. It was disgusting. She knew that this zombie had long been dead, but her purpose was to make him die again. She crushed him with her powerful fists, delivering a devastating blow. Examining the place where the mutilated body lay, she remarked with disgust, "It's still disgusting." Returning to her friends, she saw them continue to fight with these monsters. Despite the fatigue, the fight gained a new intensity. Each participant focused on the fight. Saltvein, having put more power, was finally able to cut her hand to one of the monsters. She also sliced his torso in half, displaying her incredible strength. The archer watched with her mouth open, stunned by what was happening. She couldn't believe how this fragile, kind girl had turned into a true Spartan in battle. All the chromops of these zombies to right and left acting as the only coordinated mechanism. Mengjin in particular did not stop continuing to attack his enemies stubbornly. Using more and more power, he has achieved new success in battle. His sword became an integral part of this struggle moving forward. With his sword, he cut the zombie into two parts, ending each attack with a clear and powerful blow. These scoundrels fell one by one, even though the battle seemed endless. The archer watched this chaos and could not understand what was happening around. Mr. Jacques swung his huge hand to hit the next dead. "Do you want to know who I am, you dead bastards?" he shouted, preparing to strike. The zombies met his incredible power, having no chance of escape. After he turned one of the rotten ones to mush, a happy smile appeared on his face. He joking made everyone pay attention. They say he could kill them even with his bare hands. However, returning to his friends, Mr. Jack noticed that they had already dealt with the rest of the zombies. He was surprised because now there was no enemy left on the battlefield, and all his friends looked calm and confident. Assessing the level of strength of these zombies was quite difficult. However, if they evaluate them, we can say that only the master at the height of his forces could cope with them. Our hero, observing everything, realized that Mr. Jack had reached a level of mastery, at least transcendent. He also realized that the archer has a similar level of skill in the possession of a bow. With this level, it could easily assess the threat and deal with such enemies on its own. Then why he thought she so convinced us to go back? He wondered if she had ulterior motives that she hadn't revealed yet. We returned to the location of the defensive structure where the general was. He was informed that this was probably the last transfer of bodies. To protect the caravan, he sent along with the soldiers' procession, noting that the front line will only be restored in part before their return. Then the general was asked how many people would remain apart from those who would be assigned to the next shift as guards. According to estimates, there were about 2,000 soldiers, which in principle had to be enough. The leader ordered the commanders of the detachments to prepare the warriors and choose the 500 most aggressive fighters to accommodate the hangar right in front of the enemy's nose. This meant that the general was planning to strike directly at the ice palace. There was no doubt in his eyes he was fully ready for this step. In the meantime, we returned to our hero, who listened to the archer told about zombies. She explained that when those corpses tried to attack her, she managed to get out of a difficult situation, but she asked Inho not to panic and mislead the group. Among them was one particularly strong smaller, and her arrows did not hurt him. She decided that the others were also as strong as he was. But now she realized that it was just a misunderstanding. Everyone listened to her words with distrust, because if she talks about such a strong zombie, it is really dangerous. The archer swore she saw 6 such creatures with her own eyes, and if they were all, they killed 5 of them. Mr. Jack sarcastically remarked, "Well, then we should be glad there's only one left, or we're out of luck if he's the strongest of them all." When asked how strong he was, the archer emphasized, "He moves as fast as my arrows." He not only deflected arrows, but also split a 3-meter-high boulder in 2 with one blow. "This level is not lower than a supreme master," she added. Her words made a strong impression on our hero. What kind of zombie is this that can match the Grand Master in strength, he thought. But they only know the answers later. In the meantime, we see the army of warriors stepping forward. Everyone as one moved with a routine holding weapons at ready. They approached the castle when they saw a strange picture on the road. The warriors were prepared and ordered to keep the system because there was something incomprehensible ahead. The figure they saw did not drop on the enemy. It was only one silhouette. "Maybe it's someone from our side who happened to be in that area?" someone asked. However, they were faced with a mysterious figure with one glowing eye that flicked in the dark. Suddenly, this creature made a sharp jerk forward directly to the big army. The army of warriors felt fear. The figure was incredibly fast and frightening. Everyone froze, not even having time to blink as this zombie rushed at them. A real panic began, and they realized that they were facing an extremely powerful enemy. The general had already mentally said goodbye to his life when he was suddenly covered in blood. The whole army saw their commander literally smeared in the snow. They stood in terror, not understanding what kind of monster it was, what kind of terrible monster was in front of them. The incredibly cruel actions of this creature have responded to the moon throughout the territory. The smell of blood became so strong that it could be felt from afar. Our hero heard screams and felt the heavy smell of blood in the air. Looking ahead, he immediately realized that something terrible was happening there. He assumed that something had gone terribly wrong somewhere nearby. Ying-ho realized that he needed to mobilize and go there immediately. After a while, he arrived at the place where the monster did the massacre. Everything was flooded. A huge army of 2,000 soldiers lay dead on the ground, unable to deal a single serious blow to the monster. With each blow, this zombie became only stronger, destroying everyone in its path. At this point, the monster heard the sound of one of the warriors who was barely breathing. The soldier pleaded for help, begging to be saved. He was all in the wounds, his body was crippled, but there was still hope in his voice. However, zombies did not show any mercy. He instantly hit the soldier with his sharp claws. At this point, I quickly arrived at the scene, ready for battle. He had a bad feeling about the defense captain's actions, but even he didn't expect such a catastrophic failure. Looking at the zombie, I realized that it was probably the same strongest zombie that the Archidity spoke of. The moment the zombie saw the enemy in front of him, the fire of hatred flashed in his red demonic eyes. Zombie immediately rushed, but the wolves did not stay away and went to him with enthusiasm. She confidently exclaimed, "We're all going to be corpses eventually, but you're definitely the first." The moment she encountered the zombies, something incredible happened. A powerful wave of energy exploded between them, making everyone around for a moment. Our hero watched this clash carefully and even worried for the Wolf Queen for a moment. The zombie, although strong, felt the force of her blow. His jaw was twisted to the side, and he clearly did not expect such resistance. The Wolf Queen observed, "Well, you're really strong, but I won't back down." The zombie didn't wait long and immediately counterattacked, directing his power at her. She shattered, came from the side, and struck a powerful blow directly into his stomach. Then her fist hit him in his back, forcing him to sway. She was preparing to strike a final to get it. But rotting, the huge arm of the zombie suddenly reached for her, catching the moment. With his maneuver, he forced the wolves to fly away, discarding her with incredible force. She, flying away, shouted, "You are a damn corpse! Go fuck yourself!" This caused the hero a mixture of anxiety and surprise. In-ho, watching the fight, realized that although Hwagen was strong, her fists were not enough to defeat this monster. He decided to take the initiative in his own hands, preparing his attack. And I thought, if there is even a piece left of him, I will collect his remains and bury him in a sunny place as it should be. After a while, One frightened soldier still survived and came to the general to tell what happened. He was trembling as he talked about the horrible zombies that attacked their army. The soldier said that at first he fell behind the squad due to ill health, but later he came and saw everything with his own eyes. He described how zombies tore soldiers apart, biting and killing them one by one, all by a single zhangshi. The general looked at the soldier and did not believe his words, believing that the guy just lost his sense because of fear. "Do not succumb to these fabrications and tricks. No zombies exist," he said with adamant confidence. In his opinion, the only enemies were the warriors of the Northern Sea Ice Palace, who faced their spears and swords. The general ordered his soldiers to advance and attack, declaring, "Today we will end the years of conflict with the Ice Palace. In the meantime, we return to our hero." He talked about his teacher, who gave his sword a special name and considered him a sacred artifact. The master warned that this sword was never meant to be used in this world. However, this sword was now in the hands of the hero. The sword, which was to be passed on to future generations as a symbol of peace, now stood in front of a damn monster. Genshi, cold-blooded and ruthless, continued his attacks. Our hero, feeling the pressure of the situation, was filled with energy. His eyes shook a bright blue aura. He was about to use the three-blade technique, which cuts open the very heavens. His friends, along with the Ark, hurried after him, trying to catch up with the hero. They could not understand where he disappeared so quickly, and assumed that he may have gone south. Mr. Jacques, dissatisfied with his behavior, grunted. "The more often I see it, the more he annoys me. How can he see and feel it all when I do not distinguish anything in this snowstorm?" Salayvian suggested that in the house lives in another world different from them, and this is what makes it unique. Myungjin agreed with her words, but Mr. Jack couldn't understand why Myungjin supported this opinion. The archer noticed that these guys were fully trusting. She wondered why, even after her warnings about the zombies, these people fearlessly charged into battle on his orders. But suddenly everyone stopped when an incredible beam of light appeared in the sky, cutting everything around. The only question that appeared in them: what happened to the sky? They did not have time to reach the scene, but saw a stunning sight. The storm suddenly subsided and the sky became bright blue. This incredible force was so impressive that even the wolves who were nearby felt her everywhere. She opened her mouth wide and said only one word, though. In Ha's blade was truly incredible. It did what one could only imagine. Controlling his breath, he carefully released his chakra and completed the equipment. After the blow, he calmly put the sword back into its scabbard. Soon his friends came running to him, asking, "What happened? Did you destroy him?" Sol Huayin looked around and was shocked by what she saw. There were many soldiers, but her attention was attracted by another. Mr. Jacques, looking at, could not believe his eyes. An incredibly deep chasm formed right in front of the hero, a huge pit that seemed bottomless. The Queen of Wolves. Seeing this, began to form a picture in her head of what had happened. The blue pillar of light that escaped from the sword destroyed not only the enemy, but also everything it touched. She was even afraid that she too could be torn apart and erased from the face of this world. Our hero just calmly said, "This is a blade that cuts through the heavens. A sword that embodies an extraordinary power that is not limited by any techniques." He explained that the aura emanating from the sword was raging, as if the entire heavenly world was merging into one, blinding with its brightness. That is why his teacher called this sword the blade that cuts the heavens. His teacher had warned him never to use this sword in the mortal world. Grasping his teeth, but with a smile, our hero was satisfied with himself. "Wouldn't it be a despair of this masterpiece if I didn't use it?" he said to himself. His friends standing nearby admired the sword in their hearts, but at the same time felt anxious. They couldn't help thinking how frightening Ying Ho's words were, and they doubted if he was even human. In her thoughts, the archer recalled how her father had perfected the technique of wielding the imperial sword all his life. She was certain that it was the greatest swordsmanship technique in all of Marima. But in front of her stood a sword with which even her father's technique could not compare. Mount. After his blow, he laughed at delight, praising himself for his skill. He, without losing the moment, turned to the archer, wanting to know more. "It seems time to explain to everyone that just happened here," he told her. The archer recognized without a doubt that Ying Ho was the true Great Moonblade. She remembered how her father had recently talked about the young master who had joined the Battle Alliance as the new leader of the Secret Sword Hall. He said that this boy was a disciple of his late uncle, known as the Great Moonblade. The archer has long wanted to get acquainted with the other, but the circumstances detained their meeting. Now she introduced, "My name is Gungwei. I am a daughter of Us, Hunjina, the leader of the Muram Combat Alliance." At that moment, Mongjin noticed how the archer's costume had been removed, revealing her true identity. Mr. Jack realized that he was one of the 24 great martial arts masters, and was shocked. Meanwhile, Sol Huayan noticed the bloody field around them. The wolves, noticing her reaction, said, "Get used to it if you want to become a sword queen." But even she was sad because she saw. In-ho pointed out that Gungwi's father is the leader of the renegades. Gungvi confirmed this, noting that even before his death, his father called himself as a leader of the apostate. She proposed to continue the investigation to find out the truth. Considering the onslaught of Jiang Shi flooding everything with blood, Yingho speculated that perhaps the apostate sect seemingly destroyed years ago had regained its strength and returned to the Central Plains. He asked himself, could that shaman be the leader of the apostates? If that's true, then things are far from over. At this point, I turned his head away. Somewhere in the distance, he saw a mysterious silhouette, but suddenly the silhouette disappeared from the horizon, leaving more questions than answers. In the soul, it was cold. What the hell is it? Just what was it, he thought. Gungwei, noticing the change in his face, asked, "What happened? Why did you change so much?" But other, gathering himself in his hands, replied that he probably just played his imagination with him an evil joke. At this point, Sol Kavayan noticed something strange, and drew attention to everyone that there was a movement ahead. There was a huge army marching forward with confidence and determination. The general who led this army was ahead, confidently directing his troops. But when he saw what was ahead, his confidence disappeared. It became cold in the soul, and fear began to prevail. Others watching him from afar, he only sighed. This idiot, a real cretin. How can it be so unreasonable to drive the whole army directly into the trap? His indignation grew because now he will have to talk to this person. What a coincidence, they met with the general again, and the whole city around them turned into a field of corpses. The soldiers who followed the general lay dead. The general looked at Yingho suspiciously, as if blaming him for what had happened. In-ho all this time was looking directly into his eyes with displeasure, not hiding his irritation. The general, looking at the situation around, needed a detailed explanation to understand what happened here. In-ho turned to Meng Jin. "Did you bring what you need?" Meng Jin showed the bag he was holding. Taking the bag, I returned to the general, and with a cold expression said, "You can only put forward your demands, but you do not even understand priorities. Because of this, it is difficult to deal with you." Then he threw the bag into the hands of the general, forcing him to react. The general slowly untied the bag, trying to understand what was inside. But as soon as he untied the knot, a monstrous hand jumped out of the bag. This hand was huge, ugly, and still hot, as if it had just been cut off. It was a zombie hand that exterminated the soldiers of the North Sea Ice Palace, which was attacking by these monuments. In ho-hoed, he grabbed the general by his neck and attracted his face close to his. He said to the general, "If you were quietly waiting for the investigation, all these soldiers would be alive. It is to blame for their death because of your ill-advised mobilization." I continued, coldly looking in his eyes. "Now you have to take responsibility for it. Otherwise, I will fulfill the order of the emperor and take your head." These words were so scary that the general almost lost consciousness. After a while, we are transferred to the warrior sect. The Sky Demon was told about the zombies and clenched his teeth in anger. The Wolf Queen said they were 6 of them, and one of them was so strong that he could compare the force of Heavenly Demon. It was incredible. She noted that only the mounted blade was able to destroy this monster using the technique of 3 blades, which was a real demonstration of force. It is such a terrible technique of possessing a sword that even the Heavenly Demon would have died in a second failing with it. She added. The Heavenly Demon was impressed with the words of the Queen Wolves, feeling how scary. But perhaps through his tough workouts he was able to keep control over his instincts. Friends sitting at the table discussed events. They realized that even in such conditions their bodies were automatically adapted from aligned breathing to readiness for battle. The Heavenly Demon only thought that his training clothes prevents him from acting. Sol Huayan emphasized that they have a long way to go, so they should rest well while they can. She also advised to eat as much delicious food as possible to gain strength. Li Rian, hearing about the horrors, said that sometimes corpses come to life against the laws of nature. He noted that this is clearly the result of prohibited magic manipulations. Others became interested in, can we assume that this is a goal? Li Rian suggested that it may be the work of Kaldan, which uses it as a tool for his plans. To understand more, they needed to apply the art of scattering magic, but it will be very difficult. Li Rian also noted that the use of scattering art is much more complicated than the pronouncement of the spell itself, and there are no guarantees that it will work. Both Ho asked if they were sure to find out all this, because if the guy with a traitor, it would be much easier to deal with everything. Li Rian suggested that they go to Dorim because if their teacher helped, maybe they would get more useful information. However, Yingho remembered the formation and asked if it was okay. Li Ryan replied that he had restored the formation yesterday, so you should not worry. Soon the Alliance received a report about zombies. Initially, a yokai appeared and now zombies, said the leader with anxiety evaluating the current situation. The leader was worried about what might happen next, because events were gaining dangerous momentum. The advisor reassured him, although the losses are great, we still have a clear direction. We should not worry in vain. He added that this incident was so weakened by the ice palace of the North Sea that its recovery is almost impossible, and all the zombies responsible for it were destroyed. Instead of focusing on the losses, it is necessary to see that we also got some advantages, the advisor said. The leader understood his hint. Do you want to say that instead of experiences I have to predict such situations in the future and prepare for them? The advisor apologized for his boldness, reminding him of this, but the leader only nodded, understanding the importance of what was said. The leader ordered the families of the dead and instructed to develop measures to establish effective cooperation with the Muram Fighting Alliance. The advisor agreed, assured that he would do everything for His Majesty. The night came, which was gradually coming to an end. A new day carried with you a new atmosphere filled with expectations and tension. A falling object could be seen somewhere in the distance. It was another Ho, who along with Lee River went down using his favorite way of moving. They stopped at the top of the hill, ready for a new stage of adventure. Lee Ryan, as usual, began to belch. Tolerate it, but damn it, I'm sick again, he grumbled, holding his stomach. But with tears in the eyes of Lee, Ryan said, I said that we tolerated only when you held for you while you ran. But how it could be tolerated when you started jumping and I almost broke down. He just smiled and replied, and what to do when I need to cross the mountains and valleys. Looking forward, he realized that they were approaching the Logo shamans of Dorim. Impressively, it is completely hidden by illusion, said it with enthusiasm. Lee Ryan began to ask him not to do anything that could cause problems. If you are drowning something, it would all fall on my shoulders. Others, joking, replied, it will be interesting to see how you will take it on your shoulders. Lee Ryan twisted but agreed that they had little time and it was necessary to act quickly. In Ho, a yellow piece of paper pulled out of his pocket and threw it up. The paper lit up, and on it appeared the inscription, Urgent Order. In an incredible way, the illusion of formation began to dissipate. A stone path leading to the lair appeared on the horizon. On the road, Lee Ryan continued to be praying in nothing. I ask you at least once, do not create problems. And so they arrived at the place. When they approached the master, he was staring intently at his favorite student, Lee Ryan, and the stranger who had come with him. Lee Ryan asked the master, why are you here and not inside? To which the master replied, I was interested to see who would dare to break through the formation. Lee Ryan, a little ashamed, asked him to show respect for his teacher. In Ho politely stated his name and revealed that he was the commander of the association. However, this did not impress the master, who only carefully examined the guest. After a while, the master noticed something amazing in him. He clasped his eyes and finally everything became clear. The master remembered the words of the head of the mountain Udan, a universal conductor for masters. A great honor to meet him in this life. Rumors spread quickly across this mountain tree, and everyone started discussing events. People came up to Lee Ryan asking, is it true that you fought a spider Akai with a human face? Lee Ryan confirmed, yes, that's right. He was the size of a house, approached directly to my face, put his tongue out. It was awful. The master, listening to the story of his student, remembered how he once withdrew from the outside world and devoted himself completely to training. He was always interested in stories about shamans and exorcisms. He was especially fascinated by the stories of the Akai, but he began to wonder if they had become too detached from reality, closed off into their own world. In Ho interjected, there are even more evil Yakai in the world than this spider with a human face. One of them managed to gather the wandering warriors and become their leader. Dorim always had strict rules when it came to Yakai. But what you master are so isolated, not quite well. I said that he heard a majestic clan sheltered 2 Akai. At that time, many second-generation disciples were sent to Dorim to investigate the situation and find out their nature. But suddenly 2 mysterious men appeared from that clan and destroyed it. Because of this, all the efforts of the students were in vain. Our hero listened attentively and thought, this is not the first time I have heard such a story. It seems that the master is not as detached from the world as he might seem. Ying Ho asked, how many Yakai were there? The master answered, there were 2 of them. He continued, one of them was destroyed deep in the caves of the Great Clan and the other on Mount Invan. The master remembered the words of the heavenly demon who had once laughed and said, it was an incredible feeling to destroy them. But now he understood how stupid he was, not even guessing who exactly he killed. Ying-ho said with an indignant expression. If he knew who he had destroyed, he wouldn't have waved his sword so thoughtlessly. That's why I will go and wipe that arrogant heaven demon off the face of the earth. Meanwhile, Lee Ryan telling his story continued to scare people. The spider with the human face I cut off my paws hid deep in the gorge. He splashed his poison everywhere, which created a thick fog, and looked at us with devilish red eyes. From the side, it seemed that Lee Ryan was just fantasizing, and began to invent all sorts of nonsense. At this time, the master was informed that all the preparations were completed. The students had been training relentlessly all this time. Entering the temple, Ying-ho felt something strange. The space of this place was really unusual. The underground temple seemed completely cut off from the outside world. Thanks to the unique nature of this place, even the time went differently here, as if he were slowing or changing his flow. Here time passed differently. One day in the temple was equal to only 1/10 of a day in the outside world. Ying-ho wondered if this place was truly a divine object, or perhaps it had been stolen from the heavens. At this point, the master paid attention to Lee Rosen. He asked him, "Are you sure you can handle all this on your own?" Lee Ryan assured without any hesitation. "Of course I can." Ying-ho placed the zombie hand prepared for the ritual on the stone. The master warned everyone, "Do not lose vigilance. They may have provided our exorcism and prepared a trap." At this point, the candles in the temple were inflamed. The flames on them flickered as if sensing the presence of something dangerous. Lee Ryan began to accumulate his energy, focusing all his strength on the future test. He concentrated carefully, realizing that something really serious was waiting for them ahead. The master strictly asked to comply with the law in order to avoid unpredictable consequences. At this point, everything around shone with incredible energy that filled the space of the temple. I realized that finally the reason why they went such a long way would be revealed. Suddenly, Lee Rosen's eyes began to shine with golden energy, and everything around became golden. But somewhere far away, high in the mountains, the renegade master felt the movement of shamanic power directed against him. He immediately paid attention to it and became alert. This is power from Dorim, he thought clearly, feeling the familiar flow of energy. Meanwhile, Lee Ryan, exhausted after the ritual, fell to the floor, feeling his body lost all his strength. He was breathing heavily, but was relieved to know that the exorcism had worked. Exhausted, Lee Ryan looked at the master and said, "I now understand why it was so difficult." The master explained that every branch and every curve of the spell was connected to forbidden sorcery, and if even one of them was broken, it could lead to disaster. Fortunately, there was no trap in this situation, and it seems that the enemy did not expect that they would be exposed so easily, so they did not have time to prepare. However, the master noted, this enemy is not only experienced in sorcery, but also in black magic. However, it was surprising that he didn't use yin energy to create zombies. In-ho firmly stated, "The energy of the Akev is clearly felt." The master also acknowledged that this incredible force is clearly not human. Lee Ryan, asking the master, asked, "Have you ever seen a similar technique?" The master thought for a minute, analyzing everything he saw. Suddenly, his attention was attracted by a small butterfly which sat on one of the icons. He concentrated, realizing that this butterfly could be the key to the solution. He saw a butterfly that seemed to be dead suddenly climbed into the air and began to fly. The master, watching it, asked, "Why did you force the dead butterfly to fly again?" Lee Ryan remembered how once he was sorry for the butterfly lying in a flower garden, and he decided to revive him. This memory has fallen in his memory. The master strictly said, "Never do so again. It contradicts the laws of nature." "What is, Lee Ryan?" a boy asked. "Why is it contrary to?" He continued, "Butterflies are made to fly from flower to flower. If a dead butterfly is lying in a garden, how can that be against the laws of nature?" This idea caused the master to think deeply. Then he remembered the legend. A long time ago, in Dorim lived a young shaman, incredibly talented, good-natured, and humble like a benefactor. But returning to Dorim after studying in the Mandra, he became a completely different person, possessed and dark. He began practicing forbidden magic, which eventually led to his downfall. He crossed a line he should never have crossed. As a result, he lost all his abilities and was banished from Dorim. The black magic that he sought to master now possessed him completely, subduing his will. The master said that everything is a matter of the hands of the apostate. He added, "This man expelled from Dorim was called Ginen. It seems he has mastered black magic, restored his hand, and became an apostate." Ying-ho finally realized who his main target was and heard the renegade's name for the first time. In the meantime, we are back to Ginen's FEC. His advisor came to him and informed him that the zombies were distributed among the shamans, and they were ready to carry out any order. Ginen's Peck thought silently, weighing the next goal. He decided that their first goal would be the hypocrisy that gives righteous to the righteous. In the location of the Alliance, Murima begins to unfold events again. One of the Alliance representatives is looking for a leader as he has important information to him. He rushes to the place where the leader is because the message he brought does not tolerate delay. The Alliance leader, together with his advisor, is the one who discusses the strategy and orders all forces to be assembled to leave immediately as soon as the men are ready. Suddenly, a messenger from the section of the Three River sect appears, which does not understand whether the right time for his visit, but insists that he has brought an urgent message. The leader asks to read it immediately. The report states that the Shiz family estate was attacking unknown forces. As a result, there were many mass casualties, and the situation requires immediate intervention. If the message is not critical, the leader is ready to consider it the next day. However, the messenger emphasizes that this is about a dangerous, mysterious force that threatens everyone. This phrase immediately attracts the attention of the leader, forcing him to listen to the details. Eyewitnesses describe the eerie sounds of animal screams echoing through the fog. A mountain of bodies appeared out of the thick haze, which was terrifying. The attackers, sparing neither women nor children, killed everyone indiscriminately. Eventually, they disappeared into the thickets of the forest, leaving behind a fog filled with corpses. But when the fog cleared, some of these bodies suddenly began to come to life. The witness reported that the horde consisted of about 1,000 zombies moving together, as if one terrible force. The leader of the group held up his banners on which the word heretics was clearly written. For the head of the Alliance, this information was extremely shocking and disturbing. One of the advisors pointed out that it seems that the heretics have risen again, and this resembles the beginning of a new war. We move to the top of the mountain where other events unfold. Lyrian slept carelessly, enjoying the moment of rest. Meanwhile, his master discussed philosophical thoughts with Yingho. He emphasized that not all people are good, just as not all monsters are evil. Among humans, there are those who are worse than any yokai, and among yokai there are good and noble creatures. However, in the soul of Lyrians he burned hatred of the traitor. He firmly decided that he would not allow anyone to offend him. Or his loved ones, such actions would always be severely repelled. Lyrian, unable to withstand the long reflections of the master, cut off him sharply. "It is not already these philosophical nonsense. Where is this damn heretic?" The master only smiled and replied that perhaps he wouldn't have to look for it. The heretics would appear by themselves like butterflies flying to a flower. The master was more concerned that following the butterfly, you can destroy the whole garden. HKH noted that maybe some yokai provided heretics with energy. It was clear that this enemy was unusual because he was able to convince everyone in his strength and influence. Our hero understood that the true essence of the enemy would only open during the battle when they meet face to face. The master continued to share his thoughts. Human life is always an opportunity to face great yoki. The hero was impressed by the master's words because they reminded him of his first meeting with Lyrian. On that day, Lyrian, calling him yokai, threw him all the mascots he had, and it confused Montong's elders. But are these actions Lyrian mean something? The master drew attention to this, but believed that what happened in the past no longer relevant. What matters is who you are now, and what choices you make in this life. He added that regardless of desires, everyone is always forced to make difficult elections. These words so struck our hero that he could not sleep for a long time thinking about hearing. Meanwhile, we are transported to a hideout of yokai somewhere in the mountains. The Alliance leader again arrived in their secret territory, which was hidden deep in the gorges. This place was carefully hidden according to complex magical formations. The leader always appeared here in his official clothes, which added to his authority. He was a dark-skinned boy with black braids that fell to his shoulders. But he did not come here for nothing. He was accompanied by ambition and a clear goal. Crossing the threshold of the gates, he found himself in the angry yokai. Yokai, seeing him, angrily declared, "I warned you not to come and look for me until I start chasing the apostate myself." But the leader calmly turned to the Lord of Wandering Souls, reminding him of the agreement they concluded. He asked directly if he had forgotten his promises. The yokai didn't immediately understand what was being said, but the old man warned him not to try to trick him. He emphasized that when they had agreed, he had promised not to interfere in this world while he was in the world of righteous combat. But now, why is he mobilizing heretics for aggression? Yokai became angry. "What nonsense will you like?" The man in the cloak continued that it is not necessary to pretend that he knew nothing. Heretics were fighting and turning a peaceful world into a bloody massacre. Yokai, angry, replied that he did not make such assumptions because they can have fatal consequences. He was furious. These weren't his orders, and this was the first time he'd heard of zombies. Then the man in the cloak turned to him, asking if he wanted to say that the heretic leader acted on his own. The yokai replied that it was none of his business, but how could he ignore the situation when the leader of the heretics was his subordinate? Even if he did not give the order, he is still responsible for his actions. There is a Kai angry ordered the man to leave and warned that if he wanted their agreement to remain intact, he should not be tested. This man, clenching his teeth, realized that he would now depend on how events would develop. But he could not get rid of the question, what exactly did he expect to hear when he came here? He never knows who stands for these mysterious events. When the master left this place, he was covered by a strong feeling of nausea. A thick green liquid began to flow from the mouth. He remembered the words he had said to his daughter. The master of the ice palace is famous for his sharp tongue, and even when on the verge of death, it is better to be silent than to speak. Master told her to ignore his words. She had come a long way and now needed rest. However, his daughter accused him of jumping to conclusions which is not at all like him. She asked if there was anything the leader of the heretics had to hide from her, and the moment she asked it, he was silent despite her expectations. As he pondered this, he stood puking at the hideout gate, feeling the full weight of their energy. He made a decision to preserve the righteous martial world at any cost, even if it means great sacrifices. Maybe he will seem a coward and shameful. He will be accused of not being able to be a leader who could stand firm, but he makes every effort and works for it with all his heart. And he cannot allow him to be remembered as a father who died because of such injustice and evil. Guayan sect. This is where events that will change the course of the world of martial arts will unfold. He stood on the threshold, asking when the head of the Shadow Corps would finally return. In response, the girl calmly said that the head did not leave any message about her return. The man asked, as soon as he appeared, passed that he was looking for him by the head of the Alliance Museum. The best masters of the orthodox world of martial arts join one by one to the ranks of the Alliance Muri. An alarming information appeared. The cult of apostate gathered the army of Janish, preparing an attack on Muse. At first, it seemed to her absurdity, but Jean and young Mr. Jeek immediately moved to Marima as soon as they learned. Talking about it, she sincerely hoped that the heavenly demon would not stay away and would not be silent. After all, the cult of the heavenly demon and the Alliance Murami had an unspoken agreement not to interfere with each other's affairs. This meant, even if they act as good intentions, it can be perceived as an image for the orthodox world. He confessed. Everything sounded exactly as his own strategists could say. He acknowledged that she was not mistaken. How to look, he would be tolerated here only through the lunar blade. The situation was confused, but once they are looking for a young gentleman, so everything is much worse than it seems. The guy added, if the unique was here and he would join himself, seeing with his own eyes the dark arts of Janish. Simply put, they had nothing left but to wait, hoping for his quick return. Elsewhere, the little one was screaming all over the world. His cry erupted even in the wind and mountains. He moved with the main character, more precisely. He hung on his back, trembling with fear. He panicked because they flew very high, and he became unbearably scared of the thought of falling. Meanwhile, she sat at one of the mountain peaks, looking at the neclastic designer. In her memory, the scene floated again and again as he destroyed the monster without any hesitation. She clearly remembered how his eyes were burning. It was a clean, uncontrollable desire to win. He then made a real say, all thanks to the sword, which he whetted skillfully. And most surprisingly, he did not have a hint of fear even in the face of such a monster. What to say? He just smiled as if it were a regular walk. This memory did not leave her head, did not rest with either day or night. She thought of Ha-In, that he even had the same name. If it were not for his male appearance, it would be possible to think that he was only pretending to be a person. This is what she thought about it until she suddenly saw something in the sky. What she saw made her immediately jump off the rock, and then he hid, a burden under a stone, trying not to give himself. Recently, so many inhabitants appeared on Earth that only a fool would not notice. There is clearly something wrong. They were caught or killed by the immortal or tortured to death. Especially the damn monkey. In any case, the fate of all is one, the inevitable death. Let them not try to avoid it. He was well aware of, he should be convinced of it personally, and without any doubt. It was for this purpose that he went on the road, without hesitation for a moment. Meanwhile, in the combat union, Murami has rushed a completely different development of events. Only the appearance of this man forced everyone to tremble. That was the energy. At the late hour, many people gathered on the square. Everyone was waiting for something important. They were lined up in silent expectation to hear the words of only one person. The old man stood silently, contemplating everyone, and behind his back, someone began to report. The commander reported that the troops are ready to immediately regroup for the evacuation of the peasants, although it can cause suspicion of the enemy due to the emptying of the villages. Therefore, he advised, if they want to attack according to the plan, you need to act now. The head of the Alliance wanted to hear whether there was any news from the head of the Shadow Corps, but in response he heard only one thing. No information has yet been received. It was difficult for him to understand what was holding him back. Perhaps the fear of making a mistake? In any case, it was too difficult to give orders. However, the man firmly stated that it is not time to hesitate or doubt the correctness of action. The head understood it perfectly. Now he will have neither doubt nor regrets for his elections. To everyone who, risky life, answered my call, I, as the head of the Alliance Muse, express my sincere respect. We need to leave in the past images, disputes, and opposite beliefs that have divided us before. The moment has come to unite again, to protect the honor of the orthodox world of martial arts. Our enemy will try to break us with lies, tear it with claws and fangs, sowing chaos and fear. But we trained tirelessly for the sake of this moment, and now their evil will fall like autumn leaves in the wind. Listening to the speech of the head, Lord from the house, a gentleman with Hebe, confidently confirmed his readiness. Others also proclaimed him. They will kill every enemy and not allow them to step into the central plains. At this time, meeting with the monster, the protagonist turned to her without fear. He called her an arrogant freak and promised to track and destroy whatever it was. Somewhere near the ground, a common frog had jumped, as if not noticing the danger. But for the next moment, a huge, disgusting paw of this creature came. The monster confidently stepped forward, leaving traces full of destruction. Suddenly, a few more monsters began to appear behind her fog behind her, and within a few seconds, hundreds of the same monsters began to emerge from the fog. All the sky and the earth were in them. Although they glowed white, these creatures were more like real zombies. One of the warriors, finding nothing in the fog, said that it became too quiet. He reported that since then, 2 hours ago, they had passed through that tree. Everything was evaporated. They raised the flag high so that even the poorest could see it and have time to prepare. Deciding that it was time to greet the enemy, the leader ordered another layer of thick fog. At the same moment, some heavy construction was lowered directly to the ground. And in his soul, he only wanted the leader of Murim, whom he considered a hypocrite, was also here. And it was he who stood in front of all this horrible army, one against the many. In the hands of the head of the Alliance, Musimus held a sword firmly. He was ready for anything. So far, only an impenetrable fog that was hiding the enemy was in front of his eyes. But suddenly the fog came out, and asked if he was indeed the leader of the Alliance Moor. With a cold, unwavering look on his face, he answered clearly, yes. But the figure was confidently approaching, step by step, as if testing him. The head of the Alliance was no longer in doubt. This creature is a threat, and is exactly the enemy. One of the men said that the cult leader asked to pass on his personal message. Turning to the head of the Alliance Muti, he said, remove your hypocritical mask and open the truth, and we will go without a shedding of blood. But the head asked, their goal is to humiliate it again as it was ever? The answer was calm. This is not humiliation. To recognize the truth yourself is less cowardly than to hear it from the enemy. The cult leader guarantees you this mercy before death. To correct the mistakes of the past is his personal mission, and he is obliged to fulfill it to the end. In response, the head of the Alliance told to convey, today is your destruction is only the beginning. The one who conveyed the words was not frightened. He just agreed and did not retreat. The fog was becoming more and more, as if the darkness itself was absorbed around. And when his silhouette almost disappeared, he still had time to advise, try, leader the Alliance. There is nothing left before the eyes of the head, just a thick fog. He stood intense when the enemy finally pulled out his sword. And the same, it will pierce his disgusting true nature, which was hidden according to the words. Meanwhile, the zombies did not stop. They came closer like a wave of death. They had the same goal, to destroy everything that would happen on the way. And the first who stood in them on the way was the leader of the Alliance Muse. The ruthless army of Plavor was constantly approaching him, like a wave of ruthless death. It was controlled by the cult leader, one who ruled this dark force with a cold calculation. He has long waited for the Alliance to finally make his choice. And then, raising his sword, the head turned to the warriors of Murum, calling them the true heroes of justice. But as soon as he uttered these words, just a strange object like a stick flew over his head. But not everything is so simple. They hid a secret that is not visible at first sight. It was only necessary to get closer to the enemies. It all began. As soon as they touched the land, they began to explode and fly with frantic force. Their power was enough to cut the zombie in half in a moment. They lifted the explosions and scattered the runny nose in different directions, like chips. and the leader of the cult in silence watched this chaos, cold and motionless. Meanwhile, one of the explosive sticks has already flew directly to it. He was enough to pull out a special piece of paper. He was ready in advance. The paper burned in the air, and the stick stopped instantly, hanging straight in front of it. Quietly, almost with a smile, he muttered, "It seems that Zhuge's clan is truly angry." He understood. They are truly fierce as always when the head of the alliance operates, without hesitation and with excess pathos. But the cult leader believed that they were just gathering everyone around to destroy anyone who threatens the righteous Muram. They give it excessive importance. Every time they make from him almost a legend. Although, as a result, they always simply extinguish a regular spark, no more. Two giant armies were already rapidly moving on each other, like the waves that are preparing to collide. The leader of the cult lifted his gaze. Something felt. He felt they were watching them from above. The inhabitants. Meanwhile, the advisor to the cult proposed, "It is time to give an order. To release Zhangis," he said calmly, as if he read from the long-written script. And immediately the next ritual began. No less sinister than the previous ones. The zombies began to change directly in the eyes. Their strength grew with every moment. The bell-bells came in the air, piercing and alarming. It seemed that their bodies would break from the inside. But in fact, they only gained even more power. And that was enough. They suddenly rushed forward like hung demons. The alliance leader looked at all this. That's what he wanted. He was not mind. To have fun. The girl stood with such a face that even softly, a smile there and did not smell. The boys, just crossing the threshold of the house, did not understand why she was looking at them. A couple of fast questions. Where did you wear you for so long and why only now? The little one fled inside, said that it was necessary to lie down. And the Moonblade remained, ready for conversation, even if it is not easy. The boys soon learned. The enemies have arrived and little time. Meanwhile, the Moonblade listened to a girl who began to explain what was happening. Hearing about the brutal battle, he just smiled. No drop of fear, only excitement. He was in his hand that the enemies were crawling. He just thought where to start the search for those years. She advised not to delay. Now everyone is on the verge and everyone risks life. But the Moonblade was more important. He just wanted to eat now. He was warned. Time is not the best to calmly stuff his stomach. But he expected that if the alliance leader has already gone there, he will last a long time, just until he eats. Meanwhile, the alliance leader has already shown who he really is. Not a word, but a sword. He looked like a real desperate warrior filled with confidence and fighting. And he was so confident that only a few blows were cut through a number of monsters, without unnecessary effort. And he briefly ordered him, in battle, and fearlessly led the army forward. So this bloody, cruel battle began, rage on the verge of life and death. No one regretted the strength or their lives. Everyone fought until the last breath. It was not just a fight. It was a survival war where there was no mercy. The warriors cut the enemies with swords, scattering those bodies on all sides. The Penn family head was indignant. What is the stench above the battlefield? And with his bare hands he pulled his head's zombies, as if there were dolls, not a creature. He could not understand. Why cling to life so fiercely when you're already dead? After these words, he struck his fists on the ground, and the enemies in front of him flew like sheaves. All this is the result of the control of Lord Penn, incredibly cruel and strong. Patiently and vicious, he threw in disgust, looking at the enemies. And then he waved his sword, leaving a bloody arc in the air. Only looking forward did he see those nothing, the true culprits of everything. And it was at that moment that he promised to himself, they would all be injured, a punishment worthy of gods. Sunting Gina, he jokingly explained, my uncle suddenly wanted meat. But what he saw further surprised him even more than everything before. Just in the forehead, one of the monster arrived. The exact deadly. It shocked them to the heart. No one expected such a blow to come right now. Through the thick fog, a figure was barely visible. Someone stood there with a sword. There was a sword in her hands, and with a cold voice the woman said, too late. And the next shot, another bastard falls, this time in the eyes of his uncle. He realized that it seems that the daughter of the Alliance's head decided to take away all the prey from the old. In the beginning, he still had time to count. There were 127 killed, but in a moment, he did not have time. 132, 145, 160, and the numbers flew a frantic pace. They saw, everything is not on their plan. People are more and more people with monsters too quickly. The leader of the cult seemed that right now their strength should have reached the peak, but he understood that over time, people would start to appear. It is just a matter of exhaustion. His bet is Janish, and when everyone gets tired, he will release his Speedy, a trump card. Because these creatures still, they are not afraid of death, not stop pain or fear. And although the Alliance fighters are not afraid of monsters, it is a completely different level of threat. The situation was tense to the edge. This invasion was neither an end nor the edge. He stood, staring at one of the creatures, which seemed particularly arrogant. Brusted with rage, shouting her after, calling for battle. He was healed. How do these creatures at all dare to keep a weapon with such a superficial look? But that creature did not pay any attention to his words, as if she did not hear. She reacted only to another. To the ringing sound that was heard from the bell attached to the stick. It was worth only one tone, as her eyes suddenly lit up with a bright red flame. The man did not even have time to understand anything. As the creature she has crossed tens of meters and cut his body in half. The loss of the great master immediately noticed other warriors. They shuddered. The monster turned her gaze on them, silently, but with a clear intention to kill. The head of the FEC family could not understand. How did this slow, semi-sewed corpse suddenly become such a threat? However, the other elder immediately recognized. It is probably the same powerful Jangis that they were warned. The words flew to the head of the Alliance, and he immediately realized things are serious. And the head of the cult, meanwhile, ordered with a smile, "Release another one. Now it will be even more interesting." This creature went on a rapid offensive, and acted at a frantic speed. She moved so skillfully that no one even had time to react to her blows. Each movement took a few lives, as if death was circling in battle. Those who were standing nearby were already rushing. It became obvious that this is the same ghostly Junsha of which the monk warned. But Pen Canis knew, if he destroyed this creature now, the heir of the southern court leader would lean in front of him. And as the real king of the barbarians, he rushed to the attack, without hesitation, with a wild growl. "I will break this rotting corpse with one blow," he said, flying into the air. He really tried to attack the first, a powerful movement and all power in one blow. But that freak suddenly flew back, as if he had felt every movement before he happened. It seemed that the monster had lost balance, as if it had fallen into chaos. But the face of the king of barbarians was no longer a victory. It was doubted, because he saw. This creature continues to look at him with the same passionate red look. And so her turn came. The monster rushed to the attack, with the fury that tore the air. Even the barbarian king was forced to admit that the speed of this creature was simply incredible. And so, when the saber of the monster was almost touched by King Barbarians, someone saved him. It was the Alliance leader. He appeared in the last moment, like a wall between life and death. He stood in front of the creature, closing the king of the barbarians with his sword, taking a blow on himself. "Lord Pen, leave it to me," he said calmly, not looking away from the enemy. Of course, Pen did not want it. His blood was still burning from battle, but he could not refuse the Alliance leader. He had to take a step back. And now the head of the Alliance remained one-on-one with this terrible creature. The place where their battle took place was visible even from afar, as the center of the storm. The bell of the metal came like lightnings that face in the air, and so much of his glory was, now he was forced to admit, this creature is much more powerful than told about it. What did these bastards do to create such a monster? He had in his head. And yet, how many more like this creature walk on the earth? If he wants to reduce losses, he should end her as soon as possible. Without spending time, the Alliance leader instantly went on the offensive. The determination shone in her eyes. Already the first blow he cut this creature in half. Half a body flew to the side. But even after that, she began to rise slowly. Like death, which does not want to die. She did not even pay attention to a deep wound. She rose silently, as if nothing had happened. But the Alliance leader was not one of those who stops after one blow. His gaze, posture, every movement, everything said, this fight is not over. He activated the form of the Imperial Sword, the true art of the battle of his clan. The monster could not understand this. She did not realize anything at all. Its only instinct is to attack again and again until it falls. And she attacked, although apparently this time in vain. The blow was accompanied by a thunderous crack, like a lightning torn the sky. Everything around burned to the ashes. The flash destroyed everything within a few meters. Everyone who saw it was understood. It was a form of Imperial sword. The king of barbarians only roamed. To use such force against a regular troop, too high. But this ordinary corpse just fought like a real demon. Because ordinary people could not stand, and now another. Another monster, this time with a huge axe. She cut everything in her way. And when she appeared, all the soldiers were immediately ordered, maximum vigilance. Watching all this, the cat thought, it's too brazen. How do they dare to waste their power for such nonsense? All these people will just die without even getting prey. He understood perfectly. The inhabitants were watching, and it would be impossible to grab it now. He suggested that the other cat wait a little, then they would kill him. But he just asked not to worry, brother, because he knew for sure that person would do everything to survive and just will not die. It was, of course, about the leader of the cult. It was all about this conversation. At this time, he stood near the battlefield and something strange began to feel. His gaze turned to two cats. They had something too familiar. And suddenly he realized, it is not a fox. It's cats. And it seems that the Lord of the Wandering Spirits is angry with him. It seemed to him that he was persecuted with the blunt openness, even under the watchful look of the heavenly gods. Then he heard, the losses among Junsha increased, and the course of the battle could change in the near future. But in response, the cult leader said, I can no longer be here to see this moment. He said goodbye and asked his companion to stay and continue to bear his duty. He just nodded. He was glad to do it, because above all he wanted the cult leader to reach the goal he sought. And as soon as the leader went, his deputy gave a brutal order to release all the monsters and destroy every warrior without exception. In the air, a sharp bell came. It was beaten to which bells were attached. The monsters came to life, and with a hoarse roar they rushed forward as if hell had opened. Meanwhile, a huge abyss opened before the Alliance leader, as the boundary between the worlds. His powerful attack left only her weapon from the monster. The body disappeared without a trace, but suddenly someone appeared behind his back, someone who could ask what was happening. The enemy began to attack fierce. The line of defense cracks. The battlefield turned into a real massacre. He received a full report. The situation is critical, and another incredibly strong bastard appeared among enemies. But the Alliance leader still did not understand whether the formation of Luohan could conquer this monster. And suddenly, sound, metal. The blade stretched from the ground, giving a sign. This Shrok was vigilant. Something got up from the dead, right under his feet. He turned sharply and shouted, Bend! Tried to have time, but I already saw in front of him cut in half. He did not have time to intervene. He barely had time to put the sword. Everything happened too quickly. And with horror he realized he failed to kill that creature. Even dead, she recovered. Half of the body, only half, but she continued to move, crawled, attacked, lived. But now he is not one. Another same monster appeared. There are two of them. The second was attacked on both sides, trying to stop it in the vice. His body was pierced by sticks, through, without mercy. Dozens of blows. And then, hundreds, and everyone hit the target. But he just took everything on himself, as if the blows were pouring on a stone visor. And suddenly, when he became more angry, he pushed everyone around him with frantic force. One of the monks shouted, Do not let him break through! The formation has never been broken. However, everyone was tormented by another question. Will they be able to keep this monster at all? There were loud explosions behind the back, from which the air was shudder. The guy immediately understood. It worked for the formation of Luohan, and the king of barbarians squeezed his fists. Everything is clear, these are the devils, bald Shaolin monks. They were torn into battle to take positions. Meanwhile, the cat watched, very carefully. He was alerted. He did not feel the presence of a cult leader. A moment ago, he was here somewhere, and now he dissolved. His brother Kish thought the same thing. Perhaps the leader noticed them and decided to disappear from sight. And yet, maybe he guessed why these two came. And then they began to go down, not even knowing that someone else is watching them carefully. At the same moment, the monster continued its attack, with even greater fury. She crashed everything in her path. Walls, people, protection, nothing was kept. Once after a lot she struck, leaving behind the blood and destruction. The monks no longer knew what to do, but to allow their students to die. They did not include their plans. One of them turned to the Buddha himself, praying for strength and wisdom to defeat this evil that challenges Dharma himself. And suddenly, they felt something in the air, light humidity, like a hint of rain. There was also a lacking in all this, but no one wanted to wait for it. But this feeling that came from above was definitely not normal. One of the monks could not understand. What is it coming from heaven? As if a bright star fell from heaven, accelerating the fog and blinding everything around. But looking at it, it became clear. It's not a star. It's someone. In his hand, a blade was shining that the sky was cutting out. Energy was incredible. And here is a familiar smile. Yes, it was he. The main character activated the second style. He directed the dazzling ray of energy directly down, where they were the most of these creatures. Will a stroke capable of cutting off the moon that he just causes them to really destroy them all? What they saw from below was like the punishment of heaven, as if God's very rage came down to earth. At this time, the cult leader rose up the mountain, stepping and silently. He touched the stone, and he felt something. The signal, memory, echo of the long forgotten. And only then, remembering, realized he completely forgot that he had no right to leave without attention. On the horizon before him appeared two cats. They did not even try to hide their presence. They looked directly at him. It was only necessary to turn, and he saw them quite close. Almost close. Only the truncated flaps of clothing remained from all the junks that stood between them. And so the main character stepped on the ground and turned to the leader of the cult of apostates. With a branded smile on his face, he calmly asked, "Well, where did you go?" Seeing the mounted blade, even the most daring could not say a single word. They were silent, holding their breath, and the hero himself was only angry at the stench of rotten corpses. It is impossible to withstand it. It is unbearable. Those who have never seen the mounted blade with their own eyes could not believe in a legend. He brought the whole family Moon to the limit of destruction. But everyone who was here knew. He really killed that monster with one blow. One that even the famous Shaolin formation of Luo Han could not overcome. Two came to him immediately, asking why he only appeared now. The Moonblade only shrugged. If you can't handle it after all your workouts, it is better to die. He was informed that many have already died and the rest were on the verge of exhaustion. I'm indifferent. I came only for one, to deal with the leader of the worship of the apostate. But he took two, in a good way of combat comrades. These two immediately froze in anticipation. Who did he bring with him? Is it? And at the same moment, the two already flew to the battlefield. Their appearance, to put it mildly, stunned everyone. And on the faces it was a pure shock. The Moonblade tried to warn, does he realize what chaos will rise in the righteous sex because of the very presence of the heavenly demon? But he was indifferent. It will be chaos or not if it becomes a problem. Well, just killing everyone who will interfere. That is why he said, relax, don't worry. In the meantime, his comrades began to release everything he had accumulated inside. All his unbridled desire is the desire to kill every enemy that will happen on the way. And at this moment, the bastard finally realized he kneel in the shit, and he was no longer. There is almost nothing left of all the ugly. The battlefield covered only the shadows of the defeat. The bodies are torn, the heads are scattered on the ground, like the fragments of broken horror. And those monsters that remain whole will soon turn into a pile of shade. And do not forget the Alliance leader is now angry at least anyone. But when his back stands behind his back, he, as a leader, is a little embarrassed to show his own weakness. But the Moonblade just waved his hand. Don't be shy. Just give you that neither Mrs. Kagan nor a heavenly demon. They have no hidden intentions. They only came to fight the ugly. After these words, he addressed the Alliance leader sincerely, almost in a friendly one. I do not know if you have something to tell me as a leader, but I want to ask you about something. When this battle is over, find me. There is something important that you have to know. At first, the Moonblade did not answer anything, just looked silently, and then he just nodded and said quietly, great, and he began the rise without looking. At that moment, the Alliance leader on the lips had already appeared blood, but the eyes remained clear, and despite everything, he started laughing. He laughed, because even now he was not going to give up. He did not have that in the plans. When my time comes, I will go myself. But if you try to make me leave this place, you will have to kill me still. The cult leader threw. At that moment, one of the cats approached him, calling him a self-confident fool, and the second slowly walked around. Both explained, if not, you would have been breathing for a long time. What a head there is in the cult. You are barely alive. At that moment, one of the cats advised the other to simply hatch his fangs directly into the neck leader. But he just smiled slightly and replied, you can try. But remember one thing. If you apply power against me, one of you will definitely die with me. For the cat, it sounded like a joke. He just laughed and asked, and what do you oppose us, even if you have a couple of spells in the stock? But the old man released a powerful splash of energy. His voice sounded deaf, but confidently. I am a shaman Dorima. Not just a shaman, but the strongest of them. With one of you who barely reached the level of great yokai, I can handle without effort. But these words just angry the cat. Their eyes flashed with red flames. The first has already asked for the second permission to deal with him right now. He was convinced that if he kills this old one now, everything would be decided. But it was at this point that someone else began to approach them. And the head of the cult felt this approach. Strong, familiar, inevitable. In the air, his laughter came. Deaf, almost crazy. You will delay me here. And because of this, the situation can be even worse. Although you seem to be clear. He added, perhaps you will not be able to kill me, because the one who really came to end me And indeed, it was quite close. The Moonblade. He finally paid attention to Kosha Yokai. The look became prickly. At first there were spiders and rats, and now, even the kittens appeared. Through the lunar blade without hiding the irony. He spoke it directly to them, and did not even finish the phrase, as if hinting he was already enough. Looking at how easy you talk to Yokaya, I think there is no need. Isn't it, the head of the cult, Peck Jean? He immediately understood. The mounted blade visited Dorima, and learned more than it should. But the hero was not going to delay. This time you won't run away. I will chase after you to the edge of the world, until I completely destroy. In response, Hell, Janan tried to send Yokaev on him. You will continue to stand, watching the mortal threatening to kill me? The annoyed cats were immediately rushed forward. The insult was obvious. They believed that the simple mortal had no right to interfere in the affairs of their levels. You can thank the inhabitants. Only thanks to them your corpse, at least, will remain whole, one of Yokaev threw. But the Moonblade just laughed. Well, little cats, let us play. And without a second, he activated the technique. A real blow of the Moonblade with all the power of glitter. The face of the head of the cult was skewed, like a fried dumplings, just removed from oil. From the wave that came out of the attack, it was rejected far back, like a leaf in a storm. This old freak still had the strength to get back on his feet, as if his stubborn anger did not allow him to finally fall. However, he even acknowledged he was too self-confident and underestimated his opponent. But at the same moment, he feels the cold of the blade near his neck and hears the words, "By the way, about meanness, you are far from innocent." Upon learning of Drim that you used the sorcery and energy of yokai to create Jiangsh, I noticed one detail that no one saw anymore. The yokai's energy is intertwined with the aura of the leader of the blood cult, the same one who wanted to kill the young emperor and get in his place. The same power is in the curse of these creatures. After that, I had a whole avalanche of questions that did not rest me. If this energy was in the cult leader, where is it from you? If you got it from yokai, who is he really, and where is he hiding now? He acts alone. Is it just part of a greater conspiracy? Maybe he manages someone? Maybe it's one of those I suspect, and I'm afraid to be right. Listening to everything, the old man suddenly laughed, loudly, almost crazy. He replied, I thought I was destroyed by self-confidence, but a real mistake is that I went to the Skewers sect to find you. After that, the leader of the cult turned his head and asked the young man standing behind, Who are you really that? In no hurry to answer, the Moonblade boldly stated that he did not learn anything in Dorim. Even the elder and the student was instantly scattered, and added, to explain something to those who will not survive. A waste of time. He advised, either confess everything and die quickly, from one accurate blow, or silent further and slowly, in torment that he never knew. The cult leader has not yet spent all the trumps. He had something really dangerous about the stock. Suddenly, after the back of the Moonblade, he said coldly, Where and how to die, you decide yourself. The Moonblade did not expect such. It was completely out of its prediction, and clearly knocked out of the track. It was not important for the cult leader who was in front of him, if the opponent is not even able to distinguish the illusion from reality. And only now did the Moonblade realize, what stands next to it is only an illusory spell. He got into a real trap. Everything looked too realistic to immediately notice the replacement. But in the next moment the trap scattered on many debris. The illusion disappeared as suddenly as it appeared. It seems that the cult leader really knows how to bring the Moonblade to the border. Beats in the weakest places. However, he warned that it is not necessary to think that only the Moonblade is annoyed here. And suddenly he jumped high up, instinctively, as if anticipating something dangerous. His anticipation did not let down. Just under his feet was about to rise an explosion. Finally, the cat, which was nearby, began to show his true face. Mysterious and not innocent at all. He was surprised that the echo for the ordinary man moves extremely quickly. And it was at this point that the cult leader rushed to flee sharply, as if he felt that he was losing control. His hand, which he covered his eye, began to turn black rapidly. Something clearly got out of control. Nevertheless, he felt gratitude to the Moonblade. Only thanks to him managed to avoid fights with those dangerous cats. Even without direct contact with the sword, his body responded. It was clear that he had not yet completely recovered. Already at a safe distance, he turned and saw a giant explosion behind. In his thoughts, there was confidence. You just need to continue to believe in his own power. Once he will break out of the cocoon and reach heights that are unattainable for others. And it was at this point that the blue leaf was slightly lowered in the air. Light, almost unreal. Stepping on him, The leader of the cult suddenly felt something wrong. Intuition shouted about the danger, and at the same moment, fear pierced his body. Everything became unnaturally quiet. He was transferred to the dark, where there was nothing around, neither light nor sounds, only a solid void. He immediately mentioned the newcomer from Dorim, and his heart squeezed from suspicion. Alien words sounded that as if they had made their mind through his consciousness, causing cramps and distortions on the face. Last time, he managed to avoid conflict due to confusion, but now everything will be quite different, without any leisure. The space around it began to change. Everything around became a yellow, almost acid shade. The leader of the cult fell on his knees, murmuring the curses. Fatigue, anger, and powerlessness mixed into a single emotion. Finally, he pulled out his hidden trump card, the one who kept the stock for a long time, waiting for the right moment. Breaking the ban, he released the energy that immediately began to destroy the yellow barrier that jumped it. A familiar, cunning smile appears on his face again, the one that always appears when the plan begins to work. Small did not expect such a development at all. Everything went at all in his scenario. Meanwhile, another grueling, cruel fight continues in another place. Tension is vibrating in the air. The Moonblade has not yet decided on the final strategy, but instinctively entered the battle. One of the cats is seriously injured. Blood flows from his eye, and the shoulder is cut with deep cuts. Moving between the mountain ranges, opponents rush to each other at incredible speed without stopping for a moment. The sword shines in the hands of the Moonblade, while the cat tries to get it with sharp, ominous claws. But he has no idea who really stands in front of him, how strong his enemy is. He does not realize who this calm guy is actually. Strength and riddle are hidden behind his face. Once devouring human meat, the cat became almost invulnerable, and even his skin was difficult to pierce. He once chose victims himself, but the times have changed. Now everything is different, and for the sake of retribution will be treated as he once treated others. Hearing this, the cat finally begins to guess who he is dealing with. His heart shrinks against anxious anticipation. In the head of the cat was thought that perhaps yokai before him, but even with that he did not retreat. On the contrary, he set up for a cruel battle. And here both opponents rushed forward, attacking at the same time on both sides, the rage mixed with the rage. In response, the mounted blade produces the technique of the blade that cuts the sky. 3 deadly blows at once. The attack of the Moonblade tore the space. Everything around the dazzling outbreak of clearing the clear sky was illuminated. One cat almost flew into microscopic particles, as if his body just ceased to exist. The second was fortunate. His wool flew on all sides, leaving only a shadow from his former power. At this point, the Moonblade felt a real pleasure. A wave of strength passed through his whole body. The space around it was impossible to see. Everything flooded a blue glow that blocked reality. In a few minutes, when the light went out, a giant ditch appeared on the battlefield, like a failure in the earth. The Moonblade stood on the wreckage, looking down. Everything was reminiscent of the field after the disaster. Although there was a weak hope, he understood. The reason is not in cats. Everything is much more serious. His instincts suggested that this aura belongs to the creature much stronger than those two. Not one who became strong because of cannibalism, but to those who from the very beginning was great yokai. Realizing this, it became clear. The situation is on the verge of catastrophe. Everything goes too bad. Even among the mighty yokaev, there are those who stand above others. If this is capable of managing cats, even a few strokes of the technique of 9 celestial swords may not stop it. And yet, perhaps 2 together are able to at least restrain it. There is a chance, though scanty. That is why the Moonblade decided. This time it is necessary to prepare seriously, leaving nothing at the will. He was thinking of a crazy idea. What about how to pick a foam pearl in Tathagati and become yokai again? In this state, it would be invincible. At the same time, this thought was annoyed. It would look like he would admit defeat both before Tathagata and himself. The Moonblade firmly decided that in no circumstances he would return to the path of yokai. Rising to the top, he noticed in the distance how yellow energy was pouring, an alarming sign of a new threat. At this point, a fierce battle unfolds between the 2 shamans. Magical forces face a deadly duel. Their spells come across, creating powerful explosions of energy that break the air around. The cult leader believes that the guy made a fatal mistake trying to spy on his technique, but the opponent clearly makes it clear that a real mistake is an underestimation of Drim and cooperation with yokai. In response, he throws another yellow card on purple, demonstrating his determination by actions, not words. His actions make the enemy think about surrender. Pressure increases with every moment. Emphasizing his advantage, he explains that the best solution is to surrender, because his technician does not break free. However, the cult leader does not agree, insisting on the removal of spell and his release. He assures that only after release, the opponent will understand his mistake and be able to correct it. The guy warns, if he wants time to think, his tongue will turn into a winding snake. And immediately after these words, 5 more cards appear around the cult leader. The pressure increases. 2 more yellow cards are added when the cult leader is already screaming in pain, its strength on the verge. Although it almost breaks into particles, the cult leader continues to press on the guy, stating that he is indifferent to Doram's further fate. The question arises, will the guy's words be affected? Will they be able to make him at least a little hesitation? Perhaps compassion will wake up in it, and he will regret an old bastard that is already almost broken? Or maybe decide to stop the attack right now, leave a chance for mercy? Instead, the guy just watches whether poisonous words will really fly out of the snake, or are it only empty threats. Despite the fact that he is shaking in pain, the old man still finds the strength for a smile, cheeky and causing. Oddly enough, the guy gave him a chance to listen to the end, what he wanted to say. From under that smile, recognition breaks. The student managed to become a master, perhaps even surpassed, and in this case, according to the cult leader, there is only one thing to say. Warning. He predicts that he will cover the 4th epoch of a large bloodshed, and it will happen before everyone expected. On the day when the heavens are clouded, it will become the first to see the tragedy with his own eyes. This will be the result of his mistake, for having dared to look at forbidden techniques. However, the guy remained confident. His techniques are transparent, without traps, and he is deeply mistaken, thinking that he is only threatening. The choice is simple, to believe or not. But if you do not free it, every word of prophecy will be a reality, and the chance to correct everything will be lost. But the guy firmly passes by any suggestions from this serpentine tongue because he knows this is not a chance, it's poison. And finally, the old man advises him not to regret the choice, but he has already decided everything. But this is all over. The Moonblade intervened at the last moment and simply killed the enemy. The height of the guy, his desire to listen to the words of a bastard who had nothing valuable, led to the fact that the Moonblade could not stand, and struck a deadly blow. Black-haired only silently looked at the sword that was deeply stuck in the ground, like a shadow of the final decision. The Moonblade at that moment was on another mountain, about a kilometer from the scene. He sought so accurately the sword that it seemed as if the space himself had parted before his will. And even from that distance he shouted something like a compliment. They say the guy coped, and to pull him here on his own hump was not in vain. But their dialogue broke off. During the conversation, the mounted blade did not expect that again that familiar cat smell would appear. The guy, without standing, appeared and shouted, warning him of danger. Hearing the familiar voice, the Moonblade turned quickly, trying to navigate. But it was too late. The enemy struck and shook his body. Before he retreated, he had time to call the Moonblade a miserable man. The breathing of the blade froze for a moment. The air around became heavy, and as if frozen in time. It has passed some time. The guy was sitting on a stone, as if heaped, thoughtful, as if she were cut out of the stone. His face was sad. The pain of the loss was deeply sown in the view that was not given away from the ground. The old man approached him and, looking at him, asked, "Why did he sit here as if he were trying to become a stone? If you become a stone, then at least beautiful. Rounded, smooth, not curve and scratch. It would be great if the sunlight reflected from the water surface fell directly on it." Then the guy confessed to his master, the words of the head of the cult, and still give the moon in his head. He began to assume that he may not have been heard, or not quite a lie, but the master remained a realist. At such times when a tile is flying from the roof, people are already shouting, "Oh no, it is destroyed!" The guy tried to deny. They say, not everything is as bad as it seems at first glance. But as soon as he said it, the stone flew directly into his forehead. The master did not intend to harm, he just wanted to show enough drama. All are laid out in full to keep your balance. If you can't cheer, do not burden your sour look at least. To this the guy replied that he did not communicate with anyone, and the master himself clings to him from boredom. In response, a few more pebbles flew, to finally bring to life. Meanwhile, the body of the Moonblade lay motionless, on the mattress, just on the floor. It was bandaged, and the eyes were firmly closed as if it were still far away. Fortunately, he survived, and it was at this moment that his eyes finally opened. It still has strength. It is enough to get out of bed a little, and he had to get up as he heard. The doctor said that you survived. Your wounds were deadly. You just were not destined to die in that battle. Your body was almost broken in two. The bodies of heretics and jiangs were gathered by the imperial troops and burned on the border. After honoring the dead, the Alliance staged a 3-day celebration in honor of victory. In addition, the Lord of the Supreme Coalition is currently in Dryman business, so you should not worry. The Moonblade listened to the guy silently, but only one thought was spinning in his head. The last memory before he suffered a fatal wound. In his eyes, the moment of blow broke out. The very moment that he almost stopped his life, and as he immediately discharged into the cursed cats, without any chance of salvation. He did not leave the opponent even the slightest opportunity to survive. Everything was decided in one blow. The cat's head flew into 2 halves, the terrifying finale of his agony. But it was after that that the Moonblade saw something else. Something that was remembered even deeper. In his mind then, his face clearly flashed. And now, lying down, he returns to that moment again. This memory does not leave him now. He clearly sees it in front of him. Turning to the boy, he calls him by the name, Lee Ryan. Lee Ryan was silent. He didn't know where to start, but he hoped that it was the Moonblade that would explain everything. After all, he stood at the next top, watching all that was happening. He clearly saw the 3th-century yokai approach the wounded body of the Moonblade. Silent, slow, inevitable. And he realized that it was the first time they met. It was the first time he consciously decided to trust yokai, to make a choice that changed everything. This is what he spoke with the Moonblade now. He opened the truth that remained in the shadows for a long time. From the Moonblade, Lee Ryan learned the name of that yokai, Gomgak. And then the Moonblade began to tell the story from his past, since the time he was Yoki. Gomgak was one of his followers. Meanwhile, the master stood in front of a massive entrance to the dungeon, waiting for the gate to open. He inhaled the aroma of the benefit and seemed to be immersed in peace before a new threat. Finally, the heavy gates were slowly opened, leaving the old silence down. A man with a faith in his hands calmly entered the dungeon, step by step, focused. Flavor that burned outside and inside had the same length. It meant that time now flows evenly on both sides. Not as before. They were able to make sure that the barrier has not disappeared, so its power remains stable. The man suggested that the situation is similar to the events of 20 years ago, when time was also briefly equal. The master, listening to all the conclusions, only sighed, in silence, that the story is repeated again. Just in case, he asked to review the old records and magazines. You need to find out who went and went out. Meanwhile, yokai, covered in rage, crushed a giant stone in front of him. In every blow there was a feeling of loss. He was in anger because the shaman died, and his death awakened something dark and ruthless in yokai. 3-handed yokai reported that during an attempt to grab a shaman, a martial art master joined the battle. The shaman of Dorima was trapped and applied the spell of self-destruction, trying to take the cats with him. But in the middle of the story, Lord sharply grabbed him by his neck with his own tail. Without warning, without regret. Yokai gasped, trying to explain something, pleaded with Lord Kaveja. However, Lord was interested in another. How he managed to survive and return alive from such hell. The smell of blood and cats coming from him immediately made it clear. He did not just observe. He participated in the slaughterhouse. He almost breathed, he explained. There were inhabitants nearby. If they noticed the presence of cats, it would all end with a catastrophe for Lord. Now even go outside and breathe in fresh air is dangerous. Fear is pouring everywhere. Children say more often that they see immortal, even those who have never been met before. And now, when the shaman is dead, a place that has been at least a safety area can turn into a new threat. However, this is not the worst. The most pressing problem is the only opportunity to remove the last seal now has disappeared. Everyone tried to reassure themselves with the hope that Lord would find another way. Somewhere in his condition hidden signs of a spare plan. One of them appealed to Lord, reporting that the immortal were squeezing them stronger. He blamed the dead shaman of stupidity and wanted to find out if there was some other way to remove the seal. Lord replied briefly, that shaman was the last who had the ability to remove the seal, and now everything was lost. But he continued to insist. He emphasized that from the very beginning he was near the Lord, and deserved a chance to know the truth. With the closed teeth, Lord warned him to choose the words more carefully, because the next sentence can be the last. It seemed as if he hinted, if there is no answer, then he may lose support, and no longer will remain nearby. He did not have time to register how the tail of Lord broke sharply from the place and lightning flew to him. The next moment, his face was already blowing into the ground. Lord was pushing his head to the floor. He threw himself angrily. Do not dare so lightly lift his head and open his mouth, Bun. Lord recalled. Once he was the first to betray, turning away from him and bowing his head in front of the fox. Do not forget this. The Bunvun began to assure Lord that he was sorry for his act, and would never betray or doubt. After these words, the Lord replied coldly, "Now it was a little more difficult to remove the seal, that's all." Then he addressed all those present. "If someone else doubts, just go. The fate may smile, and they will be able to return to the Yokev world. Or conversely, stay in the world of people and fix everything." But Lord immediately added, "There is one but that he wants to say right now. If they stay with him, then 3 worlds win together. Immortal will become toys for them, and human flesh, a delicacy at any moment. Meanwhile, we return to the place where the mounted blade is." Lee understood with confidence. His suspicions were correct from the outset. Even when they caught a spider with a human face, the Moonblade seemed to read about him in Dana. And now, states that he was once the ruler of Yokayev. It sounded like a bad joke. The idea of how fun was to laugh at him, she brought to rage. The feeling of humiliation simply smoked from the inside. The Moonblade, already dressed, asked him whether it was all that he should say about the widow obsession. Lee only asked the Moonblade to stop to be angry and not to bend the nose. We need to wear what they give. Already on the street, he was met by a master, calmly, as if waiting for him. Seeing him, the master made a compliment. "The form of Dorima is very good." But the moonshine seemed like it was simply cabbage. The master was more interested in the condition of his body. The Moonblade replied that it was still hurting, and began to doubt whether the treatment was effective enough. Lee intervened, reminding that the Moonblade would have at least a little respect. After all, he was only thanks to the teacher. But the master only waved his hand, asking not to pay attention to the words of Lee Rosen. He understood that he still stands only because of the sympathy of the Moonblade. The guy did not understand what sympathy was about, and immediately asked what he was in mind. For excessive curiosity, instantly received a stone on the head. The educational response of the master. Then the master, the simpler language, explained, "First you need to learn respect. After that, they went to a more cozy place, away from other people's eyes. There the Moonblade asked the master to ask. He needed help. When it comes to salvation of the world, the master was ready to do everything in his power. However, the Moonblade noted that the question of salvation will only become relevant when the world is really saved. In the meantime, I asked to borrow an underground room. He wanted to use it for training, to become stronger. It was the only place where he could improve without attracting extra attention. Despite all the arguments, the mounted blade heard the refusal. The master said it was impossible. But after a while, they went to the same place to check everything with their own eyes. It was there that the Moonblade realized. Time in this place is flowing just as before. Nothing has changed. No one knows the reason for this. And if there is no understanding of the reasons, then it is impossible to find a decision. Standing in the middle of silence, the Moonblade suggested to try. Though the chance and the little one, it is not necessary to refuse. The master asked if he really thinks he could change something. The blade answered directly, "There is no guarantee, but it is worth trying. After all, he has knowledge that ordinary people do not have, and perhaps they will help." At that moment, someone else appeared, and told the master a few important words that made him think. After that, the master turned to the Moonblade and asked him to go out, to see everything with his own eyes. Lee Ryan stood on the street, with a staff in his hands, concentrated and tense. He was approaching the fox, but it was not an ordinary fox, but a 3-tailed one. As soon as he took another step forward, Lee struck with force on the ground, and immediately warned, "If the fox does not want every bone in his body to be broken, it is better not to move on." These words sounded clearly and without jokes. He was ready for battle. And after that, Lee recalled the case when the Moonblade was unconscious. A situation in which there was no other choice but to trust the baldness. At the top, shrouded in thick fog, there was a tense silence. Something invisibly moved from the mountains. The man stood still, staring at the silhouette of yokai, who appeared before him. Although he saw a monster in front of him, the inner feeling suggested, it is another, something deeper than just yokai. Instead of fear or joy, he was covered by a strange, difficult feeling that he could not explain. The baldness was shone with a bright, unearthly light, like the lights that were burning from the inside. The next moment, the figure of the fox turned into a guy with a tricky and wide smile on his face. And immediately in the legs there was a tension. Emotions pierced the body like a lightning. Suddenly the cold blade touched the guy's neck. The sword flashed near the throat. He did not understand what the Lord wanted, why he threatened him with his weapon. But the Lord said calmly, "Such a creature is not a place among people." However, the guy did not leave it unanswered. He also had words. He recalled that he saved their lives, and instead became alien, rejected, as if it did not mean anything. These words have made you think. Perhaps that is how true feelings look. To young Li, Rosin Lord asked to calm himself down and not act in a hurry. He explained that they are not the enemy, but the one who carries another truth. After that, Ho went to talk to the fox that he was eagerly waiting for him. He was happy to see the mistress again. It was 300 years since the last meeting. He joked with a light smile. Do you know why you ask? Was it so daring? Little confessed that he watched him from the moment he destroyed Yokai Spider. He seemed too skillful to man. But just in case he began to follow him secretly and everywhere until the Lord ordered him to stop. Recently, during a campaign to the northern border, he felt clearly someone followed him from afar. And it was really he, the same annoying baby who constantly fastened around. The guy confessed that he was watching that day, because he wanted to look like him, even getting into the mess. But Lord did not want to listen to the fables. He was only interested in clear explanations. However, the guy evaded. They say, everything is too difficult, and now he is in a very delicate position. But for the hostess, such excuses were nothing, only a futile chatter. Clicking on him a little, the Lord made it finally talk. And then, through the bitterness in his voice, the guy told, in the world of Yokai the uprising broke out. The bald forest burned down, and Django died. From these words, Ho frozen. For a moment I even forgot how to breathe. Without saying a word, he slowly rose. Something has changed in it. It was only later that Ho violated the silence. Who led this bloody uprising in the world of Yokaiev? Meanwhile, the mysterious yokai rapidly raced mountain slopes, like a storm that cuts air. Starting from one speech to another, he lightly overcame obstacles. His speed was just crazy. His eyes did not have time to follow the movement. The eyes were burning with red flames like a demon thirsty for destruction. It was about him that Li Yan told him. About it, a giant monkey with bloody eyes and a sword that cut his body with silver. He is obsessed with human flesh, incredibly insidious, even immortal. It will get into the world of people. The end will come. Lord mentioned how he had repeatedly warned him. If it were not for the promise of Tathagati, it would have been killed for a long time. Then he threw it so deeply underground that he had never had to rise again. But now everything becomes clear. This monster has returned, and now in the human world. Because of this, it is necessary to rethink the events and prepare for the disaster. Otherwise the tragedy will happen again. The old man advised first to restore strength. Without this about the struggle, it is not possible to think. But Ho only smiled cheerfully and asked to bring the pumpkin. A crooked, dried, nasty, but that. The old man did not understand. Why of all things the poke? What is this meaning? If he was hungry, he could just ask for food, not chewing this miracle. At the same time, Von Hu did not stop. He raced through the landscapes at the speed of the hurricane. And finally, the mountains that stood in front of him, as if the wall between the worlds. In the heart of the mountain is a deep crack, as if it were followed by a sword that fled the rock in half. It was there that Von Hu slowed down a little, as if he had felt something important in this place. And in a moment he found himself in front of the giant gateway standing like a border between the worlds. Standing in front of the gate, he mentioned the blunt bear. Did he think he would not be able to open these damaged doors? After all, he was determined to open the second castle, and then the latter, leaving nothing unproven. He wanted to personally prove that he was stronger than that damn bastard. In the meantime, the holes did not give him rest. Everything was spinning around the words of the little one. He said that it would appear about 150 years after the Lord Ink left the world of Yokaiev. And in fact, he became a giant monster from his former thin creature. Von Hu was accused of betrayal. They say he joined people for immortality, leaving Yokaiev without freedom, and Chang Ho would go the same way. The leaders of other clans who still disliked the Ho supported Won, only reinforcing his provocation, despite the warning of Chang Ho not to believe in those words. But instead of restraint, they put forward almost an ultimatum to pass the throne of it. Brother Chang Ho categorically refused. As a result, the leaders proclaimed it to the new king and raised the uprising. Chancho tried to stop them, but eventually died from his claws. Others thought it was his defeat that he was too weak. He remembered how Chancho once said that he would be honored to serve and support peace in the Yokaiev world for 1,000 years. Thanks to these words, Lord was able to entrust him to the throne and go quietly. The flow of thoughts interrupted Li. Appeared with the pumpkin as they asked. Although our at first, he said, he asked even more ugly. He eventually waved his hand. He would come down. At this time, the fox, jumping on the rocks, went down to the foot of the mountain. He was a little upset, saved the life of everyone, and he did not even thank him, though he recognized him. Although he remembered, Ho has never praised before, therefore no wonder. In addition, in the conversation, he clearly stated that he was not going to tell how and why he got into the world of people. And the little one accused of unnecessary chats about the past, which is not interested in anyone. And finally, he just quit. If you have nothing to say, you can go. In the meantime, Ho decided that he should take care of the shaman's pranks without delaying the issue. Finally, he suddenly asked if he had a younger brother. He remembered that Ingak was called. Hearing the name, Ho immediately asked, "Is he still alive?" And when he heard that his brother was safe, he sighed deeply, as if the stone fell from his soul. Despite the statement that he was indifferent, the Lord could not hide the truth. The smile of the little one showed, "It is far from." With a warmer heart and lighter thoughts, he continued the way forward. In the meantime, H was thinking about a new threat. It was already in the human world, and it could not be ignored. It is he who stands for everything. The cult of blood, the fall of the clan, the abduction of the princess. All the traces lead to this crazy monkey. And it seems that this is not the end, it thought again. But what is its goal? What are the immortals doing? Lord could not solve it yet. One thing was clear. If it is already in place in the world of people, then the threat arose long before its degeneration. He understood that all this was made possible by the inaction of the immortal. They neglect responsibilities only. You can say directly, lazy, self-righteous bastards. Meanwhile, the tick lay before him. Still, as if waiting for her time. In her ugly primitiveness, she kept something important, forgotten. Ho did not know if he had done what he did many centuries ago when he was still Yoki. But in a moment, his face was illuminated by a familiar wide smile. He began to dance, singing a jokey song. Pumpkin poking ugly, do not worry, you are neither the fruit nor the animal nor man. For the immortal is even a lazy faint. Do not cry, I will name you name. You will find out who is worse than you. And as soon as the song came to the end, the tick shuddered, slowly began to move. It is still working. Old knowledge is not forgotten, it lives in it. He continued to sing, maintaining the magical rhythm of the song. And here someone grunted, "The fox will tease me again." Hearing this, Ho laughed calmly, but in her eyes a familiar predatory bush. He slowly turned his head and said coldly, "They have not seen themselves for a long time." Before him stood the earthly immortal, Soha, with a soft but tired look. Although he was known for his kindness, he looked annoyed now and grunting how much Fox would tease him. But looking closer, I realized, this is not a fox. In surprise, he asked who before him. In response, he heard Thorny. "Your eyes are the same blind as before. How did you become immortal with such vision?" Hearing the tone of his voice, he understood the Soha, a fox in front of him, but not a real man. "I am, and now I am a man. Circumstances made me become like that," he said calmly. At this point, the gates were already open to the cave. Just in front of them stood the old man, quietly watching everything that was happening. He barely smiled, as if he knew in advance what it would end. Lee asked the teacher if he understood what Ho was going to do with that ugly poke. But the old man just answered, "There are things that people never know about." And then he added with a smile, "It is amazing what an ugly tick is capable of." In the meantime, Hosoka asked the question, "Will he be able to restore this place, and what if the heavenly kingdom is charged? If you are not ready to work now, let it be ruined and Ho will take over." Soa looked at him thoughtfully. In his gaze mixed light insult and curiosity. After silent for a few seconds, he calmly threw, "Wash. Yes, make me restore this place," he repeated with a special emphasis. Hohu was surprised that this little one had time to seek if he was asking, but he calmly explained that he understands the situation. That is why he requires a sincere request. After all, it is not a man now, but a man, and a person must ask sincerely. Otherwise the immortal will not give anything. So do it, from the heart, and sincerely, he said seriously. Ho confessed that only twice in his life he felt true, when he first met a teacher and literally, and he asked not to let anyone into the underground room for 3 days. He did not want to humiliate again. The one who watched everything on the side thought, but it's just an empty poke. But Ho wanted to clarify another thing, the mantle. And what is it at all? A mold or a dried cucumber? Leaning to the teacher Lee, he whispered, "This guy has annoyed me lately. Please." The old man seriously replied, "To save the world, I'll do everything I need." But the said he sounded with irony. The old man simply pushed the little one. Time passed. It has been a quiet evening time. The guy returned to his room. His father recalled, "I am your father. After all that happened, you could at least talk to me." But the guy just explained that he was always busy and cannot tell everything that was happening. Like, because he is such an outstanding son, everything around turns too quickly. The father turned and saw the things of his son, covered with dirt and red spots. Everything was red in red. It looks like it was real blood. He immediately asked Ho how his wounds, are they not too serious? At that moment, he just pulled his belt on the belt, as if nothing had happened. And, barely smiling, he called his wounds a trifle. They say during the training it was more painful. In a moment, the guy stood in the yard, ready for the next step forward. The father only asked for one thing, wherever he was to keep himself. The guy with a warm smile answered briefly. Yes, his father. He promised to protect himself, and moved forward without looking back. The gate, which led to the well-known sect, was ahead. Even late at night, someone in the yard continued their workout. The girl was constantly working out. Every movement was accurate and focused. Its level of fencing has already reached a striking force, a true talent. Her technique was perfect. Every movement was impressed with grace and accuracy. But suddenly she stopped. Someone addressed her. You didn't sleep or just woke up early? Hearing a familiar voice to Pain, the girl shone sincerely with a smile. And all because a young host stood in the gate, alive and smiling. She heard that he was seriously injured, so she immediately approached and asked if everything was fine now. But Ho waved his hand slightly. It is not a wound, but a simple scratch, nothing serious. However, the girl did not believe, pointed her finger and said, I heard that you were injured here. Looking at him from the bottom up, the girl asked again, Are you fine? The young mistress became tickling. The whole body got out of this strange, even annoying feeling. No matter how strong the warrior, but women's care and flap, that's what he was really afraid of. The next morning, the guy stood in the yard, getting ready for a new day. The heavenly demon woke up and yawning, asking the man opposite, It's a day or a night? He, a little surprised at him, replied, Morning, and for a long time. And then he added with a smile, It looks like you drank well yesterday. But the demon confessed, I would drink more, but not even drunk. He slept badly, did not understand himself. It was a dream or a delusions. He heard all night like someone, a man and a woman, argued with each other. The man laughed, but you appeared probably. But the heavenly demon was sure. He heard the Lord in Ho-How with a mistress. Hearing the news about the return of the Moonblade, the demon's eyes opened widely. The surprise struck him. However, the interlocutor immediately added, Now you will not see it. The Lord ordered not to let in anyone until the Lord was resting well. Meanwhile, the whole herself, in red, sat at the table and said with a wicked smile, Of course, it will not hurt me to bring him special tea, to restore strength. When Senior finally rested, everyone gathered at a square table. It was time for a serious conversation. Everyone wanted to know how strong he was. Once there were so many wounds on the body of H. He explained, considered the battle complete and weakened vigilance. The heavenly demon addressed him. You are the strongest in Murama, and even you were seriously injured. So who will then be able to overcome such yokai? The girl, hearing it, joked that the heavenly demons seemed to be frightened to the heart. But the Moonblade seriously noted that the number of yokai was greater than expected, and some of them are so powerful that it is even difficult for him to handle. The worst thing is that they have long been hiding among people, weaving plans. If it were not for Beck's attack on the Alliance, they would not have learned about their presence. The girl acknowledged. If it were not for the mounted blade, they would not notice anything at all. Now there is at least a chance to come up with at least some counteraction measures, if they exist. They could only find out about this from the moon. That is why he attracted his exhausted body here and stated, From that day, no one would have to sleep carelessly. He recalled how the boundary between the world of people and yokai was clear, but then penetration on both sides often happened and carried a bunch of problems. Even in those days, heaven rarely interfered, but later they realized that yokai's activity was the cause of many troubles, and began to control them. This, of course, was angry with Yokaev. Images have accumulated in heaven for decades. When the situation came out of control, the inhabitants finally got the swords, but it was not easy to curb the fierce of all Yokaev. It was then that the great sage created special wooden dolls. They were sent into the world of people to hold back the Yokaev. At first glance, they seemed innocent, like toys. One of them was even established here as a means of defense. The Moonblade explained that it is a wooden doll of a great sage, a dock. And although it looks simple, really very fast, cruel, and can use vile techniques, it is better to be ready for it. The heavenly demon with a smile stated that it is enough to check it in action. He was curious about how fast and dirty this toy with heavenly spy chore. Such a fighting mood is exactly what the moon was liked. Finally, the moment came. The Lord activated the doll. He ordered her to protect this place from Yokaev and help the masters in improving the technicians. Before that, the Soha noted, Domahaxes obey only the orders of the old man. Without it, it's just a wooden figure. But Lord hoped to find at least some way to activate it on its own. True, Soka smiled brazenly and threw, Make me again. And it turned out that now this wooden doll will have to be pleased. But the Moonblade did not intend to humiliate, instead reached out to reconciliation. He believed that it would be enough to show sincerity. In response, the doll's hand suddenly reached for him. Yes, this symbolic gesture is enough to demonstrate mutual acceptance. All the students were frozen. They saw the doll moving. This is a real heavenly artifact. This cannot be imagined. Incredible became reality. And the Moonblade just thought, Well, not so I am a stubborn old man. But suddenly the doll waved her hands and flew into the air with a frantic force. The land under it shuddered, and she broke away and disappeared over her heads. It flew a few tens of meters in height, like a thunderous jump, and it was there that in the air was grouped into a fighting rack. The next moment, the doll changed the shape, turning into a new terrifying figure. Landing, she became original again, but no longer looked as innocent. In the eyes of the students, she became a real horror, ruthless and supernatural. Then the Moonblade addressed everyone. Now you understand what you are about to be with? Meanwhile, there was a Medjin master in his room, occupied by his own thoughts. A boy came to him. He wanted to report something important. He just wanted to say that Master Jinian was looking for him, but he immediately slammed the book he had just read as if he was waiting for it. And he knocked the little one on his head. They say, from this it was necessary to start. However, he asked a little later, surprised, "What about Yokayev's cave?" The guy said, "When the Moonblade was in those region, he left a pill in the cave, a gift from a doctor." Now Gray asked to pick up those pillies and deliver Manton's elders, the leader of the clan Darima. But the guy didn't understand. Why leave such valuables in that dangerous cave? However, he realized, such a master, like a mounted blade, would not be done by accident. So there was a deep meaning. Such an answer did not need unnecessary questions. Everything became clear without words. The pilli were left because they were needed there. Their appointment was still ahead. Coming to the cave, he felt something changed and he became clearer. He saw that the pilli absorbed the energy of the caves and turned into real elixirs of Yokayev. For an ordinary person, these elixirs are like a deadly poison. The Moonblade knew it exactly. It was this thought that flashed into Gin's head, and he later understood somewhat deeper. He remembered how the master said before entering the cave, "When the energy of Yokayev flashed, he has vision. The vision that will soon appear on Mount Mudan. The sword is the most dangerous when not in the owner's hands, but in the hands of a master is the best protection." And here Gin recalled another important point. As he sat in front of the candle, pleading Yokai Nima, if there is a crumb of a chance to climb higher, let it open. And now, looking at these pills, he did not believe. All this seemed unrealistic. He remembered the words of the Moonblade again. "This is a chance, but the second will not be. It is impossible," again repeated the Jin himself. He thought that Yokai answered his prayers through the Moonblade. But it was more than just an answer. And then an incredible thought flashed in her head. What? How is the mounted blade himself? And is Yokai with him? Meanwhile, the heavenly demon tried to improve his fighting skills. He struck the doll with a powerful shot worthy of a real master. But I also had to evade. The attack did not end. He did not wait for the blow from below, and almost missed him directly into his stomach. The doll made an unpredictable movement, which completely knocked it out of the rhythm. He was thrown back with force. He literally flew, losing control. He was currently feeling full of fool. Due to the strange movements of the puppet, it was impossible to predict the next step. It seemed that it was simply mocked. Then the young fighter decided to show something serious, even a heavenly demon. But his bold attempt to attack the acceleration ended in failure. Now the heavenly demon challenged a new challenge. We will see how long this doll will be able to play. This time he will not be restrained. And the Moonblade, watching from the side, calmly said, "What relief." After all, he was deeply worried that he would just be bored. At that moment, a Howan talked to him. She confessed that she did not expect such a quick return in Dorim. The Moonblade replied, "There is something that only he should do, and he cannot entrust it to anyone else." Then the whole advised, if you need to convey something or get information, contact the Kaisen house, which is driven by the Hao clan. The man standing nearby was asked to protect this place, and not to exhaust him with training. He just said to another, "You can be calm, everything will be under control." At this point, a puppy addressed the Moonblade. Her voice was sincere. She asked him only one thing: take care of herself. When the night was already over, he finally arrived at the place where Lee Ryan was waiting for him, and waited a long time ago. Although the body of the Moonblade has not yet completely recovered, it has not stopped. In fact, the smart of the little one was interested in much less than one question. Where is the elder Manton now? The Manton himself was already waiting for him at this time, long ago and silently. When the moving blade finally arrived, he asked, "How much time has passed and you have not yet discovered?" He confessed that he even began to get nervous, because of the delay of the Moonblade itself. Without hesitation, the Moonblade stood in front of the big door. Time was to act. And by the way, he warned, if nothing works, the incompetent immortal Sohawk should be blamed. "I believe in you, Soha. But if it doesn't work, we will all be in trouble," he thought. With this thought, he strongly pulled the gate on himself. Suddenly, a bright glow escaped like a lightning from another world. 2 candles were burning at the top near the statuette. but the third was extinguished. A thin smoke slowly climbed from it, as if the remnant of someone's extinct life. And nearby, lowering his head and immersed in the shadow, he sat. His gaze pierced everything around, cold, mysterious, and at the same time filled with silence. Around the smoldering incense gathered all present, watching the latest sparks of the holy flame. When the aromatic wand finally faded, the gray-haired old man frowned. Something was wrong. His experience felt a dark witchcraft which distorted the ritual. But finding a true culprit failed. There was only one thing known. Evil came from man. The immortal, as always, spoke puzzles as if they were mocking when they thought it was not their problem. Their arrogant indifference annoyed. Whether in the place of the hero someone is weaker, he would have grabbed one of these high-dimensional creatures by the throat, demanding an answer. The attendees began to build assaults about the offender's person. The master thought, the last clashes with someone else's magic were a long time ago. But in that darkness there was an almost invisible fatal trap. Suddenly, the student remembered the threats of the enemy, who forbade to monitor his dark rituals. Awareness hit as if lightning as a fee for his curiosity. The square himself confessed to the mentor in his guilt. He overestimated his strength, gave pride to obscure the mind, and forgot that even simple spells needed check. But the master just laughed, shaking his head. Self-indulgence was superfluous. Everyone in his place would do the same. Everyone makes mistakes. He advised not to get hung up. Otherwise, it would only realize the dark prophecies of the enemy. Looking at the extinct wand, the old man suddenly understood many things. The problems seemed to disappear themselves, but the distortion of time became even more expressive. At this time, the protagonist decided to start intense training immediately. He sought to regain the lost strength. Feeling that the young man needed energy, he ordered a generous meal. Especially a lot of meat is to restore the exhausted body. The events moved into deep thickets of bamboo forest. The creature with the appearance of humanoid fish explained the three-tone fox. Their leader refuses to meet with those who are associated with it. The fox was angry. Sarcastically through that, apparently the ambassador forgot to shake water from his ears. He came not by order of him, but from the hostess Inc. But the fish, like guard, repeated the refusal of his lord. The fox felt a clear disappointment. Such a disrespectful attitude annoyed him. If no one wants to talk to him, he will go. He is not here at will. Let the ambassador simply convey his words to the master. Soon, lord, others will act himself, and instead of support, they will only touch the door in front of his face. At this point, the ambassador remembered an important detail. The lord recently became immortal? He became angry. How did he dare the usual fox even pronounce his name? But the fox smiled cunningly. When there is not enough power, you have to rely on ingenuity. The fox was perfectly understood by the host distrust. He did not know that the Lord Inho became a man, and did not even know about his visits or meetings. Only he and his master remained the only ones who could set up the situation. So he asked Huangjia to help in this delicate business. As a result, the master ordered the guards to lift the bands and let the uninvited guest. Soon they were in spacious rooms, where the owner immediately demanded to move to the essence of the case. The fox felt humiliated. He was invited as a guest, and now they looked like an enemy. However, he humbly fulfilled his mission and put a leather bag on the table. Recently, Lord Inho defeated the turnover and won their spiritual pearls and fangs. The Huja immediately recognized these cats. They recently threatened him, forcing him to join the gathering. Liss explained, Baek Jinin broke the union, which made him angry. He sent cats to grasp the apostate, but they died in the hand. The Hewing confessed. Baek, who constantly cried Yuki, has long been tired, so his disappearance even comforted. Particularly pleasant was the fact that Incho dealt with him a sword, a rose by herself. Actually, because of this, the fox came. He asked to use the materials obtained to create a weapon for the owner. Although there were 2 swords in the inch, and cat canines were not suitable for blades, more fit for claws or gloves. And he also heard this herd of a warrior who practiced his fist techniques. Perhaps it will be perfect for him. The events, meanwhile, moved to the walls of a small town, where a hot food merchant just arrived. Bringing the goods to the gate of the school, he calmly confessed. He salted the dishes. He was worried that the food would be spoiled on the road. He had already heard complaints earlier. At this point, a mentor came out of the gate. It turned out that the student spent the night outside the school. Thanks to his older brother who helped, the young man rested a little. After lunch, they removed the dishes together. The master stayed himself and thought about the condition of the Moonblade. Everyone knew his wounds had already healed. But everyone understood that every time he leaves the spells of a completely different person. The mentor slightly smiled, thinking about the line between life and death. Most likely, the one whom they not recognize immediately has died several times and returned. Meanwhile, the protagonist was lying on the ground without having to rise. And then he noticed a fly that was lying to his food. Then he realized. The larvae he found in dishes appeared through these flies, not through the cook. The food was really disgusting. Worse than the balancing balance. Even that fly seems to eat better than him. Rising, the guy felt a terrible smell of himself. He realized that he had not washed for a very long time. At about the same time, the master had an important conversation with the guest. He heard that in the battle with the apostate clan, the Udan sect was injured no less than Shaolin. It was probably very difficult to restore the benches of the dead brothers. But the guest, though arrived from afar, did not show a crumb of pity. But he arrived only because he was less busy than other students. The master sincerely thanked for the visit and for the thing brought. The case concerned the seal, so time was crucial. In the meantime, he offered a tired guest a cup of hot tea. Drinking the first sip, the new moon finally dared to ask a question that has long been disturbed by his thoughts. The old man asked to bring a box. It stored a mysterious pill. So he already guessed that she was associated with a creature named Ainz, and now wants to know more? The gray mentor laughed because he understood perfectly what the language was about. He explained. Not sure whether it is related to the kind of Ison, but he knows exactly. We are talking about Ikai, who was named. The great demon traveling in 3 worlds frightened even the immortal. Nine-tailed Ikai, once known as Ison. The fox was shocked. Even the name remained unchanged. He sincerely thanked the master, because he finally received the answer that he sought for so long. And I realized the Moonblade is an Inho. At the same time, the main character completed his meditation. The 3-century fox returned to his companion, who frankly believed that he was only kicking. But Lysina was dissatisfied. He serves the eyes and ears of his leader, not walking out of work. The wolf looked extremely annoyed. The immortal combed the whole region, checked every stone, but somehow the fox went unnoticed. In addition, this time it smelled of iron and alcohol. Last time, Chona and Sinano, as if he hid the human smell. But Lys calmly pair, if he in visors. Let him become the nose of the leader. Let it wander out and do not cling to the little things. Such conversations are only annoyed. When the baldness already wanted to leave, the huge wolf grabbed him and knocked it on the ground. The gray predator was February. His arrogance was annoyed to rabies. You say as if you do not understand that our leader is thinking. His anger escaped. You're not so strong to unite with the immortal and stay alive. You may have consulted people in general. Since he began to justify the leader's plans, everything has become too suspicious. There are too many matches. At this point, another creature joined them. The snake. She said coldly, "You will see everything soon." Now that the last petals fell, the fox had to execute the order of his leader. Everyone understood. The decision was wise and inevitable. The wolf calmly explained. If the leader of the Alliance Muri does not appear in the evening to confirm the treaty, it will be considered betrayal, and he will be executed without hesitation. The Lysina had to go immediately and pass the order. Their people should bring the head of the Alliance leader. After that, the Trivost will no longer have to deal with these troubles, as he expressed himself. Of course, the fox demanded that the wolf calm down. Everything he said sounded like an absurd. After all, he never breaks his master's plans. But the wolf did not listen to him. He sharply turned away and ordered the will of the leader immediately. Even if the fox is not guilty, he has to perform his duties, this time without any error. Triple only angrily hissed. He realized that he acted too hurriedly. To hide the smell of the body inch, he used the remains of bodies of the Seno and the Senon. If it is suspected and the truth about the Inho will be revealed, there will be a catastrophe. Fortunately, he managed to take away the suspicion of the wolf, and he felt some relief. Although Gray, it seems, still felt that smell, but did not give it a meaning. Lisov will now have to continue the observation to make sure, still under control. In fact, he did not know what to do next. After all, comrades want him to kill the leader of the Alliance Muri. Honestly, he was indifferent to what would happen to the person. But if he now executes the order, the suspicions will only intensify. And if the Muri leader perish, it does not forgive this. Meanwhile, 2 representatives of mighty schools were talking to the luxurious palace. They understood that the enemy could accuse them of destroying the cult of apostates to make their demands. However, any claims based on the existence of this cult will be meaningless. Whatever these requirements, the old master has already made his final decision. He was not going to concede. However, he still took a little time to think carefully. His interlocutor did not understand. It is a time to prepare for the battle or to tell the courage to tell all the Moonblade? But the old man reminded that if the decision is made, it makes no sense to delay. His friend agreed. It is time to inform all the Moonblade, because when the preparation begins, there will be no time. This was really the smartest option. However, the old man confessed. He heard that the mounted blade is now on a business trip, but he should return soon. As soon as he returns, he will tell him everything in person. After that, the head of the school came out into the fresh air to calm down a little. But suddenly behind his back he heard steps. Considering that a friend approached him, he said calmly that he could not fall asleep that night and just decided to stroll. But in front of him was not a friend, but a 3-story fox who respect the Alliance Murim leader. The man was genuinely surprised, seeing the real Ikai. At first the old man decided that the fox was a messenger of the monkeys, but he asked to speak quietly so that the extra ears were not heard. Lys explained that he had come by order of the leader, but at the same time contrary to his will. He did not have much time, so he asked to listen carefully to the end. Even if everything sounds incredibly, he asked not to interrupt or doubt the end of the story. After all, this also applies to the leader himself. Even his life can depend on these words. Meanwhile, the same morning, the master of the school continued deep meditation, holding the urgent order in memory Yul Ren. By this point, the mentor has been in trance for 3 days without a break. As soon as the ritual began, the teacher stated that it was strictly forbidden to interrupt him until completed. Although all this was done for the sake of salvation of the world, comrades believed that he went too far. It was at this point that the mentor finally left the room. He asked to remove the premises and prepare Ikai pill. The senior student immediately helped the teacher get to the apartment so that he could rest a little. The younger student was shocked. The mentor looked incredibly exhausted. Once he could change the weather by waving his hand, and now he was barely standing. Magic exhausted it to the limit. Finally, the guy gently looked into the sealed vessel, where 3 priceless pilli were resting. But even they, according to the master, did not guarantee full success in the future test. This greatly disturbed the student. The mentor of the dark anticipation of everyone carefully pulled 3 bright glowing capsules, but one of them suddenly slipped out of a silk napkin and flew to the floor. Fortunately, the young magician managed to grab a priceless pill before she touched the ground. He only sighed irritatedly. How could such a shrine immediately get into the dirt after the master created it for so long? But suddenly the artifact shone brightly in his palms. It was a bald pearl, a concentrate of spiritual power that Ikai cultivated for over 1,000 years. However, Lys exactly gave this pearl of Tathagati. How is she here again? The question was, how did she find herself in his hands? Seeing a short but strong vision, the young man immediately rejected the light sphere away. Then he breathed hard, trying to understand what he had just seen, and what it meant. The events are transferred to the whole sect, where the mysterious traveler finally returned. The fox hoped that the master's words would really come in handy. Although the head asked to remain silent, the girl who had a close connection with the Moonblade had to know about it. The young warrior thanked for his trust. She was extremely interesting to know the details, because from the first meeting, Inho sometimes spoke very strange. Now everything has taken place. He saw in her a woman from the past that he loved and sought to protect. Most of his words concerned past life. He said she had reborn and forgot everything, and perhaps it is for the better, because it is quite different, and it remained the same. Earlier, she believed that the Moonblade, like a Yi, just teased it. But it seems that everything he said is true. The messenger believed that their fate was related to karma, which they were not able to control. The past continues to influence their present. She wanted to believe that this connection would only bring them good. At this point, a breathtaking student ran into the room. He just competed with the creature that had no weaknesses, a real monster. At first, no one understood who was talking about. But it turned out, he meant a combat training machine. Even an experienced warrior, having confronted with her, was immediately rejected. Everyone was amazed. It was a real revelation of the power of the Udan sect. The warrior finally landed, trying to breathe. He was surprised. Until he was, these people enjoyed such extreme training. So I decided to try again. And some of the audience readily joined him. At this time, the younger student was walking near the mentor, hoping that he was feeling better. But the old man calmly explained, for such a body, naturally become ill after excessive tension. However, the student knew that the boundary of human power was dangerous. He repeatedly checked the condition of the mentor and worried that he was already on the verge of exhaustion. But his grandfather was still far from death. A little rest. He felt much better. The mentor asked if the student took care of spiritual pill. There was a suspicion in his voice as if he had suspected something. Subsequently, they went to a remote cave together. At that moment, the Moonblade did not go out. The duty has already changed, and there were no news from it for more than 2 hours. It was known that after repair in the cave began to swim twice slowly. So at least 20 days have passed inside. Earlier, he never lingered there for so long. The food was spoiled quickly, and the hero was always careful. Everyone was alarmed, but they could not do anything. The warrior forbade to go, though curiosity and tortured everyone. At this point, the mentor recalled an excerpt from the treatises of Master Dharma. When you reach a certain level of enlightenment, the feeling of hunger disappears. Even a few days without food do not cause discomfort. The body is in a state of complete equilibrium. The student immediately understood the hint. The Moonblade achieved such enlightenment, and it was at this moment that the cave door slowly opened. Seeing the face of the warrior, the master became convinced. His assumptions were confirmed. The Moonblade has reached the border between life and death. Having come out after a long solitude, he immediately went to order himself. The old man with joy noticed that the hero had changed. He used to resemble a wild beast, and now became like a real man. For him, the same spiritual pill of Akai was prepared. But the student reminded that the master almost died, creating these artifacts specifically for the hero. The Moonblade has sincerely appreciated their efforts, although doubts still tapped his soul. He decided to check, and is he really able to use this power safely? The master explained that the question is not whether he can use it, but in the fact that he temporarily draws the force he had in the past. The mentor believed that the hero would be prudent, but this power is the former part of his essence. Stoyati pred spokusuju budavashko. If he begins to grasp and cannot let go, then he risks turning into a bloodthirsty Akai. The Moonblade realized that when the energy of the pill is gone, you cannot try to keep it. Він пообіцяв пам'ятати про це, дивлячись на мішечок з артефактами. He was already going to go, as suddenly he was stopped by his younger brother. He jokingly said that the end of the world has not yet come, so there is nowhere to hurry. And the boy wanted to ask a few questions of the Moonblade. Perhaps in the past he also had a spiritual core when he was a lot. And the young man was right. Lysenyatkov bead was named because of this artifact. But he worried that the beads had long been destroyed. She probably disappeared with Ikai's body. However, when thought, the Moonblade understood. The main question has not yet been heard. Namely, is it likely that Busina is not destroyed? The hero knew perfectly. If it really was, Tathagata would have to know about it better. After all, it was he who once gave his fox bead. But instead of answering, the mounted blade suggested that the boy find a way to meet this creature. And he warned, if there are rumors about the new appearance of the Akai, do not be frightened. Probably they just hide from him. Having played the hero with his eyes, the young man wondered, why should a thing like Busina be in Tathagat? Meanwhile, an unknown traveler appears in the mountain caves. In a narrow split, the guy found a cube with handles and a fox image. He then approached the massive gates, near which a giant beast was dozing. The monster immediately woke up, noticing a living man, a young stranger. The guy remembered how he recently trampled him as if he were a pathetic dog. But now the monster lay powerless, exhausted. Anger only intensified. How could the so-called king of Ekaev bring himself to such a state because of his own impatience? But instead of repentance, the beast roared, demanding human flesh for reinforcement. The guy had no desire to fulfill this requirement. On the contrary, he dreamed to break the monster's skull. But even this would not be enough to quench his rage. And yet he gave him meat, just because he did not want to waste the efforts put in this monster. He did not even hope that he would handle. Eke himself did not understand since the boy became so arrogant. Due to the change of appearance, he rapped. But he recalled. He looked after the monster because of fear. Now he had only half a month, and during this time the beast had to recover and destroy the seal. The monster was surprised. The owner is alive and healthy but still worried because of the immortal. Why hurry? But a stranger is used to acting, even if it leads to fatigue. Especially given the Ekai and the world of demons who still consider a monkey their king. In addition, the gorilla has been suspicious lately, and the martial arts master suddenly appeared in different places. The monkey calmly noted, Darima shamans have always been a lamp, but hardly pose a real threat, like the master himself. It was expected that the alliance leader would soon fall. His death will cause chaos among the followers and get well about them. But it was not about the leader. The owner remembered the one who destroyed his previous body, the Moonblade. Somewhere at the same time, the hero himself held Akai's pill. Unfortunately, its action will last no more than 2 hours. But despite the restriction, he wanted to check how powerful this demonic force became. The way out was one, to swallow the pill and to see the consequences. But after the sip, nothing happened. The hero decided to wait. It may take time. When the minutes passed and the result was not, he suspected that the old man just cheated him. But suddenly his ears and tail grew, and the body rose uncontrollably into the air. Without any warning, he flew to the sky. His current form of Akai looked even more shocking than when he first saw himself in the human body. But it didn't matter. There was a mission ahead of the mission. First of all, the warrior decided to experience a new force. The soot of his hand was shaking the mountain in half. It was the power of Akai, which he once lost. And now it became clear why the old man warned him. Realizing that he could use the former power again, he did not want to lose it for the second time. Even the idea flashed, how to become a Yaki again? An incredible feeling of omnipotent destruction drank it could destroy anything with one disturbance. But if it returns to the demonic body, only the throne and lonely reflections on the past will remain. Now he is a young master, with his family, a beloved woman and loyal brothers. He has what is worth protecting. In other words, he is a man. Before he and his people have time to act, the hero decided to temporarily take advantage of Ikke's power to find and punish the scoundrels. Meanwhile, events are transferred to the walls of the Alliance Myr. The servants saw, even today the leader did not find rest in a dream. They felt something worried his mind, so they decided to learn more. Then the head calmly informed that no one should come to his rooms to further orders. He also wrote a secret letter, which was to be handed over to the head of the clan. But he strictly ordered no intermediaries, only personally. At this time, the little fox already knew. In 2 days he would complete the case, and then will come behind the head of the Alliance leader. The three-headed reminded the subordinates. The failure will mean the end, and survival, only the chance to quench hunger. The secret letter still reached the addressee. The assistant noticed on his face anxiety and tried to find out what was in the message. However, in response he heard silence. The order was not to disclose the content before the events of the events. The head of the Alliance forbade to talk about it until everything happens. The servant did not know whether the alarming events were related to the letter, but recently the leader suffered from insomnia and did not recognize anyone. At this point, several Ekaev raced through the forest, feeling strange, alarming energy. At first it seemed like a fox, but the source moved too quickly, so they could not determine who it was. Although they did not understand who they were dealing with, their duty was to stop it. Suddenly, one of them struck a powerful lightning discharge. The one they did not notice was the main character himself. Smiling, he pressed Akai to the ground and demanded to say where he hid. Soon the action of the Pilus ended. When the force disappeared, the body felt unbearable fatigue. This happened because the body was forced to use another's spiritual energy that did not fit it. If he did not find himself on the verge of life and death, then he would be unconscious even before the pill, or at all could not release force, becoming a bloody yokai. Looking at the demons dissolved in the air, the hero realized all these creatures were only an average level, those whom he would overcome without the power of the spirit. Although not the most dangerous, and 15 Akai is a rarity in the world of people. But now it's not a wonder, because he knew, a Dammit is already here. And as soon as the warrior joined this territory, demons appeared one by one. This is not an accident. Weak creatures are always hidden for the stronger. And as soon as he asked about him, they were silent immediately. Fear and silence were given everything. The answer was read without words. So the big hunt was really nearby. He may have watched him. Without wasting time, the hero swallowed another pill. There were 2 more hours ahead to find the main enemy, but he believed 1 would be enough. At the same time, a special detachment arrived in the Alliance. It was a secret reconnaissance under the guidance of the deputy leader of the Kleinok detachment. They had to report about the remnants of the heretical sect. Everyone understood that keeping such a group costs crazy money. This is only possible through connection with the clan of the Heavenly General. However, it was not possible to meet with the leader. He ordered no one yesterday. However, the captain insisted that the report should be transferred in person. In the meantime, his people were asked to be temporarily placed in the Alliance. At this point, the leader himself was in deep meditation next to his blade. The hero, meanwhile, fought with invisible snakes that absorbed his spiritual power. If these creatures were released by someone intentionally, so someone wanted to explore the terrain. Therefore, the warrior went further and came across a space wrapped in fog. There he saw the gates sealed with complex charms. The feeling suggested it was a transition to another dimension. He was already ready to enter as the 3-tier fox appeared. The fox asked him not to go, because if you now kill the great Ekai, it will be impossible to catch it. At the same time, other warriors raced through the thickets, not understanding why they were in a hurry. It seemed strange to them that the order came through the head of the clan, not the elders, as usual. Although it didn't matter. If they were sent to run in the middle of the night, the reason had to be significant. Otherwise, they will not leave it. The hero was angry with a 3-tailed silence. Through him, he had to run around in search of the gates, and as soon as he found, Lys decided to speak, forbidding him to destroy the supreme demon. But the young man calmly denied. There is no point in sowing a royal hole, if the rat would not return there anymore. He asked the fox to follow him, because if he stayed here, everything around would be destroyed. The 3-tailed just arrived from the Alliance, and the hero could no longer use force. If they give a weak explanation, the enemies will make a bloody massacre. Of course, it looked like a waste of precious time for the hero. He could simply kill everyone at once and did not understand why Lys wants him to waste the time of pilling on nonsense. But the demon explained that if you do not grab it now, the victory over the other Ekes will not make any sense. The main enemy will disappear even deeper. Then the hero suggested waiting for the enemy and destroying everything. He still remained 1 pill. But Lys noted that after such a pogrom, the enemies were already suspected. He is too smart. He will not return, feeling the danger. It is necessary to create a situation where he can neither escape nor hide, otherwise the chance will disappear forever. As a result, the hero acknowledged. The baldness clearly has a plan, so he decided to listen to him to the end. Meanwhile, the Alliance leader Mermay was armed with his sword. He understood. The enemies came to his soul and decided to end it as soon as possible. Recently, Liss mentioned the hero that it was the Alliance leader who can answer the need for a way to do it. And the hero remembered. He was last asked to find a little time to tell something important. That is why he arrived at the walls of the Alliance, as long as the pill is still operating. But as soon as he jumped into the head of the head, he appeared a terrible picture. Corpses lay everywhere. He realized the silence outside. The fight ended quickly and without noise. Therefore, the leader calmly congratulated the hero, because he knew for a long time. He was once outstanding before he became a person. Then the old man remembered the day he came from the air, without warning. The demon was calm, restrained, even friendly. He said he did not want to create problems and only looking for a way home. I asked to pretend that he was not here. And moved by such kindness. He naively agreed and did not tell anyone about the appearance of Ikai. The days passed, and others began to gather around the alleged lone demon, one by one, until he became the supreme leader of all the Ikai. When he opened his real face, he threatened. Anyone who goes against him will see the bodies of people suspended in the air. If the Ikai is not saturated, women and children will be the first to suffer. The leader tried to resist, but his will was crumbled under a frantic aura of a demon. He did not even manage to pull the sword. There is only one thought left in the head, to prevent the worst scenario. So he concluded an agreement that had never been to be concluded, silence and regular food for the demon, in exchange for the integrity of Murim. The hero understood. The return of the heretical sect was not accidental. The leader honestly confessed. He later began to doubt whether he was in fact going to return to his world, or from the very beginning he was deceiving everyone. Only now the truth has been opened. The demon planned to open the gate for even more Ekev. If this happens, even a shaky peace and ghostly safety that has been supported for so long will disappear forever. And then the man asked, let the Moonblade open the truth about his shameful acts. Let him bring Mur in battle against him, for the sake of true peace on these lands. But the hero was not going to pull the burden of the old guilt on his own shoulders. He will fight for his own reasons. If you translate this story from another, the truth will be distorted. Only the leader himself has to tell about his past. And he did not even ask for his sin. He was about to carry it to the very end, indifferent what shame would cost him. After all, who was about to leave this world? Shame no longer burdened the heart. After these words, the old man exhaled the last time. It was then that the three tolerated fox appeared and explained that he always said that the Alliance leader would be his greatest obstacle. Therefore, using the destruction of the sect as a cover, he ordered his supporters to kill the head of Murim. But the hero knew well. The leader was the best swordsman of the Alliance. So those pathetic murderers could not stir his heart just. The warrior suspected. The fox could say the old man something to say. And maybe, he even convinced that death voluntarily.
He is called variously Pillar of the Tan family, Messenger of Sichuan, Strategist, and simply Perfection. But the most popular nickname is M1 Tan Chong, which means that he controls even a person's life in the heavens. It was he who sent an assassin to the cave where the wounded Chagall Yen lay. Looking at this tall man with fiery red hair and a luxurious beard of the same color, Manhwa thinks, common folk know that more than 10 years have passed since he left the post of head of the Tan family. However, he still resolves various minor and major issues behind the back of the current clan head. Standing in the room before M1 Tan Chong, who is sitting at the table, Manhwa says that he is acquainted and introduces himself by name. Besides them, there are several other people in the room. One of them, standing near the office owner and slightly bowing, reports that the exam in Pinnan County has failed. The man says that 35 people died without neutralizing the poison, and 80 residents were poisoned. M1 Tan Chong, drawing something with a brush on the scroll lying before him, replies, doesn't care. The man says, understood, then asks, what about Sanju County? Surprised by such disregard, Manhwa listens as M1 Tan Chong answers, let them be told to leave the stronghold and return. The servant asks, what to do with the responsible Kwanon? The office owner orders him to observe how he restores order and gives the instruction to sell the Hebei Trading Company. He adds that the price should be no less than 50,000 silver. Manhwa sighs. The advisor says that the effect of the 5 killers is unsatisfactory. Movement in the room freezes, and all present look at him. Men and women bustling with scrolls in their hands, two servants standing near M1 Tanchong, and the elder himself look at Monet in surprise. All present are clearly surprised by his boldness and expect that the owner's anger will soon fall upon his head. M1 Tanchong looks at the advisor for several moments, and from his gaze it is impossible to understand what he is thinking at that moment. The elder says, well, anything is possible. After all, they are in the development stage. Manet says that a poor quality product spoils his work. M1 Tanchong asks, does he think that an ordinary poison can so easily deal with spiritual practice that has been practiced for several thousand years? The advisor says that if a mistake is made when applying the poison, one can fall under undesirable suspicion. Drilling him with his gaze, the elder asks, to whom? Manet or himself? The advisor admits that it threatens him. M. Van Tan says he himself knows about the matter with the valiant Phoenix Man. They have already taken all necessary measures, so he should not make a mountain out of a molehill. The elder adds, he cannot believe that to attract his attention, they insult the business into which their family puts all their heart and soul. How much malice? Nodding at the woman approaching Monet with a red box in her hands, he says for the advisor to take its contents. A woman opens a box and shows a small vial. M. Van Tan says it is the tiger heart of hibiscus. It is beneficial for a body with a physical defect where energy does not properly circulate due to a severed limb. If the advisor drinks the vial's contents, his internal energy will increase as if he had spent 20 years practicing Buddhist self-discipline. Manny answers that he will accept the gift with gratitude. However, he would like to say something to him. The elder interrupts him, saying that he does not wish to listen. Handing the scroll to the attendant standing nearby, he reads the letter, continuing to speak. How does the advisor think why he called him and gave the medicine? Because he brought the silent dragon. King Kong of the heavenly sword, a very secretive nature, so they had no opportunity to study the spiritual technique of the Baekli family. M. Van Tenchan adds that Paik Li Guan served as good material. Manet, hiding the vial in his wide sleeve, says, hear this, Paik Li Jun, and his head will fly off his shoulders. He asks, doesn't the interlocutor think that the tiger heart of hibiscus is not enough to pay for a life? Glancing at the pile of scrolls lying on the table, the former head of the Tan clan replies, its cost is 20 nyan of gold. So it's quite enough, and let him not be so stingy, and now let him leave. Man does not say that it's not about stinginess. He wants to make a deal. M. Van Tan Chan, handing over another scroll to the clerk, replies that he is not interested in their deals. He only settles them by determining the goods and their price. That's all. Smiling, the advisor says that he plans to become a pimp. Manny announces that he wants to bind Lady Tan Haran in marriage. M. Van Tanshan looks at him intently, awaiting continuation. Smiling even wider, the advisor adds, and the poisonous dragon. Manny asks M. Van Tanshan, what will he say to this? The former head of the Tan clan drills him with his gaze. Suddenly he starts laughing. At first he giggles, and then his laughter becomes louder and louder. Already chuckling, throwing his head back, M1 Tanshan exclaims, that's it! What a surprise! He is the first in 10 years to offer him a deal that he felt interested in. The smile has already left Manet's face. A drop of sweat slides down his cheek. The elder continues laughing. Suddenly the laughter stops, and M1 Tanshan's fist slams down on the table with force. He tells Manet that the poisonous dragon is pursued by the Union and is now moving together with Yahello. They cannot accept a member of Safa into the Tan family. M1 Tanshan asks, what is his plan? The advisor replies that the poisonous dragon is originally from the Baekwa Valley, belonging to the Yak clan of Yunnan province, so he can be considered a member of Chongfa. If this fact is made public, he can be accepted into the Tan family as a son-in-law. Jumping up from his chair, M1 Tanshan replies, since the poisonous dragon is from Baekwa Valley, he is connected to the Chi Dok family, to which Manni himself belonged. Moreover, the King Kong of the Heavenly Sword became the arbitrator and passed judgment on this case. He believes that the poisonous dragon is quite hostile towards him and asks, what will the advisor say to that? Manna, without raising his gaze, says, true, he has business not only with Kachu, but also with him personally. The poisonous dragon's goal includes obtaining the head of Paik Li Jun. And Wantan Chan exclaims, if a supporter of the Union head hates him, then the entire Union does too. As a family that is part of the Union, they will have to settle matters with the Union. What is his plan regarding this? Manhwa says, first, the Union head and Paik Li Jun must be divided. The interlocutor asks, and then? The advisor replies to elect Paik Li Jun as the new head. Wantan Chan asks, then there will be no need to sever ties with the Union? The answer is, exactly. A light smile slides across Manhwa's lips, and a yellow spark flashes in his single eye as he says, that time will become the most suitable moment to sever all ties. Wantan Chan's hand crumples the sheet of paper lying on the table. He laughs again. Baring his teeth in a smirk, the former head of the Tan clan exclaims, wonderful! He believes the advisor is only half right, but he still likes it. Manhwa says, why did the Dak clan attack the Yak clan? Where are the accomplices? Since their Chidok family held the lowest position, they could not but follow the order of the Poisonous Valley. The advisor adds that upon arriving here, he realized this. Even though they belonged to the Dak clan, without the elders' permission, they would not have been able to carry out such an act. Moreover, he only now understood that the Dak clan could benefit from attacking the Yak clan. This is, Wantan Chan interrupts him, enough. There is no point in wasting time on well-known talks. That is enough. He adds, Afwis. It is said that last year, due to a large number of corrupt officials in the country, utter chaos began in water management. The former head of the Tan clan continues. Also, this winter brought twice as much precipitation as last winter, causing a thick layer of snow to form on the mountains. With the arrival of winter, it will all melt, and in the upcoming summer rainy season, a heavy downpour will fall, which happens every 4 years. Manhwa looks a little surprised, not understanding where he is leading. Wantan Chan says, if the Yellow River overflows its banks and all houses, buildings, and crops are submerged, people will lose their homes and die of hunger. Wandering the land, rats will eat their corpses and gain weight. And then, the coming summer will see a terrible plague raging, the likes of which China has never seen. The number of victims will be colossal. Wantan Chan says, among them will be martial arts masters from the 9 great clans. Manhwa looks at him in amazement. He thinks he heard something from the Tan family when they supplied him with the 5 killer. The advisor recalls standing by the mansion fence examining the bottle, while the person behind him said the product would be delivered in unlimited quantities. If Manhwa does not confirm the effect using the maximum amount, they promise even greater support to them. He thinks, so they improved the 5 killer not just to use it as a weapon? This is not about simple planning of a rebellion or civil war. A much more powerful tsunami than he thought was approaching before his eyes. Manhwa mentally asked the question, Wantan Chan thirst for supreme power? A token falls at the feet of the advisor, and the voice of the former head of the Tan clan is heard. Let him take it. Wantan Chan explains, this little thing proves that he has the right to receive any help from the Tan family. Let him use the medicine and have plenty of fun. He can go beyond the limits, it doesn't matter. Picking up the token, Manhwa does not say, going beyond the limits. It turns out he can carry out the proposed plan, right? Wantan Chan replies that he likes the advisor much more than the poisonous dragon. Therefore, he agrees to the deal in which the latter will act as bait. Let him do as he knows. He can marry him to Haran. He adds that no permission is required. He takes full responsibility. Man does not turn around and heads towards the exit. The advisor examines the token he is holding in his hand. He returns and forcefully drops the token on the table, not letting go of it from his hand. Wantan Chan looks at the token in surprise. Slowly raising his gaze, the former head of the Tan clan asks, what is he doing? Manhwa says nothing. He did not think it would be so easy to get his consent. An angry yellow flicker blazes in the soul eye of the advisor as he states that Wantan Chan turned out to be much duller than he thought. The bushy eyebrows of the former head of the Tan clan knit together at the bridge of his nose. For a few moments, the men look each other in the eyes. Wantan Chan shifts his gaze to the token, and a smile appears on his face. He says, exactly, I completely forgot. Then he adds, perhaps soon he will be summoned by Haewol Chinin. The former head of the Tan clan says, The time has come to demonstrate your skills. He expresses hope that the advisor will not disappoint him. Manhwa, smiling in response, says, "Of course." The advisor turns around and heads back to the exit. Manhwa is still smiling, thinking. The fact that he accepted his provocation as if nothing happened showed. Looking at the token in his hand, he realizes it showed how far he can cross the line holding this thing. Straightening his shoulders, Manhwa thinks that this gave him confidence. He believes that Mbantan-chan can be relied upon. Even if he demands something special from him, he does not care, because this power will play a huge role in the fulfillment of his plan. The advisor giggles. It can't get better than this deal. Then the man bursts into loud laughter, which can be heard even beyond the mansion. Near a small building located by the forest behind which mountain peaks are visible, horses stand. A voice is heard. Everyone is exhausted, both people and horses. The goddess of desires, stroking the horse's neck, says that in her opinion the critical danger has passed. Therefore, looking at the crowd of people standing between the carriages and the building in front of her, she says it would be better to rest here before moving on. At the front stand Chinjagan and Unjan. Unjan, who shares a bed with Fenbok, sleeps soundly, lying diagonally across the bed and spreading his arms and legs wide. The sole of his left foot presses against the cheek of the man, who naturally finds it difficult to fall asleep because of such proximity. So sleeps peacefully in her bed. The goddess of desires, sitting on the bed in the lotus position, immerses herself in meditation. A light haze of golden aura swirls around her. Without opening her eyes, the woman says, "Let him come in." Chinjagan enters the room and, stopping by the door, asks for forgiveness. With a slight smile, Yahello says, "Came in the middle of the night to the women's room." And he is brave. The guy replies that she herself asked him to drop by at the hour of the mouse, that is, between 11 and 1 at night. The woman responds that he is boring and does not understand jokes. The goddess of desires sits on the edge of the bed. Watching her movements, the guy says, he sees that she has not gotten any better. The woman replies, "Yes, a quite expected effect from the Tan family's poison. Without an antidote, it is not easy to remove." Chinjagan asks, "Poison of the Tang family? Was she involved in the attack on the palace?" The woman, settling at the table with a teapot and 2 cups, answers that she does not know. She was poisoned and lost her hand elsewhere. Sweat streams down the face of the goddess of desires. She adds, "To be honest, before they took him from the village." The woman admits that Manhwa offered her a deal then. The young man looks at her questioningly. Chinjagan's face is twisted with rage. He says, "To those who did this to her." Lowering her eyes, the goddess of desires replies, "Yes, he was waiting for her and set a trap, mobilizing people from the Chegal family and the Silent Dragon. It seems he foresaw that they would part ways with him." The young man's face grows darker. The woman says, knowing his character, she means that he should not blame himself. Taking the teapot with a trembling hand, the goddess of desires says that what happened to her was entirely her fault. She never intended to accept that deal from the start. Extending the teapot to him with a trembling hand, she adds, "Is it necessary to oppress others in order to get what you want?" A confused expression appears on the young man's face. He reaches out his hand and supports the teapot with a finger from below. Taking the teapot, he pours the drink into his cup. A woman with a slight smile looks at him, then says, "In general, she called him to say something." Drops of sweat stream down the face of the goddess of desires. She says she wants to pass on to him the remaining kugel of the 9 rays of Jade Void, the 5 storms of Frog Kung Fu. The guy sitting opposite her at the small round table replies, "So what he studied was not the complete technique?" The woman says, "Correct." She offers him only a part. Chinjagan, without raising his eyes, says, "On the way, she told a secret about her connection with the technique." He assumed that all her misfortunes in the past began precisely with it. He does not think that such a technique can be easily decided to be passed on to someone. The guy asks, why did she want to train not a follower of Safa, not her student, but him? The woman, also without raising her eyes, answers, "It is necessary for the sake of everyone." He could have left them again, but chose to stay. She believes that the previous battle clarified something for him, causing a sense of responsibility towards them. Chinjagan takes a sip from the cup. The woman adds, she would like to say that it is not necessary, but Raising her cup with a trembling hand, she continues, honestly, now both she and all of Safa are not in very good condition. So much so that they have to rely on someone. Bringing the cup to her lips, the woman says, if in the current situation she passes the power to him, the person who helps them, then by that she will protect herself as well. Sweating profusely, the goddess of desires adds, however, he will need the power not only to fight them. In mastering the technique, there is definitely personal benefit for him as well. Ihua asks, does he remember what she said about the state of his body? Due to the side effect of the bloody heavens of madness, every time he uses internal energy, he quickly shortens his lifespan. If such battles repeat, he won't last even 3 years. However, it cannot be said that there is no way to prevent this. The goddess of desires explains that the 9 rays of Jade Void, the 5 storms of Frog Kung Fu, form a wave in a certain place inside his body. By gathering internal energy in it and releasing it at once, explosive power can be realized. The woman says that at the moment only 1 wave has formed inside him. But if all 9 are established, which are called the apex of the 9 rays of Jade Void, the 5 storms of Frog Kung Fu, then he will be able to balance the side effect of the bloody heavens of madness. In other words, he will extend his life. Ihua adds, however, since she herself established only 5 ramparts, her help is limited. To get the rest, he will have to seek help from the head of the Cheon Sun clan, but knowing his hot temper, perhaps he can handle it himself. The guy replies, if that is her request, then he will accept it. Smiling, the woman says, a request? Even she cannot compare to him in bravery. Perhaps when it becomes necessary to ask him for something during the transmission of the technique, Qin Jiagan admits that right now he cannot handle Baek Li Jun on his own to have the chance to spare him. They both recall that long-ago conversation when the goddess of wishes said, in the distant future she will ask him to spare one person. Even if he has to kill him, let him preserve his life. The woman looking at him says, so he knew. The guy explains, he came to that conclusion thinking about a morally fallen man who was called a brave warrior, but whose soul has rotted to the core. About her attachment to the Baek Li family, about that request and the reason for the transmission of the technique. He always thought that his revenge was the revenge of the Yak clan. He believed that he must at all costs kill Baek Li Jun, at least to avenge the insult to his clan. Nevertheless, Qin Jiagan tells the goddess of wishes that he will accept her request and then place the living Baek Li Jun right before her and make him pay for all his sins. The woman remains silent, and the guy says that he did promise after all. Ihua lowers her head, quietly thanking him for not forgetting. Baek Li Guan, standing in the office before Baek Li Jun's desk, asks the teacher to listen to him. He says that there is something suspicious about the death of the brave phoenix. Inspector Shin asks the heir to leave. The young man continues to insist, saying that with his influence, everything will work out. He asks to make a request to the union to start a reinvestigation. The inspector exclaims, heir! Baek Li Jun sits at the table with a cup in his hand. In front of him are a teapot, an empty saucer, and a box with the hand of the goddess of wishes. The man asks, is that all he wants to say? The young man, falling to his knees, begs forgiveness for disobeying the order and going to Yunnan. He admits that his mind left him after the news that the culprit of Yen's death is there. Sipping from the cup, Baek Li Jun says, it turns out he understands everything. Then the man adds that he no longer wants to listen to him. Let him get lost. Baek Li Guan cries out in despair, teacher, then corrects himself. No, father. Red sparks flare up in Baek Li Jun's eyes, and a red aura ignites behind his back. He speaks quietly but with a threat in his voice. He said, get out of here. The inspector asks the heir to leave. He says that now is not the best time. Let him come another time. The man sees Baek Li Guan off to the exit. Baek Li Jun fills the cup and drains it in one gulp. King Kong of the Heavenly Sword plunges into contemplation. His gaze falls on the box with Ikava's hand, on the lid of which is written, sending back, missing head, body, and legs. Eunjong, clutching his head, exclaims, what? Members of the Safa clan sitting at tables in the large hall are in confusion. A scream sounds. What does it mean? Fenbok asks. Is he in his right mind? Qin Jiagan says, not everyone heard, so he will repeat. They are returning back. The guy, behind whom stands the goddess of desires, adds, and they are going to Mount Cheongsong in Sichuan province. All members of the Safa clan are surprised. Shouts are heard. Mount Cheongsong? He suggests going there? What kind of decision is that? They barely escaped, and he suggests rushing straight into the enemy's jaws. If they return from where they came, they will run right into the enemy. A question is addressed to the goddess of desires. Did the mistress give her consent? Without raising her eyes, the woman answers, yes. People ask why. Shinjagan suggests they be realistic. Most are seriously wounded. They had no time to recover. The guy says that is why they are moving slowly. So far, they have managed to break away, but the enemy is persistent and will not give up. If they are caught, they will suffer great damage. In response, it is said, that is why they must keep away from the enemy. They cannot go straight to meet him. Shinjagan says they need to strike at the enemy's weak spot. They think they are being pursued, fleeing from Sichuan. The guy explains that is why they will not pay attention to those going to Sichuan. The Safa members look at him surprised and a little confused. Shinjagan continues, they will disguise themselves as a trading company heading to Sichuan and will go to Mount Cheongsong. There they will completely break away from the pursuit. One of the men says, indeed, the Cheongsong clan is not part of the union. Even if Murim notices something wrong, their influence does not extend there. Unjan, looking excited and a little confused, exclaims, but what guarantee is there that the Cheongsong clan will accept them? Shinjagan silently looks at him for a few moments. Then the guy bows his head and, folding his hands in the traditional gesture, where the palm of one hand covers the fist of the other, asks the boy to help them. Astonished, Unjan steps back from him and exclaims, what? Shinjagan says he will be honest. His main confidence in the plan is because they can use Unjan. If they stay with him until they pass the mountain, the John Seong clan will not use force. The corners of the boy's mouth turn down. Unjong speaks, slightly stammering. That is, he is a hostage. He adds that he does not know about the other brothers and students with teachers, but his mentor will not let it go so easily. So standing behind looks at him sympathetically. The guy replies that then he will just talk to him, and if the conversation is not enough, they will have to fight. The boy recoils in horror, exclaiming, with the teacher? Meanwhile, the men are talking among themselves, and the plan is not so reckless after all. The response is, correct. If they continue on the planned path, the enemy will sooner or later catch them. Shinjagan and Yehua exchange glances, understanding that the difficult conversation has ended and they have achieved their goal. Carts one after another follow along the road. Behind them, mountain peaks are visible. Sitting by the window, Fenbach looks at the landscape, resting his head on his hand. The man sighs. They packed a mountain of food and went out in broad daylight as if going on a picnic. Near the cartwalk, men carrying their belongings in backpacks. Something makes Shinjagan wary. Ahead on the road, dust clouds are visible. A shout is heard. They are coming. To the goddess of desires, sitting in the carriage, comes a voice commanding everyone to remain calm and behave naturally. Horses gallop, raising road dust. Two carriages traveling in opposite directions pass by each other. In the oncoming carriage sit Pek Li Jun, looking at the landscapes through the window, and the gloomy, lost in his own thoughts, Pek Li Guan. Fenbach and Unjan press fearfully against the wall of the carriage, trying to hide from prying eyes. Soon the carriage they met disappears in clouds of dust. The men walking alongside the carriages rejoice. It worked. They outmaneuvered them. The young man driving one of the carriages says, he doesn't think this is the entire chase. If they encounter others, they should behave the same way as now, then they won't be exposed. Fenbach, sitting opposite the goddess of wishes in So-So, says that there was very little time, but the young man managed to come up with another move. The more he watches him, the more amazed he is. By nightfall, they left the road surrounded by trees and bushes and set up camp in a large clearing. People gathered around two fires. The voice of Shinjagan is heard. Everyone followed his plan. The young man adds, even though they were in disguise, behaving as if nothing was wrong while in the center of danger is by no means easy. The goddess of wishes, sitting next to him on a large rectangular stone, a little away from the other people, replies, that's because although he is not from Safa, he is ready to sacrifice his own life for their salvation. The woman, looking at the people gathered around the fire, says she thinks everyone trusts him very much. Meanwhile, Fenbach, raising a tasty piece in his hand, makes Unjan try to snatch it from him. But due to the height difference, the boy finds it difficult to reach the disputed item. Chin Jagan watches their scuffle with a slight smile. Yehua says that there are still a couple of days before arriving at the mountain. She suggests he finish transmitting the 9 rays of Void Jade, the 5 storms of Frog Kung Fu. The woman adds, he decided to go to Mount Cheonshong also to meet Muam, the head of the Cheonshong clan, right? The young man only silently nods in response. Rising from the stone, the goddess of desires says, first she will explain the techniques that make up the 9 rays of Jade Void, the 5 storms of Frog Kung Fu. During the day, a voice is heard over the river. As she said earlier, Frog Kung Fu, belonging to the Cheonseon clan, blocks the current internal energy with poison and forms a shock force, exploding the energy at once. Their caravan follows along the river. The woman tells Chinjagan that the 5 storms of the shaking sky, being a demonic technique, circulates internal energy in 5 sections of blood vessels, thereby maximizing power. This technique and the technique of the bloody heavens of madness, which he uses, have the same origin. Feon Bak, yawning on goats with reins in his hands, hears her say that the 5 storms of Frog Kung Fu is a combination of Frog Kung Fu and the 5 storms of the shaking sky. She fills 5 dams with water and creates an even greater wave of internal energy, forming a whirlpool. So and Eunjong sleep, their heads leaning against each other. The woman continues, however, when applying Frog Kung Fu, internal energy concentrates in the blood pathways that act as dams, which can cause serious internal damage. And during the use of the 5 storms of the shaking sky, the blood vessels where the whirlpool forms are destroyed. Sitting opposite the sleeping children, Yehua and Chinjagan continue the conversation. The woman says, therefore, no matter how strong a warrior is, prolonged use of such techniques will put his life at risk. To compensate for these shortcomings, the combined technique, 9 rays of Jade Void, 5 storms of Frog Kung Fu appeared. The part 9 rays means 9 places inside the body. The sun is already setting, and the goddess of desires continues to explain, by distributing whirlpools by forming dams not in 5 places, but in 9, a more stable power can be achieved. Chinjagan listens carefully as the woman says, since he managed to gather power in the central Dantian, which is one of these 9 places. Looking at him with amber-colored eyes, she adds, the guy formed 1 dam inside himself. That is, he mastered the first ray. The ray of the setting sun falls on the goddess of desires and the young man, absorbed in conversation. 2 days later, Sichuan Province, Cheonseon Mountain Range. Cheonseon clan, sun rays illuminate a luxurious mansion. The man who appeared at the doorstep, calling the interlocutor brother, reports that someone has entered the Cheonshong territory. It seems to be the very cart in which Unjong's nephew was. The person sitting on the edge of the bed, raising his hand to the back of his head to stretch his stiff neck, listens to him silently. The man asks, what should they do? Unjong, sitting between Pyeonbok and Soso, is shaken by a strong tremor and looks quite pale. The man, trying to push him aside with his elbow, exclaims that he is already going crazy. Why can't he sit still? The boy, stammering, answers, he can't even imagine how the teacher will punish him. Jinjagan, sitting opposite next to the goddess of desire, asks, what kind of person is Master Pokcheon? The woman looking out the window answers, he is the deputy head, leading the Cheonshong clan instead of Muam, who does not show himself in public. His abilities match his position. By character, he is very strong and impatient, and his pride is stronger than cast iron, which is why dissatisfied people call him the Stone. Continuing to admire the landscape, she adds, they say the reason the Cheonshong clan is not currently part of the Muram Union lies in Master Pak Cheon's stubbornness. He is quite a complicated person, so it is better not to get involved with him if possible. The goddess of desire, smiling, says, he must know that she and the master. She finishes the phrase quite unexpectedly, saying that they are bitter enemies. The guy looks at her in surprise. Jinjagam becomes alert, and his face is covered with sweat. Pyeonbok exclaims, what is happening? Yoonjong, with a trembling voice, says, it has begun. The guy, feeling incredible pressure, thinks, as if a whole sea has crashed down on him and is pressing him to the ground. An incredible pressure of internal energy. The woman says, "Here we go." She orders everyone to leave the cart while he is in front of them. She believes that as long as he is in front of them, they will not be able to pass through whole and unharmed. Meanwhile, the wagon stopped in front of the man who blocked their way. The guy and the goddess of desires step out of the carriage. Trembling Unjan timidly peeks out from the wagon. Looking at the man whose eyes blaze with a cold light, Chinjagan realizes that before them is Master Pog Chachon. Unjan, by that time having left the carriage and standing near the boy, timidly says, "Teacher." Deputy head of the Pokchan clan says, "He did ask not to be seen by him again, otherwise he will not let it go so easily." Forward steps the goddess of desires, saying that they have not seen each other for a long time. The woman asks, "How is Muam doing?" The aura around Pokchan begins to redden. The man reminds, he was clear. The deputy head of the clan shouts angrily, "Let him not dare to utter that name." His rage, unleashed on the men of the Safa clan, almost knocks them off their feet. A muffled cough bursts from the woman's chest. Chinjagan stands before the goddess of desires, covering her with his body. His action amazes the woman. Looking into the purple eyes of the guy, Pokchan says, by the eyes filled with malice, he guesses who is in front of him. The deputy head of the clan slowly pronounces, "Poisonous dragon." Chinjagan boldly meets his gaze. For a few moments, silence reigns. Pokchan, leaning on his mace, studies with his eyes Chinjagan standing opposite him. The goddess of desires in Unjong. A gust of wind blows the empty sleeve of Yehua, who is slightly bowed under the pressure of the man's inner energy. Pokchan mockingly says, "The authority of the goddess of desires Yehua from Shadun is no longer what it used to be. Everything is so bad that she relies on some snot-nosed kid." The man shifts his attention to Unjong, who fearfully recoils backward. Pokchan says, "The brainless disciple Chan's son became a hostage and allowed outsiders to penetrate the Chan's son mountain ridge." The boy tries to justify himself. "About that. He did not intend to." The man interrupts him. "He does not need excuses." Pokchan shouts angrily. He was ordered to watch the poisonous dragon so that he would not make mistakes. But in the end, he joined him and seriously wounded a high-ranking monk of the Ami clan. Does he even understand what a difficult position their head is in because of him? His shout echoes throughout the surroundings. Moreover, he dared to bring here those whom the Union and the Ami clan are desperately searching for. Does he have brains or not? The boy answers that he is sorry. Throwing the mace, which he had been leaning on until now, over his shoulder, the man calls him a rough blockhead and asks, "Who is his teacher here?" He adds that besides him there was simply no one to take. Tears appear in the boy's eyes, and the disapproval of the goddess of desires, although she did not express it, clearly hangs in the air. Pokchan says, "A good attempt to use Unjan as a hostage and come here to hide. Since he sinned by taking such a fool as a disciple, he will endure today." Pointing with a stick at a small building, he adds, "There is a hut where he studied Taoism in his youth." Pokchan says, "Until they recover, they can settle there. Let them do whatever they want. He doesn't care." Slightly disconcerted members of the Safa clan listen to his speech. The man says, however, with the stick, he draws a line on the road in front of him. Pokchan announces that they are forbidden to cross this line. The goddess of desire accepts his terms and says, "Good." The man turns around, intending to leave. He hears the voice of Chinjagan, who says he disagrees. Unjan grabs his head with his hands. The goddess of desire looks stunned. Pokchan slowly turns his head and asks, "What did he just say?" The guy says, "They came here to survive, not to die." The man asks, "Did he tell them to die?" Chinjagan replies, "He said he doesn't care what happens beyond the line." He believes that by this, the man meant not only Safa. Pointing at the road, the guy says, "This is not just a line drawn on the ground, but a sign that the Chansun clan will watch indifferently everything that happens to the people here, won't they? If he, having drawn this line, simply leaves, it is equivalent to abandoning them to certain death." Chinjagan says, "Let him accept them, and they will take responsibility for everything while they are on their land." Pokchan answers, "Ha, what a smart guy. His nickname suits him." He adds, "Oh, it's good. As long as they are on the territory of the Chansun clan, no one will harm them. He, Master Pokchan, guarantees it." Smiles appear on the faces of the people from Safa. The man turns around and takes a step towards them, saying, but first he should check. Pak Chan stops in front of the guy. They are separated only by the line he drew on the road. The man, looking the guy in the eyes, says, does he have the right to make such a bold demand of him? The master says, there will be 3 clashes in total. If the guy does not step down from the place where he stands, then he will acknowledge him. Chin Jogan asks, and if he loses? Pak Chan answers, then he will not be able to object to him. The guy says, in that case, he asks, what will happen if he pushes him off the spot? The man confidently states that this will not happen. Chin Jogan insists, nevertheless, if he still manages, will he listen to one of his requests? Pak Chan laughs, funny little guy. Patting his palm with a button, he agrees, oh, right, he will listen. The man laughs again. Unjan asks the poisonous dragon, why is he arranging such a dispute? He cannot believe that even the teacher agreed. Pak Chan exclaims, be silent. What good has he done to confidently raise his head, huh? The boy shamefully falls silent. The hand of Chin Jogan lowers onto the club that the man holds in front of him. Pak Chan looks at Chin Jogan with surprise and caution. The guy says that this is the first clash. His words cause general bewilderment. The man asks, is he joking or what? Chin Jogan replies that from now on he is absolutely serious. Pak Chan asks, is he pulling cheap tricks? The man says that he is only making things worse for himself. Continuing to hold the club, Chin Jogan answers that he is simply trying his best to win, no matter how. Pulling the club from his hand, Pak Chan says that then he has no reason to hold back either. The second clash, let him use his hands. The guy replies, no need to deliberately give in to him. The man says, is that so? Pak Chan's eyes fill with the glow of inner energy and the aura around him turns red. Holding the club in front of him, he says, then not for a moment. He warns the guy not to take his eyes off for a moment. Chin Jogan closes himself off, crossing his arms in front of him. The man uses the technique Sword of 72 Waves. The swing of the club makes the guy clutch his stomach and bend over. Coughing up blood, Chin Jogan forces out this technique. Pak Chan finishes the phrase for him, which in one breath creates 72 sword forms. The words reach the boy bent over in pain. Now he has used only 16. Unable to bear it, Chin Jogan, bent over in pain and leaning on his knees with his hands, lets out a scream. The man says that the third clash remains. He asks, what will the boy do, and warns that he intends to use all 72 swords. Unjong asks the poisonous dragon to stop. The boy replies, he will have to go to the promised third clash. Isn't that obvious? The boy says that the Sword of 72 Waves hides deadly forms within. He asks Chin Jogan to stop. Unjong says he will die if he makes a mistake. The boy responds, and? The boy is surprised. What? Chin Jogan says, he has always overcome critical moments due to lack of ability. He adds, therefore, facing another danger, he has no reason to retreat. Everyone present is impressed by his words. Pak Chan chuckling says, and the boy is right. Let his foolish student learn. Looking into the boy's violet eyes, the man adds that this is the gaze of a person who has already experienced Kanho to the point of bruising. Perhaps because he escaped from the lair of Asura, his eyes are filled to the brim with malice. Throwing the club over his shoulder, Pak Chan adds, before they proceed to the third clash, he will ask something. The man asked Chin Jogan a question. He said he has a request for him. What is it? The boy answers, he will voice it if he wins the bet. The man, sighing, says, a lost cause. The guy constantly hits his pride. Apparently he has some plan in mind. Spreading his arms to the sides, Pak Chan suggests, since he struck in the second clash, let the guy have the advantage in the third. He allows him to use everything, be it poison or something else, so that before death, he has no regrets. Chin Jogan's response makes the man flinch. He says to resort to everything, but he himself holds a weapon behind his back. Pak Chan says he will throw it away and tosses the club aside. He asks, does the guy think that Chon-sun's sword techniques are worthless without a weapon? The man offers Chin Jogan, let him attack. The guy replies that he already has. Red flashes of energy run through Chin Jogan's veins, and his eyes shine with the overflowing inner power. Around his crooked wrist, the same radiant aura flares up. The man, staring intently at him, says, he thought to spare him, but he will die anyway. He calls him a fool and believes that with such power the guy destroys himself. Pak Chan falters. He notices how Chinjagan's hand relaxes and understands. He suppressed the raging inner energy and took control over it. The man tensely peers at his opponent. From the guy who has bowed his head, radiant streams of energy emanate. From Pak Chan's lips burst this power. Looking at Chinjagan's eyes, emitting the same radiant energy, the man exclaims, "It can't be!" Pak Chan loudly shouts, "Eh hua! She!" The woman silently looks at him, not rushing to answer. The fist of the guy, holding a needle between his fingers, rushes towards the man's face. The needle, pinched between Chinjagan's fingers, is about to reach its target. Pak Chan waves his hand, deflecting the guy's fist. The needle in Chinjagan's hand, under the force of the clan leader's deputy, veers aside. Purple flames flare up in the guy's eyes. He raises his hand above his head, intending to strike. The opponent's hands meet, and their confrontation causes waves of energy spreading in all directions from them. Unjan, standing near Fenbok, exclaims, "That's the power of the poisonous dragon, which he used when fighting Miwol." Continuing to resist Chinjagan's attacks, Pak Chan thinks he didn't expect the guy to hold out so long against him. His speed is close to the speed of the sword art of 72 waves. The struck man realized that the guy is really using the 5 thunders of frog kung fu against him. Directing his palm to the opponent's chest, Pak Chan thinks, this is not enough. Chinjagan is clearly unpleasantly surprised by his attack, but manages to cover himself with his hands. The guy barely withstands the pressure exerted on him by the opponent. Blood spurts from the man's palm. He looks at his hand in surprise. For a moment, they freeze like that. The guy stands with his hands covering himself, and Pak Chan looks at the wounded hand. A hint of a slight smile appears on the guy's lips. From his palm, which he uses to cover his face, a sharp needle sticks out. A cold, energetic light shines in the man's eyes. Holding out his bloodied hand, he says to Chinjagan, acting all high and mighty here, but he can only pull himself together when he gets a good beating. Slightly bending down, Pak Chan raises his hand for a strike. Chinjagan clenches his hand into a fist. In his head flashes, he attacks. The man uses the sword of 72 waves. A burst of energy spreads around them in circles. The guy, throwing his hand forward, intercepts the opponent's wrist. Pak Chan says that the guy's breathing has started to falter. So he is still not used to such power? The man adds that he does not know with what intention Yahello gave it to him. Pushing away Chinjagan, Pak Chan says that she is not his match. Streams of energy strike the guy, inflicting many wounds on him. Blood splashes from the wounds in all directions. Chinjagan, gritting his teeth, thinks, must hold on. The opponent's strength tries to throw him back, but he holds his ground and mentally repeats, must hold on until the end. Unjong urges him to hold on. An excited exclamation flies from the woman's lips. Soheb! So screams fearfully, and Fenbok exclaims, something bad is about to happen. Pak Chan raises his hand, intending to deliver a crushing blow. Looking into the guy's eyes, the man sees that despite the wounds, he is ready to fight. He thinks that his composure is frightening, but in any case, he does not intend to retreat. Pak Chan shouts that the guy will die so soon. Doesn't he pity his own life? Chinjagan, fiercely flashing his eyes, replies, if you don't put it all on the line, you won't achieve anything. He is ready to die for his goal. The guy exclaims that it's better to die with honor. He adds, but to carry out the promised revenge. The struck man looks at him intently. Pak Chan waves his hand, slicing through the guy's chest. The blow throws Chinjagan backward. Blood spurts from the wound. The bloodied guy can barely stand on his feet. He is holding on with his last strength. Sweat and drops of blood run down the face of Chinjagan. Blood drips onto the ground at the boy's feet. Pak Chan says he thought that the natives of Safa fight without purpose, but he sees that Chinjagan has one. The man says, good, he acknowledges him, but his attitude towards his own life. Chinjagan interrupts him, saying no. Beaten and bloodied guy claims that he won. Pak Chan angrily says, let the kid not make him laugh. After all, he understands that he himself stopped attacking. Blood streams down the boy's face. He asks, did the man forget? After all, they were not fighting to the death. Chinjagan reminds, the winner will be the one who does not take a single step. He suggests Pak Chan look at his left leg. The man lowers his gaze and looks at the toe of his boot and the bloodstains around it. Chinjagan says, if he hadn't moved, there wouldn't have been blood under his feet. Pak-chan lifts his foot and it becomes visible that the sole of his boot is stained with blood. Unjong is shocked. So it turns out his mentor lost? Fenbok exclaims, "What should we do?" Chin Jagan says, before the start of the 3 strikes. He reminds the man that he threw away his weapon and the striking distance changed. That means he had to take a step forward. But of course, he would hardly have fallen for such a trick so easily. The guy says that on the tip of the needle that pierced his arm there was poison. More precisely, several poisons that dull the senses, in such a state to carry out his attack. Pak-chan asks, did he move forward unconsciously? Chinjagan answers, yes. Slightly smiling, the guy asks, does he admit his defeat? The man frowns. He thinks that the 5 thunders of frog kung fu was a trick. The guy was set from the very beginning to make him make a mistake and step forward. However, Pak-chan says, the guy said he would win if he pushed him forward, not if he just made him take a step. The man asks, isn't that so? Chinjagan, lowering his head, answers that he is right. Continuing to stand behind the line he drew, the man says, even if he took a step in an unconscious state, the guy did not apply direct force to him, but tried to present the situation as if the initial condition was not to move from the spot. Unjan, Fenbok, and the other members of Safa listen anxiously as the man says, the guy expected that he would easily admit defeat, trying to preserve his reputation in the eyes of the onlookers. But it is foolish to rely on the fact that public opinion is equally important to everyone. Pak-chan shouts angrily, even if justice and honor have disappeared from Murim, the guy should not rely on that, especially when he tries to hide behind high ideals. Chinjagan silently listens as the man says he cannot admit his defeat by comparing their levels. But one must follow the Murim code of rules. The man adds, therefore his request will be fulfilled. Then he addresses the goddess of wishes. He says that she is here again by the will of heaven, so let her reflect on her decisions. Clenching a club behind his back, Pak-chan says, unraveling tangled threads of fate is always easier together than one by one. The man turns around and leaves. The remaining ones silently watch him go. Chinjagan, staggering, coughs hoarsely. The goddess of wishes, embracing him by the shoulders and preventing him from falling, says that he is doing well. The guy slowly sinks to the ground and the woman kneels beside him. The members of Safa, rushing to Chinjagan, exchange words. Wow, how did he even manage to put up a worthy resistance? They are seeing something like this for the first time in their lives. It was something else. Unjan, leaning over the guy, says he is shocked by his victory. Chinjagan replies, if the master had gone all the way, he probably wouldn't be lying here. The guy thinks that Pak-chan's words, although resembling senile grumbling, seem to have served as advice to him. After all, the goddess of wishes interrupts his thoughts saying, yes, if he had wanted, they wouldn't even be able to be here. He looks like a grumpy old man, but he is fair, and inside he has a big heart. Casting a glance after the departing man, she adds, that is in him forever. The woman says, she believes that thanks will not be enough. With his help, Safa now has time. She adds that he saved all of them. The faces of the people leaning over him begin to blur in Chinjagan's eyes. The voice of the goddess of wishes reaches him. Therefore, he can rest peacefully. The guy's eyes close. Tanharan, touching the fields of her conical hat with her hand, exclaims, what nonsense! How can they take her title and forbid her from going outside? Is this grandfather's or grandmother's order? The maid, bowing her head, answers, no. The girl, taking off her hat, asks, then whose? The voice reaches the angry Tanharan, informing her that he gave the order. Looking at the man who appeared behind the maid, the girl says in surprise, Manne? She asks, by what right? The advisor replies, the elder allowed it. Manna says that before marriage, regardless of age, everyone in this family must undergo special training. Unfortunately, now she is no longer the young lady of this house. He tells the surprised girl that now she is a beautiful young bride. In the girl's chambers, the conversation continues. Tanharan exclaims, bride? What nonsense! Rubbish! Manna answers, this is not nonsense, but grace. He wanted to unite a young couple and create a strong union before his death. The girl asks again, create an alliance? What the hell is he choosing a partner for her? Man does not answer that the elder allowed him to take this responsible role upon himself. He asks, Is she ready to meet the groom? Tanharan is angry. He is here. Manne, glancing at the closed door, says, "No need to be shy. Let them come in." A middle-aged plain man in poor clothes appears on the threshold. The struck Tanharan freezes. An angry and contemptuous grimace appears on her face. Pointing at the girl with his hand, Ni tells the man, "Here is the bride. He is delighted, really? Can he marry such a young beauty?" The advisor answers, "Of course." He suggests the man come over and talk to her. He, smiling happily, mumbles, "Young woman." A whip appears in the girl's hand. Without hesitation, she strikes the man with a whip, and he, raising his hands to protect his head, screams in pain. The maid gasps fearfully when the man falls to the floor. Manne, ignoring the person lying on the floor, says, he sees that she does not like his choice. Very unfortunate, but never mind, he will find another groom. Tanharan exclaims, "Stop mocking. What does he want? Let him speak immediately." Manna throws some small object to the girl. Tanharan catches the vial thrown to her. The advisor reports, "This is the antidote to the poison applied to his prosthesis. He was told that people from Safa are now on the Changshong Mountains. Let him find them and give this vial to Yehui." A red aura flares around the advisor as he says, with an anticipatory smile, "Let him bring the poisonous dragon to me, and I will find her the next groom." Tanharan grits her teeth. What did he say? Her hand gripping the whip trembles as she says, "Does he think she is some concubine? Who should she bring?" A red aura flares around the girl as she, swinging the whip, rushes at Manne, shouting, she sees that life is no longer dear to him. The advisor shows her the Yamaraja token. The girl freezes. A jade token? Where did he get it? Manna says that in the Tan family, everyone must obey the holder of the token. He asks, does she understand now? Let her bring the poisonous dragon here. He adds, and if not, next time he will bring her an old man with leprosy as a suitor. The advisor giggles, enjoying his power over the girl. Stunned, Tanharan addresses her grandfather, who is not here, asking, why is he treating her like this? White clouds drift over the peaks of the Zhongsheng Mountains. A small palm meets a larger hand. A voice sounds, explaining that Chom is a touch of the opponent's hand by one's own hand. Unjong, continuing the confrontation with Qinjigan, simultaneously explains that Ren is the continuation of attacks while maintaining combat stance, and John is the understanding of the opponent's thought direction. The boy listens attentively as the boy tells him that Jom is forcing the opponent to touch her hand. Each explanation by Unjong is demonstrated by action. He says that Su is following the opponent's attack path so that the hands do not separate. The boy's hand reaches for the boy's palm. Then they separate their hands, and a golden ring of energy flashes between them. Unjong explains, the Kimna method is based on the Hwagen method, and the Hwagen method uses the combination of Chomrin Chomsu. They stand in a clearing surrounded by trees. Having already lowered their hands and ceased the confrontation, Qinjigan says that these are not just touches and attack reflections. The boy replies, exactly. He must learn to understand the opponent's thoughts and use his attacks against him. Rubbing his wrist, the boy asks, can they try again? Unjong is impressed. Now that's concentration on training. So many hours in a row since early morning. Fenbok calls out to them, asking, do they even remember that there are other people here? Pointing to Soso standing next to him, the man says that the girl has already brought fresh water for the third time so they can rest and quench their thirst. Qinjigan and Unjan obediently settle near the tray, standing on the ground, and take cups in their hands. The boy laments. In the end, during the fight, he never managed to show himself well. Recalling the fight with Pak Chan, he says that is why he created the space so that his attack would go through. A scene emerges in his memory where he stands, covering himself with his hands, and a needle sticks out of his palm, having wounded the man's hand. Qin Jiagan says, but since he will have to fight masters of his level and above, he cannot just rely on chance. He wants to explore many different attacks to win fights. The boy laughs and asks him not to be so hard on himself. Unjan says, he is sure the boy will quickly learn everything he wants. The boy admits he is generally surprised that Qin Jiagan immediately asked to teach him gymnastics. Fenbok, standing behind them smoking a long pipe, grumbles, whether training by day or by night. The man says, he heard that the boy examines herbs on this mountain. Surely he wants to create some kind of poison. After all, He is the poisonous dragon one way or another. Fenbok asks the boy, by the way, why isn't he going back? Unjan hesitates, not knowing what to answer. He remembers the scolding he got from the teacher. The teacher even hit him on the head with a stick. Looking after the negligent student, clutching a book in his hand and walking away with tears in his eyes and a bandage on his head, Pok-chan, brandishing a stick, shouted, how dare he even look this way? Let him not even think about coming here until they leave. Little fool. Unjan still answers Fenbok. The mentor did not allow it. Crying, the boy grabs So-so's skirt, who tries to comfort him, and complains that Pok-chan is very angry. He adds that for now he will have to stay here with them. The boy, trying to somehow calm him, says that thanks to him, he can learn a lot. Unjan replies, well, he has to somehow pay for his food. He tries to laugh. A man high in the mountains is watching them. Leaning on a club with both hands, Pok-chan carefully watches the people in the valley. A faint light breaks through the hut, shrouded in the darkness of night. Chin Jagan sits in the lotus position, immersed in meditation. His body is enveloped in a light mist of aura. A voice is heard, well done. The goddess of wishes, sitting at a small round table, says that he has passed the first stage of the 9 rays of Jade Void and is approaching the second. Since the old man agreed to fulfill his wish, after coughing, the woman continues to say that he will soon be able to meet Muam. But for meeting him, of course, special preparation is needed. She starts coughing again. Chin Jagan replies that he has an excellent mentor, so everything should work out. A slight smile slides across the woman's lips, on which the cough has left traces of blood. She says, does he really think so? Her condition leaves much to be desired. The goddess of wishes adds, after she was able to reach the highest point, she no longer fears poisons, but in her opinion, every skill has its limit. The guy asks, can't she get rid of the poison? Yehua replies that it is too deep in her blood and energy. Looking at her palm stained with blood, the woman says, if she tries to cleanse the body of poison immediately, she might die. Therefore, she removes it little by little. But it still accumulates in the tissues of the organs. Chin Shagan admits that he has never heard of such poisons. He asks for permission to examine her body. The goddess of wishes replies that it will not help, but if he wants, the guy brings his palm, surrounded by a light bluish glow, to the woman's chest. Drops of sweat stream down Yehua's face. Chin Jagan understands that she is right. The poison is firmly lodged in the body, like a web. Closing his eyes, he tries to remember where he has seen such symptoms. He manages to recall, and he sharply opens his eyes. The goddess of wishes asks, did he understand something? The guy replies that he has encountered such symptoms before. Chin Jagan adds, during the last meeting with the brave phoenix, she took an antidote pill to prevent poisoning, but perhaps it also contained poison. The woman is surprised by his words. Recalling the girl lying on the cave floor, the guy says their symptoms are very similar. He explains that Shigal Yen tried to use an internal spiritual method to cleanse the body of poison, but it was very difficult because the poison had seeped into the body and energy. Chin Jagan believes that perhaps Man-ni orchestrated all this. He adds, and the death of the brave phoenix is also connected to him, because the goddess of wishes interrupts him, saying that the poison in her body is also from Man-ni. So, he is the one who killed the brave phoenix and gave her a fake pill. She decides that this is very likely. The woman says that Man-ni and Baek Jun are connected and act together. It is the poison chamber that supplies antidote pills, and Man-ni is an advisor there. Chin Jagan objects, but the silent dragon himself, like the brave phoenix, took this pill. The goddess of wishes is surprised. Okay, the brave phoenix did not know, but the silent dragon? The woman says, it was Man-ni's idea to take these medicines. The guy replies that he himself does not understand what is happening. Bowing his head and bringing his hand to his forehead, the woman complains of a severe headache. She says the advisor's plans are unclear and considers him very dangerous. Looking at her, Chin Jagan thinks, even if they do not know how to cure this or what is happening, just sitting here is not a solution. He believes there is no point in hiding further in the Gyeongsong Mountains. It is unlikely that in this condition, the goddess of wishes will reach Sandon. He decides that they need to find a way to cure her. Early in the morning, 2 warriors of the Cheonshong clan holding spears and guarding the road, yawn desperately. Their attention is drawn to Tanharan appearing on the road. One of the warriors shouts for her to stop. This is a forbidden zone. He demands that the girl tell who she is. Tanharan demands that they call the poisonous dragon. The warriors respond by pointing their spears at the girl. Angrily, Tanharan grits her teeth. If they want to save Yehu, she shouts angrily, let them call the poisonous dragon right now. The young man, behind whom people from the Safa clan have gathered, says, he heard that she was looking for him. He asks, can she really save Yehu? The girl answers, yes, she has an antidote that neutralizes the poison killing her. The men, crowded behind the young man, exclaim, what? The lady can be saved. Chinjagan says, of course, she will not give it to him just like that. Tanharan replies, correct, she has a condition. Showing a vial, she says that they will have to fight. If he wins, she will give him the antidote immediately. The young man asks again. Tanharan says she wants to check if he is really as strong as they say. Chinjagan asks, what do they say about him? Clenching the vial in her hand, the girl replies, it doesn't matter. Let him simply decide whether he agrees to the fight. The man approaching them says that the boy should not agree just like that. Chinjagan and Tanharan look at him in surprise. Accompanied by two warriors, Pak Chan, approaching them, says that this territory belongs to the Cheongsong clan. He will not allow anyone from the Tan family to set foot on their land. The girl replies that this is a regular fight. Does she need his permission? The deputy head of the clan asks, a regular fight? Looking at the girl surrounded by a red aura, Pak Chan asks, then why is there such a fierce desire to kill in her eyes? It wasn't there before. What happened? Fiercely flashing his eyes, Tanharan answers, she doesn't care. If he agrees to the battle, it will take place. Crossing his arms over his chest, Pak Chan says, he doesn't think he will stay aside if she wants to conduct a fight to the death. Chinjagan asks him to allow the fight. He adds that he doesn't know what all this is about, but he owes the girl because she let him escape. Looking at the vial in her hand, the boy says that he needs this antidote. He is ready for any conditions to get it. The man, glancing aside, says, how difficult it is when the student is a fool. He adds, well, understood. Looking at Anjon and So-So, Pak Chan says that he wouldn't want everyone to see this, but nothing can be done. The deputy head of the clan announces that he is against the fight, but will join it. All present step back, leaving Chinjagan, Tanharan and Pak Chan standing equidistant in the center of the clearing. The man says he thinks everyone knows that the level of martial arts determines the winner of the duel. They need not death, but only a light wave of the hand. The girl declares that today she will fight fully, no more leniency or etiquette. Chinjagan answers he will be only glad and promises that he will also put all his efforts. Tanharan says mockingly, oh, is he so confident in himself? The guy says, no, she looks like an opponent he will find difficult to defeat. The girl asks, then what is he counting on? He answers that he needs this antidote. Tanharan is angry. She grits her teeth. He doesn't even ask why she is here and what happened. He just wants to take the antidote. Waving a whip, she shouts that she will have to make herself known on his bones. Pak Chan stretches out his hand forward. The man says in his whole life he has seen what he shouldn't have, done what he shouldn't have, and learned what he shouldn't have known. Therefore, before the battle begins, he wants to say something. Pak Chan, looking at the guy, says, whatever the situation may be, shifting his gaze to the girl, he finishes the phrase, let them not do what they might later regret. The man signals the start of the duel with a wave of his hand. The opponents rush toward each other. A knife appears in the girl's hand. Chinjagan, from whose eyes flows the light of inner energy, swings his hand, in the fingers of which he holds a needle. Tanharan holds out his hand in front of him, holding a knife. The guy waves his hand using Zodiac Strike. The girl, raising her hand above her head, resorts to evasion. The needle and the throwing knife rush toward each other. It seems they are about to collide, but the intervention of an outside force scatters them in different directions. The whip Tanharan, whistling through the air, forces Chinjagan to hastily break away from his place. The girl again raises her hand above her head, preparing to deliver another strike. The guy grabs the flexible body of the whip with both hands. Tanharan asks, if he dodges so poorly, how does he even expect to win? Pulling the whip towards herself, she adds that his body will slowly come to an end. Chinjagan, fallen on all fours, carefully watches every movement of the whip. The girl shouts that it is foolish to open your mouth when you don't know your place. A powerful strike, along with a stream of force, unleashes clouds of dust and shards of stone onto the spectators. Shinjagan runs out from the clouds of dust. Glancing over his shoulder, the guy thinks that it is difficult to get close to the opponent because of the constant attacks. Again waving the whip, the girl asks, "Will he keep running away?" Biting her lower lip, she hisses, "How dare he be hers?" Shinjagan feels the same as during the battle with the brave phoenix. Remembering Shigalyen, he thinks, so disorderly but continuous attacks are her key to victory. At this moment, the end of the whip wraps around his ankle. Tanharan exclaims, "Got you!" and pulls the whip toward herself. Shinjagan, whose leg is wrapped by the whip, soars into the air. The girl triumphantly shouts, "Take that!" She sharply lowers her hand, and the guy crashes forcefully to the ground. Splashes of blood burst from his mouth. Everyone freezes, trying to see something in the rising clouds of dust. When the dust settles a little, the silhouette of the girl holding the whip in her hand becomes visible. Taking a step forward, Tanharan asks, "Does he really think this is the end?" Peering into the settling dust, she sees a vague silhouette of a guy sitting on the ground. The silhouette of Shinjagan becomes clearer with each moment. Suddenly, he throws his hand in her direction. A small purple sphere flies at her, and the girl realizes that it is a water bullet. As if enchanted, Tanharan watches as the sphere is about to hit her forehead. Smirking, the girl raises her hand up, stopping it. Shinjagan freezes with his hand thrown forward. The girl, holding her hand above her head, from whose palm a light mist rises, says that this is not the first time she has seen him use saliva and poison. Suddenly whipping the whip in the direction of the guy, she declares that she can predict all his moves. The tip of the whip cuts Shinjagan's cheek, who still managed to dodge the blow. Staring intently at him, the girl says, "But here he is." She says that he knows nothing about her. At this moment, the flexible body of the whip, dangerously close to the guy's face, becomes covered with sharp spikes. The next blow tears the skin of Shinjagan. The ground is abundantly soaked with the boy's blood. Shinjagan sits, supporting himself on the ground with one hand while trying to cover the wound on his shoulder with the other. The girl says, only a little time has passed and he is already lying in blood on the ground. She adds that if she had wanted, he would already be dead. Her words reach the boy, she thinks, and he himself understands it. His attacks on her have no effect. Looking at the flexible whip body stained with blood lying at her feet, Tanharan says that her strength is much greater than his. The girl demands that he admit defeat. Shinjagan, without raising his head, listens to her speech. Red sparks flash in his eyes when the girl's words reach him. Of course, such a nobody cannot become her fiancé. Rising, the boy declares, no, he is not going to give up. Shinjagan says that he plans to win. The girl, not expecting such a turn of events, says confusedly, "What?" The boy answers, "It doesn't matter that she is stronger. He fights not because he can win." Shinjagan adds, "But because he must." Tanharan gets angry. The guy, meanwhile, warns her to get ready. Streams of dazzlingly shining energy emanate from his hands. He advises his opponent to prepare for his attack. Pakchan watches as purple discharges resembling lightning flash around Shinjagan. The man says, now the fight begins. The whip rushes toward the guy. Purple lightning discharges come from his eyes. A thought flashes through his mind. He sees. He ducks, dodging the blow. Now he sees how his opponent controls the whip. The girl exclaims, she is familiar with this martial art. Tanharan shouts to the guy dodging her strikes, let him not think she will lose just because his internal energy has increased. Meanwhile, Shinjagan mentally orders himself to focus and avoid attacks. The guy intends to get close to his opponent. She rushes at the girl, realizing she must do it before she swings. Pakchan, watching his actions, wonders, 5 thunders of frog kung fu? Looking at how Shinjagan approaches the girl, he thinks, could the guy be using the 9 rays of Jade Void? 5 thunders of frog kung fu? He recognizes the bloody heavens of madness. Shinjagan throws his hand forward, using the Song of the Golden Wind Dragon. Tanharan is amazed. The guy is so fast. Swinging the whip and twisting it into a spiral around herself, she says, even if he got close to her, she can still use the whip. The girl exclaims that he is finished. The guy's hand grabs the flexible part of the whip covered with spikes. Tanharan is unpleasantly surprised. What? He grabbed the whip with bare hands. Chinjagan decisively pulls the whip towards himself. The girl tries to resist, gripping the whip handle with all her strength. With one hand, the guy pulls the whip toward himself, causing the girl to soar into the air. And with the other hand, radiating purple lightning, he raises it to strike. Tanharan screams desperately, "No way!" The palms of the guy and the girl touch. Tanharan, thrown back by the guy's force, flies over his head. She lands behind Chinjagan, leaving the whip in his hands. The girl glances over her shoulder at the opponent, who does the same. They rush at each other again. The girl's hands flash with incredible speed, delivering countless strikes. But none of them hit the target. Chinjagan manages to block them all. The guy's fist shoots forward but hits the girl's hand that managed to close in time. Her palm is about to strike his neck, but he manages to change the trajectory of her movement with a palm strike. Tanharan's face palm stops Chinjagan's fist, who intercepts her other hand with his free hand. The girl says he made something up for himself. At that moment, her palm shoots forward, bypassing his extended fist. Tanharan's palm crashes into the guy's chin, and she finishes the phrase she started earlier, "If he thinks he's better than her in hand-to-hand combat." Blood spurts from the guy's mouth, whose head is thrown back from the blow. The girl rejoices. Excellent. Now she definitely. But her thoughts are interrupted by Chinjagan's fist rapidly approaching her face. Tanharan ducks, and the fist passes by. Looking into the boy's eyes shining with purple light, the girl exclaims, "Amazing pressure." Swinging her hand, Tanharan shouts that she is superior in both strength and speed. Let him surrender before he loses consciousness. She delivers a strong blow to Chinjagan's chest and adds, "Or she will definitely finish him off." Blood spurts from the boy's mouth, and his eyes emit purple lightning. Pak-chan says, "This doesn't look like a duel." Looking at the fury with which the opponents fight, he adds, "This is a real slaughter." The girl thinks that Chinjagan has many abrasions. Her gaze falls on the blood flowing from the boy's mouth, and she mentally notes that he has a large blood loss. Tanharan concludes that he should lose consciousness very soon. She wonders, so why does he keep fighting? And his techniques? Streams of purple energy flow from the boy's eyes. The girl barely manages to intercept his hand clenched into a fist. Chinjagan's strength throws the girl backward. She lands on her feet and immediately takes a fighting stance. Looking at the opponent, she mentally says, "No, no." The guy looks intently at her and the girl understands. His true strength lies in his full determination to reach his goal. The guy addresses Tanharan and a surprised expression appears on her face. Chinjagan asks she wanted to test him, right? However, the guy adds, he has the feeling that she is the one being tested. He wonders, why is she so angry? His energy calms down and only rare electric discharges flash around him. From the girl's lips comes, "Why is she angry?" Gritting her teeth angrily, she hisses, "What the?" Her hand clenches into a fist as she asks, what could he possibly know about her? A red aura flares around her as she shouts that she hates him. Tanharan breaks free from her place and rushes toward the guy. Raising her fist for a strike, she shouts angrily that he is a complete nobody. The girl shouts that he still continues to interfere with her. How much she hates him. Chinjagan looks a bit puzzled by such an unprovoked outburst of anger. Tanharan, now very close, shouts at him with hatred in her face. "Poisonous dragon!" The girl always dreamed of becoming an empress. The Tang family has ruled Sashan for many hundreds of years. Among the heirs of the family, the title Tanharan is the highest. Although she was born in a woman's body, she never considered it her weakness. Still, the true head of the family is not her grandfather, but her grandmother, Tangui Oak, known as Lady Plum. Many believe that her grandmother means nothing in their family. But if the grandfather is the roots of the family, then the grandmother is a huge and great tree above the ground. She is very serious on the outside and soft inside, so she can influence the entire Tang family as the true head of the family. The girl remembers how, as a little child, she ran to her grandmother sitting in a wheelchair and pressed against her knees, and she gently stroked her head. Tangharan's memory recalls her words, "In this family, even women have all the rights." Looking into her granddaughter's eyes, Tangui Ok said, "Therefore, if she becomes the next head, she will be able to achieve everything she wishes." After these words, a goal appeared in the girl's soul. She decided to become the head of the Tang family and make their family great. The whip in the girl's hand is stained with her blood, flowing down her arm. She grips it tighter, thinking. And although over time she realized she was not good enough to achieve this goal, hope still burned in her soul. Constantly training, she believed that if she worked harder than others, she could get closer to her dream. Tangharen wipes the tears streaming down her cheeks with her hand. She truly believed. Before her mental vision appears the face of Manhwa, showing her a token, and as if in reality, she hears his voice. Let him bring the poisonous dragon at any cost. She still remembers the feelings that overwhelmed her then. In the end, like many, she got caught in the threads of fate. And if that is all that was destined for her, then why did she even try and hope for anything? Rushing at the guy with her hand raised to strike, Tangharen realizes that she hates the family that considers her a nobody. Throwing her hand forward, she realizes that she hates the grandfather who handed her over to the clutches of this monster. Her fist flies toward the face of Chinjagan, whom she hates for seeing all of this. With all her soul, Tangharen hates him, the one whose path she saw with her own eyes. She hates the guy who got away with everything every time. Freezing before him with her hand extended to strike, she says, "Why does he never give up, even in the face of defeat and death?" From her hand, which froze just short of the target, blood drips. From her lips falls. "Why does he?" Chinjagan silently looks at her hand. The girl, ready to cry, thinks, to be honest, she knows. He is not the cause of all her troubles. Tangharen admits that she came here only for herself. She raises her eyes to the man standing before her. Looking at the guy, the girl thinks, maybe all this time, she really just wanted to see him again. The girl's hand lowers, and she says that she lost. The girl slowly, as if her legs refuse to hold her, sinks to her knees. Silence hangs. The onlookers continue to keep their distance. One of the men says, "What? And that's all?" The second clarifies, "Did the poisonous dragon defeat that girl from the Tang family?" Pokchon, without looking at them, says that she is not just a girl. Looking at the girl who continues to sit motionless, the deputy head of the clan adds, according to their family rules, they must move secretly outside the territory and not reveal themselves. This girl is as strong as 3 dragons and 4 phoenixes. Such a strong person was defeated by the poisonous dragon, Pokchon pronounces, and of course, the Tang family keeps their promise. Tangharen, without raising her head, says that she will give the antidote, but she has one request. Raising her eyes to the guy, the girl asks, can he take her with him? Chinjagan looks at her questioningly, and Tangharen explains. She received an order to bring him to the Tan family, although she herself did not want to. The attendees hear with surprise how she speaks, especially because it is him. She does not want to follow this order. The girl adds that disobeying the token owner is also forbidden, otherwise she will be killed. So she asks him to allow her to go with him. Tangharen assures she will do everything she must to help him. Chinjagan continues to look at her silently. Pokchon says, so that's why it was necessary. Now everything is clear. The guy says he has already repaid his debt to her by agreeing to the battle, and despite her request, he is not the person who can take on such responsibility. Reaching out his hand, Chinjagan says he will pretend that this conversation never happened. He asks her to give him the antidote. Tangharen places a vial into his hand. Rising, she asks, what should she do now? If he does not agree. Meanwhile, the guy brings the vial to his lips. The girl, turning away, continues speaking. Then Chinjagan coughs, splashes of blood reach her. Tangharen turns to the guy, asking, what is it? He looks at her angrily, wiping his lips with his hand. She wants to ask him, why did he? But she is interrupted by the sound of the vial breaking on the ground. Chinjagan, continuing to bore into her with an angry look, says it is. He asks the girl, is this really the antidote? Tangharen turns pale. The girl shifts her gaze to the broken vial, and from her lips slips. Could it be? He. The man who treated the silent dragon exclaims, what? That was not the antidote? He asks Manhwa, then what? He calmly replies that he himself does not know. The advisor sits on the bed, stretching out his legs over which an old man is bent, next to whom stands an open suitcase. Manhwa says that he took the jar from the pantry. The man, clutching his head, shouts, but poisons are stored in the pantry. If Yahello dies, the lady's life will be in danger. The advisor, sighing, reminds he did warn. If the poison had worked immediately, nothing would have happened. The man exclaims, "What?" Manhwa continues, "The same happened with the brave phoenix and the silent dragon. Because of the weakness of the poison, they even lost Yahello." He adds, "Vesh, that's why he had to use Madame Tan as bait." The man shouts indignantly, "How can this be?" The old man leaned over the advisor's leg with a needle in his hand. When he removed all the needles, Manhwa waved his hand and released him, saying, "No need to be afraid. Yahello will not die from such poison, and Madame will be fine." The advisor adds, "Well, that's what he thinks. The main thing is what will happen next." Manhwa tells the man that this time they need to find a good poison, a poison that will definitely kill after the first use. The man exclaims, "But there is no such poison." He adds, "Especially for martial arts masters who have been improving their energy for years. No poison can—" The advisor interrupts him. "If they are so strong inside, does that mean they have immunity to 10,000 poisons?" Manhwa says that everyone in the world knows about the 8 poisons of the Tan family. "What is he even talking about?" The man says confusedly. "How can that be?" Drops of sweat run down the man's face. He exclaims that he simply cannot bring them. Manhwa, showing him a token, says sternly, "It's time for him to learn to take responsibility. He must definitely bring them to him." The man cannot believe his eyes. A jade token? Where did he get such a great thing? The advisor replies that there will be many similar situations in the future. Very soon the Millennial Fortress will turn to dust. The man repeats, "Millennial Fortress? Does he mean Zhongxiang?" A yellow light flashes in the advisor's single eye as he says, "Yes, that's why they better visit the Ami clan and decide what they will do with them." Sitting on the edge of the bed and lowering his feet to the floor, Manhwa adds, "If they don't obey, he will use the golden heavenly sword. And that is dangerous. Whenever you come into contact with it, something happens." Stretching his lips into a smile, the advisor exclaims, "Ah, right, maybe visit the head of Marim?" Manhwa, staring intently at the interlocutor, asks, "What did he say about him there?" Large drops of sweat roll down the man's face. Falling to his knees, he shouts that he will bring everything. Manhwa's order will be fulfilled. The advisor laughs contentedly. "Really?" He says he needs the best poison of the Tan family. The words reach the man bowed in a bow, so strong that it could kill 3 pillars of Morim, and let him not slip up. They need to be careful so that the Tan family does not suffer. The loud laughter of the advisor is heard even beyond the mansion. The moon illuminates the Chongsheng Mountains. On the road, folding his hands, one of which grips a club, behind his back, Pokchian walks along the road. He stops near a gazebo in which the silhouette of a person inside is visible. His voice reaches the man. The moonrise is a time when warmth and cold are in balance, not at all like the feeling of sunrise, driving away the darkness. The person sitting on the floor of the gazebo adds, he clearly feels the difference, even without seeing it with his own eyes. A voice calling him, the head of the clan, reaches him. Pak Chian, standing behind him, says, he would like to talk to him. The head of the clan replies, he heard that a girl from the Tan family brought poison as a gift to the poisonous dragon. He asks the interlocutor, did he find out what kind of poison it is? The deputy answers, it was poison containing snake saliva. The response is, what a pity. He asks, where is this abandoned child now? At that moment, the young man approaches the girl sitting under the tree. Lost in her thoughts, she laid her head on her knees so that her face is not visible. The deputy informs the clan leader that the girl is with the poisonous dragon. He believes they have something to talk about. Pak Chan addresses the clan leader. The deputy says he does not think that in such a situation the best choice would be to accept the child from the Tang family. Still, the response is yes. Clan leader Zhang Xian, mentor Mu Am, whose eyes are tied with a blue ribbon, says that very soon a real storm may begin in their world. From the gazebo, the voice of clan leader Zhang Xian is heard. A few days ago, he spoke with a saint from the Ami clan. Muam adds, she said the following. Recalling the conversation, the man repeats the words he heard. As the world changes, the Ami clan will move in step with it. Pak Chan replies, why would they listen to that? The Ami clan separated from all of Murim a long time ago. Muam says, but they all look at the world. He adds, they say there are many incarnations of Buddha, but as long as they move toward one goal, it does not matter who is superior. The deputy thinks this is just a good story. He declares that he will no longer get involved with Amai. The clan leader says that this is already his worldview. Sitting next to Muam, Pokchan says, he does not like talks about saints from Ami, but he will listen to his words. The deputy adds, if the storm soon hits their homes hard, the leader will have to make an important decision. Casting a glance at the impassive face with the eye patch, Pokchan adds, before one has to regret it. Looking at Tanharan sitting under the tree, Chinjagan asks, what is her relationship with Manni? Without raising her head, the girl answers, he has worked for the Tan clan for a very long time, so her grandfather trusts and supports him. He has a token, which means everyone in the clan must obey him. She adds that she came here only by his order. The guy is surprised by her words. Chinjagan asks, but why did he send her? Casting a glance at the interlocutor, the girl answers that she wishes she knew. Tanharan wonders, why is he so obsessed with him? The guy replies, 9 years ago. He tells that back then Manhwa attacked his family and killed all relatives and comrades. At the same time, he recalls his mother dying before his eyes. The guy says that the advisor conducted experiments with poisons on the survivors back then, including himself. Chinjagan adds, to take revenge, he tried to kill Manhwa. With bitterness in his voice, the guy says, but as it turned out, he survived. Chinjagan says he heard about him a few months ago in the Namga village. The girl listens attentively as he tells that Manhwa is not his lifelong enemy, but he hates him and considers him the cause of all his troubles. Purple sparks flash in the boy's eyes as he says that this time the advisor will definitely not escape death, for he has sworn to kill all enemies of the Yak clan. Tanharan silently listens to Chinjagan. Taking a step forward, the boy adds, but more importantly, he thought everything Manhwa did was by his will. Towering over the girl sitting on the ground, Chinjagan continues speaking. However, she said that he works for the Tan clan. He asks, what is the advisor doing there? Tanharan replies that she cannot reveal family secrets to others. She must protect this secret at the cost of her life. The boy makes a sharp movement, resting his hand on the tree trunk right above the girl's head, who clearly did not expect this. Bringing his face closer to Tanharan's face, the boy asks, how are Manhwa and Tan connected? A red aura flares around him as he commands, let her speak. The girl is frightened by this turn of events and looks fearfully into the darkened face of her interlocutor. A confession slips from her lips. Manhwa, by order of the head of the family, conducts experiments with poisons throughout Kanho. She says the advisor works on poisons that could kill anyone. Chinjagan is stunned by her words. He thinks, apparently this is the poison he used on the brave phoenix, the silent dragon, and the goddess of desires. The boy drops to one knee, continuing to loom over Tanharan. He says, but the Tan family already owns a bunch of poisons. What is the point of this? The girl replies that this is different. She explains that this poison directly affects internal power, especially martial arts masters. Chinjagan asks, but how is this possible? Shivering, Tanharan says, she... Looking away, the girl admits that she herself does not know. Her grandfather did not teach her this. Words burst from the boy's lips like curses. The Tan family. Bowing her head low, Tanharan says that she has already disobeyed the token master's order, and that means she is already dead. The girl adds, although it is better to die than to survive the punishment that awaits her, and the boy refused to accept her. Chinjagan looks intently at his interlocutor. Tanharan says that all she can do is... She sticks out her tongue. Splashes of blood fly upward. Chinjagan manages to close her tongue with his fingers, and now blood flows along them. The boy says the Tan clan is very suspicious. He does not trust her because she is from that family, but she should not die before him in this way. The girl angrily pushes his hand away, on whose fingers bite marks from her teeth are visible. She exclaims, if he does not accept her, then at least let her die. She lowers and clenches her trembling hand into a fist, saying she does not know what to do. Her family? The girl asks, why did they abandon her? What should she do next? Chinjagan carefully examines the bitten fingers. Getting up, the boy says to Tanharan, who is hiding her face in her knees, that he does not know all the circumstances. But if she does not know something, then she should just move forward until she finds the answer. Looking down at her from above, he adds, if there is courage for suicide, there must be courage to live on. So let her live with that courage. A tear rolls down the girl's cheek. Chinjagan adds, no one but herself will prove that she is on the right path. Tears are already streaming down Tanharen's face in rivulets. They do not notice that someone is watching them, standing behind the bushes. So looks at them, holding a plate of food in her hand. The goddess of wishes meditates, sitting in a hut. A light golden haze floats around her, and drops of sweat flow abundantly down her face. Without opening her eyes, the woman says that Soheb is here. Frozen on the threshold, Chinjagan replies, yes, he stepped out to talk to the heir of Tan. Yehua says, she believes that he learned something. Sitting down on a chair at a round table, the young man says, they are inventing a poison capable of killing anyone. Manhwa is responsible for the development. He adds, looking at the goddess of wishes, who still does not open her eyes, that most likely the poison that was used to poison her is also their handiwork. Yehua replies that the Tan family has always been involved in poison development, so nothing surprising, right? Chinjagan says that he thought so too, but still, this time there is something strange. The woman asks him to tell her everything. The young man replies that poison can become both poison and antidote depending on the body's constitution. In this sense, if you focus on the universality of the poison, it will be less effective. Chinjagan says, besides, poison can always be stopped by internal energy. But then why can neither the brave phoenix nor the goddess of wishes herself completely get rid of it? Opening her eyes, the woman says, this really is unclear. Leaning on the table, the young man continues speaking. Why this is so, he can only guess. But hearing the heiress Tan's conversation about herbs and experiments, Chinjagan believes that the matter concerns the Yak clan. The goddess of desires is clearly surprised by his words. She asks, does he remember what happened to them 10 years ago? The young man replies, yes. He heard that the Yak and Da clans started a war. The Da clan won, and the Tan family became even stronger. He thinks that surely since then their connection has strengthened. Moreover, deals with the Yak clan indicate. The woman asks in surprise, deals? Chinjagan explains, the Yak clan mass-produced herbs and other ingredients for medicines, which the other clans purchase, so in their ledger. He believes there should be records of sales to each clan. The goddess of desires is clearly impressed by his words. The young man adds, of course, each clan will use the herbs they specialize in. The woman says, so if they find out the exact plants that were sold to the clans, the young man says, they will be able to find out what can so strongly affect internal energy. The goddess of desires, bringing her hand to her forehead, agrees. Indeed, each clan has special restrictions and rules for making something. It turns out, if they learn them, they can prevent the making of poison. The woman says, poisons that increase strength to the level of a martial arts master, and poisons that reduce internal energy. Casting a glance at the guy, the goddess of desires asks, what is the Tan family going to do with them? A shirtless man is kneeling. Shackles are on his hands. He is shouting loudly. Tangled dark hair covers his face. The prisoner raises his head and asks, who is he? The man shouts, how dare he kidnap him? Standing on the other side of the bars, M. Van Tan Chan asks the guard, and the medicine? The warrior replies, took it an hour ago. His internal energy should have recovered. The prisoner shouts, how dare they ignore him? M. Van Tan Chan says, Munpen, the 35th disciple of the Wasan clan. He adds that the mentor's name is Hamgan, and the man himself studies Jaha Shingon. The prisoner is stunned. How dare he treat him like that? The man asks, who is he? M. Van Tan Chan answers, is it really possible to learn Jaha Shingon without being the head of the clan? The stunned prisoner says, who is he? The man exclaims, he saw him. Could it be? Looking at the man standing before him, the prisoner says his name, M. Van Tan Chan. Munpen shouts, what is going on here? Why is the Tan family treating Hwasun like this? The prisoner adds that M. Van Tan Chan doesn't even know who he is. In response, it is said, he talks too much. The guard enters the cell. The warrior frees the man's hands. The elder says, if he has restored his internal energy, then let him stand up. Munpen asks, does M. Van Tan Chan think he will forgive him for the kidnapping? He adds, it is interesting to know what the reason was. The elder looks at him in bewilderment, then asks, what is he talking about? He says he does not intend to release the prisoner. The man rubbing his wrist exclaims in surprise, "What?" The guard leaves the cell, and Chan, standing before the open door, says he can give the man a chance. Now only he stands in his way to the exit. Let him try to escape. He adds that Munpen still has a lot of internal energy. The prisoner replies that he does not understand why he needs it. Munpen says, but if he decided to test the student from Hwasun, he will definitely regret it. He uses disturbance and 3 Munpens already stand in the cell. All 3 instantly spring into action and attack Chan. Munpen uses Iron Strike and 5 Quick Strikes, attacking the opponent from 2 sides. Chan strikes with one hand and blocks Munpen's attack with the other. While he fights 2 opponents, the third attacks him in a jump, raising a hand wrapped in a fiery aura for a strike. Munpen uses the ancient flying dragon technique. The explosion of red energy emanating from Chan throws him backward. The man is surprised. How was he able to block his attack with internal energy? The voice of Chan reaches him. A cut. A precise and quick strike hits the man's throat. Munpen collapses to the floor. Chan says he sees nothing to be proud of. Raising himself on his hands, Munpen looks at him with hatred. Words reach him. This is the end. Looking indifferently at the defeated opponent, Chan informs him that the needle contains poison. Munpen replies that thanks to Shingon, he can get rid of him in no time. The man's body radiates energy, but blood spurts from Munpen's mouth, quickly filling his mouth. The man, raising his gaze to Chan, says, "Impossible!" He asks, "Why isn't it working?" Chan starts giggling, then bursts into loud laughter. Throwing his head back, he laughs loudly, then says, "So they have defeated Shingon." A small lake is surrounded by trees on all sides. Shinjagan, squatting at the water's edge, washes his face. Streams of water flow down his face. He freezes, thinking that he does not yet know why, but the Tan clan produces a poison that would work well on a martial arts master. He assumes that this poison is somehow connected to the Yak clan destroyed 10 years ago. After the destruction of this clan, another clan in Annam was destroyed in the Central Plains. Can this be considered a coincidence? Looking at the water surface, he thinks that if he wants to take revenge, he needs to get to the truth. The guy decides, so it will have to be. Nearby, a dark silhouette appears from behind a tree. Shinjagan glances in that direction. Tan Haran apologizes. She didn't think he was swimming. The guy squatting at the water's edge, wearing only pants, asks, "Did something happen?" The girl, hiding behind the tree, leans her back against its trunk. She answers, "It's nothing." Just blushing, Tan Haran says that she just wanted to thank him. She says she thought about his words all night. Only she can prove that her path was chosen correctly. Lowering her head, the girl adds, "It turned out." Tan Haran explains that she wanted to become the head of the clan to gain recognition and was ready to live for the family. But in reality, she never had the courage to decide on this. Continuing to stand with her head bowed low, Tan Haran says, "If there is courage for suicide, it is better to use it to move forward." As he said, she has a future. She thanks the guy for helping her. Suddenly, Shinjagan appears beside her. His muscular figure, dripping with water, clearly makes an impression. The girl turns her head to him and loses her train of thought. Blushing even more, but without lowering her gaze, Tan Haran, stammering, says, "This is..." The guy asks, "And what will she do?" Bowing her head so low that her hair covers her face, the girl answers, she wants to come honestly and say that she cannot get engaged to him. It's not that easy to do. Shinjagan says, if Manhwa, using the token, ordered her to bring him, then her grandfather, the head of the family, would be glad to see him as his son-in-law. Blushing, Tan Haran, throwing a glance at him, says, "Probably." The token is not used just on a whim. Shinjagan says, well, then the engagement with her does not seem like a bad idea to him. Tan Haran exclaims, "What? What does he mean?" The guy answers, "So he can infiltrate the Tan clan." He adds that he heard the entrance to the clan is very heavily guarded. The girl looks at him intently. Shinjagan continues, "But together with her, under the pretext of the engagement, they can easily enter inside and meet Chan." The guy adds, he needs to find out what they are really planning and how it is connected to the destruction of the Yak family. The girl's hand clenches into a fist as she asks, is he going to use her? The answer sounds, if she allows it. Wasn't she ordered to bring him? Tanharan says, nonsense. She came here to propose an engagement to him. But when she gave up, he proposed it to her. The girl adds, he doesn't feel anything for her. The guy replies that he can pretend to be a good husband. Tanharan exclaims, pretend to be a good husband. Maybe he will even spend the first night with her. The response is, if it is necessary. Red paint covers the face of the angry girl. Crossing his arms on his chest, Tanharan speaks angrily. Does he even understand it all? She asks, does he realize how harsh his words sound? Shinjagan, who has a slap mark visible on his cheek, answers, that's why he asked for permission. Tanharan lowers her head, and for a few moments silence reigns. Then the girl says she does not know how to feel about him. Raising her hand to her forehead and bowing her head low, the girl says, to hate, to thank, or she freezes like that, covering her face with her hand. Then she says, okay. She allows it. Looking at him through her fingers, Tanharan says she has already paid her debt, but wants to know what her family and Manhwa plan. Reaching out his hand to her, Shinjagan says, then it's decided. He suggests they go together. The girl freezes, looking at the hand extended to her, and the guy clarifies, in Tan. Shinjagan still stands, extending his hand to her. Tanharan, striking his palm against his palm, says, good. A My Mountains, Sashin, a Me clan. Cries come from the mansion, calm down, you can't keep doing this. Two nuns try to calm Miwol, who is tearing herself from the bed. She shouts, oh, how much longer are they going to keep her here? Let her go immediately. She will find the poisonous dragon and destroy him. The nuns object, the poison is still inside. She must not move much. Miwol shouts that she doesn't care. Manhwa, entering the room, says, amazing, he thought she just fell, but she also lost her eye. The advisor adds, in that case, Miwol becomes wary. Manhwa, smiling, says, he perfectly understands what she feels. One of the nuns exclaims, who is there? Let them show themselves immediately. How dare he? Entry here is forbidden. The advisor introduces himself, naming his name, and adds that he works as a poison developer in the Murim Alliance. The nun says that does not explain his presence here. A man appearing behind Manhwa says, no need to be so wary. Before you is your dear guest. The nun, a woman with a shaved head holding Miwol by the arm, tries to object, but realizing that before her stands the leader of the Ami clan, Great In-Yun, the nun exclaims, Madam! In-Eun, a young woman with a shaved head, stands next to Manhwa. She says that the advisor deliberately decided to visit them to check if everything is fine here. She asks, shouldn't they be grateful? The advisor, modestly lowering his eyes, says, oh, what is she? He thanks her for such words. With one movement, he swiftly approaches Miwol, whose half of the head is hidden under bandages. Leaning over her, he says, so. In response, it sounds, how dare he? Looking at her sympathetically, Manhwa says, he sees that she is ill. Miwol, blazing with a red aura, exclaims, insolent! The nun, staring at the sympathetic Manhwa, blushes with anger. She asks, who does he think he is to behave like that in front of her? In-Yun, around whom a red aura flares, warns Sister Miwol. The nun, choking on another tirade, coughs. Manhwa says, would he dare show disrespect to her? Placing his hand on his chest, the advisor asks Miwol to look at him. He says he understands her pain better than others, because the person who did this to him is the one who did the same to Miwol. From the lips of the stunned nun escapes. Could it be? Manhwa answers, yes, it was the poisonous dragon who made him like that. He adds that not only the eye, but also the legs suffered. The advisor says, doesn't Miwol understand that he is the closest to her? He understands her pain and loneliness. He himself experiences the same feelings. The nun covers her eyes. Man does not speak, but the biggest problem is that he knows where that one is and he can do nothing about him. Miwol, startled, asks why. The advisor says that he is protected by the Cheonshong clan. The nuns barely managed to hold back Miwol, who rushed forward. Man does not reveal that Safa only pretended to leave Sashon, but was hiding there all along. Therefore, no matter what revenge he wants to take, he cannot set foot there. In-Eun, as if lamenting, raises her hand to her cheek and closes her eyes. Miwol grits his teeth. So they have the poisonous dragon? The nun, rushing off, screams wildly, calling out to the lady. She begs her to send her to him. She asks to be allowed to punish the poisonous dragon. She screams that she cannot live without it. Inyun replies that she would not want to quarrel with the clan. Manhwa says, "It's okay, this problem will be solved soon." Smiling unkindly, the advisor, shrouded in a red-blue aura, adds, "He will say directly that he wants to destroy the Cheonshong clan." Is the Ami clan willing to join him? Inyun, still propping his cheek with his hand, silently looks at the advisor. A slight smile slides across her lips as the clan leader asks. She assumes that is the plan of the Tan clan. Showing her the badge, Manhwa does not answer. Correct. Here is the confirmation of their intentions. Smiling sweetly, Inon replies, "Yeah, in that case they probably should start preparing." Surprised, Fenbok shouts, "What?" A man sits on a stone. Next to him are Unjun and Soso, and opposite stand Chinjagan and Tanharan. Fenbok says distrustfully, "He will get engaged to the lady of the Tan family?" The guy answers, "Yes," and the girl shyly looks away to the side. Fenbok exclaims, "Well then, I never thought I would hear such a thing." Unjan joyfully congratulates the poisonous dragon and asks, "What made you decide that?" Chinjagan replies that this is the best way to enter the Tan family without problems. Fenbok is outraged, and for this they decided to hold an engagement. Has he gone mad? The guy says that he made this decision after long consideration. The goddess of wishes approaches them with the words, she knows that he always chooses the best option possible to protect the others, but this time it is too dangerous. She would like to stop him. After a short pause, the woman says, however, she says that judging by the decisions he made before, he is unlikely to back down. Chinjagan says that she knows him well. He believes he must infiltrate the Tan family and find out what happened to the Yak clan. The goddess of wishes says, well, if that is the plan. Everyone looks in amazement after the rapidly fleeing Soso. The guy says he will continue the search for the antidote. The goddess of wishes replies that he better be careful. She asks him not to worry about her. The woman adds that the guy still could not meet Muam, although Pakchan promised him, but she thinks it is better to postpone it for now. She is sure the meeting will happen later. The goddess of wishes looks back. Neither she nor the guy can hide their surprise. The girl brought the whole clan to say goodbye to the guy. Chinjagan says emotionally, So, guys? One of the men asks, is he leaving? The second says, what a pity. People thank the guy for everything and wish him a good journey. Chinjagan, holding Soso's hands, thanks her. Tanharan watches this scene with slight envy. Suddenly, Soso extends to her the exact same bundle. The girl says in surprise, oh, is this for her? Accepting the offering, Tanharan thanks the girl. The goddess of wishes, standing at the head of the group, seeing off, says that the girl should take care of Chinjagan. He is very important to all of them. The guy looks at the members of the Salfa clan with a slight smile. Tanharan looks a little confused. The goddess of wishes says she is sure that everything will be fine. Chinjagan replies, yes, and so will they. The guy and the girl are walking along the forest road. Tanharan says, everyone believes in them and trusts them. Has so much really changed during their separation? Chinjagan replies, no, just he says that he received a lot of help from them. Before, he only thought about revenge. But thanks to them, he realized that this is not the most important thing. Chinjagan adds, they think well of him and he, of them. The girl, a little behind him, thoughtfully chuckles. The guy asks Tanharan, why does she address him so politely? The girl, not expecting such a question, answers that she is just playing the role of a good bride, so he shouldn't imagine anything. Throwing a glance at her over his shoulder, he says, with a smile, that he doesn't care. Tanharan, frowning, says as if she asked for it to be otherwise. Chinjagan thinks that it would be better to come up with forms of address for each other. Otherwise, it will be strange to keep calling each other by nicknames. Looking at the back of the guy, walking ahead, Tanharan asks, then how? Without turning around, he says that his name is Chinjagan. The girl realizes with surprise that she has never called him by his name even once. From her lips slips, so Mr. Chin? The guy agrees, that works. Tanharan thoughtfully says, Mr. Chin. Chinjagan asks, how far is it from here to the Tan clan? The girl answers, if you use the art of teleportation, only 1 day. The guy says he doesn't know how that is. Tanharan is surprised, really? He replies that all this time he has been walking on foot. The girl, catching up with him and walking beside him, says, It's amazing that the poisonous dragon doesn't know the art of teleportation. So they will have to walk for about 3 days? Turning to her, Shinjagan asks, does she want to climb on his back? The girl exclaims, what? What nonsense. He says that, in his opinion, it's a good way for quick movement. Tanharan replies, maybe so, but the suggestion is stupid. The guy says, well, as she wants, then let her go by herself. The girl gets angry. She asks, does he even know how hard it is with him? The sun has hidden behind the mountains. Shinjagan says that it's already getting dark. He thinks it's better for them to stop in a village for the night. In the inn, they are greeted by a smiling man. He welcomes them and asks, do they want 2 rooms? He apologizes and says that they have many guests today. The man says that only 1 room is left. Tanharan asks, what will they do? Shinjagan says that they will take the room. The blushing girl says in surprise, what? Already in the room, the blushing Tanharan exclaims, what nonsense? The girl's outraged. How could there be no 2 rooms in this huge hotel? Shinjagan replies that he doesn't see any problem. At least there is one. They could have ended up on the street. Looking around the room, the guy adds, it's just right for 2. Tanharan is outraged. How can he say that so easily? Shinjagan reminds her, wasn't it she who mentioned the first wedding night yesterday? Blushing even more, the girl shouts that it was theoretical. Taking the travel bag off his shoulder, the guy says, they are going to become husband and wife anyway, so what's the problem? Tanharan silently glares at him. Shinjagan asks her not to worry so much. Sitting down near the bed, he says he will sleep on the floor. The guy, with his hands behind his head, lies on the floor in the dark room. The girl lies on the bed, turned away from him. This goes on for some time. Neither of them can sleep. Tanharan sighs and sits up in bed. Continuing to look at the ceiling, the guy asks, can't sleep? The girl answers. She sees that he also has insomnia. He replies, too many thoughts. Tanharan asks, about what? Shinjagan says that he has been preparing for revenge against the Yak clan for a very long time. The Dak clan, the Marim alliance, the Sacheon family. The deeper he digs, the more truth he learns. The guy adds that he simply no longer knows whom exactly to take revenge on. He says that he is going to the Tan clan to get an answer to this question. But if it doesn't work out, Shinjagan admits, then he doesn't know what to do next. The girl, smiling, says, amazing, she did not expect his thoughts about this. The guy says, after all, he is also a human. Tanharan glances at Shinjagan. The girl reminds, he said that they would become husband and wife. Tanharan adds, let their family be fake, but she doesn't know much about him. What kind of person is he? What kind of life did he live? Shinjagan answers that it is a boring story. The girl says, but she would like to know. For a few moments, Shinjagan is silent. Then the guy says, it happened 9 years ago. Starting with the Baekwachol clan, a lot has happened. Too much. He tells the girl about everything that happened to him over these years. Tanharan's eyes are full of horror. Covering her mouth with her palms, she says, how he? Throwing a glance at her, Shinjagan replies, he did say it was a boring story. Turning away from her, he adds that it is already late and he needs to sleep. Tanharan continues to sit, pressing her palm to her lips. Looking at the guy, the girl thinks she never even guessed that he had to go through so much pain. She understands he did not become strong immediately, but he had to become like that. The girl lowers her trembling hand onto the bed, mentally adding, to carry out revenge. Not taking her eyes off Shinjagan, she thinks that he never experienced true happiness. Tanharan understands that he lived all this time only for revenge. At dawn, they leave the hotel. Shinjagan, looking back at the girl, says that today they will have to walk all day again. If she needs anything, it is better to buy it now. He turns away and the girl looks at him sadly. Lowering her eyes, Tanharan thinks, someday, she hopes, he will be able to touch happiness at least a little. The girl hurries after the boy walking ahead, mentally adding she truly believes in it. At the table on which 2 cups on saucers stand, a voice is heard. Mi-Wol feels much better, and this is thanks to Man-Ni. He is a great help to their clan. They hope for further cooperation. Man-Na, sitting at the table opposite In-Yeon, raises the cup to his lips and replies, Mi-Wol is already better, so he can leave. The clan leader says, he could stay longer, or does he have something urgent? The advisor responds, very soon something incredible will happen in the Tang clan. In-Eun claps her hands joyfully. Could he be talking about a marriage? Is he going to marry someone? Who? Manna answers, Tang Haran, the granddaughter of the Tang family and the poisonous dragon. He accepted the invitation of the Tang family and is already on his way there. Inyun says, how interesting. Clutching the cup in her hands, she says that couples are not formed just like that. They might have loved each other in a past life, or, on the contrary, were the fiercest enemies. Laughing, she says she will keep it a secret for now. Manhwa replies, well, if someone wants to come to the wedding, why not? Throwing a sly glance at him, Inyun asks, then can she go too? Setting the cup on the table, she admits, love is impossible for her, so she likes to watch others. She adds, it's interesting what will come of it. Inyun says, and she hasn't seen Yemwan Tang Chan for a long time. It would be good to meet. Mani asks with a smile, and me wol. Inem, continuing to smile cheerfully, answers, she thinks that she would also be glad to come. Manna, whose aura acquires a red color, says, so many people are going to visit them. With a smirk, he adds that this marriage will be very happy. Meanwhile, Chinjagan and Tanharan continue their journey. 2 days later, they stop and the guy says, here. Standing before the tall red gates, he asks the girl, is this the entrance to the Tan clan? She answers, correct. Tanharan adds, now this place will become his home. A group of warriors accompanies Chinjagan and Tanha ran on the territory of the Tan clan. The woman walking ahead of them turns to the girl and informs her that they have already started preparing for the wedding. The warriors separate the guy from the girl, not allowing Chinjagan to follow her. Tanharan is told that she needs to go after the woman. The girl looks at the guy. Chinjagan calmly says, see you. Tanharan turns aside and follows the woman, while the warriors escort the guy into the building. In the room, the girl freezes, from her lips slips. Looking at the red and gold trimmed garment, she hears a woman say, this is clothing for the wedding ceremony. Bowing her head, the maid adds, the great lord ordered it to be brought to her. Touching the fabric with her hand, Tanharan thinks that after the engagement, the marriage was arranged unexpectedly quickly. She never imagined she could wear this clothing. Continuing to feel the fabric, the girl wonders, the fact that they will become husband and wife. Is this really right? She tries to comfort herself with the thought that this is necessary for the common good. Tanharan asks herself, but what does she want herself? Having escorted the young man to a small building, the warrior, bowing his head, informs him that he can stay here. He adds that there is all the necessary clothing inside. When the food is ready, he will call him. Behind Chinjagan, a chuckle is heard. He immediately becomes alert, and the chuckle grows louder. Manna says, so much time has passed since their last meeting and conversation. Approaching the young man, the advisor asks, how does he like the bride he chose? He expresses hope that the bride pleases the young man. Around Chinjagan, a purple-black aura thickens. Looking at the man with ill intent, he says, Mané. Walking up to him, the advisor says, no matter how much his life is tied to revenge, he wishes for it to be normal. That is why it is so important to find a wife. He thinks the party he chose is very good. Manny adds, maybe he doesn't understand, but it was hard to get such an offer for him. The advisor says, he thought the guy would refuse, but he acted as he should. Veins bulge on Chinjagan's neck. Smiling Manne, whose aura has turned red, asks, why is he looking at him so threateningly? Let him just say what he feels. Chinjagan's issue fills with inner energy. The advisor adds, he might even attack. Manna says, after all, he has a tongue, hands, and feet intact. Why hold back? The guy covers his eyes, trying to pull himself together. The advisor asks, and why is he silent? Chinjagan answers, he doesn't think he should waste his strength and thoughts on him. The advisor looks at him in astonishment with his single eye. The red aura flares around him with renewed strength, and veins bulge on his forehead as he exclaims, what did he say? The advisor insults the guy. Manna starts laughing, saying that he almost got worked up. Covering his face with his hand, he says, it's even embarrassing that such a small thing affected him. He says the guy is good at provoking people, but they better stop behaving like that. Yellow sparks flash in his eyes. Looking through his fingers at Chinjagan, the advisor says he would like to sink his nails into his throat and tear him apart. He admits that he is really waiting for this moment. The advisor asks the guy, wouldn't he want the same? Where did he learn such control? Shinjagan replies that he sees no point in spoiling his appetite with an appetizer if he can wait for the main course. Manhwa, struck by his words, says, "The main course? So that's why he is here." He says that it is a foolish decision. A wild beast must give its all in the hunt. The advisor adds, or else he himself will become the prey. Heading to the small house, the guy says not to worry. The hunt will still take place. That's when they will meet. Snapping his fingers, the advisor says, "Boredom," he asks, "and when will this hunt be?" Looking back, Shinjagan stares intently at him. Barely does the guy turn away when a dark silhouette, shrouded in a deadly aura, swiftly attacks him on the advisor's command. The outstretched hand is about to touch the guy, but he already turns to the attacker, clutching a needle in his hand. A few moments are not enough for Shinjagan. The nun strikes him in the back, forcing him to fall to the ground. The unexpected opponent says, "Haven't they seen each other for a long time, poisonous dragon?" Does he remember her? Glancing over his shoulder, Shinjagan recognizes the attacker. He exclaims, "Meval!" The nun's eye is covered with a bandage, and in the other dances an angry red flame. Smiling broadly, Meval says, "Oh, the sweet taste of revenge. She has waited for this day for so long." She adds that she heard about his wedding to a lady from the Tan family and asks, does he remember her last words? Leaning toward Hadir, Meval says she will personally send him to hell. She speaks, but before that, she will make him feel all the pain she experienced. A sharp needle appears in her hands. The tip of the needle approaches the eye of Shinjagan. Purple lightning discharges emanate from the guy lying on the ground. Man is not thrilled that that's how it is. He thinks revenge can't be that easy. He is going to awaken a real beast in Shinjagan. He believes that this is enough for now. Man's hand does not intercept Meval's wrist. He suggests stopping here. The nun exclaims angrily, "How dare he order her around?" The advisor calmly replies, "It is not time yet. If the Tan family loses such a groom, it will be worse for them." Looking at the face of Meval distorted by malice, Manhwa reminds her that she is still their guest. It's not worth risking her clan. He asks. She understands him, right? She exclaims in response, "When has that ever happened?" The needle flying into her face makes Meval recoil. In an instant, she increases the distance between herself and the boy attacking her. Meval angrily shouts, "Let the poisonous dragon not dare to test her patience." Watching the boy get up, Manhwa, still crouching, says that Shinjagan is strong enough and ready for any attack. He is glad to see that the boy has not changed. He adds that now the most interesting part will begin and expresses hope that Shinjagan is looking forward to it. The boy replies, "No, that will not happen." Straightening his shoulders, the boy Sabai, looking down at the advisor, says, "Because from this day he will make his life very boring." Manhwa, mockingly looking at him, replies, "Really? That is a great honor." Turning his head toward the arched passage where a woman appears, the advisor adds, "But probably not now. He says the time has come." The woman announces that the clan leader is waiting for Shinjagan. The boy casts a stern look at her, clearly trying to anticipate the further course of events. The maid bows her head and asks the boy to enter. Shinjagan is wearing new red clothes with a brown sleeveless kaftan over them. He enters the room where a man and a woman greet him. The man says, "Welcome." The woman asks, "Is this the famous poisonous dragon?" The man says they have heard about him and thanks the boy for making such a journey. Radiantly smiling, the married couple announces that they are the parents of Haran. A hand with chopsticks takes a piece from the plate. There are many various dishes on the table. A voice sounds, expressing hope that the guy already knows about the need to change his surname. It doesn't matter who he is or from which clan, but by joining theirs, he becomes a full part of it. The girl's parents sit at the table opposite the guy. The man says that they will gladly take care of the preparations and choose the necessary date. If he needs anything, he can say so immediately. Shinjagan brings the piece he chose to his mouth. The woman says she sees that he is very tired. She says that he eats little, but the guy, trying another dish, replies that he is not hungry. In the large hall, in the center of which stands a small round table where the guy and the girl's parents sit, silence falls. The man asks, did he not like them very much? Shinjagan objects, that is not so. The woman says, but it seems he is not comfortable with them. In response, it is said that he just does not know them well enough yet. Smiling, the girl's mother asks, then perhaps he will name his birth date. This is needed for the marriage registration, and they will also be able to see what fate has prepared for him. Shinjagan's palm sharply strikes the surface of the table. The man and woman look at him in astonishment. Tanharan's father, trembling with anger, hisses through clenched teeth, "He!" Then, no longer restraining himself, the man, pointing at the guy with his finger, shouts angrily, "Boom! Doesn't he think this is too much for a first meeting? He is actually their future son-in-law. How can he treat them like this?" Shinjagan stands, leaning his hands on the table and looming over it. His entire posture speaks of barely restrained rage. He says, "They asked if he was comfortable here." The man replies, "Exactly. You can just say right away that he doesn't like it. Why make a scene?" The guy, looking up at them, says that he doesn't like how they greet guests. He gets up from the table and turns his back to Tanharan's parents. The man is puzzled. What? Moving away from them, Shinjagan says, "Enough of this spectacle." A secret door to the room opens, and the guy freezes. Behind them, at the threshold of the room, appears the dark, massive figure of M. Van Tan Chan in a more fragile silhouette standing next to him. The red-haired giant and Yin enter the room. The clan leader, Ami, smiling, says, "No way. She did say he would understand everything." M. Van Tan Chan replies, "Indeed, truth speaks through her lips. Today their dogs will have to go hungry." Yun says, "She is even glad that she won't have to feed him to them." A wall hiding part of the room slides aside, revealing a row of warriors standing with arms crossed over their chests and gloomily staring at the guy. Standing on a small elevation where the room previously hidden from prying eyes by a false wall is located, M. Van Tan Chan tells the man and woman who introduced themselves as Haran's parents that they may leave. They bow to him in respect. Shinjagan continues to stand without looking back where all the events are happening. M. Van Tan Chan addresses him with the words, "Here he is." What did he dislike so much? The guy answers, he immediately felt that someone was here. Without looking back, Shinjagan adds, "Someone who wants to remain unnoticed." He asks, does that person really think that watching his guest and greeting him like that is normal? Stretching his lips into a smile, M. Van Tan Chan replies that before him are the martial arts masters of their clan. Hiding and observing is their direct task. The warriors gloomily gaze at the young man. M. Van Tan Chan, giggling, adds, he is clever for being able to sense another's presence. Slowly turning his face to the interlocutor, the young man says, "And one more thing. He smelled orchids." Shinjagan says that after tasting and smelling all the food, he realized it did not come from her. The young man adds, "Argitam." He concluded that most likely someone from the higher ranks is watching him and drinking tea from this flower. Behind the red-haired giant, there really is a teapot on the table, the scent of whose contents reached Shinjagan's nose. The young man, turning his face to M. Van Tan Chan, asks if they seriously intended to accept him as a son-in-law. Was it so hard to come out and introduce themselves? The elder, whose eyes shine with the flame of inner energy, states his name and giggling says, "So the poisonous dragon must be properly respected?" He raises a hand wrapped in a light mist of aura and says that this is a very demanding request. It is necessary to check if he is worthy of such an address. At his signal, the warriors, drawing their swords, rush toward the young man. Shinjagan finds himself surrounded by armed men. The young man takes a fighting stance. His hands emit purple bursts of energy. Shinjagan's eyes glow with the overflowing inner energy. He uses the great thunderous exhale, and his power crashes down on the opponents. Cries are heard. Watching the fight, Yem Van Tan Chan, giggling, exclaims, "Funny!" The guy, fending off the warrior's attacks, thinks he knew the elder would be here. Glancing at the bald, fragile woman, looking childishly cute and touching, he wonders, but who is she? Inun, smiling even wider, says, "It's obvious he's curious who she is." Yem Van Tan Chan snickers. For the guy, this is an amazing experience. It happens once in a lifetime. Dujinjagan hears his words. He managed to meet two of the trio of Great Sashun. Surprise flashes in the guy's eyes. The trio of Great Sashun? Inun, smiling sweetly and propping her cheek with her hand, says, she is glad to meet the dear poisonous dragon. Then adds, she is Saint Inun from the Ami clan. She was invited to a wedding in the Tang clan. Delivering blow after blow, Jinjagan thinks, the Ami clan, one of the oldest clans in Merim, closely connected with the Shaolin Temple. But is she here only for the wedding? In says, it's a pity the third member of the great trio couldn't come. Yembantanchan asks, is she talking about the Cheon-Seon clan? They are complicated people. Meeting the clan leader Muam is especially difficult. He's like a hermit. In covering her mouth with her palm, says, but she met him recently, and they exchanged advice. Yembantanchan, giggling, asks, what kind of advice? The leader of the Ami clan, sweetly pressing her palm to her cheek, says, she told him that the world is changing very fast, which means the Cheon-Seon clan should also adapt to the new reality. He probably didn't listen, too confident for that. Her voice reaches the fighting guy. Should he teach him a lesson then? Mvantanchan replies, a little bit is allowed. There's no need to knock all the foolishness out of him. The whole room fills with purple lightning emanating from the guy. Chinjagan exhales and says, the Tan clan and Amai. The guy stands in the center of the room, and at his feet lie the bodies of warriors. He asks, do they want to teach the Chan Sun clan a lesson? Staring intently at them, he inquires, are they planning to overturn the entire Murim? Mvantan Chan, giggling, answers, exactly. The guy says he doesn't understand why the Ami clan needed this. Yun says, isn't it clear? They want to change the world. Stretching out her hand, from which a barely noticeable glow emanates, she explains that the current state of affairs is too outdated and rotten. That means the links responsible for this need to be removed. Continuing to smile radiantly, she adds, it doesn't matter which clan he is from if he understands that the current world is mired in its pain and must change. The glow around her hand intensifies. Inun's smile widens as she says, it turns out that the existence of the Chan Sun clan simply makes no sense at all. Mvantanchan says, too long, no need to take up the time of such busy people. He adds that moreover, the bride is also here. The girl, dressed in a red dress, sits on a raised platform behind the opposite false wall. The pillar of the Tan family says, it's time to move on to the main event. The shutters slowly part to the sides. Chinjagan glances over his shoulder. He sees a girl on a small elevation, dressed in a wedding outfit. Tanharan raises her head and looks at him. The girl, dressed in red clothes and with a golden crown on her head, looks at Chinjagan. A voice sounds, it's time to begin the wedding ceremony. Tanharan says, young master. The young man says he would like to ask one question. Chinjagan, standing in the center of the room between the bride and Yemwan Tanchon, with En-un, lowers his head and says, 9 years ago, due to a night attack, some members of his Yak clan were killed. Others became slaves. His hand clenches into a fist as he says, also many relatives in Onam died because of the Dok clan. And those who did not die lived lives full of pain. Purple sparks flare in Chinjagan's eyes as he asks, is the Tan clan somehow connected to what happened? The young man looks intently at Yemwan Tanchan. The man's lips stretch into a smile. His laughter sounds. Glaring fiercely with his eyes and continuing to smile, Mvan Tanchan asks, did he really come here to ask this question? Chinjagan demands that he answer. Continuing to stretch his lips into a smile, Mvan Tanchan says, yes, he did. The guy is clearly shocked by his words. He asks, why did he need this? Did he really want to use the Yak family people to create a new poison? The man, chuckling, says he knows a lot. He adds, he wishes he would soon become a member of their family. Stopping his smile, the man adds, but if he did not come to marry their Haran, then, he understands himself, there is only one way out, death. Their clan really wants to get such a son-in-law like him, who has enough courage to ask questions directly. The aura around Chinjagan turns red, and the features of his face are distorted with rage. The elder says, fine. He can give 3 options to choose from. Raising his index finger, Mvan Tanchan says the first, he can return to Chansan, tell them about their plan to destroy them, and die with them. The anger on the guy's face becomes even more evident. The man asks, don't want to? Apparently his loyalty ends where his life begins. Mvan Tanchan continues speaking. He says the second option is the possibility to marry Haran. If the guy changes his surname to Tan and swears loyalty to them, they will forget the past and take responsibility for his life. Tan Haran looks worried. A drop of sweat runs down her cheek. The man says, becoming part of a noble family sounds more interesting, doesn't it? Chan says the third option is a gift. He throws a knife at the guy's feet. A knife sliding across the floor stops by Chinjagan's boot. The voice of Chan reaches the guy, offering him to take this knife. Smiling widely, he offers Chinjagan to castrate himself. Tanharan covers her mouth in horror with her palm. The man continues speaking. If he does this, he will tell about their poisons, about the secret weapon, and the guy will be trained in the secret martial arts taught only to members of their clan. Chinjagan hears his voice, and he will be able to use their knowledge against them to kill everyone here. A red aura flares around Chan as he exclaims, "How about the offer? The best of all, does he agree?" Chinjagan silently listens as the man laughs. The guy leans down and his hand reaches for the knife. He is about to touch the weapon thrown at his feet. At that moment, a voice is heard, but their secret martial art. Tanharan shouts that it is available only to members of their clan. This is a rule that has never been broken. The girl adds, "If you don't atone for the mistake, you will have to leave the clan within 100 days. So if he learns their martial arts," she says that in that case, Grandpa will definitely kill him within 100 days. Chan continues to bore into the guy with an unfriendly look, baring his teeth in a smirk. Chinjagan freezes. Tanharan exclaims, "Let him not agree." The guy takes a knife in his hands and, straightening up, says that the choice is made. Tanharan looks at him in shock. Raising the hand above his head, in which he holds the knife, Chinjagan says that he is ready for anything for revenge. The knife rushes toward Chan. In-Eun's hand intercepts the dagger's handle when its tip already touches the man's nose tip. Chan snorts, and is that his answer? Was such an option even considered? The man and In-Eun, still gripping the knife handle, look at the guy. Chinjagan stands with his arm extended forward, drilling them with his gaze. Chan shifts his gaze to the knife, still dangerously close to his face. Glancing sideways at In-Eun, he asks her, "What's wrong?" Continuing to hold the knife near his face, the clan leader Ami says, "Maybe now they will listen to her?" She thinks she can offer another option. In-Eun adds, "A choice that will help him kill Chan." Chinjagan, already clutching 2 needles between his fingers, is surprised. Why? The leader of the Ami clan answers, "For the sake of saving the drowning world." But if he agrees, he will have to answer her 3 questions. Showing her index finger, she says, "The first question. If Chan is killed and the Tan clan destroyed, who will protect against the demonic Sojin clan?" The guy asks again, "The demonic Sojin clan?" In-Eun says that Seishan and Sojin are now on the brink of war, so the demonic clan will definitely want to capture Seishan first. Before this, the defense of Seishan was handled by martial arts masters who increased their influence in Kanho. This is how Sashin managed to survive. The Tan clan has a significant role in this war. Adding the middle finger to the index, In-Eun says, the second question, who will control the Pukchon clan? She says that Sandan Yo-ha governs the local clans, while the northern ones live independently. Due to the cold climate, it is inconvenient to spread poisons there. But because of this, the northern masters have worse protection against them. The guy listens as In-Eun explains. In other words, the very existence of the Tan family shields Pukchon from Kanho. Showing 3 fingers, the leader of the Ami clan says, and the third question. She asks if he beheads Chan, then who will watch over Haewol? Chinjagan wonders, why does he need to know this? In-Eun, smiling, replies, it's just necessary. She asks, on whom is his revenge ultimately focused? On a person, a clan, a system? A drop of sweat runs down the guy's cheek. He thinks that his revenge has always been connected with the Dok family from Onam and Bayek Lee Jun. But if the Tan clan continues this list, is it possible that the path of revenge is endless? Having killed the head of the Tan clan, he will have to keep killing. He wonders, when should one stop so as not to become someone who kills just for the sake of killing? Chinjagan says, so the Ami clan cooperates with the Tan clan because they have a big role in Merim? In-Eun answers that what is important is not the fate of Merim itself, but of generations. If fate itself demands it from them, there is only to obey. The guy says he does not like her words. He does not think that foolish deaths and lost lives are what fate and generations want. He adds, whoever a person is, one must only follow their own path. Yemwan Tanshan asks, and what is his path? Only in revenge and his death? Qin Jagan, looking him in the eyes, answers, that is so. Confusion and misunderstanding appear on the faces of his opponents. The man, tilting his head back, laughs loudly. He calls the guy a psycho and says that then his revenge is unlikely to happen. A crimson aura thickens behind the guy, who asks, who else here is a psycho? The man continues laughing, and In Yun, smiling, moves the knife away from his face. Qin Jagan takes a step forward. A red aura flares around Yemwan Tanshan. He exclaims, excellent! Now they will test him. Looking at him from under his brows, the guy says, he will regret his words yet. A man whose eyes glow with red energy is staring intently at Qin Jagan. The guy responds to him with the same gaze, shining with purple energy. Qin Jagan and Yemwan Tanshan freeze facing each other. Chuckling, the man says he will give him a reward for such fun. Yemwan Tanshan's eyes shine with inner energy, and a red aura thickens around him. The man adds, the guy will be able to fight him personally. Qin Jagan, taking a fighting stance, squeezes 2 needles between the fingers of his left hand. The aura around Yemwan Tanshan literally explodes with crimson-black streams. All this power crashes down on Qin Jagan. Streams of blood flow from the guy's ears, eyes, nose, and mouth. Tan Haran screams fearfully, poisonous dragon! Qin Jagan kneels, supporting himself with his hand on the floor and bowing his head low. A pool of blood is visible on the floor in front of him. Yemwan Tanshan, towering over him, laughs. His voice reaches the stunned guy. Did he really expect to defeat him? Shocked, Qin Jagan mentally asks himself, how was he able to use so much poison energy? Tearing a hair from his beard, the man says that he will have to show him his place himself. The hair in his hand straightens, turning into a needle. A crimson-black aura envelops Yemwan Tanshan's hand. The hair pierces the boy's forehead, from whose face blood is still flowing. Like fire runs through the boy's veins. With both hands, he grabs his head and, bending, screams in pain. Watching Qin Jagan writhe loudly on the floor, the man laughs. Tunharan shouts to her grandfather, enough, he is so... Yemwan Tanshan interrupts her, telling her to just sit there and watch. The excited girl exclaims, grandfather! The man, slightly leaning forward, looks with interest at the puber lying on the floor. He says that an ordinary person would already be on the verge of death. He wonders, is this his physical form? Yemwan Tanshan asks, how does he manage to hold on for so long? He adds that the more Qin Jagan clings to his consciousness, the stronger the burning pain engulfs his body. Dark circles appear under the boy's eyes. A cough bursts from his chest. He screams loudly again. Blood streams from his eyes and lashes from his mouth. In-un, sitting down beside him, strikes him on the back of the head with the edge of her palm. In his head, her voice sounds, who is the real target of his revenge? Qin Jagan freezes. In-yun adds, if he finds the answer, I may answer, let him come to the Ami clan. The guy's eyes close, but he continues to hear her voice. There are no eternal friends and eternal enemies in the world. The leader of the Ami clan addresses Yemwan Tanshan, saying, it's time to stop. This game is becoming too dangerous. She asks, doesn't he like the guy? Baring his teeth in a smile, the man replies, indeed. He hasn't seen such an interesting person for a long time. Manet was wrong when he spoke about him. He adds, there used to be more brave guys like that now. Only a few, including Qin Jagan. At this time, Tanharen rushes from her place and hurries to the guy, shouting, poisonous dragon! Kneeling down, the girl shakes the guy lying face down on the floor, and asking him to wake up. Tanharan turns Qin Jagan over and lifts his head with her hand. Blood flows through her fingers. Looking at his face, she gasps. Yemwan Tanshan orders the warrior who approached him to take the guy to the archive. Looking at Qin Jagan's bloodied face, he says he will give him one last chance. The guy slowly opens his eyes. With a groan, he tries to sit up. There are no traces of blood on him anymore, and the red robes have been replaced by his everyday clothes. The guy sitting on the floor looks at his shackled hands. Looking around the huge room filled with shelves of documents, he says, what the? A voice reaches the guy. This is the archive of the Tan family. On these shelves are more than 3,500 ancient books, Buddhist scriptures, 2,600 bamboo books, 1,800 wooden books, 5,500 books on martial arts. The person approaching him adds, All members of the Tan family have been trained here since childhood. The man, accompanied by two warriors, asks, "Has he finally woken up?" The words fly from the guy's lips. In response comes, "Just don't say he doesn't remember him." The man says that he is Tan Li Shim. They met in the Cheonsan clan. Haran was there too at that time. Chinja again asks, "Why is he here?" Tan Li Shim wonders. Doesn't he remember? He lost to the elder Yemwan, so he was locked up here. The man adds that usually only members of the Tan family can enter here. The guy listens with surprise as Tan Li Shim says, but in his opinion, the elder is sure that this is the best place for him here. He will relay verbatim what Yemwan Tanshan said. The elder said that he is still too young to become their son-in-law. He gave the guy 10 days to learn the combat techniques of their archive. Tan Li Shim, pointing with his hand at the countless shelves, says, "This is all the heritage of the Tan family." He asks, "The guy understands what this means on the level of martial arts, right?" Rising from the floor, Chinjagan replies, "He must either join the Tan family or die trying to learn their techniques." The man, chuckling, says, "Yes, that's right. The choice is simple." Looking at the shackles on his hands, the guy asks, "So he only has such options?" Well, he's glad that at least the next 10 days he will spend in safety. Tan Li Shim, frowning, says, "Fearless kid." He asks Chinjagan, does he know why he was assigned to watch over him? Because he wants to see his true talent. Pointing at him with his finger and frowning, the man says, "Let them call him the great poisonous dragon of the Dock clan, but he is sure that he does not deserve such words about himself, and inviting him to the Tan clan was a mistake." Tan Li Shin adds, "This exam will test and show his true abilities." He is very curious about what will happen in 10 days. The guy listens to him silently. The sun is setting. One of the warriors accompanying Tan Li Shin asks, "Why did the elder give such an order? No matter how skilled the guy is, he won't be able to learn their martial arts within the set time." Tan Li Shin answers, "The elder is interested in this person, so he gave an impossible order." The man adds, all this time he moved forward thanks to his victories, but because of losing to them, he will realize that he is not as strong as he thinks. The warrior, who had been silent until now, asks, "So his defeat is planned? What will happen after?" Tan Li Shin's lips stretch into a wide smile. The man says that they will break his legs and lock him forever in the snake cave underground. He will have to endure snake bites without being able to fend them off. And if he gets hungry, he will be forced to eat them raw. But all snakes have parasites, so by eating them, he will definitely get sick. After a month of pain, a hidden cave will be revealed to him. The shocked warrior exclaims, "Hidden cave, he has heard about it. Could the guy keep his sanity after ending up there?" Tan Li Shin answers that the elder wants him to lose his true self in order to make something new out of him. The warrior asks, what if he still decides to join them? A dark aura thickens around the man and he says, "This is impossible. Even if he wants to, he personally will not give his consent." Walking through the yard, three men continue to talk. "His fate is sealed." "Yes, that's right." They laugh. Tan Li Ching says, "No matter what he does, only hell awaits him ahead." Meanwhile, Chinjagan stands with a book in his hands near one of the shelves. Many books are scattered on the floor at his feet. Studying the book, the guy thinks, Tan Li Ching said that only members of the Tan clan can enter this place. He believes that if that were true, then Tan martial arts would not be valued so highly. Glancing over the shelves, he realizes even if the real information is hidden here, he is not sure he can find it. The guy throws the book away and takes another from the shelf, thinking that in any case, martial arts will not help him now. Delving into reading, he decides that he needs to figure out how he can escape from here. His eyes widen in surprise. A kick knocks the guy off his feet, and he falls to the floor. Tan Li King says, after such strong blows, he stubbornly remains silent. Remarkable endurance. Turning away, the man says with a smirk, but there is still plenty of time. They will see how his behavior changes later. Laughing, Tan Li Zhang, accompanied by warriors, leaves. Chin Jia Gan exhales, removing from his head the book that fell on it when he hit his back against the shelf. Rising to his feet, he thinks about how they took all his poisons and weapons. He only has a little poisonous powder left from the basement. Dusting off his clothes, Chinjagan thinks that in any case he is not going to follow their plan. He intends to destroy it because he has his own. The guy carefully shakes the dust off his shoulder. Straightening up, Chinjagan thinks that he is already ready. Manhwa, staring at the house wall, reflects that 9 days have already passed, and tomorrow will be the 10th, the last. He wonders, why did M1 Tanjo lock him in the archive? Drilling the wall with his gaze, the advisor thinks, maybe he wants to make him a member of the Tan clan, or maybe he is just mocking him. Putting his hands behind his back, Manhwa believes that in any case, most likely, they plan to kill or subjugate him. The advisor understands that for M1 Tanchong, the guy is just a toy, but he puts so much effort into him. Manhwa is angry and curses slip from his lips. He decides to observe a little longer, not wanting to disturb the elder yet. Manhwa thinks about Miwo, what to do now. Tell her to start acting? But if he asks to kidnap the poisonous dragon from the archive, the advisor decides, no, the abbess in On is always watching her and will definitely see through them. He wonders, then who? But a piercing sensation interrupts his train of thought. The advisor freezes. From his lips slips, why is he? Manhwa's face is not lit with joy, and he looks somewhere upward, exclaiming, this feeling. Exactly. He is planning something again. Looking at the fire blazing behind the stone fence, the advisor says, of course, he would never disappoint him. Radiating joy and smiling blissfully, surrounded by a red aura, Manhwa exclaims, he must survive, and then he will entertain him for the rest of his life. Shouts are heard, fire, fire in the underground archive. He is rising, bring water, we need to stop the spread of the flames. Tanli Shin, frozen like a stone statue amid the general chaos, asks what is happening. He looks confusedly at the burning building, saying that they had removed all flammable items and used special fire-absorbing spheres. How did he manage? His face contorts with an evil expression, and from his lips slips, could it be? Is it him? Shinjagan is surrounded by a bluish glow. Light emanates from his palm, in which blue fire burns, caused by the burning palms technique. The guy steps through the archive. From Tan Lishin's lips come curses directed at Shinjagan. The man exclaims that he should have just surrendered and joined them. Looking at the building engulfed in flames and the black columns of smoke rising to the sky, he thinks about the fact that the entire history of the Tan clan is stored in the archive. If it burns down and the fire spreads further, they will lose all valuable documents, treasures, and much more. The man's hand clenches into a fist as he thinks about the fact that M. Van Tan Chan ordered not to kill the guy yet. If he loses both the archive and the poisonous dragon, he will definitely be sent to the snake cave himself. Tanli Shin, deciding that this cannot be allowed, grabs a bucket that a man carrying a stick as a yoke passes by him. Pouring water on himself, Tanli Shin shouts, everyone follow him. Accompanied by 5 warriors, he enters the burning building. The men cover their noses with handkerchiefs. A voice reaches them. Finally, they are here. Tanli Shin shouts angrily, so these are really his tricks. The man peers into the fire but sees no one. In response, it sounds, whose else would it be? Everyone immediately ran to look for him. Apparently, their secret techniques are not stored here. Tanli Shin shouts insults at the guy and orders the warriors to find him. The man adds, quickly, he is defenseless right now. Shinjagan, hiding behind a shelf, replies that this is not quite so. He tells how he was able to learn martial arts on the very first day. With the help of a book, Shinjagan learned to create fire with internal energy. He says that thanks to this, he will be able to escape from here. Tanli Shin, together with the warriors, makes his way through the fire, searching for the guy. He asks, is he seriously going to burn down the entire archive? The response is correct. Shinjagan says, and when the archive burns, everything else will burn too. Between his fingers, he squeezes several thin sticks burning with blue flames. He uses the 12 flying streams. The guy throws burning sticks, and they swiftly fly forward. Each of the sticks finds its target, biting into the necks of the warriors. A hand catches one of these sticks in midair. Carefully examining it, Tanli Shin is surprised. They took away all his poisons and weapons. So where from? Looking at the warriors lying on the floor of the burning building, he wonders, where did the guy get the poison? Shinjagan steps out of cover, saying there are many ways to hide poison well. In the cracks of bookshelves, for example. Crawling his arms on his chest, he leans his back against one of the shelves. The guy says, by the way, Tanli Shin was going to re-educate him? Well, let him start. He is ready. The man gets angry, and the veins on his forehead bulge. Clenching his hand into a fist, Tan Lixing shouts, "He went through so much to gain the recognition of the Tan clan." Throwing himself at the guy and raising his hand to strike, he exclaims, "Does the guy really think he will agree to lose everything because of him?" The man uses the three poisonous yawn technique. His hand is enveloped in a pink glow, and his eyes fill with the radiance of inner energy. He approaches Qin Jagan, shouting, "Die!" The guy takes a fighting stance. The shackles binding his hands slightly hinder him. He, using the technique Flaming Palms, throws forward his right hand, on the palm of which shines a cluster of bluish flame. The opponent's hands rapidly approach each other. A look of astonishment appears in Tan Lixin's eyes. Clouds of dust envelop the room. The man starts coughing and covers his nose and mouth with his hand. Puzzled, what is this? From the dusty veil comes the voice of Qin Jagan. This is what has always been here for many years. Dust. Among the settling clouds of dust behind the man, a dark silhouette of a guy is visible. Blood streams from Tan Lixin's eyes and from under his palm. Qin Jagan explains that the dust here is a natural poison. It is an excellent blocker of the respiratory tract and irritates the eyes and mucous membranes. The man removes his palm from his mouth and starts coughing. Blood continues to stream down his face. The guy adds, "Besides, the dust is always nearby." Surprisingly, they thought that by depriving him of his weapon, they would make him completely defenseless. How careless. The last words reach Tan Lixin already from the archive exit. Watching the guy close the door panels, the man asks, "Where is he going?" In response, it sounds, "Let him not worry. He will have plenty of time to read, and who knows? Maybe he will learn all the combat techniques and get out of here." Qin Jagan closes the door behind him. Tan Lixin demands that he stop, since they still haven't finished. After the guy his shout sounds, the man demands that the poisonous dragon stop. Tan Haran, standing by the window, thinks that it is too noisy outside. Her servants have left. The girl senses the smell of smoke in the air and wonders, could it be that the poisonous dragon did something? Looking back at the door, Tan Haran says, "Poisonous dragon." A dark silhouette stands in the doorway. The person's face is not visible due to the light shining on his back. Manhwa enters the room extremely pleased and smiling, with blood visible on his face and clothes. From Tan Haran's lips slips a surprised "Mano." She asks, where is he from here? The advisor replies that there is no need to be wary. After all, he did not come to eat her, but just to talk. In his hand, Manhwa holds something tied in a knot of white fabric. Approaching the girl, he asks, what does she think about the young dragon? She says confusedly, "What?" The advisor says, initially she resisted any thought of marriage, but in the end brought the guy at his request. Maybe something has changed in her attitude towards marriage during this time. Manhwa asks, is she in love with him? Looking suspiciously at the man, Tan Haran wonders, why does he need to know this? Raising the knot before him, on which the inscription, Clan Tan is visible, on his outstretched hand, the advisor explains, depending on her answer, he can give it to him. The girl leans over and examines the contents of the knot. She gasps, this is... Looking at the two bottles standing on the table and one of the bracers, Manhwa says that this is an antidote for Yahello and an extract of white ginseng. He does not know what this item is, but it looks good, so he took it with him. Taking the bracers in her hands, Tan Haran replies that these are the flying silk threads, one of the 10 best weapons of the Tan clan. Throwing a glance at the man, the girl says, but if he brought all this here, it means he visited their treasury? Pointing a finger at the item in Tan Haran's hand, Manhwa says, threads of flying silk? What luck. The entire guard came outside because of what was happening. Well, of course they had to kill a couple of people. A red aura flares around the girl as she exclaims, what? How dare he kill people of their clan and take their treasures? The advisor replies that the situation outside is not good. Something must be done. And the young dragon. The advisor informs the surprised Tan Haran that the guy burned the archive and got outside. A question flies from the girl's lips. Got outside? She exclaims, so that's where the smell of smoke is from. The advisor says, Qin Jagan realizes he is too weak to fight Enwan Tanchan, so he tries to escape. Throwing a sly glance at the girl, Manhwa adds, but too many people are chasing him. Therefore, he says the guy needs help. The girl looks at him confused. A drop of sweat runs down her face. Manhwa says, he would help, but he himself needs to get out. So he brought everything here. He thinks she will need it more. The advisor asks, so does she want to help him? Tanharen bows her head low, not taking her eyes off the threads of flying silk. Manhwa says, if she doesn't decide, the guy will die. The girl thinks that she brought him here by order of the Jade Token, and if she helps him, she will be branded a traitor and expelled from the clan. She understands that she will no longer be able to dream of the title of clan head. So the answer is obvious. But the girl bites her lower lip painfully. Manhwa does not observe the struggle happening in Tanharen's soul and awaits its resolution. Dark silhouettes of people bustle around the wall of fire rising high to the heavens. Watching the scene from the roof of one of the buildings, Chan says this is already too much. Veins bulge on the elder's forehead, and bushy eyebrows knit at the bridge of the nose. Insulting the guy, he says that he has gone too far. The man sees that the fire has already reached the work offices. That means it will be harder for them to conduct business now. They will lose thousands of nyans. But most of all, their reputation will suffer. How could one little bite cause so much damage? Chan speaks disparagingly of the guy's mental abilities, adding that now he understands it. Behind him, a warrior lands. The elder asks, what is there? The reply is that they cannot find Tan Li Xin, who was responsible for the poisonous dragon. And they also have not found out what caused the fire, so it is difficult to tame it. The elder asks, and Manhwa? The warrior answers that he is also not visible. Only a note remains. The man extends the message. Chan reads the advisor's request to spare the guy. In return, he promises to give them peace. The elder says, well, now he understands that the young dragon was not a decoy, but the main target. Crumpling the note, the elder adds, the madman here is not only the dragon. The warrior asks, send a squad after him? Chan answers, no. Manhwa will not betray the Tan clan. He knows too many of their secrets. If something happens, he will be the first to be suspected. The elder adds, he will keep his promise, he is sure of that. The one to catch is not him, but the poisonous dragon. The warrior replies, yes, and immediately disappears. Looking at the fire, Chan says, yes, let him try as much as he wants. He still won't succeed. His miserable bug life is no comparison to his own. People below continue to fuss, carrying buckets of water. Shouts sounded faster. If the archive burns down, it's the end. The maid approaches one of the warriors and says that they have not yet received permission to use the northern well. He replies that the request must be made faster. Jagan, cautiously peeking from around the corner, thinks that everyone is too busy putting out the fire. There isn't even a guard here, so no one will recognize him. Throwing a kaftan thrown by someone over his shoulders to avoid attracting attention and to cover his shackled hands, he walks through the yard, thinking that he cannot remain unnoticed for long. He needs to get out of here as soon as possible. The guy turns the corner, moving away from the bustling people. A man in monastic robes watching from the roof at what is happening in the yard exclaims, got you! The nun adds, a guy can run away from others, but the young dragon cannot be fooled by her. Mivol's lips stretch into an anticipatory smile. She jumps off the roof, rushing towards Jagan walking below. The guy, sensing something wrong, raises his head. Jagan manages to jump back, and Mivol's strike crashes into the ground, breaking it into clods. Smiling wickedly, the nun asks, was he hoping to escape from here? Jagan recognizes the attacker. It slips from his lips. Swinging the sword, Mivol says, no matter how hard he tries, he is still destined to meet her. Swiftly approaching the guy, she tries to grab him, but Jagan jumps back, leaving a kaftan in her hands. Mivol exclaims angrily, stop kicking! Throwing the kaftan aside, the nun swings the sword, shouting that he will not escape. Her sword crashes down on the chain of shackles held by the guy. Mivol intensifies the pressure, but Jagan continues to resist. Smiling, the nun asks, did he really try to stop her with this? She rejoices, the chains will break very soon. The guy, gritting his teeth, pulls the chain tighter, resisting the pressure of her sword. Mivol shouts that even Buddha will not dare to forgive him, and he will have to wander the earth forever. The flexible part of the whip wraps around Miwol's hand and a puzzled expression appears on her face. The nun and the guy turn their heads toward the direction from which the blow was struck. From the lips of Miwol, who sees Tanharan in front of her, flies off, "What?" The smiling girl tells Chinjagan that she has come to save him. The guy, hearing Tanharan's words, does not hide his surprise. Miwol asks, "Did she just hear that right?" The nun clarifies, "The girl came to save the poisonous dragon." Tanharan answers, "Exactly." Miwol asks, "The enemy of the entire Tan clan? Wait." Not hearing an answer, the nun thoughtfully snorts, casting a suspicious glance at Tanharan. Miwol, shifting her gaze to the guy, says she thought their wedding was needed only for political reasons, but that's not true, right? A red aura flares around the nun as she says that the girl betrayed the clan for some man. She adds, "Well, she'll have to be re-educated." Tanharan, enveloped in the same red aura, exclaims that it's too late to re-educate her. A stream of shining energy sparkles around the whip. The flexible body of the whip is covered with sharp spikes, and blood sprays from Miwol's hand around which it is coiled. The nun realizes with horror, this is a scaly whip, one of the most dangerous weapons of the Tan clan. At this time, the girl attacks her, aiming her knee at Miwol's only eye. Tanharan's knee forcefully strikes the nun's face. The girl pulls the whip toward herself, and Miwol falls to the ground. Landing near Chinjagan, the girl asks, "Can he move?" The guy answers, "Yes, he is fine." Tanharan replies, "Good, then let him take this." With these words, the girl extends a bundle labeled Clan Tan, which Manhwa gave her. Chinjagan asks, "What's inside?" Tanharan says it contains an antidote for Yahello. The guy takes the bundle, and the girl adds, "While she fights, let him run away from here." Chinjagan asks, "Why does she need this?" "She has already paid her debt." The girl, bowing her head, answers that it's not about the debt. Tanharan says, "It's just that he..." Their conversation is interrupted by rapidly approaching red energy. The girl swings the whip. Tanharan forcefully brings the whip down on the spot where the energy flared. Glancing at Chinjagan over her shoulder, she shouts that there is no time for explanations. "Let him go. The guards will soon rush to the noise." The girl adds, "He has an urgent matter." The guy tries to object, but from the dust clouds emerges the dark silhouette of Miwol. She says, "Do they really have the audacity to negotiate in her presence?" The nun, whose nose is bleeding heavily, insults the girl, saying, "Who knew that the main traitor was her?" Miwol promises to destroy both her and the poisonous dragon. Tanharan strikes her with a whip. Blood splatters. The girl raises the whip again to strike. Rising clouds of dust block the view, and Tanharan freezes, clutching the whip in his hand. Miwol swiftly attacks her, running along the sheer stone wall. The nun aims a kick at the girl's face, using the reverse demonic strike. The force of the blow throws the girl against the opposite wall. Chinjagan exclaims, "Madam Haran!" The girl sinks to the ground and sits, catching her breath. Meanwhile, Miwol again rushes towards Tanharan. The guy also takes off from the spot. The nun, in a leap, raises a sword above her head, intending to strike it down on the girl. A red fire blazes in her eye. Tanharan, stunned by the blow, looks at her in horror. At that moment, Chinjagan, whose eyes emit discharges of inner energy and whose body is enveloped in a purple aura, breaks the chain binding his hands with a single movement. He hears the girl scream, "No," holding the opponent's sword with the flexible taut part of a whip. She adds, "Let him leave right now. She doesn't need help." Tanharan says that for his life, she gave up her family. It is her choice. She adds, "Let him just go the path that fate has prepared for him." Chinjagan tries to object, but the girl shouts that he only gets in her way. She is still the heir of the Tan clan. Miwol will not dare to kill her. Tanharan's hands tremble noticeably. It becomes increasingly difficult for her to hold back the nun's assault. From her lips comes, "Please." The decision is not easy for the young man. He closes his eyes and a drop of sweat runs down his face. Then Chinjagan turns around and rushes away. Miwol and the girl watch him go. Miwol angrily shouts, "Does she really think she will let him escape?" Grabbing the nun by the hem of her robe, the girl replies, "Well, she definitely won't stop him." Veins bulge on Mivol's forehead. She says, "What nonsense. Why wouldn't she kill the heir of the Tan clan if she promised to kill the traitor?" Smiling, the girl replies, "Yes, those were empty words. She lied to the dragon." Mivol says, "Then," her foot forcefully strikes the girl in the chest. A red-black aura blazes around the nun as she says, "It turns out the girl is ready to die." She insults Tanharan, reproaching her for falling for a man. The blow knocks the breath out of the girl's lungs, causing her to choke on a cough. Mivol's face darkens, and the aura becomes crimson. The nun promises to burn her in the agony of her own pain. A small hand surrounded by the glow of a green aura rests on Mivol's shoulder. A voice sounds, "Enough." The disconcerted nun slowly turns her head back. She says, "The abbess?" Radiantly smiling, Inyun says she did not allow the girl to be killed. Mivol's face lengthens and becomes miserable. From her lips slips, "What?" Pressing her foot harder into the girl's chest, Mivol tells the abbess not to dare stop her. The nun, pointing a finger at the girl, adds that the poisonous dragon does not intend to save her. They can just kill her. Inun grabs her head with one hand, moaning, "Nun." Miwol shouts furiously that she will never back down. Inyun's fist rushes towards her face. The nun screams that she must kill her. At that moment, the abbess's fist breaks Miwol's nose. The force of the blow throws the nun against the opposite wall. Inyun, striking with one hand, covers half her face with the other, clearly upset by what is happening. Shaken, Tanharan cannot take her eyes off her. Miwol breaks through the stone wall with her body and hits the next stone barrier. For a moment, everything freezes and only dust swirls in the air. Miwol, leaning on her sword, gets to her feet, shouting indignantly, "How dare she?" Inyon asks not to upset her. She said she does not allow killing the girl. Since when have feelings taken such control over her? The abbess, behind whom appears the image of a goddess shining with gold, steps towards Miwol. Inyon says, "Or was she too kind to her all this time?" The nun, having lost her headdress, grits her teeth, asking, the abbess understands that she is now mocking her. "Just like the girl," Miwol exclaims. No matter how much she tries to stop her, a strong slap makes her fall silent. The shocked nun exclaims, "Head!" But the second hand of the abbess is already rushing to her face. A strong slap lands on the other side of her face. Inun, slapping her, says that she seems to have not yet come to her senses. The abbess's hands flash with incredible speed, and her face is somewhat weird and detached. Inun says she should not give in to feelings. She has already said this. Continuing to beat Miwol, the abbess adds, "If she behaves like this, what will the others think of their clan?" The nun falls to her knees at Inyun's feet. She smiles and says, "Someone must take responsibility for the poisonous dragon's victory. That person will be Lady Tan." Turning away from the nun, the clan head Ami says, "If they kill the girl when the poisonous dragon has already escaped, what is the point? It will only anger Yemwan Tanchan." Inaun's shadow falls on the girl lying on the ground. The abbess says, even if only for a short time, she became the traitor's bride. A heavy golden aura surrounds the fragile-looking body of the abbess. She adds that Tanharan will be expelled from the clan for her misconduct. The girl tried very hard to help the poisonous dragon. It would have been better if she had not. Inyun says that now, thanks to the poisonous dragon's successful escape, a bloody war may begin throughout Murim. Still kneeling, Miwol shouts that she will find him. She promises to bring him here. She will tear him to pieces, but she will bring him. Inun throws a stern look over her shoulder at her. The abbess says, the nun speaks as if they do not need this war. Why bring back the dragon? Miwol looks at the abbess in amazement. Tanharan, looking exhausted, says, What is Amy thinking about? Smiling, Inyun says, let her remember if she wants to save the poisonous dragon. The abbess says that in that case, she better keep her mouth shut. The girl's eyes close. Black columns of smoke continue to rise from the burning ruins up to the sky. Night falls. Mwan Tanchan paces the room like a tiger in a cage. Tungui Og, sitting in a wheelchair and watching him, asks, what is this? The woman says she hasn't seen her brother so confused in a long time. The elder, casting a glance at her, asks, what else can he do? All of Murim is now only talking about the victory of the poisonous dragon, but he seems to have vanished. Mwan Tanchan adds, he seems to be looking for a ghost. Tanguiok laughs. The woman suggests, if he wants, she will say it is her fault. The elder asks, does she really think he is afraid of others' opinions? He adds, the archive cannot be restored anymore. No way. Tanguiok asks, Then what? Filling with anger, veins bulging on his forehead, M110 says, he should have at least caught him. After all, he locked him in the archive to check. The elder adds, Ipain, the guy proved that he is worthy of the reputation that surrounds him, so he could be well used for the clan's purposes. Tang Guiok says that he not only escaped but also destroyed everything in his path. The aura around the elder becomes crimson black. His eyes shine with inner energy, and his eyebrows knit at the bridge of his nose. M. Van Tang Chan says he will never forgive him, nor Haran, who helped him. Tang Guioke believes that these are all Manhwa's games. After all, he was the one who gave such a dangerous order to Haran. The elder, spreading his arms to the sides, replies, that's the problem. How could the Tang clan heiress fall for his tales? Exhaling, the elder asks, what should they do with her now? He says that the sister knows the clan's rules. How should they proceed? Tang Guioke answers, although the girl is an heiress, she will be punished according to all the rules. In a huge gloomy dungeon in front of one of the chambers, the silhouette of the Tang clan head and her accompanying person can be seen. Tang Guioke tells the girl sitting on the dungeon floor in a red dress that for betraying the Tang family and helping the enemy escape, she will be kept in this prison. The woman adds, since the engagement ceremony has already passed, the girl must wear festive attire until the poisonous dragon is caught. At least this way they can preserve the family's honor. Tang Guioke tells the girl that she better accept her punishment. It is the least she can do for her offense. Without raising her eyes, Tang Haran replies, yes, grandmother. The visitors leave and the girl remains alone. Tang Haran exhales and simply falls to the floor. She says, wearing festive clothes? So she really is the abandoned bride? The girl wonders, did the dragon manage to escape? Before her mental eyes rises the silhouette of a guy against the backdrop of a fire. She thinks that for the sake of revenge, he is even ready to give his life. Before, she did not understand what drove him forward. But the more she looked at his determination, the more she realized that they are completely different. Remembering how he slept on the floor in the hotel, she thinks that then she became curious and interested. Who is he really? When he told about himself, she sincerely began to wish him happiness. Tan Haran recalls the day they left the hotel. She seems to see in reality the sinister gleam in the eyes of the guy asking, could the Tan clan be involved in what happened? M. Van Tan Chan answered, yes, it is all his doing. She remembers how shocked she was then. For his happiness, she gave up her family. The girl thinks that she had no right to wish him happiness. A tear trembles on her eyelashes. Continuing to lie motionless on the floor, Tan Haran thinks that helping in the escape is the only thing she can do to atone for her family's sins. He must escape. Her hand clenches into a fist as she thinks. His life, full of pain and suffering, must find a quiet refuge. Tan Haran continues to lie on the dungeon floor, lost in thought. She says, to be honest, she is sad that he left her alone. A voice reaches her. Lady Haran. The surprised girl opens her tear-glittering eyes. Raising herself on her hands, she looks at the guy standing on the other side of the bars. From her lips slips, impossible. Without taking her eyes off Jinjagan, she, not believing her eyes, says, dragon? Tan Haran asks, is this not a dream? The girl wonders, why is he here? Jinjagan, smiling, answers, he did not intend to escape and was hiding here. The guy explains, others do not suspect that he could have stayed, so they are searching far from here. He tells that while everyone was putting out the fire, he managed to get inside, and then he learned that she was sent to prison. Gripping the bars of the grill with her hands, Tan Haran shouts, she asks why he even came back? He should have escaped. Jinjagan answers, then he would most likely have been caught. It is much safer here. The guy adds, and also, he did not intend to leave her. The girl's cheeks betray a blush. Jinjagan says, on the day of their engagement, the clan leader Ami asked him about who was the target of his revenge. A person, a group, or the system itself. Recalling how Inyun held a knife to the elder's face, the guy says, revenge must not blind you. You need to know exactly where to aim. That was the advice she gave him. Recalling Fian Bok, he adds that he had already heard these words from one person. You cannot think of a group of people as a single whole. There can be different people within one group. Chin Jagan says that for him, such an exception in the Tan clan is her. Despite everything that happened, She was ready to give her life for him. The guy says, that's why he decided he couldn't leave her. Tanharan looks at him intently, tears shine in her eyes. The girl says, she would have wanted him to decide for another reason, but even so, bowing her head to hide the tears streaming down her cheeks, Tanharan thanks the guy for not forgetting her. The girl admits, she really thought it was all over. Chinjagan silently looks at her. Suddenly the girl screams. The guy asks anxiously, what's wrong? Tanharan, sitting on the floor, complains with a smile that her legs have gone numb because she has been in that position for a long time. The guy sighs with relief and leans toward her. Red shoes stand on the floor. The girl's voice is heard. She has big feet, right? Chinjagan, sitting on the floor near the girl, massages her legs. He replies that he doesn't know, as he hasn't really seen women's feet much. Tanharan says, well, yes, that would be strange. Glancing at the guy and blushing, the girl says, he does know what it means when a woman allows a man to touch her body. Chinjagan answers that he knows. Tanharan says, really? She thought she would have to explain. Massaging her calves, the guy says. He remembers why they originally came here. Looking away, the girl says, understood. Tanharan asks the guy, continuing to massage her leg, so what are they going to do now? The people of the Tan clan will soon find out he is here. Or rather, surprisingly, they still haven't realized it. Chinjagan answers, he thinks they have already understood this. Therefore, there is no one in this part of the prison except them. The guy adds, he noticed that something has changed outside. Perhaps they are preparing to meet him so as not to lose him again. Tanharan says, so they are trapped? She does not know the secret exits from here. Continuing to massage her leg, Chinjagan replies, yes, they are not there. He has already checked everything. But he found something else. The guy says, so let her not worry. They will be able to escape. Tilting her head, Tanharan says with a smile, so strange. She would never have believed it if someone else had said these words to her. She notices the bracelet on his hand obtained for him by Manhwa. From her lips slips, oh, this is... The guy raises his hand, showing the device. He says, this is what she gave him. He doesn't know how to use it, but let it be. Tanharan says that this is the threads of flying silk, one of the clan's best weapons. She explains to Chinjagan, who is studying her gift with his gaze, that with the help of internal energy, he can create whips that no one will see. Thin rays stretch from the bracelet encircling the wrist. The girl says that they are sharper than any knife and can cut almost anything. Tanharan adds, even a person into small pieces. She says that now the threads of flying silk are his. She thinks they still have time, and she will teach him how to use this weapon. From Chinjagan, studying her gift, comes the girl's voice. Only clan members can reveal its true potential anyway. The office of the clan head Tan, the elder studying a document, says, what? Is he in prison now? The man standing at attention before his desk answers, yes. He adds that he needed to check the security. But when he came, they were already dead. There were traces of poison use everywhere. The man says he felt the presence of another person in the prison. He is definitely still there. Crumpling the document, ManhwaCapped says, so that's how it is. Now it's clear why they couldn't find him for so long. The elder wonders mentally, but why did he go to prison immediately? Are he and Haran really that close? A red aura surrounds the man as he thinks. What are they planning? He decides that this time he definitely cannot let him go. Entrance to the Tan clan prison. In front of the door, Tangui Oak sits in a chair. Next to her is a man who had previously accompanied her to her granddaughter. The elder, approaching with a squad of warriors, says, is she here too? The woman greets her brother. He asks, why has she come? Tangui Oak says that she is interested in seeing the one who troubles his soul so much. Yemwan Tanchan only snorts angrily in response. The elder says he doesn't think the guy will come out first. Surely they are still discussing what is best to do. A red glow floods the man's eyes, and a red aura flares around him as he exclaims, are they seriously planning to play with him until the end? He still has to open the doors of his own prison himself? The aura around Yemwan Tanchan explodes with black-purple colors as he steps toward the prison door. The ceiling in the dungeon cracks, and small shards fall to the floor. The boy and girl standing in the middle of the cell raise their heads. Tanharan exclaims, it's grandfather! Jinjagan replies, well, the time has come. It's time to go out. Looking into the girl's eyes, he adds, What will happen may be an extremely difficult trial. He asks, does she believe him? Tanharan answers, she believes. For a few moments, standing at the foot of the stairs, they look at each other. Meanwhile, Mventan Chan, surrounded by streams of dark energy, drills his gaze at the door. The door leaf slightly opens. Tangui Oke calls out to his brother. He, without looking back, answers, yes. Both door leaves open. The elder says that he has come to him again. But whatever he plans, he falters. Veins bulge on his forehead. Mvantan Chan, not believing his ears, asks again the standing before him Chinjagan, behind whom stands Tanharan. What did he just say? To make a deal with him? Poorly dressed people crowd behind the guy. The elder shouts, how dare he be so shameless? He is Mvantan Chan. On him depends whether the sun will rise today or not. The man indignantly adds, and he has the audacity to set his own terms? The guy asks him to calm down. This is not a deal, but blackmail. Chin Jagan demands that the elder release him and Lady Haran right now. Mvantan Chan laughs. Is he in his right mind? Where does he get so much confidence in his abilities? The guy raises his hand, demonstrating the flying silk thread. Many bright rays extend from the bracelet. He says, let him see for himself. Chinjagan says that the elder should look at the people standing around and pay attention to what they have on their necks. The bright rays emanating from the bracelet wrap around their necks. Mvantan Chan recognizes the weapon on the guy's arm, the scaled whip flying silk thread. The warrior standing behind the elder says, nonsense. The second supports him. The guy has only scum as prisoners. Why should they care about them? Mvantan Chan exclaims that the guy is just crazy. The warriors look at him in bewilderment. Chin Jagan says that the Tang clan is not a state organization, which means all the prisoners here committed crimes not against the country, but against the Tang clan. The guy adds, but why hold them for such a long time? The thing is that, nodding at the people around whose necks thin rays are wrapped, he says, these hostages must be kept alive. They cannot be gotten rid of. Chin Jagan says, if they die, the Tan clan's plans will be destroyed, right? Tan Gui Ok, bowing his head, says with a chuckle, that's what she thought. The guy says, if everyone finds out about the mass death of prisoners in the clan, the government will not like it very much. In any case, the elder will only be worse off because of their death. Baron Van Tan Chan, baring his teeth in an evil smile, admits the guy is smart. He asks, but will he have the courage to kill innocent people? He has already proven his softness. Chin Jagan answers that he can. They themselves allowed him. The elder exclaims, nonsense. One of the prisoners, an old man with gray hair, tells Mvantan Chan, please forgive me, of course, but it is true. This young man talked with them and promised that he would kill the elder. The old man's eyebrows knit together at the bridge of his nose as he says that his life means nothing to him. So he is ready to say goodbye to it. Mvantan Chan is filling with anger. The aura around him turns crimson. People shout that such a life is worse than death. They no longer want to be his captives. Some woman exclaims that she is ready to part with her head. Standing slightly behind the guy, Tanharan thinks that the grandfather always thinks about his own benefit. She is sure that he definitely will not do anything to his own detriment. It is surprising that the poisonous dragon came up with offering him such a deal. He found the grandfather's weak spot and plunged a sword into it. The girl seems to see in a vision how Chin Jagan's sword freezes at the elder's throat. Mentally, she adds, this is instant death. Glancing at the guy, Tanharan thinks, that's why he didn't come to her immediately. Meanwhile, Chin Jagan says, he has stated his conditions. The guy adds, he and Lady Haran must leave this place. The elder laughs unpleasantly. His laughter grows louder and louder. He laughs loudly, raising his face to the heavens. His voice reaches the guy and the captives. Excellent. He agrees. The captives' faces brighten. Mvantan Chan says that he recognizes the dragon as a son-in-law of the Tan clan. The elder adds that he deserves it. He has a head on his shoulders and good skills. He knows how to take advantage of the situation and understands the opponent well. The man adds that he recognizes his skills. Chin Jagan is even better than him at this age. He allows him to use the Tan surname. Mvantan Chan continues speaking. The guy must become his sword, cutting a path into a new world. With his name, he will glorify his name. The captives are clearly unpleasantly surprised by his words. The elder says, "Archive? They will restore it. Prisoners? They do not bother him." Smiling, Yem Van Tenchan adds, "This is his gift to the guy." He says that Qin Jagan can crack his whip. The guy curses mentally. Looking at the prisoners, he thinks that they are his only leverage over the elder. If all these people die, but the guy understands that he cannot retreat. Now his weapon has become a dud, and he will have to do it. The elder, smiling, asks, "So what is he worth? Let him act, or will he never dare?" Qin Jagan bares his teeth in an evil snarl, thinking, this is the strength of such people. The old man tells him that everything is fine, they are ready. The guy is struck by his courage. The old man adds, they did not expect everything to turn out the way he wanted. Yem Van Tanchan is a serious opponent, and they were still on the brink of death. At least he gave them hope. He assures the guy that everything is fine. Qin Jagan tries to object, but the prisoner standing behind the guy says that the elder would never spare them. They want at least to protect his honor. A purple aura surrounds the figure of Qin Jagan. Without looking back, he promises that he will kill Yem Van Tanchan. The prisoners look at him with a smile. The old man says, "Good." The elder openly gloating. He exclaims that he thought so. This is just a show. Qin Jagan is just a scared chicken. The guy shouts fiercely, "Head of the Five Elements Clan Viguk." Qin Jagan waves his hand, and the old man's head separates from the body and flies up, splattering blood. Yem Van Tanchan is stunned. He hears the guy's words, "Tuava birds." He wants him to become his sword? Then he will have to unfold the hilt of this sword. Beside himself with rage, the guy, whose bracelet on his arm emits purple rays, growls, "Let him just wait and see where his own blade will strike in the end." A dark purple aura surrounds him. Qin Jagan exclaims, "Li Weihen, leader of the Golden Dragon Clan, heir of the Golden Fire Association Gu Menbok, owner of the mountain fortress Muson Sanin, monk of the Dragon Temple, Hagan, captain of the Namanwan Hanho squad." After each named person, the beheaded body falls to the ground. The guy continues shouting the names of the prisoners, knocking their heads off. Blood splashes in all directions. From the elder's lips comes, "Why he?" But Qin Jagan, ignoring him, shouts, "Leader of the great heavens, Clan Wan Nen!" A red aura explodes around Yem Van Tanchan as he shouts that he asked the guy a question. Qin Jagan answers, these are the names of the people he had to kill. He will definitely carry them with him further. The guy's face is covered with blood splashes, suddenly lowering his bloodied hand from which deadly rays emanate and causing blood splashes to fly into the air again and again. He says that even if he dies, their names will not be forgotten. Streams of dark energy, like tongues of flame, swirl around the elder, growling. How long has he already? M. Van Tanchan decides that he absolutely must kill the guy. He is too dangerous. The elder's eyes blaze with the fire of inner energy as he thinks, even if he has to sacrifice something, he must remove the dragon from his path. He needs to wipe him off the face of the earth. Killer energy explodes around the enraged M. Van Tanchan. He exclaims, "This is a problem." Tanharan says, "If Grandpa continues..." The elder is stopped by the voice of Tan Gui Ok, calling her brother. The woman asks, didn't he realize that the blade of his sword is already aimed at him? M. Van Tanchan stands, proudly straightening his back, without looking at his sister. The elder thinks he is his sword, but why is it he who determines his actions? The man thinks that he hasn't given in to emotions for a long time. He pulls himself together and says, "Yes, that is enough." M. Van Tanchan turns around and leaves, saying that he leaves the guy to her. The woman replies, "All right." Tangui Ok says, "Well," looking at the guy and the girl, at whose feet lie the bodies of beheaded people, she suggests continuing their conversation. Tangui Ok asks everyone, except the leader of the Flying Souls clan, the man who constantly accompanies her, to leave them. The warriors, bowing in a respectful bow, answer, "Yes." The woman says, she couldn't introduce herself because of everything happening. She adds that she is Haran's grandmother and gives her name, since he is the fiancé of her granddaughter. The guy interrupts her, saying that he is Qin Jagan. Tangui Ok, addressing him as Mr. Qin, says that she hasn't seen her brother so confused in a long time. Thanks to the guy, she had a great time. Now it's clear why Haran likes him so much. The girl exclaims, "Grandmother." Chinjagan looks gloomily at the woman. She says that there is no need to be so wary. Tunjagweoke declares that she wants to let them go. The girl is clearly surprised. The guy, looking at her from under his brows, replies, "Let her not expect that he will easily believe it." The woman responds that she understands. He thinks it is more advantageous for them to keep him here. She adds that she has dedicated her whole life to the Tan clan and will protect it all her life. Tan Gweok continues, besides, her brother wants to recognize him as the clan's son-in-law, which is not exactly what she desires. After all, by the rules, he cannot be one of them. She adds that therefore she allows them to leave. A smile appears on the girl's face. Tan Gweok says, but now he will have to try hard to make it happen. She says that her brother definitely will not let him go just like that. If the Tan clan can still overlook his sins, then Haran's sins, no. The woman adds that the girl has 100 days to pay for her mistakes. Otherwise, she will have to send mercenaries to kill her. Tan Haran's face becomes extremely serious. Tan Gweok continues. She thinks the guy understands that afterwards they will kill him too. They will not escape their pursuit. Chinjagan replies that he is ready. Tan Gweok, sighing, lowers her eyes, saying, and then that's all. She just wanted to warn. The woman asks Haran to come closer. When the girl approaches, the grandmother places a ring in her palm. From Tan Haran's lips comes, this is... Tan Gweok says that she was supposed to give it to her on the wedding day. But now it is impossible. Let her sell it, and she will have money for a good life. If she wants to return within 100 days, clenching the ring in her palm, the moved girl interrupts her grandmother, saying, no, she will not return. She has already decided everything. A barely noticeable smile touches the woman's lips. She replies, good. Tan Gweok asks the leader of the Flying Souls clan to help them with the road. She asks, he will be able to, right? The answer is, of course. Smiling, the head of the Tan clan says, then all the best to them. The girl, laughing, runs along the forest path. Chinjagan, frozen, watches her go. Tan Haran laughs, but tears appear from under her closed eyelids. The girl shouts that she feels so happy for the first time. She no longer has to be in the Tan clan. She no longer needs the leader's position. Chinjagan says, an amazing reason for joy. Throwing a glance at him over her shoulder, Tan Haran replies, yes, when everything was decided, she really felt free. She adds that they cannot keep wearing this. Stopping and spreading her arms to the sides, she looks over her festive dress. The girl says that they will be considered suspicious. Having made a decision, she says, it is necessary. Looking back at her companion, Tan Haran, grinning mischievously, says that they need to buy clothes together. Soon they are already holding new white garments in their hands. The trim on the girl's outfit is red and on the boy's, blue. Walking along the forest road, Tan Haran says, she did not think he would agree. Why did he change his mind? Chinjagan replies, he thinks changing old clothes for new ones is quite reasonable. They stop, seeing a lake ahead. Swim. The girl says, she used to come here often after completing tasks. They can wash their old clothes here and change. Heading to the lake, the girl stops and, looking slyly at her companion, suggests going swimming together. From the lips of the confused Chinjagan slips, what? Tan Haran asks, why is he so surprised? He already touched her ankles in prison. The boy answers that the situation was a little different. In response, she says, let him not make her laugh. Hearing a noise, they look at the lake, where three girls are splashing in the water, their charms barely covered by short tops and skirts. The girl and the boy cautiously peek out from the bushes. Tan Haran says, someone is already here. She shifts a jealous glance to Chinjagan, who cannot take his eyes off the swimmers. The girl grabs the boy's cheeks with both hands and turns his head toward her. Bringing her face closer to his, she demands that he not look at other girls. Tan Haran says he should look only at her until they leave. The conversation of the girls reaches them. And what did she do? Did she accept the proposal? The answer is, I don't know, I still need to think. Chinjagan keeps looking into Tan Haran's eyes without looking away. His gaze slides over her lips, then drops to her chest. The bathers keep chatting. Why? The answer is, he is very good. But she is not ready yet. The guy says he is looking at someone for so long for the first time. Looking into the eyes of the embarrassed girl, he adds, who is not his enemy. Hearing a loud sound, the frightened bathers, covering themselves with their hands, exclaim, "Who is there?" Tanharan, falling to the ground, laughs loudly, covering her face with her hand. From the lake comes the shriek of maidens and a cry, "Someone is there." The girl moves her hand to her forehead, and it becomes clear that tears have welled up in her eyes from laughter, about to roll down from beneath her closed lashes. Continuing to laugh, Tanharan says, "What can you do with him? There is nothing in his life except fights." Confused, Chinjagan silently looks at her. Laughing, the girl sits down and looks at the lake, asking, "Did they get scared and run away?" She says that now it's their turn. Rising from the ground, Tanharan says, "They can wash separately. He will have to go behind that stone and not peek. This is a punishment." The guy asks, "Why punishment?" Bare-shouldered and casting a sly glance at Chinjagan, the girl replies, "If he does not consider it a punishment, she will become very angry." In the cave, a fire is burning. A voice is heard. Is he very tired? The guy and the girl in new clothes sit by the fire looking into the flames. Tanharan says, "Had to save her." Chinjagan replies, "It's nothing." He casts a thoughtful glance at the girl sitting next to him. Tanharan looks quite sad. The guy says if she is tired, she can say so directly. Chinjagan adds, "There is no need to pretend to be too strong." The girl hugs her knees with her arms and hides her face in them. She says, "So he noticed." She did not think that. Looking into the fire, Tanharan admits that she had waited for this for many years. But when it happened, she somehow felt sad. The fire crackles as it consumes the firewood. Watching the flame, the girl says that she was born and raised there. Everything she knew in her life was connected to the Tan clan, but now she can never return there. Stretching out her hand and admiring the gift from the head of the Tan clan, the girl asks, "Does he know what this is?" Chinjagan answers, "A ring that her grandmother gave her." Looking at the thick band encircling the ring finger of her left hand, Tanharan says, "There are several reasons why this ring is passed down to the women of the Tan clan. If a woman marries a man from the clan, they live together for the benefit of the clan." Twisting the ring, the girl adds, "But there are cases when they marry men from other clans, and they can never be sure if their husband will be faithful to them in the clan." The ring opens, and pills are visible in its hollow part. The girl says that these are special tablets, a drug and an aphrodisiac. The guy listens attentively to Tanharan. The girl, pouring the tablets into her palm, says that her grandmother gave her this ring because she hopes to get him as a son-in-law, but she will not use them. Tanharan adds that she left her family, and a confession slips from the girl's lips. She loves him. Looking into his eyes, she says that in any case, she would not want to stand in the way of his revenge, but if he decides to give her up, she will understand. She adds that she needs nothing more from him. Chinjagan's hand intercepts the wrist of the girl's hand, in which she holds pills. The guy takes the pills and throws them into his mouth. Tanharan exclaims fearfully, "What is he doing?" Swallowing the pills, Chinjagan, looking into her eyes, says that he is not going to leave her. The astonished girl looks at him with distrust. The guy adds, "No way." His palm covers the girl's hand lying on the ground. Confused thoughts race through her head. From the very beginning, she knew. He definitely was. One day, the lips of Chinjagan and Tanharan meet, and a thought flashes through her mind. She always knew he would become the most dangerous man in her life. The girl presses more tightly to the guy's chest, wrapping her arms around him. His hands rest on her back, gently embracing her. The sun rises over the mountain peaks. A new day begins. Naked Tanharan wakes up and sits up, covering herself with a caftan. From the entrance, holding large red fruits to his chest, the guy approaches her, asking, "Awake?" Chinjagan stands before her, holding large red apples in his hands. The guy says he thought she would be hungry, so he brought food. Blushing, the girl looks at him tenderly. The fire has already gone out. Dressed Tanharan sits holding an apple in her hands. Her facial expression is rather sour. The guy sitting opposite her asks, "Does she not want to eat?" The response is, "Not exactly." Lowering her head and blushing, she admits that she is just remembering yesterday. Chewing the apple, Chinjagan asks, "Does she regret it?" Tanharan answers, "No, but..." She admits that she feels strange. After all, he did not treat her like that before. The girl asks the continuing to chew Chinjagan, does she like him? The guy answers, probably yes. Extremely upset, Tanharan asks, what do you mean by probably? He is not sure. Chinjagan admits that such feelings are new to him, but he is sure about them. He says that he used to think she was strange. She sent a snake at him and challenged him to a duel. The girl's cheeks are covered with a deep blush. The guy continues speaking, but when they spent time together, he began to understand her better. Remembering her battle with Miwol, he adds, she was ready to die for him and to give up everything. Therefore, before his mental eyes appears a scene in the dungeon, and he says that he saw what she really was in that pitch darkness. Chinjagan says, that is why he became more attached to her. He says that if at first it seemed to him like a sense of duty, he still does not regret his choice. Tanharan listens to him attentively. The guy says with a smile, in the end, yes, he likes her. Chinjagan asks, will this answer satisfy her? The embarrassed girl, looking away, says, uh-huh. The guy exhales and looks at her with a smile. Tanharan confesses when she heard his story, she sincerely wanted him to be happy. But since they are now together, blushing again and casting a look full of tenderness at him, the girl says, in the future she will try to become his happiness. The countryside palace of the Blue Dragon clan. A voice is heard, Safa is moving towards Mount Cheonseong. Manhwa says that many representatives of different clans are heading there. His interlocutor asks, but why? The advisor replies that Yehua is hiding there. Inspector Shin shouts angrily, is she still in Sashan? Standing before the round table, behind which Manhwa is not drinking tea, the man says, so they are going there. The advisor says, to save her, that's what his sources tell him. Manhwa says, he told them that Yehua was betrayed by her comrades and locked up in a prison on the mountain. The inspector exclaims, betrayed Yehua? The advisor replies, that's a lie, of course. Smiling, Manhwa adds, but a great reason to create a clash with the Cheonsun clan. They are actually protecting her, so it will be interesting to watch what happens. He believes they will have no choice but to. The inspector asks, but what is the point in that? Cheonsun can simply release Yehua, or she will leave on her own. The advisor exclaims, that won't work. They won't release her. The lady of the Tang clan received the antidote, so Yehua will have to wait for her. Manhwa triumphantly declares that Yehua won't be able to go anywhere for a whole half-month. The inspector looks at him in shock. Pouring the last drops of the drink from the cup into his mouth, the advisor adds, their clan will arrive at Cheonsun, but will find nothing, and the Cheonsun clan will only waste time stabilizing the situation. He says, and when the Cheonsun and Safa clans are confused, Manhwa catches a drop that leaked from the cup with his tongue. Wiping his mouth with his hand, he adds, then they will be able to destroy the Cheonsun clan. Inspector Shin, stepping back from him, raises his hands in horror. Destroy? Manhwa replies, yes, and they will take Yehua for themselves. They will also destroy those in Safa who are there. Slapping his palm on the surface of the table, the inspector slightly leans toward the advisor, asking, but will Sashon's trio allow them? The advisor replies that he has already spoken with them. Now they just need to make the Mirim alliance move. Man does not ask, isn't Cheonseong the only ones not in the alliance? That's why they need to be gotten rid of. The inspector, clutching his head, exclaims, but only their leader can make such a decision. They need his permission. The advisor replies, well, let him ask him, why not? Continuing to lament, the inspector says, but the relationship between the leader of their clan and the leader of the alliance is not very good. He adds that even the sent hand of Yekva returned to the salt, and everyone remembers what kind of relationship existed between the leader and Yekva. Manhwa, looking upset, says, surely the leader is upset because of what happened. Rising from the table, the advisor tells the inspector to keep an eye on the Minister of Defense. The inspector asks, is he leaving? The reply is, he has his own matters to attend to. He can't spend all his time here. Watching the departing Manhwa, the inspector wishes him a good day. He turns around and sees dark energy streams flowing from behind the door. The inspector, addressing the leader, reports that Manhwa came here. He adds that he wanted to meet him, but he sent him away. Beckley Jun replies, well done. The inspector clarifies, Does the leader definitely not want to meet him in person? The response is he doesn't need that. He already knows what he wants to say. The voice of the inspector reaches Beckley June, asking, but how much longer will the leader stay in the room? He fears he won't manage all the work the leader left for him. Surrounded by a red aura, Beckley June replies that the sword blade is not ready yet. Continuing to sit in the lotus position in a light haze of red aura, the leader says that he will come out only after he finishes. Bloody red cracks spread across the walls of the room. Red lights flash in Beckley June's eyes. He says, and when it happens, Sakyan, Cheonshong Mountain. On a small clearing surrounded by dense thickets, there are 3 tents. Fionn Bok, near whom So-So, Unjong, and other people from the Safa clan stand, says, he exclaims, this is the poisonous dragon. The guy smiling says that he has returned. Slightly embarrassed, Tang Haren stands just behind him. The goddess of wishes sitting at the table, in front of whom stand 2 bottles, says, they heard that there was a fire in the Tang family archive. She was worried that something might have happened to him. It's good that everything is fine, Yehua admits. She did not think he would bring the antidote. She doesn't even know how to thank him. Jinjagan replies that it's not her, it's nothing. Without her, he wouldn't be here now. Yehua thanks the girl standing next to the guy. Tang Haran replies that the Tang clan is indebted to her. The girl adds, and she also switched to Jin's side. To Fionn Bok and Unjong, eavesdropping behind the door, comes the voice of the girl saying that his comrades are now her comrades too. The man is surprised. What? So she left the family? That's how it turned out. The boy says, so Lady Tang is now Jin Jagan's friend? So, standing a little apart, listens to their conversation. Their voices reach the slightly puzzled girl. Unjong says, he thought they were going into the Tang family undercover. Apparently something happened there. Fionn Bok agrees, definitely. There is no former tension between them now. They do not notice that they are being watched by a man who has just approached. Meanwhile, the goddess of wishes speaks to the guy and the girl sitting at the table opposite her. She has already spoken, but will repeat herself. He can give up revenge. Chinjagan replies that he remembers. The woman says, ordinary life and family are also good. Revenge ruined her life, and it can no longer be changed. The goddess of wishes says that she does not regret her path, but would like to protect others from such a fate. She wonders what her life could have been like if she had not been born into a martial arts clan, if she had met another man. She says that her life would have been completely different. The door opens and Fenbok appears on the threshold. He informs the lady that they have a big problem. The man exclaims, the Cheon Seong clan. The goddess of wishes asks, what is it? What happened to the clan? A drop of sweat runs down her face and from her lips escapes. She did not think he would come here. Unjong freezes with his mouth open. So bows her head, as does Master Pak Cheon. Before them stands the great warrior Muam. The wind flutters the long ends of the blindfold covering his eyes. From behind the door where Pak Cheon remains, the voice of Yehua is heard. Welcome, Mr. Muam. The goddess of wishes and the great warrior sit side by side on a bench. The woman says, he came because of Pak Cheon? Muam replies, correct. He wants to resolve one problem. The head of the Cheonshong clan adds, he heard that she lost her hand. He adds that in such moments he is glad that he is blind. That way he cannot see her suffering. Rubbing his shoulder, Yehua says that he has always been like this. Light and darkness create balance in their world, but he tries to see only the light. Muam replies he is not trying to turn away from the darkness. He tries not to see her pain. Casting a glance at him, the woman says, so after the destruction of her clan, he blinded himself so as not to see the suffering of this world? He thought it would make her happier? Her voice reaches the man. Why not think about the fate of the members of his own clan instead? Clenching his hand into a fist, Yehua says, she was very upset when she learned what happened to him. She did not expect that her suffering would become his. Muam asks her not to worry. He is very emotional about what happens to her, so he would do it again. He says there is no need to worry. The goddess of wishes replies that he has not changed at all. Bowing his head, Yehua adds, she recently found out that Jinjagan shared his heart with a girl from the Tang clan. She admits that she envies them. If she had been braver in the past, if she had made a different choice, everything would be different. The man replies that it is not too late yet. She cannot change the past, but she can change her heart. Rising from the bench, the goddess of wishes says that she told the poisonous dragon the same thing. But that advice is not for her. Yeha says, if she had forgiven Baek Jun, if she had forgotten everything, casting a glance over her shoulder at Muam, she asks, would he have accepted her? Silence hangs. The man says, he. Turning to him face to face, Yehua asks him to tell her everything honestly. After all, he is still the head of the Cheon Sun clan. Responsibility for many people does not allow him to do what he wants. Muam asks her not to make him laugh. He is the strongest in Cheon Sun, very strong. The man asks, if he wanted to leave the clan, who would stop him? The goddess of wishes, sighing, admits that before, when he was superficial, she hated him. Yehua adds, but she was wrong. If lightness were inherent in his thoughts, he would not have become who he is now. Muam asks, wouldn't she want to move back to the clan? For her health, it is a good option. The woman replies that the Cheon Sun clan has already suffered enough because of her. She no longer wants to interfere with them. The goddess of wishes asks him to leave. She says, and also, her voice reaches him, let him not return back. With his hands clasped behind his back, the man heads to the door. When he already reaches the exit, Yehua says, one day, the woman says that when her heart is free, she will definitely find him. A slight smile slides across the man's lips. He slightly tilts his head, saying he will wait. Placing his palm as a visor to his forehead, Fenbok says, one teacher, two Buddhas, three Taos, two kings are the 8 main representatives of Murim. Watching the head of the Cheon Shong clan leave the hut, he says, Muam is one of the 3 Taoists. He rarely comes to people. Fionbok says, interesting, what happened? Jinjagan silently stands next to him. Pakcheon says to Muam, let's go. He snorts in response. From afar, Fionbok, Jinjagan, Unjong, and Soso watch them. Looking after the departing men, the young man thinks, Pokcheon and Muam together. The master casts a wary glance over his shoulder. Jinjagan believes that, apparently, soon his request to Pokcheon will be fulfilled. At dusk, the young man sits in a forest clearing in the lotus position, immersed in meditation. He thinks that the 9 dikes are located in 9 places. Jin Jagan lists lower body, middle and upper, right arm and leg, left arm and leg, abdomen and back. He decides to try to focus on the back. Because of events in the Tang clan, he could not train, so now he needs to work on his dikes. The young man sits enveloped in a light haze of a shining aura. Suddenly, energy seems to explode inside him. He opens his eyes and mentally asks, why is the internal energy trying to come out? From behind a tree appears the silhouette of a man whose face is hard to make out in the dark. He asks, what is the point of filling a cup if it has a hole? He advises the young man to try to exhale more than he inhales. The man says that then his organs will demand more. He adds that the guy needs to calm down and warns that he might feel dizzy. Chinjagan obediently exhales. Approaching the guy, the man advises, now let him exhale more than he inhales. Let him hold his breath and focus on the lower part of the body. He recommends him to pull in his stomach, straighten his back, and open his chest. Muam pronounces, now let him open the energy. He tells the guy that he needs to combine water and fire, as well as allow cold energy to penetrate his head, and then use warm energy to block the cold and create balance. Chinjagan feels peace. Muam continues to speak. Only when yin and yang are in balance can one feel harmony with oneself. But if yin and yang are in conflict, they try to draw energy from each other. He tells the guy that he needs to control yin and yang to achieve native harmony. Muam says he can even reach the highest degree of harmony when yin becomes yang and yang becomes yin. This harmony no longer separates them but unites them into one flow of energy. And after that, yin and yang diverge again from one flow. This is the unified origin of energy. Tears stream down the guy's cheek. The man says, oh, he is so greedy. Muam is surprised that the guy went through confrontation and addiction at once. He adds, turns out he is so diligent. Standing before Chinjagan sitting on the ground, the man wonders, why skip reincarnation? He thinks the guy is rushing too much. Muam decides, enough. Unity cannot be achieved today. He orders Chinjagan to stand up. He must not go beyond his limits. Leaning toward the persistently stubborn guy and bringing her face closer to his, Muam says with a smile, "Let him get up, or he will make him." Large black drops stream down the guy's face. Chin Jagan looks at his palm, covered with black drops and emitting a bright glow in surprise. He utters, "Oh," Muam explains, "this is used energy." He adds, "She is like bodily waste that appears after an attempt at unification. The guy can leave everything as it is. She will find her way back herself." Rolling up his sleeve, Chinjagan examines the drops running down his arm. The guy asks, "But why?" The man replies with interest, "Did he tell about yin and yang for nothing?" Chinjagan thinks, if he gets rid of used energy, he will cleanse the lower part of the body. But to use the bloody martial art, the upper and lower parts of the body must be in balance. He thinks that, therefore, the lower energy can try to create protection only on one side of the body. This is exactly why the harmony of yin and yang is needed. Muam says that soon he will find out everything. The man asks, did he understand how to create balance in the body? Chinjagan answers, yin must become yang and yang yin. Muam agrees, correct. The guy thanks him for the knowledge. The man, smiling, replies, it seems he wanted to meet him. The Cheon Seong clan. Mountain peaks rise above the greenery of the forest. A dissatisfied voice is heard. Why can't they go inside? A crowd stands before guards with crossed spears. The man at the front exclaims, they ran here for so many days. The warrior guarding the passage replies that now entry is forbidden for people not from the clan. The crowd grumbles. So what should they do? If the Cheon Seong clan does not accept them, they will perish. A woman standing in the crowd, whose face is hidden by loose, long hair, leaning over a bundle she holds in her hands, asks the child not to cry. Everything will be fine. One of the guards says that this is the order from above. The man asks to at least let women, children, and the elderly through. The warrior replies that he can warn the clan leadership. The second guard asks, does he think they will agree? The warrior answers, they can't just leave them here. The man listens to their conversation, clutching a knife hidden behind his back. A voice sounds behind the guards. So what now? They turn back, and at that moment the man lunges at them, swinging the knife. A powerful strike cleaves the attacker's chest, and he drops the knife from his hand, groaning. The stunned guards stare at him wide-eyed. Pak Chan, holding a club in his hand, says angrily, how stupid they are! Do these people really look like simple peasants? The warriors exclaim, Master Pak Chan. The master, sternly furrowing his brows toward the bridge of his nose, says, let them attack. Scanning the crowd shrouded in a red aura, with eyes blazing red flames, he adds contemptuously, the abomination from the Safa clan. Pak Chan says, he knows who they are and will not let them pass further. Looking at the man with a cross-shaped scar on his forehead, he says, the misty warrior who steals others' energy. Shifting his gaze to the woman holding a bundle in which a rag doll stuck with pins is visible, Pak Chan says, the black witch who uses a child's cry to enchant the enemy and steal his secret techniques. Looking at the warrior in a helmet, he says, the worthless warrior Guryun, one of the 8 flying demons. Scanning the crowd, Pak Chan says they are all from the Safa clan. Approaching them, he adds, they shall not set foot on the land of the Chan Sun clan. They are ready to accept those who want to learn, but their clan's ideology conflicts with what they are used to. Standing between the guards, Pak Chan strikes the club on the ground, demanding that they leave immediately. The Black Witch chuckles and says, what an honor that Pak Chan himself recognized them. But it was hurtful to hear about the difference in ideologies. The woman asks, if they are so good, then why is their mistress with them? The man asks in surprise, what? The Black Witch says, they know that the lady is in their clan. They want to save her and take her back. Pak Chan replies that Yehua personally came to them to recover. No one locked her up. The woman asks, so these are just rumors? Then let them have the opportunity to meet with her. The Black Witch says, they will check if she is okay and leave. Pak Chan replies, it won't happen. The woman asks, why? The man reports that Ikwa is recovering in the training hall. She needs to get rid of the poison after taking the antidote, so she cannot move. Stretching her lips into a smile, the Black Witch asks, does he think they will believe it? The Misty Warrior, a mighty man, decisively says, enough. Enough talk. Rubbing his hands, he says that their mistress might be on the brink of death. Therefore, they will have to, he exclaims, break through by force. And at that very moment, he lunges at Pak Chon, swinging a fist surrounded by the glow of a red aura. With 2 fingers, deputy head of the Cheon clan strikes the man in the solar plexus, and he chokes on a scream. The foggy warrior falls between Pak Chon and the crowd of the Safa clan. The master shouts angrily, "Ridiculous! They expect to match him?" The people standing opposite Pak Chon look at him gloomily. Rising from the ground, the misty warrior says, "The Chon Sun clan is very strong, however." Gnashing his teeth maliciously, he adds that they are ready to give their lives for their mistress. Therefore, they will fight to the end. Spitting, Pak Chon turns away, saying that he could easily kill them all, but then he would not be able to look Yehui in the eyes. Leaving, he adds, "Let them wait until she comes out, then they will meet." He swears by his name. Without looking back, he says, "If they want to die, then let them come up with something else." Pak Chon thinks that all this seems very suspicious. He understands that someone is deliberately spreading rumors about Yehui and trying to set other clans against Chon Sun. The summit of Mount Chon Sun. High in the sky, the lunar disk is visible. 2 people are in the gazebo. A voice is heard. "Can he play Baduk?" Jin Jagan answers, "No, on the gridded board stand 2 round vessels." Sitting at the low table, Muam says, "Then he will teach him." The guy replies that he is more interested in something other than Baduk. The man, smiling, replies he knows. He is interested in the 9 rays of the Jade Void. He adds that he would like to share his knowledge with Chinjagan, but since it will happen anyway, maybe he will still play Paduk with him. The guy has nothing to object. He takes a seat opposite Muam. The man says, "That's better." The head of the Cheon Song clan says, "If he learns to play, his perception will change." Chinjagan asks, "Can he play even without seeing anything?" Muam replies, "Of course. Didn't Pak Cheon say that he became the head of the clan thanks to playing Paduk?" Pointing to the lidded vessel in front of the guy, Muam says, "There are stones inside. Let him take them." Chinjagan removes the lid and takes out a white shell. The man says, "This is a shell. He uses it as a stone piece for the game. Since he cannot see, at least he can feel it this way." In Muam's fingers is the same shell, only black in color. He clenches the shell in his fist, telling the guy to take everything seriously. A flash of energy occurs in his fist. Muam opens his fingers and shows the guy a round black piece. He offers Chinjagan to try to beat his piece. The clan head places the piece on the board, making a move. Releasing the piece, he says he will start from here, and adds, "And the guy should start from the same spot on his half." Chinjagan freezes, holding a shell in his hand. Muam asks, "Why is he sitting? Doesn't know how to walk?" The guy wonders, "Has Paduk always been like this?" The answer sounds, "You could say that." Muam says that Paduk has many types. The usual Paduk with a winner and a loser. Paduk, whose winner is determined after several days of play. The man adds, "In their clan, there are even those who played Paduk for 20 years. Chinjagan asks in surprise, "One round lasted 20 years? Muyuam explains, "They placed the board in a place where no one else could reach and made moves once a month. That's why it was such a long game." He recalls a small table with pieces standing on a small ledge among tall rocks. Chinjagan asks, "And how did it end?" The man replies, "Unfortunately, after 20 years, the opponent did not come, so the game did not end with anyone's victory." Smiling, the clan leader says, "That's how deep and mysterious the world of Paduk is. There is this one, there is another." Muam adds, "If he understood, then let him use his piece." The guy examines the shell lying on his palm. He clenches his hand into a fist and closes his eyes. A glow emanates from his wrist. Chinjagan unclenches his fist and sees only a crumbled shell on his palm. Muam says that it is not easy. The clan leader sighs. Pak Chon spoke so well of him. He did not expect it to end like this. He shouldn't have believed all the good rumors about him. He is not desperate enough. Chinjagan replies that his whole life is a desperate desire for revenge. How can an ordinary stone judge him? Smiling, Muam says, "If he can't do something, then he can't, that's all." The guy says, "Then Paduk is not for him." He suggests better to return to the 9 rays of Jade Void. He says he needs to know about this technique to survive and take revenge. If he doesn't want to teach him, The clan leader interrupts him. What a fool he is. Muam says that he has already taught him. The guy looks at him in surprise. Pointing a finger at the board with a piece, the man says, "Boy, this is the 9 rays of Jade Void." Getting up, Muam says, "Now let him try to figure it out himself. If he can't, let him just give up." Smiling clan leader Cheon Sun says, "Everything depends on him. Let him not miss the chance." Jinja Gan stares at the board, thinking, 9 rays of Jade Void. Looking at the board with the piece, he wonders, here? Jinja Gan, looking at his hand clenched into a fist, thinks, if Master Muam said this seriously, then he unclenches his hand and looks at the crushed shell. It turns out that the pieces in the game of Paduk are somehow connected with the 9 rays of Jade Void. But no matter how much he reduces the internal energy, the thin walls of the shell crack. The guy wonders what to do. Looking at the vessel with shells, he decides he will have to try until it works. Day comes. Night follows. Chinjagan unclenches his fist and sees a crushed shell on his trembling palm. He curses. The guy sighs wearily and brings his clenched fist to his forehead. He sits like that, bent over a pile of crushed shells. Chinjagan laments that he has been trying all day, and all in vain. Does this really mean that he is not ready to use the 9 rays of Jade Void? 5 thunders of frog kung fu? He remembers how Muam said with a smile that he was not desperate enough. Chinjagan thinks, no, that's not true. Thanks to despair, he was able to overcome such a path, and thanks to it, he will be able to take revenge. He decisively lowers his hand, thinking that he needs to try harder. Looking at the Paduk table, the guy decides, if Mr. Muam succeeded, then he should too. Something is definitely slipping away from him. Chinjagan wonders, how did he manage it so easily? He remembers how the man helped him in the forest. The guy realizes that Mr. Muam is a much more experienced and powerful martial arts master than he is. The head of the Cheonseong clan can control internal energy at will, which means he can make it so subtle that it would be impossible to see. But when Muam clenched the shell in his fist, he clearly saw a splash of his internal energy. The guy sinks into thought. He thought he needed to use minimal internal energy, but what if that's not the case? He decides to try using the maximum energy and repeats the attempt. A ring of energy arises around him, enclosing both the boy and the game table. Still not unclenching his hand, Chinjagan realizes it worked. Thanks to using such an amount of internal energy, he began to feel everything much more clearly. He senses every piece of the shell, its entire relief. Chinjagan understands. To turn it into a stone, more energy is needed. He puts even more strength into the hand that is gripping the shell. The boy thinks, this is exactly the amount needed for the 3 poisons of the 5 thunders of frog kung fu. Chinjagan is struck by an idea, balance. He understands when yin becomes yang and yang becomes yin. Their union is the basis of energy and generates it. If he can use balance, the gazebo is surrounded by a glowing haze of energy, soaring high into the sky. A new day has come. A bird sits on the roof of the gazebo, cheerfully chirping to greet the rising sun. A voice is heard. Obviously, the boy had many unsuccessful attempts. Muam adds, as well as much effort, and the despair he spoke of. Stopping near the boy sitting on the floor, the clan leader says, he thinks that now the boy has understood everything. On the graded board, there are now 2 pieces, black and white, and shards of crushed shells are visible on the floor. Muam suggests moving on to the next stage. Clan leader Chongsan and Chinjagan sit at the Paduk game table. The man says, if the boy plays like this, he will take all the stones for himself. He suggests making a mirror move on his part of the board, then it will be harder for the opponent to take his stones. Muam says, now he won't be able to attack him directly, and to go around he'll have to spend too many moves. Chinjagan replies, so his stones will stay with him. The response is, yes, correct. Black and white chips have filled almost the entire board. The man says, the last move. Holding the hand with the chip over the board, he adds, the last technique he can teach the guy. The chip is placed among other black chips. Muam says, encountering frog kung fu, he wondered, how do the Taoists know about such a brutal technique? The man continues to speak. She destroys both the enemy and the user from within. The Taoists do not engage in such things. It is uncharacteristic of their peaceful nature. Shinjagan listens carefully as Muam explains. Then he assumed that this technique is not quite perfect. How did it even appear? The man says he thought for several days about whom to ask and met a person from the worship clan. Shinjagan exclaims, they possess demonic magic. Muam, recalling how they played Paduk sitting on a small stone ledge among the rocks, says, they argued for a long time and eventually concluded that frog kung fu is a variety of the 5 stars heavenly kung fu technique of their clan. Unlike frog kung fu of the Cheonseon clan, the technique of the worship clan has a different origin. Remembering his interlocutor, a dark silhouette with a tousled mane of hair and a shining white smile, Muam says, during its use they recite mantras. One could say the mantra directs inner energy. In frog kung fu, traces of the original mantra were also found. The man says, however, in Meriam, the methods of the worship clan are not considered reasonable, so studying their techniques is forbidden. Muam says that frog kung fu has its own mantra and origin, but they are lost because they were banned for too long. He adds that they decided to unite and exchange knowledge. The man says that this is how the 9 rays of Jade Void, 5 storms of frog kung fu were created. Muam says he knew this was not the end, but soon became the head of the Cheonseon clan and understood how things really stood in Morim. He abandoned the development and completion of the technique, but his friend with whom they created it most likely finished it. The last time they contacted each other was precisely because of this. Muam answers, he heard that he is held in the Cheonan Union prison. He hands the guy a token glowing with greenish energy and offers him to take this stone. The guy takes the token and examines it. The clan head adds, this way he will be able to find him. Clenching the stone in his fist, Jinjagan says, so the direct connection of the 9 rays of Jade Void, 5 storms of frog kung fu with the game of Baduk was true. The guy, looking at the clan head, says he spent 20 years playing with that man. The entrance to the cave is almost invisible due to the bushes and trees growing nearby. From the depths of the cave come moans and coughing. A man, racked with cough, spits blood from his mouth right onto the stone floor. Manhwa, sitting on the cave floor, wipes his bloody mouth with his hand and says, what terrible pain. To become stronger, he decided to study the techniques of heavenly blood. But the side effect turned out to be too strong. Moreover, the elixirs he takes do not help at all. Looking at the bloodstain at his feet, Manhwa hesitates. He is unlikely to last long. He wonders, is he sad about this? A predatory smile appears on his lips. Not at all. Lowering his head, the advisor thinks about the fact that this was his choice and the result of his actions. What is the point of blaming himself for what is already done? Manhwa reflects on the fact that Tanharan left the family and became a woman of the poisonous dragon. Now he is pursued not only by the Chegal clan, but also by the Tan clan. Rising and heading towards the cave exit, he thinks that rumors about worsening relations between Safa and the Cheon Sun clan are spreading well. He even managed to learn about problems between Baekli-jun and Haewol. Approaching the exit, the advisor exclaims, the heavens themselves are helping him. Having stepped outside, he stops and looks at the houses in the distance. Smiling, Manhwa says, well, and now? Illuminated by a red aura, the advisor asks, can he now calmly kill the head of Murim? Murim Alliance. House in Gangsun. A voice comes from the mansion. He is late. The head has been waiting for a long time. Manhwa replies he apologizes, but he could not find the way immediately. The man, pointing to the door, asks him to enter. The advisor spreads his arms wide to the sides, and the man asks, what is he doing? Manhwa is not surprised. Won't he search him? The man asks, why? After all, here is one of the representatives of the 3 strongest in Murim. The advisor mentally repeats after him, the 3 strongest in Murim. 1 master, 2 Buddhas, 3 rulers, 2 kings. He understands that the man is talking about the 3 great clans, the demon family, Safa, and Zhongfa. He is now heading to Haewol, the master of the northern heavens, the leader of Murim. Bowing, extending his travel bag, the advisor asks, could the man hold it while he is there? His food and fruits are inside. The man replies that it is not part of his duties. Manhwa asks, but wouldn't it be uncultured to meet the leader of Murim bringing food? The advisor adds, there is also wine there. He can drink if thirst torments him. Manhwa adds, he barely found it, and the man can eat if he stays long. Entering the room, the advisor, bowing his head and folding his hands in a traditional greeting gesture, says that he, Manhwa, responsible for the poison department at the Murim Alliance, greets the leader of Murim. With a wave of his hand, the master of the room stops him, saying, "Enough, he is no leader. He just holds this position until someone better appears." Pulling up his legs, Haywell settled on a wide bench. He invites the advisor to sit and adds that he imagines how hard the journey was for him. The reply is no. At the thought of meeting him, the journey was very easy. Murima leader asks, then why was he late? He waited for him so long. Manna asks for forgiveness. He says his body is no longer like in youth. Haywell replies, that's why you need to watch what you drink and eat. Advisor asks, but why did he need to meet with someone like him? Leader answers that many things happened to Manhwa. He has heard about them. The golden heavenly sword told him. He says the advisor not only joked about Yahello, but also about her named son. Baek Jun is apparently quite a tough nut. Haywell adds, that's why Manhwa is interesting to him. It's curious who had the courage to offend the great Baek Jun. Standing at the foot of the elevation where the alliance leader sits, the advisor replies that he is overpraising him. Haywell, stroking his beard with an unfriendly expression, says, he hopes Manhwa taught him a lesson. Only through great losses can one become a great person. That's why he sent him the salted hand of his wife. Leader adds, apparently he came to his senses since he is training again. Well then, it was not all for nothing. Otherwise, he was talking such nonsense. Intrigued, the advisor asks, what nonsense? The answer is, doesn't he know? He wants to become the next leader. Manna asks, so Haywell took this position just so she wouldn't get it? The old man replies, he is quite sharp, isn't he? The advisor asks him to excuse him if he crossed the line. Rising from the bench, the leader answers, well, not many are worthy of this place, so... Manhwa says, that's understandable, but... Haywell asks, what does he think the leader does? Approaching the table where a teapot and 2 cups stand on a tray, the old man says, he creates places for others, and the more places the leader creates, the more power he has. He adds, places in the chain of life to keep everyone under control. Haywell explains, those that satisfy the majority and suppress the desires of the dissatisfied. He says, and of course places for the lower ones, so that the best feel their dominance. Pouring the drink into the cup, Haywell adds, that's why the leader's work is so important. To make flour, wheat is needed. Taking the cup in his hands, the old man asks, isn't he right? Accepting the cup from his hands, Manhwa asks, but isn't all wheat of good quality? The answer sounds, of course, it is important to control this process. Taking a Manhwa thinks, creating places for people, an interesting position. He says that the leader's wisdom knows no bounds. Haywell says, then, who could fit in the leader's place? The advisor replies that he is not good enough to reason about this. The old man says, exactly. The leader must be able to evaluate a person and the suitable place for him. If a person wants the mechanism to work, he needs to know which parts to use. Haywell adds, that's why Manhwa is interesting to him. Taking a sip from the cup, he says, since he came here, we can find a suitable place for him in the mechanism. The advisor is a little worried and mentally asks himself, what is he talking about? He has already caused so much trouble for Baek Jun that the old man wants to use him to continue controlling him. Raising the cup to his lips, Manhwa says, the leader's proposal hardly matches his own desire to live a long life. The advisor says that the leader has too high an opinion of him. He is not that good. The whites of Haywell's eyes turn a rich yellow color, and in a completely different tone, he says, then shall we test? A surge of energy plunges the entire surrounding world into darkness, and Manhwa does not feel like a tiny bug. The voice of Haywell reaches him, so now they will see. The alliance leader says, when the demons raise their heads, he will allow 2 eyes, resembling golden floating crystals, to shine. In the darkness, shining eyes appear. 2 huge eyes with yellow sclera loom over the advisor, in whose head flashes golden floating crystals. Haywell says that they are not so simple. These eyes see people through and through. The man affected by what is happening does not hear the old man's voice, whether he speaks the truth or lies. They see everything hidden inside him. He will find the worst in him. Words of the leader do not fall on man, right here. He says that people usually try to get rid of the bad in themselves, but in the end, it clings to them, becoming dead weight. Isn't that so? Man does not try to say anything, but only some hoarse sound bursts from his throat. Tears flow from the eyes of Manhwa, from the healthy one and the one hidden by the bandage. Heval asks, does he now understand that it is too late to cry? His right eye felt that it touched the tear duct but tried to hold back the tears. The advisor, who raised his hands to his face, freezes. The alliance leader asks, what about his other eye? It is blind because he cannot control it, and that means it suits him perfectly. A huge eye continues to loom over Manhwa. Heval says that thanks to his left eye, he will be able to reveal the true truth about him. The advisor states that he is already telling the truth. A voice comes from the eye. Now he sees. His enemy is very dangerous, right? Tears continue to stream from Manhwa's eyes. The question makes him tense. A question reaches him. A man who looks like a demon, who will go to the end for his goal, right? The voice asks, so he became a monster? To be his equal? The advisor's lips stretch into a devilish smile. The tears dry up. Proudly straightening up, Manhwa says, he has learned so much. Yes, only this way can he destroy him. The response sounds, how foolish. The voice thunders, doesn't he understand how pathetic he is? The advisor covers his ears with his hands. Clenching his teeth, he squeezes his hands tighter, muffling the voice. A piercing scream sounds and the advisor freezes. Manhwa rejoices. A smile appears on his lips. It worked. In the pouch he gave to the man who met him at the entrance, there is a poison needle hidden. He coated its tip with bacteria-laden poison. Because of this poison, people go insane. Holes appear on their bodies and they bleed. Manhwa thinks, if the servant is already dead, then now is his chance. He exclaims, so he sees everything hidden inside? Manhwa's foot is aimed directly at the huge eye. The advisor shouts furiously, then let him look at this. Shouting die, he strikes, putting the power of inner energy into it. Manhwa does not settle on the floor of the room, but yellow flakes fall around him. The advisor raises his eyes and giggles. Opposite him sits the blackened Hewo, covered with needles. His hair is raised by the explosion, and his eyes shine with yellow flames. Manhwa's laughter grows louder. The needles cover not only the old man's body, but also his face. The advisor, laughing loudly, exclaims, he did it! He succeeded! Hundreds of yellow eyes surround Manhwa. A voice reaches him. Ha, he considered him a desperate warrior, but he's a complete psycho, right? So what to do then? The advisor clearly did not expect such a turn of events. Eyes look at him from all sides. A huge eye approaches Manhwa, who seems about to drown in the dark abyss of the pupil. A voice sounds, Subun. So what to do with his madness then? Manhwa curses, thinking, so the healer of the Tang clan lied to him, saying this is the most dangerous poison. The voice coming from the squinting eye says, the poison of complete destruction. Yes, it is the best in the Tang family, but the advisor should have used at least one of the 3 great destructive poisons on him if he intended to kill him. He really thinks that if the Tang clan had the opportunity to kill him, they themselves would not have tried to use it? Manhwa mentally asks himself, how did he recognize that this is the poison of complete destruction? The voice asks, he still doesn't understand. He sees right through him. A violet-black aura emanates from the advisor. He clenches his teeth in anger, and veins bulge on his forehead. Manhwa does not think. Now it is not the leader's life, but his own that is in danger. The voice says that there is no need to resist. He understands how all this will end, doesn't he? The thought does not occur to Manhwa. By the way, such things are happening here, and no one comes to check. Hewo explains that he is using a barrier. A golden glow emanates from the door. The advisor asks, since when? The answer sounds, from the very beginning. Manhwa is stunned into silence, realizing that Hewo knew from the very beginning why he came. The voice says he must have wondered why he did not kill him immediately, knowing why he was here. Manhwa suggests to judge him publicly. The eye approaches the advisor, and Hewo says that he does not want Manhwa to die here. A surprise what? Slips from the advisor's lips. Streams of energy crash down on the advisor, pushing him back. He crosses his arms, defending himself from them. The voice orders him to get out. The power of the streams increases, and Manhwa struggles to resist them. The voice orders him to leave and die ingloriously, achieving nothing. Death in some back alley would suit him. The voice adds, let his life judge him. Streams of energy throw Manhwa out of the room with such force that he breaks through the door with his own body. The advisor flies across the yard and hits the wall of the building. A moan escapes to the lips of Manhwa, Yuechong, D, lying motionless like a discarded ragdoll. Raising his head, he says he wants to know only one thing. How did the leader realize that he was going to kill him? A dark silhouette of Yahello appears in the breach. He says it was Manhwa who wrote the letter for Safa and set them against Mount Xianshong, right? After that, Yahello also visited Baekli-jun. The old man, covered with needles, says, surely it was then that the advisor thought he had problems. But he deliberately arranged everything to make it seem so. Baekli-jun immediately understood what he wanted from him. The leader adds, that is why he actually went to train. Getting to his feet, Manhwa says he does not understand what he is talking about. Yahello says the hand of Yehua, which the advisor sent, he took from Baekli-jun and brought here. Manhwa thinks that Inspector Shin confirmed that the head of Murim took Yehua's hand from Baekli-jun. That is why he thought the relationship between them was tense. The advisor wonders, but why did he salt the hand he had already seen? He decides it was a bait. Stroking his beard, Yahello says, so he really thought there were problems between him and Baekli-jun. Manhwa thinks that now it does not matter whether he wanted to kill him or not, because from the very beginning, he intended to use him. The advisor believes that if Yemwantan-chan is a deceiver, then Yahello is an oppressor who uses his power to get what he wants. If he does not ask who else supports him, it means he already knows everything himself. Raising his hand above his head, Yahello says, now that he has figured out what is what, maybe it's time to disperse. He bends down and strikes the floor with his hand surrounded by a golden glow. Immediately, golden lightning bolts shoot across the floor and walls from his hand. Raising his head, the old man looks at Manhwa with eyes whose whites are yellow. He says goodbye and adds that it is better for the advisor not to meet him again. Along with the lightning and hail of stones, Yahello's words also fall upon Manhwa. Now he will be able to destroy the Cheonseong clan. The golden shining energy splits the multi-tiered building into two parts. Clouds of dust rise behind the advisor. Shouts are heard. Assassin! An attempt was made on the leader. Manhwa says he is going to accuse him of the attempt. It's even funny how well everything is planned. The advisor believes that the leader wants to control Baekli-jun through him. But because Li-jun is focused on Yihui, the advisor himself simply came into his field of vision because he got involved with Safa. In the clouds of dust swirling around Manhwa, shouts are heard, find the leader, faster. The advisor thinks when Baekli-jun realized this, he immediately went to training. He understands Baekli-jun knew this would happen. Manhwa reflects that when Yahello personally intervened, he realized now he has a great chance that must be taken advantage of. In other words, Li-jun's training once again proves that Yahello intends to stay in his position longer. Manhwa says, what a greedy old man. How much longer will he cling to his post? News about the assassination attempt on the Murim leader quickly spread. In quiet Murim, preparations for the campaign to Kanho have begun. Sichuan, Tang Clan House, M1 Tangchong, reading a message while sitting in his office, burst into laughter. This crazy idiot created such a problem, an incredible failure. He says to his sister, sitting in a wheelchair on the other side of the table, he did not think that one would decide to go so far. What a fool. The elder, smiling, says, the head of Murim is simply incredible. He gnawed Manhwa and spat him out like a bone. It's amazing that he even dared to attack the entire alliance. Teng Guioke says, to maintain power, sometimes such incidents are necessary. M1 Tang Chong replies, true, it's astonishing that Manhwa fell for it. The clan head asks, could this negatively affect them? The answer is no, rather it even benefits them. M1 Tang Chong exclaims, their plan will go more smoothly when chaos reigns all around. He slams his fist on the table, saying he did not expect his words about the head's assassination to be true. The elder laughs loudly. Murim Alliance, Palace in Hogwanson. The sky is painted with sunset colors. The swiftly running Inspector Shin shouts, "Sir, sir!" Rushing down the corridor and calling to the sir, he shouts that trouble has occurred. An assassination attempt has been made on the head of the Alliance. Stopping in front of a closed door, where he is forbidden to enter, he asks, "Does the sir hear him?" A powerful surge of energy tears the doors off their hinges, and the inspector barely manages to jump aside. Baek Lee-jun says, "Now." Standing in the middle of the room with his arm extended forward, the one with which he struck, he says, "The time has come to kill an old friend. Sichuan, Cheongsong Mountains, Cheongsong Clan." Muam says, "Because of the overwhelming power of the Murim Alliance, everyone in Kanho tries not to stick out. Everyone just knows that if you stick your head out, it will immediately be cut off by a sharp sword." The head of the Cheongsong clan says, considering the strange rumors circulating in Kanho, Muam says that this time the Cheongsong clan must lose its head. At the general meeting of the Cheongsong clan, many warriors gathered, sitting now on the floor behind the backs of the clan head and his deputies standing in front of them. Unjong, sitting with the other clan members, says, addressing the head, that they do not understand. The head of Murim was attempted to be killed by Manhwa, so why then did they target them? Muam explains, because of the poison of the Tan clan, they rejected Manhwa's accusations. They said he stole the poison, and they have nothing to do with the assassination attempt. He tells, to resolve the problem between the Tan family and the healing chamber, Manhwa presented them with the poisonous dragon, which caused great confusion in the Tan family. Unjong and the other clan members listen carefully to Muam. The man says, the Tan clan said that Shinjagan and Manhwa are accomplices. Pak Chong says, he heard that Manhwa was originally on the side of the King Kong of the Heavenly Sword. The clan head replies, apparently their relationship soured and he left to train. He adds that this is how Baek Lee-jun managed to avoid any suspicion. Meanwhile, the subject of their discussion sits at the table, greedily devouring the numerous dishes in front of him. Inspector Shin, modestly standing aside, watches him. Muam says, in any case, the poisonous dragon and Manhwa are not connected. He adds that poisonous dragon is now in Chongshan together with Safa and Yehua under the protection of the Chongshan clan. He reports that the Alliance asked them to hand them over. Pak Cheon, sighing, says that they definitely will not do that. The clan leader says, that is why he gathered them here. He needs everyone's opinion. Addressing the elders and sages standing before him, Muam says that he requires their help. One of the elders asks, did they come out into the light for the first time in 20 years just for this? The second says, when Haewol became the leader, it was already clear what awaited them. Why think about such nonsense now? The elders suggest fulfilling the will of the Alliance and simply handing over poisonous dragon and Yehua to them. What's the problem? The clan leader asks for forgiveness, but he cannot do that. The elders inquire, why not? The man with a smile says that Yehua is his beloved. He is not going to give her to anyone. Silence hangs. One of the elders sighs, oh madman, a shout is heard. All right, young man, but you can't be that stupid. Someone says, quiet, have you already forgotten how hard it is to part with a woman? A voice sounds, the whole problem of their clan is in the leader and his woman. Muam says that he cannot do anything about his feelings and asks, so are there other ideas? Pak Cheon shouts, is their only way really to kneel before the Murim Alliance? He declares that he is categorically against this. One of the elders says, no need to go that far. The second declares that the choice of such a clan leader is their fault. Therefore, they will find another way. Pak Cheon asks, and what is it? The elder with a long gray beard says, very soon chaos will begin in Kanho because of the Asura. A bent old man leaning on a staff adds that his prophecies say so. The clan leader asks, can they defeat chaos? The elder answers, in the chaos brought by the Asura, only the Asura can survive. The old man raises his hand in front of him. He draws shining hieroglyphs in the air, one for all and all for one, and says that this is the only way out. The elder says, if the leader wants the clan to survive, then let him ask a question. In the Cheonshong clan, is there a temple and martial arts of Mount Cheonshong with a long history? Are there followers who can continue the clan's cause? Muam answers, he wants to protect the values of the Cheonshong clan, despite changes in the rest of the world. The elder pronounces, no matter how hard he tries, new shoots will appear. He can tear them out again and again, but they will grow again. The elder continues speaking. Maybe here they will disappear, but only here. The leader and his deputy listen carefully to his speech. Mu Am, standing between the sages and warriors of the clan, next to Pokchon, says, "The Cheonseong clan will live on." The leader says, "So whatever his decision is, the clan will survive." The elder answers, "Correct." Muam, smiling, says, "He still has many years ahead, so there is time to think." One of the elders says that earthly pleasures hold a man too tightly. Pokchon sighs. An elder, who has a rare little beard growing on his chin, adds, "With such thinking it will be difficult to achieve immortality." His words reach Muam's ears. Let him do whatever he wants while he can. The sun rises over the mountains. The conversation of people is heard. They do not know if the criminal who tried to kill the head of the alliance is alive. If he were alive, he would have appeared somewhere by now. The members of Safa talk among themselves. Someone says, he imagines how hard it is now for the entire alliance. The killer is being searched for throughout Muram. Fenbach, listening to the conversation, sits a little apart on a stone. Near him stand Chinjagan, Lady Tan, and So-So. One of the men says, "It seems the Chansun clan also has problems." Fenbach, turning his head to the guy, asks, "Shouldn't he be surprised? Or is it somehow connected to him?" Chinjagun replies that he is not surprised. The guy says he just doesn't understand why someone would try to kill the leader of the alliance. The man replies, "Apparently someone wants to use Haywol and take his place." Fenbach adds that the problem is in the system itself. In every action, you can feel the thirst for profit. He says that right now the whole alliance works thanks to Haywol. But what will happen without him? Then everyone will work only for themselves, and everything will only get worse. Pokchan, approaching them accompanied by Unjan, suggests that maybe the reason is not Manhwa, but Haywol. Fenbach, getting up from the stone to greet the master, asks, what is he talking about? He replies that Haywol is the first person in the alliance, and the first of the three great Muram, the third of whom is Muam. Pokchan says that his martial arts are no match for the clan leader, and Muam's arts, respectively, are no match for Haywol. He asks the poisonous dragon if he can handle Manhwa's techniques. The guy replies that he heard that he has become even stronger. Even in the Phoenix incident, the Chakal clan and the Silent Dragon clan helped him. But he thinks that's all. The master says, yes. If Haywol had allowed him to kill himself, only then would he have died. The first is the first. Fion Bak, sitting again on a stone, asks why he even allowed him to enter. Pokchan answers that, most likely, he wants to put everything in order. Fion Bak says, put in order? Aren't they talking about chaos? The master replies that the worst times come before the best. The guy says apparently he has a plan. Pokchan answers yes, Yehua just went to training, and the Safa clan from Sandon immediately started acting. Fion Bak is surprised. From Sandon? The master explains that some clans are already gathering at Mount Cheonseon. They want to free Yehua. They think she is being held captive here. Fion Bak, jumping up from the stone, exclaims, what? Pokchan says he believes Haywol came up with such a stupid excuse. He adds, turning around, the master says, changes are coming. And before they begin, he says they need to leave this place. Pokchan follows the squad heading along the forest path. All the people have backpacks on their shoulders. Unjong stays standing in place for a few moments. People from Safa are talking among themselves. What's happening? Is it true? Watching the departing column, they are surprised. Is the Cheonseong clan leaving Cheonseong Mountain? Jinjagan asks, but the clan will continue to exist, right? Without looking back, the master answers, of course, just in a new place. He adds that this is only part of their plan. Unjong turns and waves to the people staying behind. Fion Bak says they will leave as soon as Yehua returns. Pokchan replies, he is sure they will meet again if they can also leave. The Safa clan watches the departing people. Members, the insignificant warrior Guryun, one of the 8 flying demons, asks, are they really that afraid of the alliance? The misty warrior, clutching his head, exclaims, what will happen to them? Pokchan, frowning at him, says, he should rather be thankful that he is still the strongest person on the mountain. The misty warrior says, confusedly, huh? The black witch standing behind him asks, the strongest? Come on! Muam stands in the empty hall. Drawing his sword, he says, he will have to solve the problem he created. At the head of the squad rides the head of the House of the Great White Tiger, Sword of Thunder Epchingen. He raises his hand, and the squad stops so abruptly that the horse beneath him rears up. Epchingen says, could it be that they decided to greet them? He asks the people of the Tan and Ami clans standing in their way, what have they forgotten here? The head of the Sashun Tan family, Tan Sanyol, leader of the clan of Flying Souls, replies that the Lord must meet his guests. Chun to the squad's part and clear the way. The nun adds to Qiansheng.